different coaching style than Lanham, ROTK. So with all of that being said, I think they've adjusted relatively well, but there's still a lot to be desired. Like, it feels like they're just playing slower than they used to. It feels like sometimes their side lanes are a little bit clunky, and it's critical for Aster side lanes to go well, because I feel like XWY often gets overwhelmed in the mid lane, like if they decide to pressure him. And without him being able to rotate to these side lanes, it feels like the offlane duo has to do a lot of heavy lifting on Aster. That's what I've noticed.
But that's how Baboka is preferring to play with XXS, because he could be helping out mid, but it seems that, like you said, they emphasize the duo sheep. They like being able to make sure that at least that one lane is hyper-secured.
I'm just going to, respectfully disagree with everything said. I actually think he's been rotating like a god. I'm going to use the Game In series as an example. XWY killed Quinn on mid in both games. The first game was a solo kill, so he is poggers. And the second game, Baboka rotated with the silencer and applied a lot of pressure to Quinn for him, and they got a kill through that. He then came back again a little bit later. I think there was I think that Baboka has actually been moving a lot more this tournament that I've seen, and has been probably the MVP of most games, especially when he gets on his tiny. They are able to play both defensively and offensively with him and his tosses, like playing versus the Doom. He's getting tossbacks to save his teammates. Playing in these late game scenarios, he's always positioned well to get the tossbacks to start the fights off. I think he is by far playing the best on this team this tournament.
I think what I meant to say, which didn't come across well, is when XWY gets shut down, the game looks really slow. And what comes to mind is the group stage game versus Bad Boom, where he got solo killed by a GPK mid a couple of times on the Ember Spirit, and it felt like there was absolutely no gameplay. It had to be the Aster offlane to correct the game and kind of do the heavy lifting. So what I meant to say is that I feel like this is Aster's flaw that teams could exploit, right? If they pressure XWY, then the entire game could unravel for them.
That's true. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And how are you rating Monet in this tournament, Estini? We've seen a lot of standout carry performances. How's Monet ranking up for you?
He's ranking top 5-ish.
Okay.
I think he plays really well. I usually would show actually replays from him to my carry, because I feel like he plays really well the map. Of course, we can't hear the comms, but I can imagine that he's guiding where the team should be playing, so they can create a barrier for him. So let's say he's a draw, he loses his tower. He knows he needs to invert the map, so he needs to take the enemy tower. And I see he's the first one to TP in, and then the team's just following him in every move. And then now he wants to go back to farm his main jungle, and then the team just get a smoke to their own jungle and clean it up, put sentries. So I feel like he, even when he's farming, he's the guy that's actually carrying the game on where the team should go. So at least it's a feeling I get from outside, that all the moves of the team are around him, so he gets his farm.
Okay. Well, I'm curious how that will contrast against their opponents, because these in-game leaders consistently seem to dictate a lot of the pace of the game. And so for our first team that we'll be welcoming into the arena, I want to see, let's bring out Evil Geniuses. It's South America's last hope coming out right now. The super team that many, many people globally thought that this will be the secret to success. This could be an Aegis carrying roster. Yeah, sure, they got second place in their DPC, but that's a good position to be in if you're still in this tournament. Evil Geniuses making their way onto the stage. Although Chris Luck seems a little bit more shy about making his way to the stage. They're greeting the fans, and they will hopefully be the recipient of a great deal of cheering. I've been encouraged. I've been encouraged by Matthew particularly. Yep. I think he's been my boy at this tournament.
I think they've all been playing exceptionally well. I just want to highlight Chris Luck a little bit because honestly, You know how in the past people would say Beast Coast, the lower bracket, Grim Reaper, right? You don't want to meet this team in the lower bracket. But then Evil Geniuses, when they dropped down to the lower bracket, we found out who the lower bracket Grim Reaper was all along. It was on Beast Coast. It was Chris Luck. This is the guy that you don't want to face in the lower bracket. He has absolutely no fear.
I feel like what Beast Coast was good against is other regions.
How good, though, are they going to be against China, and more specifically, Team Aster? Famously considered to be Civil War specialists and only strong intra-regionally, Aster has been desperately trying to shed that image. And they've been making progress. All the way back at the ESL 1 Genting, they made it to Grand Finals. Didn't quite be able to cross the finish line though, OG took that one. And then a top 4 finish at TI. Yet they consistently cannot get a championship, and that seems to be where China, as at least the social media would have me believe, is where they draw the line. You need to be able to claim the trophy, otherwise, what are you really doing? Yeah, you are the last representative for the region, but you really need to get the win all the way through this. And a lower bracket run would be a hell of a journey, but they're still just in top 8 right now. They got a ways to go.
That's a tall order, I think. I don't think they're better than Team Liquid or Gladiators, honestly, just from my assessment of how they've been playing this tournament. But they should be happy. Even if they drop out here, they should be happy. Top 8 is not bad. They went through a roster change. They kind of maybe have lost a little bit of confidence, or maybe there's the pressure of being the torch carrier for China. But for the most part, this major does not mean as much as the other 2 that are going to come this DPC season. So the most valuable thing that you can take away is, yeah, we played at the LAN, we got the LAN experience, we learned how to deal with our nerves, and we're going to take that and improve ourselves moving forward.
Yeah, the points escalate as we move forward in the season. Tour 1, Major 1 have decidedly less points than Tour 3, Major 3, because we want to make sure that closest to the international, the teams that are the hottest are able to make it in time. But how will they shape up against Evil Geniuses? Like you said, Sheep, EG are anti-regional specialists. Aster's good in their region always. EG seems to be good against other regions always.
That's how I feel about South America in general, because it just feels like, well, at least Beast Coast, they played such a weird style, right, that they just catch people off guard and they run at you, and a lot of people don't know how to deal with that pressure on the main stage. I think EG just knew how to handle them because they're from the same region, and I think their potential is higher than Beast Coast because they are more organized, they have like better ideas. I also think picking Death Prophet in that series was a really good idea, because when heroes run at you, DP is the best hero at countering that. It's like, please run at me. I'd love to siphon 3 heroes and just murder you all, you know? And like, they had like pretty good creative drops as well, pulling out the Lone Druid. I was very hyped for EG, and I feel very confident about this current iteration.
Yeah, it's encouraging, and this will be a true test. What do you think Aster should be targeting as Steenie? I want, just give me your 4 bans at the beginning of the game.
The Whisper Sol.
Okay, that's guaranteed.
And Batrider.
Okay.
Because those are 2 heroes that Whisper can solo carry the game.
So it's Whisper specifically that you really want to make sure.
Yeah, and probably are like, but Brood is still left in the pool. He's still really good with a hero, don't take me wrong. But he's not like a god as he is with other heroes. Like, he's a 10 out of 10 with Batrider, he's a 10 out of 10 with Timber, and he's an average Broodmother player. So I would focus on these 2 heroes.
Because you've been saying that there have been meta heroes that Evil Geniuses have been kind of avoiding, because their players just, I mean, they're better at other stuff. And so that's Whisper. Give me a Chris Luck example that you think that want to make sure that he doesn't get his hands on, or one that you think Aster might not care about.
I think, for example, Snapfire, a good hero to ban, because a hero he plays really well, and they play on every possible lane. So you want to get rid of those flexes, so there's a chance that you can get a winning matchup against him, because that's how you win against EG. Chris Luck might be that guy that had a rampage with 13 minutes maybe. It was so early on. But he's also the guy that can have a 0-5 on the mid lane. He's like this all-in or nothing. He's not like so stable. And maybe they could focus on punishing his game. So having supports that can early rotate mid, giving a better matchup on the mid lane, that could be the way to beat EG.
I also think that what you said about the Broodmother was really good because it was exampled when they played against Beast Coast. No one picked it and no one banned it because they knew that neither of them just really played it and they were comfortable to just let it through and just die to the wind.
I think Aster are eyeballing that Death Prophet for sure, either to try to take it for themselves or take it away from Chris Luck, because that performance that EG displayed a couple of days ago with that Death Prophet was pretty terrifying, right? Because usually EG doesn't really give first phase priority to Chris Luck's hero. He kind of gets it in the second phase. He doesn't really secure any of the top meta heroes. It's kind of like, are we deny picking a hero from the enemy team? Let's just pick it here, right? And he's more of a sacrificial type of player. He doesn't mind. Sometimes if he gets draft priority, he's happy about that. If he doesn't get draft priority, he's fine with it. If he gets farm priority, he also excels. If he doesn't, he knows how to play, right? He's very flexible as a player. But I think that amongst this team, it feels like he's the one who shows up the most in these critical situations. So yeah, I think Aster should definitely try to target him also in that first phase.
And that's been a trend on previous rosters also. How do you feel that he's adapting to the new players on Evil Geniuses?
The thing that I see Chris Luck doing really well and that he can help EG is you look at him, he's smiling. That's why it's Chris Smile. Chris Smile. I might say Chris Luck, but C Smile. And he always cheering up the team. He's the guy that doesn't feel the pressure of being on a LAN. You look at everyone's faces, and some of them are like, they might be feeling the pressure. They might not be that okay. Oh, this one here, he looks a bit sad. This one here looks a bit under the weather.
Sure.
And Chris Smile is smiling. He's happy. He has the mood. So I feel like he's the guy that will also carry the comms for the team on this early game. I feel like this is a role that he will fit super well on this team, because Panda is a great captain, but you can see he's more shy type of person.
Sure.
You can also see sometimes Paka's a bit uncomfortable, he's a bit quiet. So I feel like Chris Luck, although he just joined the team, he can really cheer them up.
Yeah. I feel like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, on the other hand, I just wanted to highlight the clutch LAN player on Aster, I've always felt was XXS. It always feels like he is the one who delivers, right? Because, yeah, he has some notorious, bad plays in LAN, but he has some notorious big plays as well.
Wait, is there an example that you specifically remember? Did XXS famously do something?
He messes up a black hole or something, right? He's been made fun of it in the past for something like that. But he's also delivered, the 3-man black holes.
Sure.
He's delivered the 5-man ravages, right? This player, I feel like he's the one who's the most centered and stable on his team, so he's also an advantage the same way having Chris Luck for EG is.
That's true, and his playstyle has shown that in the past, and still kind of now. He would play offlaners that would stay in the lane for longer and just try and extend the laning phase a bit and just get more net worth and items to be reliable and to be able to hit what you're saying and get those good plays. So I really like that. Even this tournament, he's playing the Beastmaster, the Enigma. He's going to be just playing the lane as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, he's not afraid, right? Every time I watch XXS, he's one of those players, I know Saberlight's been getting a little bit criticized, but Saberlight is not afraid to throw the black holes, right? If he misses, he misses. Mm-hmm. But he goes for it. He goes for the plays that he sees, and XXS is the same, but he actually succeeds a lot more frequently, right? I just feel like his experience has taken him so far, but when you have a player like that who can kind of shoulder some of the burdens of your team, I think you also want to highlight him in draft if you're Aster.
Yeah, I think that this will be a story of the offlaners. And Estini, if Whisper gets heavily targeted, how does he succeed whenever he's not able to get his absolute signatures, if it's just on meta heroes as opposed to the Whisper Saw?
I feel like they do a mistake when that happens. That's why it might be the right approach, or maybe EG learned with that they leave the last pick for him and they want to cheese, but they cheese on a really bad hero choice. Oh, they have Ursa, I'm going to pick Venom.
Okay.
And then Venom gets a bit useless in the game. You don't want to pick Whisper, a hero that he's just gonna win you the lane. Usually you pick him to win the game. So this, I feel like, is actually a flaw on EG, and they should maybe go with more heroes that he can play actively. Demars, for example, is a hero he plays really well. He can move all the game. He can get so many kills. So I'd like to see these playmaker heroes more and less this, let me just win this lane for my team hero.
Okay, so it isn't just as straightforward as comfort, but it's also comfort in the vein of the style that EG are succeeding with. You want comfort, but you want aggression, as opposed to the Venom that just parts itself in a lane.
Exactly. I want to see him being able to play the entire map. They do this really well. So in the beginning of the game, they want to have Matthew playing with Chris all the time. They play as a duo. They're like glued to each other. You look at Chris, you're going to see Matthew by him. And Whisper's playing solo till he gets his dagger.
Yeah. And now that I have a few things to keep eyeballs on in terms of strategy, in terms of heroes, in terms of ideas, and in terms of this crowd as well, I guess Aster's side is not as populated, but let me tell you, I can hear it for sure. And now I want to see some heroes pop up, because it's game number 1 of Team Aster versus Evil Geniuses. Welcome back, everybody. I am ready to see what we got on the docket for this game number 1 between Team Aster and Evil Geniuses. And to help me do so, I've got 2 new voices. The voice immediately to my left, please introduce yourself.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Me llamo Fogid. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Lacoste. Give me some native language of your own. If you can hear me. Perhaps you can't hear me. That's okay, Lacoste.
It's okay, we don't need it.
We'll hopefully sort you out. But in the meanwhile, me and you, Fogg, we got this. And
wow.
Wow, they've got a lot on the docket. Okay, Lina, Broodmother banned out by Evil Geniuses. Team Aster take out the Ricky and, of course, the Whisper Saw. And they had first pick, take the Train Protector, e.g. Death Prophet Undying Response, and Aster with the Nature's Prophet. You're snapping your fingers because this is a snappy draft.
Look at him go.
They know what to do.
Aster's super prepared today. I mean, the Ricky, the Timber, the Bat. Hello, Dominic, Mr. Steepy.
Yeah, I'm here now. All green heroes, 4 out of 4. Big fan of it. Draft's going very quickly. I'm a big fan of both openers. I think these 2 openers are super strong. I don't think there are like many things that are very bad against. I see that EG, they're banning out Drow Ranger, one of the better, if not the best hero overall against the Death Prophet in the lane. And I'm more leaning towards this Death Prophet from the offlane rather than the mid lane. I feel like she provides much more value in terms of the itemization, going for the Guardian Greaves, and a lot of sustain on both of these heroes.
Yep, 100% agreed. Great team fighters. Can sometimes be a little bit slower with the DP, but I mean, EG, we saw what my boy Chris Luck in the mid lane was able to do, getting one of the few rampages I think we've had at
and
the
definitely
tournament.
one of the earliest rampages
like
too.
16 minutes
that
or
was
something.
Wild.
Yeah, it was absurd. So I understand that one. It's always going to be really good, especially if they're able to flex it like that. I like the bans though, the Drow, the Enchantress, like you're mentioning. It enables this Nature's Prophet so much, right? If you have this Drow, it just like these cores just scale absurd, like in such absurd manner. So I like when they're taking that one out, and of course, you know, hypothermia and stuff like that versus Death Prophet. So
yeah, on side of Team Aster, they did ban out Timbersaw, Bat, and Primal Beast. All these heroes are very good against Nature's Prophet. Yeah. So Team Aster heavily, like all these 4 bans, 4 out of 4 are pretty much forwarded towards Nature's Prophet, how to protect them in a fight. So they want to set things up for Nature's Prophet for a success.
It is definitely biased towards Whisper, though. These are Whisper comforts, which kind of has me believing that, yeah, the Death Prophet might be mid, and Aster is still going to be probably wary of how to protect this carry Nature's Prophet against Whisper.
I think I would like more if they keep, I mean, they're going to keep it open, obviously, but XXS, I always like him more on like these team fighters, but when you're playing versus Undying, you have to have this lane that you can play. I think every time I've seen normal offlaners go to this poor Undying's, or to this stupid Undying's lane, they just get smacked.
I like
This-
poor,
I like the
poor
Undying.
Undying.
All right, you know what I mean. We don't. Like,
Poor Undying. He just gets no wins anymore.
no. Like Amar is going up against me. You don't get the lane. You don't get to play.
There's
It's just
always
like, he
one
zones
thing you say about Undying, it's about decay.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just like
it
it's
should
so
not
stupid.
work like that.
No.
Like I'm not sure why it is like that. The hero is just way too powerful in the laning stage. Most of the time, you're gonna see someone not wanting to play the lane into this hero. So
Yeah.
a lot of pulling, a lot of shenanigans going on. EG, Snapfire, good way to get out of the Sprout, like potentially if this is a support one, most likely going to be at the 4-stuff buyer.
I wouldn't be too sure. The way that EG's been playing it, they've exclusively put it on C Smile. I'm with you that I think the support maybe has some legs, but it wouldn't be in EG's wheelhouse quite yet.
I think it's still flex, but it's also a protect as well, because I actually thought Aster was really looking forward to that one, because I think versus Death Prophet, like Snap, it's very good. You have so much burst damage, so much like overall control and everything too, and you're versus Undying, right? So you get that easy way to clear out Tombstone. So maybe a bit of a deny pick as well as that flex.
True.
I am not the biggest fan of these mid snaps. I've got to be real
Yeah.
with you. I see Laura play it and stuff too, and I'm like, come on, like.
Yeah, but Laurel's out
they've-
here building like Greaves and health and stuff like that.
He did one of the
yeah,
games too.
He did.
Yeah.
So you get Greaves, you get like Shard, the Blink Dagger, then you start to scale, maybe get the Aghanim Scepter and playing for that level 20, level 25 talent to try to scale, maybe get some damage going. It's a lot of damage on the ground from EG. You have like Tombstone, Exorcism running. These are going to be very chaotic fights. The Snapfire ulti with the Shard as well. So got to be very careful. In terms of sustain on Team Aster, I only see Treant Protector pretty much. Maybe Nature's Prophet can you know use TP Scroll to TP back, come back into a fight. But I want to see maybe a little bit more sustain on their side. The CG's draft, like I'm seeing these 3 first heroes, and I'm a big fan of it.
So much team fight. It's actually like overwhelming team fight, and sometimes they Nature's Prophet they can struggle versus this.
On the idea of sustain, also Aster really love Phoenix, which may also justify the Snapfire pick. It's like a pre-denial pick against the Phoenix, and Aster load up a Pangolier and a Monkey King.
Are we about to get a
doubling down.
Baboka? Are we about to get a Baboka
Four
Monkey King?
position back in the day. He maybe got inspired by Saksa.
Yeah, honestly, it could be pretty interesting versus something like that Undying. Something that I can actually trade. You're not a strength hero.
Yeah.
Agi, you get Jingu. That's what I've been seeing. You know, when Saksa did it versus Tree and Protector, nobody can trade versus Tree. However, Monkey King can. Could be a similar concept versus that Undying.
Definitely
That's
looks
interesting.
like it's a position 4 here, because you would not pick Monkey King into Death Prophet lane.
No.
They can easily flex a Death Prophet, potentially plus a Snapfire. Way too much damage, almost unplayable lane. You would get harassed too much.
I don't even know. I covered Aster a ton in DPC. I don't think they've touched this hero in an age.
It's been a hot minute. They definitely have not run it in this tournament yet, so...
Baboka played like 12, 13 different heroes so far at this major, but I don't see a Monkey King.
Dude, I would love to see it.
Oh, I'm hyped up for
throwback.
it. I think I'm like 90% sure that is going to be him. And I think what they were trying to do here is get some more explosive damage, but more importantly, solve the solution of like that team fighting aspect, right? Like Pango, Monkey King, now they actually have really good team fight. It's similar. Now there's a ton of stuff on the ground with them. They have a Wukongs, they have a Rolling Thunder that's going around in these fights also to answer versus this Tombstone, versus this Exorcism. Sometimes might not work out the best though, especially on this Pango, because you can get counterpicked.
I like Beastmaster a lot. Provides them vision where Treant is, where Monkey King is, so they needed something, because these heroes are going to be playing from Fog, so gotta have something. I was thinking of maybe something different, maybe like a Clockwork for Matthew if this Snapfire is going to be a core, which we still don't know, but let's see how Team Aster approaches, whether they think what they're missing. I mean, they're missing Paka's hero right now, it feels like it.
Yeah, Aster gonna likely ban out some carries, but Evil Geniuses, they got pace, man. Exorcism and Inner Beast, this team is gonna be pushing fast.
Absolutely. And now it's like Pango is under a lot of threat here. He can get roared during his role. There's an Exorcism that's going to be hitting him during as well. This could be a little bit difficult for that mid lane.
I think Aster needs to get rid of Faceless Void. It's just way too much team fight. Some sick damage coming out from Snapfire Kisses, Dead Prophet ulti. They instantly removed CK. They don't have like the best heroes well, they do actually, so I'm a bit surprised, because Pango is one of the better heroes against CK and the Illusions. Nature's Prophet builds into Gleipnir.
It's
just Pakaz, yeah. I mean,
it's like you ban it against Skitter, you ban it against Pakaz. CK is just too good in their hands. But both teams on the lookout for carries. Evil Geniuses, they take out the Troll Warlord because they're also suspecting that this will be an off-lane Nature's Prophet.
So many times they picked Troll Warlord as the last pick for Monet, and I think he's one of the better, if not like the best Troll player I've seen so far at the Major, and they picked it throughout the DPC as well.
If it was versus any other team and I see that Troll ban, I'm like, what the hell are they thinking? But versus Aster, 100% makes sense. Take out the Sniper as well.
Instantly, and Aster ban out the Ursa. So chances are you're probably going to be laning against a Death Prophet if you're Aster. Your carry options on maybe Morphling.
Morph? Sounds pretty good. They're going to go with Terrorblade, though. I mean, versus Beastmaster, you're always getting the Inner Beast and all the auras that he's got, so...
Yeah, assuming that you can keep the game long enough that your towers are still existing.
I think this is Faceless Void. Are there any other options? EG, they could bang out, I mean, PL doesn't work as good against Pango, could be a little tricky. I don't know, I'm just seeing Faceless Void is like probably the best pick they could go for.
They could still, Morph is in the pool
Morph
too, right?
Morph is an okay, yeah.
Morph is pretty decent. Limited lockdown versus him, decent versus TB scaling. TB takes a very long time. I don't think it has a very good win rate here so far, right?
I can investigate.
I meant to check that earlier actually today, but I think it's been struggling a decent. I think there's only a couple players that's been making it work, like Watson in particular.
Yeah, it's close to 50.
45% win rate.
Yeah, not the greatest.
Marcy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, why are you oh-noing?
I'm not a big fan of carry Marcy. I feel like I mean, it's okay here because Terrorblade's also a slow hero. Like compared to some other carries that come online fast, like Ursa. He gets a Battle Fury. He opens up the map, threatens a Roshan with the. So maybe because I feel like Marcy as a hero coming out from the carry lane. Carry role, you need to have this Battle Fury, you need to have a BKB, but I'm not sure, like you're also playing into Treant Protector, playing into Pango a lot. Yeah. It might be a bit difficult. I liked EG's draft for heroes. They looked super strong. I would prefer it was something else, but I'm still favoring their draft.
I'm on board with it, because I've been told time and time again, or rather, after I watched Arteezy's Marcy yesterday, I was told that the reason why it didn't work is because she wasn't allowed to play fast in that game. In this game, it looks like she's going to be able to keep the speed up.
Yeah, they also picked it into a Timbersaw yesterday, which I was like, oh my God, like what is going on?
They picked it first, then the Timbersaw came out, but they didn't ban it.
Okay, fair enough.
But they didn't ban the Timbersaw.
Yeah. Ooh, like you said, I love the first four. I'm always a big question mark on if it's going to be able to get online, but versus TB, slow hero, looking forward to it. Tons of team fight to make the space for it, so. Is a Marcy carry? Am I actually going to go with a Marcy carry right now? What the hell am I thinking?
Don't worry about it. I'll save you from having to make a prediction. We can talk about it after the game because I want to see game number 1 with our casters. It's Avo and Jenkins.
Thank you, Tsunami. We are here with game 1 between EG and Team Aster. We just see a Marcy carry. There's one team that's had success in this tournament with that hero. That's Execration, but they're no longer here.
Yeah, that is true. This is a this is a really interesting Marcy pick because TB has very high armor, right? You jump this hero, he just sunders you.
Yes,
we talked
because
about
you do like, oh no, and then
in the downtime, you don't kill him, and then he sunders you, and then he kills you. Like, TB really likes playing into heroes that run at him and try to get into melee range.
Right.
He will out-trade, he will out-fight anybody that does that. That's why he's a counter to Leshrac, even though Leshrac likes to kill illusions and illusion heroes.
Yeah.
That's why most pro players are like, yeah, TB against Leshrac is unplayable for the Lesh. Same thing
because you never get close enough to him.
Exactly. Same thing for DP. She needs to be close to you. Same thing for Marcy. She needs to be close to you. So there's something that EG wants to do here that nobody is seeing because they picked this knowingly. So we will see how this works in the game. It could be a big mistake, though.
We did it, guys. We got the pause of the game. Whenever EG's playing, they got to pause at least once. We're going to figure out why.
I think we started on time today, though. So we did. That is good.
What? Where's the tape guy?
There's the duct tape guy.
There's the duct tape guy?
Right. He bought it at the market for...
Okay, that's not the booth. He's duct taping ROTK.
Right. Oh, no, he's sawing the booth. He's sawing the booth. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
That might fix the problem.
Right. Oh, there's the duct tape. There's the duct tape. Yeah. It's golden duct tape because they couldn't get regular duct tape. It's all sold out.
Right.
So we've used so much of it at this point.
Peru's out of duct tape, actually.
Right.
Thousands of plumbers are rioting on the streets right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because that's what duct tape is for.
For plumbing. Yeah. I think you should you should probably have somebody come see your house.
Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to use duct tape.
Well,
for that.
so, you know, for years I thought duct tape, because I'm a Spanish speaker, right?
Right.
It was duck tape, like it was made from ducks.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding about
I
this.
think you would like it more if it was made from duck.
Right, yeah, because it would probably be tasty.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Once it's done and it's...
But then I
served-
realized it was duct with a T, and obviously what's ducts? It's plumbers. Plumbers deal with ducts. So.
Yes.
So that's what I realized.
And that is also wrong. That is also wrong.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I would get your house checked out.
So let's talk about Dota, because I'm more right about Dota, like 9 out of 10.
Sure.
Sure, like dentists.
Yeah.
So, Aster, they seem to have a really strong draft here. We're talking about the TB. Not only is he great against heroes that get close to him, but he also usually buys Scotty, which deals with all the healing on this team.
Yes.
Sidekick? No.
It is such a free TB game. You talk about the Scotty, that counters...
The Soul Rip, the Sidekick,
yes,
the DP,
right,
the
right.
Vlad's on Beastmaster,
the Cookie, the Mortimer's Cookie talent that
Sure,
gives
yeah,
you the healing.
Okay, yeah.
But Beastmaster, I mean, you're going to get all of his auras. You're going to get his Vlad's. You're going to get his Inner Beast. So it's like, you know, that alone makes it a good Terrorblade game.
Okay, what if Whisper builds Ags this game? Screw auras.
Well, I mean, the Ags is this drums of slum thing.
Yes, it deals a lot of magic damage.
I will say I got it in from Roshan at one point on Beast, and I regretted even picking it up. It was because I would just try to like use it. I would go in and use it, and then I would die. Because
So-
you kind of want to play outside of the fight on Beast. Because, you know, we're talking about TB killing people to go close to him. You don't want something that makes you go closer to him.
What if Beastmaster buys Ags, Snapfire buys Ags, you throw the Beastmaster
And then
in,
you drums of Slom.
kill the TB.
Yeah.
I think that actually it sounds like a better option than Marcy killing the TB.
EG needs to snowball one of their cores. That's how they deal with the TB here. And, I mean, we've seen it. We've seen the C-Smile Death Prophet do very well in other games, so...
That's true.
It can definitely happen. It's not like TB's the most broken hero in the patch or anything, so...
Is the matchup here good? The DP versus Pango?
I would say it's another one of these, like... I mean, DP should always win because she's healing and pushing the lane. But Pango has 2 nukes, so he's going to push the lane and, you know, secure the runes. And we saw Quinn yesterday using the Pango roll off cooldown not to gank side lanes, but to secure the runes.
Bottom lane, Matthews being run on by 2 melee heroes. Luckily, he's fast enough on that Mortimer. Whisper's now man-fighting the Treant. There's no trees around him, but he is still a pretty hard hitter.
Yeah.
And none of them can face him, actually.
Yep, I think this lane is definitely favorable for Team Aster until Beast gets like level 2 in the axes. That's when you...
It's Bakas that gets the first blood here on Boboka. As they break down his trees, they use that Tombstone effectively. Well done by Panda. He tried to deny it, but the Treants did get the last hit there.
Yeah, the Treants make it a little hard. So that's a really good kill up here. You know, the TB Marcy matchup is not that good for Marcy, or so we think, but all of that can change if Marcy has more items because she's having a good lane.
There's a TP at least to refill bottle.
Yep.
You know, you gotta do something with this death. You just fed first blood, your mid's attacking you.
Right.
But now you untilt him by TPing mid.
Yeah, XWI is pretty happy about that. I think he's also going to get this bottom water rune. Not that he's really low HP.
Is it full on? No. They realize the Trumpeter is just hard to kill.
He is indeed.
At least his top lane does look pretty good for EG, right? With the Marcy jumping on the MP, it doesn't seem like an easy lane to avoid the kill potential they have.
No. I mean, that's probably a big reason that they picked the Marcy, because I honestly can't think of like a worse matchup right now in Dota. You know, there's like the Spectre maybe, but to deal with the NP, but I feel like Spectre is just a worse hero than the Marcy carry.
Isn't the Marcy going to struggle once there's the Ags on the MP because he loves going for that build? Oh, and they go for Cookie. They're actually going for Trim Protector. Pichu in the trees. Oh, he ate a tangle. That's not going to help him too much in the movement speed department. Scatterbast available in a second. Whisper, where are your axes? There's the meta. They got the axes off, but a little bit too late. And it's not going to kill off a Trim Predator. In fact, Whisper being mowed down by Monet. They use Reflection for vision. He decides to go for Matthew instead. He's an easier target, and he almost gets the kill. The Fairy Fire saves him. Matthew in the trees. He's not going to die today. Monet, he's strong, but not strong enough.
So Whisper did go for the aura and Beastmaster down here, by the way. So Monet, when he pops his Metamorphosis and Reflection, it's a pretty strong lane. Whisper needs level 2 in the Axis. He's got it now.
Okay.
As Matthew does his favorite thing, which is sniping couriers.
Oh, Whisper, no.
Whisper,
he's now in trouble. He has to fight head on. There's no other option. With a Cookie, they hope to beat the TB. Metamorphosis ends, but Whisper's already dead. That Nature's Grasp just completely canceled their retreat.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like this going for a point in Inner Beast for Whisper here is a bit of a mistake down here. It's making the enemy lane a lot stronger.
Top lane, they're trying to finish off success. He realizes there's no more stuns, but Dispose does cancel TPs. Yeah, forget about that. Might not stun, but it's not a mini stun as you carry them.
Both carries are doing very well in this game. I think if you're Aster, you're probably okay with it because it's such a good TB game. But obviously, EG saw something with this. Marcy picked it. None of our analysts, including me, saw. So we will see.
It's also Pakas.
It's Pakas, yeah. Like I'm sure he asked for this. He wanted this hero.
When Pakas is not asleep during the draft and he says something, you know.
You should listen. Yeah, you should listen.
This is the first time I've ever seen him with open eyes during the first phase of the game.
Right.
Even at TI, he actually slept during the draft.
Right. Usually he's winking at people in the crowd as well.
Yes, mostly you. You seem to have a really close relationship.
Yeah, it's strange. I don't know him at all, actually, but we wink at each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. He also has your room key.
He does.
Right.
Bit of an unspoken bond going on there,
right.
Yeah.
Cool. Bottom lane Whisper, I'm really curious as to what his fourth point will be. Will he go for boards now? Is he going to go for the classic 3-1-1? What's his plan to recover this lane?
You cannot go for a second point in Inner Beast, especially with...
He's committing to the reflection.
They've died down here, like, partly because of this, so...
Okay.
If he goes Call of the Wild Boar, too, like, he can get...
Call of the Wild Boar and Call of the Wild Hawk.
Right, there are two very different spells. He can stack Ancients with the board. Since he's maxing Axes, I think that's something that you can definitely try. Maybe he's just okay with Matthew walking over and stacking them as well.
Sure.
But you definitely want to play with the boar outside of laning stage anyway, so I'm sure he'll go boar next. We'll see.
Pichu nearby. Whisper. That's not the point of boars yet, by the way. He's saving that point for now. So he might actually skip it altogether, but not put it in lane for the reflection.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Matthew is being chased down, but it's a Trim Protector. There's no trees nearby. No big deal here. Mid lane, though, C-Smile finds a bubble cut. And the bounty... Sorry, the rune will be in the bottom lane, so they don't care. C-Smile decides to go for the skill instead. Oboka has a stun. Panda's nearby. But they don't really want to commit a tombstone to this. However, there's a rotation coming in from the bottom side. Matthew's here. He knows where XYW is. His Pango double damage is not that scary for Snapfire. Now rolling, he might be a little bit scarier. Matthew hugged the wall.
That was a nice juke.
He knows what he's doing right now. Yeah, push him to the high gun, he says. Oh no, he miscalculated the angle. Matthew's gonna die. Wow, that was a really good Rolling Thunder. As in the top lane, Dispose cancels his TP once again. XXS needs to learn. That's not gonna work against Pakaz.
And this Nature's Prophet's getting destroyed up here. This is why they picked it.
Whisper axes. Whisper on reflection. He has the point in boar now, finally.
Oh, they're just going to kill the boar.
They're going to kill the boar. Yeah. At least it's not Whisper that he does.
It's a lot of gold. But you can see why EG picked the Marcy carry. It is completely dumpstering the NP. They have this take that as long as the laning goes well for them.
The audience is insane. How many drums are we allowing in this arena?
Is that the same guy with the same drum, or is that a different guy?
No, there's like 6 of them.
I see.
Where do they buy these drums?
I don't know.
We can't even find audio equipment. How do they buy
that
drums?
Is true. That is true. I think they're selling them outside.
Oh, okay.
Along with some Coors Light.
Whisper? No, Bacchus. That's a sponsor for the event.
Right.
They find the Terror with the Scatter Blast too, but it's just not enough damage. Living Arm protects him too much. Here comes Olokai. He wants to counter initiate, but they realize the tree's going to be cut, so he can't use that jump on them. C-Smile joins just to say hi, hello guys, I'm helping. The catapult's already been killed though, so this push is not going to be too effective. XYY is also near the lane.
So they're trying to get this tower against Tree and Protector.
4 people though.
It's 3 on the side of EG, 4 on the side of Aster. So if EG can just walk away from this.
Matthew just wants to run away from this Pango. He has a little bit of PTSD. That Cookie's not going to help him. They try to cut down the trees. The Volca jumps regardless. Pummel Spring hurts Matthew fair amount. They kill him regardless. Matthew dies to the wrath of nature. As now it's time for EG to chase the enemy. Go for the easier targets first. The supports. Kill a Trim Protector. Get rid of this nuisance. No more living armor.
Okay, so we will see if EG can secure the tower with this. Looks like they want to go for a dive here.
C-Smile, okay, they actually used the Tombstone for vision, but Metamorphosis is available on A. They're just hitting C-Smile, and C-Smile's healing enough, but that was the Sunder play. C-Smile's confident that
his ult is ending.
Stuck. He can no longer run around. He's dead. Panda's the next target. Body block to the tree and saved by the Cookie there from Matthew.
Yeah, C-Smile kind of overplayed that because his ult was about to end, and he did a lot of damage with it, so he was about to full heal. Aster, they made the calculation. They're like, we can kill him in 1 second.
That sprout was really on point.
Yep.
If he kept moving, I think he would have survived.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, Aster successfully defend the bottom tower. It does cost them a couple of TPs and a couple of deaths on their heroes, but they have the tree. They're happy with this.
Bakas is going for Battle Fury, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this hero doesn't farm otherwise on the Marcy. You really do need a Battle Fury.
But what's the adjustment for the TB? Oh wait, sorry, Matthew? Okay, he's fine. What's the adjustment for the TB though? How do you make it so that you can actually hit him hard? Look at what happened with the DP.
You know, if he's farmed enough, then physical damage is actually enough to kill a TB, especially if you're talking, you know, with the Basher and then get a Sheep Stick later on some other hero to just disable him so he doesn't get to be this counter.
What about Revenant's Brooch?
Honestly, it's pretty good against TB, man.
C-Smile. There's a Rolling Thunder available too. C-Smile can't hug the wall in time. The Cookie will give him a little bit more distance. He's trying to avoid it, just grasp. Up to the high ground he goes, but it's just impossible. They're surrounding him, and C-Smile's DP for the first time this tournament is looking a little bit weak.
Another situation where he was kind of overplaying because he had a regen rune available, so he felt like he wanted to get some, you know, lose a bit of HP, use a bit of mana, and then use that, but it might just pop while he's dead here.
Yeah, he wants to push the envelope right now to give some space to his carry, really.
Yeah,
who desperately needs Battle Fury.
Yep. This hero does not farm very quickly until she gets a Battle Fury, so...
Which is weird, because you have 2 area spells, but people have to max Psychic to farm.
Yeah. I mean, they're just weird to press on creeps. Like, you can't dispose a creep into a creep camp. It's just weird.
It takes way too long to dispose the wave.
Yeah, you have to, like, kite it in a way. And then rebounding, you also need an allied creep to jump off of, so...
Ever since the range nerf as well, it's harder to actually jump into camps.
These spells also don't do that much damage. Like, dispose is only 220.
Yep.
So they're looking to commit to this tower again. And we will see if Aster wants to mount a defense. It looks like they're not. I mean, this is like a full surround from EG, and Bakas is here.
There's living armor on the tower, though, which is making it harder as Whisper breaks down some trees. Axis don't no longer break down that many trees, so it's harder for
Matthew found Siamese Cat with the Courier. I mean, kind of feeding the Courier away, but...
I don't know, that's pretty fun.
He's going to try to TP.
Do they have any more stuns? They had Roar, but not in range. That's now in the mid lane. It's going to be XXS pushing out this tower. Too many trees to deal with, and XWY was setting up a trap against C-Smile again. He does juke the Pango effectively. XWY goes for the support instead. Panda can't avoid the stun, but he won't die from this. Yeah, decay him. Just show him who's boss. To steal his strength before he's at base.
Yeah, this is just a kind of methodical, like, trade-for-trade Dota game here, and I think Aster is probably they're coming out on top of this. Obviously, we talked about the TB. Although this stack is definitely going to help out for Whisper. Yes.
And it's going to be... Oh, he's just buying boots now, right? Is Helm of the Overlord on the Courier?
Oh, man, that'd be an early Helm if you had it. No, I think he's going for boots. Like, the Bassi is to spam the axes.
Oh, okay, right, you're right.
And you go for the boots because this hero is just slow as hell. Ooh, Bakas.
Oh, they found him regardless. There's going to be the jump. Pebble Spring overgoes to keep him in place. Is there any allies nearby for the rebound? No, the root lasts too long. Panda was ready, but... Not in time.
The duct tape over the player's ears is soundproofing the booths. So.
Oh, that's what he was doing.
Right. So the whistling did not help out there from the audience, not one bit.
It's the golden duct tape. That's special soundproofing.
It's a great conductor and great at soundproofing as well, as they say.
It does not conduct sound. That's the one thing.
Yeah, right.
There's no way we can block that.
I don't think that's blockable. That is somebody kicked that guy out.
Actually, though.
That is really annoying.
That's worse than the Vuvuzelas.
Yeah.
Is that someone's car? Or is it
that is worse than the sign guy, dude. I don't know. Get this guy out of here.
We found him. The camera guy found him.
Oh, there he is. We get to
security, please.
We get to watch security drag him out of the event. Actually, we're pretty desperate to have anybody here, so please stay. Just take the horn away from him.
Okay, 1K lead only for Aster, though, Jenkins. It's not looking that bad for EG just yet. The only problem, of course, is the core-to-core matchup we've been so dubious about.
Yes, yeah. We could just turn out to be totally wrong about that, though.
That's a very weak-ass point.
No, I mean, it's happened where the entire panel and the analysts are wrong. Like, panelists just suck. Pro players are better. They're practicing this stuff in scrims.
But doesn't Fog used to be one?
Yeah, but he's washed.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. C-Smile, this is the slowest push in history of DPs. There's a Beastmaster nearby, but they don't want to reveal that Whisper's rotated. Of course, he's nowhere on the map. Now they've revealed it. The creep's not hitting the tower. Can they finally do it? Can they finally send the creep to the tower? Can this push be a little bit faster so we can have the delays that everyone expects? Diffusal blade on Pango. Tier 1 will fall. Slow and steady.
It takes so long against a Treant Protector. What a hero, man. Like, they mounted literally no defense. They didn't even make an attempt. And still just the living armor level 4 was enough to delay.
Hey, Bakas at least has the Battle Fury.
Yeah. And the towers have been equalized this game, so
surprisingly.
If you're against a Treant Protector lineup, it's great to have equal tower taking abilities. I mean, you're not supposed to take these tier 1s against Tree.
Another smoke here. Bakas. Okay, I want to see the smoke. We're seeing their faces before the smoke. Are they prepared? Do they know anything's going on? Clearly not. They don't expect the smoke right now, but they're not in the area to tank the smoke anyway. Oh, it might be C-Smile actually. This will be a really good target. Does have the Invis rune. Rolling Thunder comes in, reveals the smoke. Invis immediately C-Smile through the trees. They have a sentry ready. Instead of the Wukong's command, the Battle Strike is good. He is going to disintegrate. C-Smile ceases to exist.
Yeah.
But Whisper, he's nearby. You might want to go for a counter initiation. However, where's the rotation? Is the Mortimer's gets plus the Pummel Roar. Now going for the poor Pango, who's stuck. He did an aggressive swashbuckle, got baited in. This is what EG specializes in. Chaos, and you never know if you're supposed to go on them or not.
Yeah, having your mid laner die and then just walking in and fighting anyway. I mean,
oh yeah, it was a disconnect. It was a DC. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, naturally. No, I mean, when you have Snapfire, I do feel like even when you're down a hero, you can almost always fight. Like, just utilize the ult. And with Beast, you get movement speed when you roar, right? So, like, for Whisper there, it's kind of like, I'm just going to roar and then walk out, and then the Snapfire commits from long range. So, I don't think they expected to get XWI there. I think they just expected to get, like, a little pick and then back off.
Yeah, I guess if you're in this position where you also don't want to fight at all because your Marcy's not ready, using an ultimate to just poke him broad is fine too.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
As long as you take over the area.
I think this is just the way to play Snapfire anyway.
Like, really?
Yeah, I mean, you want to use the ult off cooldown, especially if you have such an easy setup like a Mars or a Beastmaster.
Okay.
You just press your abilities together and farm the enemy team.
We'll keep that in mind.
It's
okay, that side.
What does that say?
Whisper is a man that deserves a C because Bolivia, where he's from, is the only landlocked country in all of South America.
Oh, my boy.
All the other ones have a C, and so everyone jokes about the Bolivian Armada.
Yeah.
Everyone jokes about the Bolivian captains. That's why they call him the C captain of EG and Beast Coast.
I see.
And so Whisper is so good, he deserves a C.
I've not seen the C before coming here, so maybe Whisper
could teach you.
Maybe. No, he's not seen it either. He's landlocked as well.
He's the captain of the landlocked Armada.
Okay.
Yeah, they have thousands of ships in Bolivia.
Did you read that sign as well?
Yeah, that means Pakas, I like you more than my boyfriend.
I see.
And the boyfriend cheers.
Yeah. Well, he was there.
Yeah, please, save my girlfriend.
Some people are into that. I mean,
no judgment.
No judgment. We don't shame here.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, of course.
He seemed very happy about it.
Yeah.
There's no signs here, just a bunch of jerseys, which you can buy the secret shop for the small price
of course.
$39.99. That is scary.
That was a serial killer, I believe.
I think so.
There's
also a most horror movie start when you get like a glimpse of him.
Yeah.
And then he's not there anymore.
Because there's no reason to wear that.
Can we go back to the serial killer to check if he's still there?
Is he there again? You're holding that sign above the. There you go. Okay, not enough time to read
serial killer's left, I think.
He's gone, dude.
Okay.
Is there? Oh, I didn't know BSJ was at this event.
You hear any weird music?
Usually, it's preceded by dead birds being discovered.
I did see a bunch of dead seagulls. Oh,
he's here. He's here. He was wearing the.
That flag is so color corrected. I actually can't tell.
Yep.
Matthew, yes, 1, 2, and 2. Claps for the KDA.
Wow.
That seems amazing.
Fantastic.
He has a possessed mask, by the way, which I think is very funny. You do heal off the low shredder hits.
It's not bad on this hero. I mean, oh yeah, Lord Gaben himself.
Lord Gaben.
He will be blessing us with a patch.
I love that that's clearly a physical Photoshop as well.
Yes.
Like he taped two things together.
Right.
That means I'm with you, Peru.
Physical Photoshop.
Yeah, like back in the day, that's how they used to Photoshop pictures.
I know that is.
That's actually what the airport greets you with.
We landed there. Apparently, you need oxygen tanks to get. Is that Machu Picchu?
Yes.
You need oxygen tanks to climb to this place.
Really?
It's high. It's really high up. It's
Right.
quite the trek.
Oh, that's Matthew. Oh, I see.
Oh my God!
It's a little bit screwed that they didn't draw any hair below the cap.
Is that just from this event?
Yes.
That's a picture.
People make things really quickly.
That is so quick.
Yeah,
that man is not wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
Cover him with the flag.
Okay, but the Scream guy is gone.
The Scream guy is definitely
that's
gone.
What matters. Can someone locate him?
I will say, I'm a little worried with the security here, how it's been. that Scream guy is actually a mass murderer. We have to be careful here.
I love that you realized when you said mass that you should not have said this on
Yeah,
broadcast.
whatever.
But you committed to it.
Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening.
We're not.
Because I couldn't think of anything
We're
to say.
not the group stage panel.
I couldn't think of anything to say after mass other than
mass, like the mass amount of people watching this wonderful event.
The
the
massive love that's in the air.
The massive love that's in the
on
air.
The kiss cams.
Chris Luck.
Everybody loves so much.
Oh no, I can't translate.
What does that say?
No.
Can you at least like remove the vulgarities and then tell me?
It's not the vulgarities. Today EG wins is what he said. Today EG wins.
Okay.
Yeah. Today Chris Luck is going to carry EG.
Well, that's a nice
He's
sign.
feeling good. It's
That's
nice.
a nice
It's nice.
sign.
Look, we are one. We are one. Let's go EG. Let's go South America.
Okay.
We are one because of course Beast Coast eliminated, so there's no more options anymore.
Yeah, that is.
We
that is
are
right.
forced to go for EG now.
Yeah.
Jenkins, I don't even know what's going on in the game, but maybe we should stop watching these Chris cams and talk
Yeah,
Dota.
sure.
Yeah, how
Sure.
about that? Yeah.
All the people in Dota TV are so confused.
They're really confused because they can't watch what
They
we're
can't
watching.
see
This
this.
is the best spectacle that we've ever seen.
It is.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be the one on the mic now, but there's no
Right.
slacks.
The best spectacle I've ever seen was the taxi vultures at the airport.
What's the vultures?
Yeah.
Like the literal vultures?
The actual vultures,
Right,
yeah.
right. That was a weird one. I didn't get used to that. You know, that's one of the national animals. There's tons of
the vulture.
All the condor, the vulture, like they're all national animals.
I have actually seen the
This
vultures
is a real
here.
thing.
I'm not kidding. I've seen the vultures.
I'm not
here,
joking.
yeah.
If you're a bird of prey in this tournament, you're welcome. That's why, EG is trying to bird of prey on Aster in this game with Aster.
Yeah,
with Marcy.
That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
That is.
Because TB has a lot of bones. That's why he has so much armor. But the Marcy can hopefully crack him.
Right, yeah. Demons are known to have bones.
I mean, look, TB
We got the reconnect.
TB has an exoskeleton, 100%. There's no way he has any bones inside. And exoskeletons are, they're sturdy.
He looks hollow.
Yeah, but outside, that's what an exoskeleton is.
Yeah, no, I
right?
get it. He's like a crab.
He's like a
Marcy's
crab.
going to crack him open.
Exactly, and eat him, and she's not allergic to crabs. Oh, thank God the game's on.
There we go. All right, speaking of crabs, Matthew. I don't have anything to. I've got nowhere to go with that one.
We have a game, Jenkins. Okay,
Yeah.
They just got a kill on the. Let me remind you, right? They got a kill on the Pango as a trade for C-Smell. C-Smell's struggling a little bit, but the real question of this game is who is going to win this core-to-core matchup? Are we stupid, or is Marcy actually going to struggle against a TB? Especially now that there's a mounting difference of net worth between the two of them.
And I mean, another question is which one of these heroes farms quicker?
Right.
Usually TB will, like a lot of people consider TB to be like a, I don't know, decent against Morphling, even though Morphling's considered a counter, because TB will outfarm the Morphling, right? I'm not so sure how he goes against a Battle Fury carry.
Oh, down bottom, Whisper. Oh no, he forgot he was in a game of Dota 2. Now he got rooted. The axes won't help him. Whisper's just going to die here, surrounded by 3 enemies. Look, they were so sure he's going to die that Panda abandons him. Oh,
No,
he realizes.
Don't speak too soon.
He realized that he should die for his teammate.
Yep.
Whisper definitely told him, kill that tree, Panda.
Yep.
Go, snaps his fingers. But Panda, he's learned something this event. It's called self-esteem.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
He's playing Clockwork. He's learned it.
He may have thought that the creep was
Whisper.
Yeah. I mean, Beastmaster is pretty much just the creep.
It's true. Right now he is.
Yeah. But
that's a concern, right? Because the 2 other cores from EG don't look like they can really help this Marcy.
No, they don't. I don't. I think if you're TB, you don't really care very much about a Beastmaster.
No.
I mean, the thing is, roaring a TB is always good. I mean, he's a hero that's going to get BKB. He's a hero that you want to disable so he can't get the Sunder off. He's probably not going to get a Lincoln Sphere. His team will get Lotuses. But, a Roar combo, a Sheep also at some point in the game. It's not like there are no options. It's like, yes, this is a good TB game, but it's not just an instant win. It may be if TB was a way better hero, but he's like a B tier hero, maybe even C tier. He's decent. He's okay.
Right. Matthew in the top lane. He's being hunted down. Let's see him use Sprout for vision. They have anything to actually cancel his TP? No, Matthew.
But they did. XXS, he had the Aghanim Scepter. He could have just casted it on Matthew there.
Right.
But he wanted the damage.
He got greedy about it.
That was greedy.
That was very greedy.
That was a mistake for sure. But, you know, they're 2K gold lead, whatever.
Yeah.
You do want to extend it, though, obviously. You do want to extend it. If Matthew dies a couple of times on side lanes, this game could look a lot different.
You got to give a little bit of hope, though, to EG.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
Aster knows they're playing in South America.
Right. They don't want to lose the crowd.
Yeah, exactly.
Then the crowd will be whistling against them all the time.
But if they win and it's a close game, the crowd will love him. Aster will become the champions of South America.
They'll bear the torch.
Exactly.
Not only do they bear the torch of China, they'll also bear the torch of South America.
That's how it works. When you defeat someone, you take away their flag.
Yes.
Oh, mid lane. Talk about defeat. See Smile. Is he going to be defeated here? Down to
he's on the low ground.
He didn't want this low ground, but see Smile killing a fair amount. Nice dual scepter. The Bonkum Pango with the Primal Beast. Are they actually going to play this? They're going to turn this around with the Mortimer's Kiss and Tombstone. They will kill XWY. And Aster, they're forced to retreat. Overgrowth will help with this, but C Smile has not been caught in it. He's still quite fast. He's going for Pichu. We'll have to settle for a little support here. They wanted more cores, but they couldn't find them. XXS also got away on the sidelines and just TP'd.
They're going straight into Roche, man. They've got minus armor. They have
Not
the
bad.
Undying ult. They popped the DP ult.
What a nice turnaround by Smile.
Yeah, this is a big deal. XWY dying here means there's like no way to fight this Roshan. This is free.
And this Roche is BKB as well. This means BKB for Marcy.
Yeah.
Roshan, as the casters say in Spanish.
He can jump into the next fight on Marcy and not have to BKB, which is very nice. He can kill one of these supports to
Right,
start
and
the
then
fight.
BKB right afterwards.
And then BKB afterwards.
But you lose the Unleash though, right?
This makes it really annoying to be Tree, actually. You do lose the Unleash, but it means Tree is going to feel bad about like rooting him ever, right? So you have to wait for the respawn.
I am very curious though about Pakas' next item. I think that's what determines what his plan is against the TB. Basher to me seems like the best option.
I am curious too. Yeah, the Battle Fury seems necessary for farming. The BKB seems necessary
in
for
general,
not dying. And the Basher for actually, maybe you just don't even jump the TB though. Maybe that's the solution.
Right, but then Basher's even better because the other heroes.
Yeah, that's true. But it's Basher.
Okay.
Eventually, I think a Blink Dagger is always nice on this hero.
Okay.
Just being able to like, it's hard to get the
Pakas. He feels quite confident. Immediate rebound. He realized, hey guys, this tower seems awfully quiet.
That's crazy. He jumped out with an Aegis.
He knows. Like they did lose a lot of creeps there.
That's a good read. That's a really good read.
Pango got the 250 gold off that dragon.
Yeah, that's a. I like that people are valuing killing the dragon more now. By the way,
right?
A lot. I hear a lot,
especially
of people,
troll warlords.
Yeah. Well, then that's a different situation. That's the ult dragging you into the fountain. But yeah, it's worth 250 gold, which is like more than a hero kill at this point. Beastmaster like waiting around for ancient spawns is really unfortunate.
Right.
Like you can see Whispers walking all the way back to the ancients right now, and there's not actually a dragon that he can take. So he's got to stack this. It does stall some time. It's pretty annoying.
On the other side of Aster, though, they seem quite calm, but I think those last few fights where they've been turned around has shaken them up a little bit, especially their confidence.
The thing they have going for them, though, is like we've seen it throughout this tournament that the first Aegis is not that important.
Right.
You very rarely get any sort of like map pressure off of it or any towers off of it. It's just like it lets you farm a little more greedily and kind of means that the next fight that you take, you're probably going to have some advantage. But a lot of the time, like we do see people dying with Aegis, respawning. They've got nothing. They get like tree and rooted and then they die. And the Aegis doesn't matter as much. So yeah, first Aegis in Dota right now, just not that important.
Oh, smoke immediately from EG. So they're the ones that think they're stronger right now.
Yeah, you want to do something with it if possible.
And Aster's divided them along the map.
Yep.
They do have a lot of global potential in TPs. And actually, in this jungle, they could find a couple of heroes. The first one they'll find will be the Pango.
EG has all their cooldowns as well.
Nice. They could always just Primal Roar, Mortimer's Kisses, ignore it. By the way, Matthew is going for the Ags.
Yeah, I see that.
That might be the Blink Dagger for the Marcy.
Yeah, throwing a Marcy in. I mean, it means he can get like an extra damage item, right? And maybe that's what turns the tides against the TB.
It is a lot of damage as well on the Axe.
It's good. It's good magic damage. I mean, the thing with TB is like you want to burst him before he gets the Sunder off, right? A lot of the times, he's got like 300 or 400 health left, where that's when he Sunders and he kills you. So 300 or 400 damage can obviously make the difference there.
Yep. And if you have Cookie on top of that, like if you throw her in and you Cookie somehow and you actually keep the stuns going.
Yeah, it's hard to execute, but if they can pull it off, it's a lot of magical damage for the TV, and he is not good against magic.
It's true. We'll see now. When Heroes of Thunder Awakened, Matthew was particularly known for the Snapfire, right?
Yeah.
And he pretty much carried his team in upper bracket with a couple of Snapfire games.
Yeah, he did.
I think in Stockholm that was a very, like his team was really nervous. They were all underperforming, to be fair. But Matthew was overperforming as a Snapfire.
Yeah.
And his Tiny.
As he does in every tournament. That's why he's a fan favorite, you know?
Yep.
It's always fun to watch. As by the way, that's a 1-for-1 trade. I think Aster's really happy with that.
Right.
You're fighting into an Aegis. You're fighting into a lineup that is obviously looking to take action right now, and they're able to trade the tier 2. So Aster's doing a good job pushing the lanes out. They have NP plus TB. These heroes are nice because you never have to worry about where the lanes are. They're always going to be shoved out, as we see him cutting the bot wave here.
Oh. So they keep doing these 3 people smokes, not actually including the whole team. Oh, right, because that's because NP can always just TP in.
Yeah.
And the Treant? Okay, that's not a real tree, guys. That's not a real tree. They figured out Boboka is just leaving. He's not going to put himself at the mercy of Pakas.
Man, Matthew is brave walking up that high ground alone. He does not have buyback. He's just like okay with sacrificing himself.
He learned from Darkmago.
If it starts a good fight, yeah. He's got the magnetic double high ground.
Right. But so that smoke fails for Aster. Is this the consideration you would talk about, that the best teams will know when to say, all right, let's not go with the smoke?
I think so. It's like, it's boring to watch. We want to see crazy team fights, but
of course.
Patience is really important. Like, you need to get the right jump. That's the entire point of smoking in the first place, is so that you get the right jump. And so if you don't see the right guy that you want to go on, then you shouldn't just go on somebody because it's running out. It's not like they're expensive. Like, the scarcity of smokes is the fact that there's a limit on them in the shop. But if you buy them out when they do come in the shop, like, it doesn't feel like there's a huge limit on smokes in Dota right now. It's not like how Sentry Wards feel against Riki, where there's not enough of them. Smokes are pretty abundant.
It does feel like in the mid-game, things have slowed down a fair amount.
Yeah.
And we also see a lot of these farm fests in the mid-game, so smokes are not as useful. Though, right now, EG will go for one of their own.
Yeah.
And actually going to throw in the DP.
Oh,
that's
there's
going to
the throw.
succeed. They found the MP. He's still silenced here, so he can't TP. Nice boundless strike, though, from the Monkey King. Baboka can retreat thanks to this. XXS will still die. But Baboka stopped any further deaths there.
Yeah, that's a kind of Tundra play. Aster said they watch Tundra a lot.
Right.
They said they watch a lot of Western EU in general.
And they like Tundra's playstyle
And they like Tundra's playstyle specifically. Of course, everybody does. They want a TI. And the way Tundra plays is they often split up on the map like this, and they just like cut their losses a lot, right? And so I think losing XXS there is probably par for the course for this team, given what they aspire to play like.
What is it they say? Don't take fair fights? That's what they keep saying?
Don't take honest fights.
Honest
take
fights.
dishonest fights, right? And it's like that would have been an honest fight for EG. Letting them have all of their heroes, letting them get the good jump.
Yeah.
You just let somebody die and you take a fight that's dishonest, which leads to games being kind of boring, but it's very game-winning.
Yes, and with an NP, I mean, this is the strategy.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the evolution of Rat.
NP and TB are both like this. Like they both
And Monkey King also?
And Monkey King, yeah. These heroes can cut waves, push waves, force people to TP, and then go somewhere else.
They have a ward in this area. Panda will be the first to TP. He has Mech at least for a little bit of healing, but he doesn't even get to use it. Tombstone first. He'd rather die right now.
Oh, nice double stun.
They're going for the Pangolier with the Mortimer's Kisses. They don't actually get him though. He tries to roll, can't because of this pose. Now with Swashbuckle, they have a better target. It's the enemy, Gary. He's dead. They go for XXS next, and XXS will also fall. That Matthew Aggs is just turning the tide around. Boboka, he's what Saksa. He knows. Just become a tree. Ignore the game. There it is. Shh. Boboka? No, don't. Show me Boboka. Show me Boboka. There's a courier. He's one with the world. He's a tree right now. People are clapping. I think he's done with the game. I think he's done. This is a new role.
He'd rather be a tree right now. He'd rather be a tree.
They already have Trim Protector. Now
And
they have Tree.
then Nature's Prophet, so what's a third?
Oh, and he killed the courier on his way out.
That's annoying.
Right. He doesn't have TP. That's why he stayed there so long, by the way, guys. Now that Hawk caught him, the question is, will they go for him? They must have scouted his lack of TP here.
I don't think it's super important to chase him around here. But in that last fight,
Well, they do think so.
you're right. I mean,
They scouted he has no TP, is what I'm telling you.
they're going to try to gobble up him. Oh, they see him with the Hawk, actually.
Again. Oh, no. And
Oh, they got him.
Too.
They got
That's
him.
not what they wanted. He has to TP immediately. Do they have a roar?
No, they don't.
do not.
No, they don't.
Okay. Okay, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, that was just insanely high skill from EG. I don't know. That was insane.
That was good.
The Hawk was...
They did force
In
the
the- in
BKB
the
from
ex-
SSS.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's arguably more important than a support death.
Yes.
Is knowing that the BKB is on cooldown for 90 seconds.
Those Hawks, man, from Whisper.
Yeah. And speaking of BKB, that's why EG was able to focus the TB there. Not only did Matthew have this amazing spit out, that's what it's called, I guess. But the
Gobble up, spit, yeah.
gobble up, spit out. But the two cores being able to run in and focus the TB with the BKBs, he can't turn Sunder. He actually had an opportunity there, but because of the BKBs, he can't use it. And also, because is higher net worth than the TB because he's just owning. And so that's where the matchup doesn't matter as much, you know? Because he just has extra items. The TB can be bursted right now.
We've joked about how the Snapfire is actually going to be the carry against the TB, and it seems like that's actually the case right now.
Also, Pakaz, by the way, he's going stats over dispose.
Interesting. He only needs to dispose for the small stun for the channels.
Yeah,
and stuff.
exactly. Exactly. So
Yeah,
that's
Basher.
interesting. Like, that's another way to turn the tides as well. To have a little bit more damage, where maybe in the fight where he otherwise would have gotten Sunder off, you kill him.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
So when they throw him, he just goes for the first target, which is Pango.
Killing XWY here is so important because he's the hero that would disrupt the backline.
But thanks to the roar, they realize this is, like, they can just kill the TB.
Pakaz also instant bashed him, right, on
Yes.
the at the start there. I don't think it would have mattered.
Because he was stunned by the cookie. Or
Well, he was stunned,
the gobble.
and also they had 2 BKBs, so he's not getting the Sunder off.
Yeah.
Nice silence by C
Oh,
Smile.
Bomokakte's BKB wants to defend the somehow boundless strike as well. Can they steal the Aegis? It's only him for now. C-Smile, though, in the middle of Wukong's command, he's suffering a fair amount, but he's going to just tank through this. He's going to protect the Aegis from being taken. Bomoka up in the high ground. He knows this is not a fight they want to take. It's not on. It's not dishonest, sorry.
Yeah, got to take the dishonest fights in Dota. But it does get to a point when you're giving away the second Roshan. This one does actually matter. They have an Ag Shard on somebody. Let's see who got it. I think they gave it to Whisper. So he's now got those dive bombs. He's also got a 20-second cooldown on Hawk. So he can have 3 of those active at once. And against Monkey King, against Treant, these heroes like to hide in the trees. The Hawk is very valuable.
Yep.
And the Gobble Up.
Oh,
My God, he got him! He predicted it!
Bomoka. Can he run away? Turns into a tree, avoids the primal roar damage, but they know where you are, mate. They're going to get a kill on the support.
Matthew is carrying this game so hard right now.
I'm telling you, is the Snapfire.
I did not expect this from position 4 Snapfire. You said it during the draft. You're like, oh, Matthew's the hero that deals with the TB. And I was like, he's a support. How can he, like, you can't trust your support to have this high of an impact because you just have to outskill.
Only if your support is Matthew.
Yeah.
I was expecting the same thing from Boboka because his signature hero, the Monkey King, he's having a fair amount of impact, but now they're starting to hunt him down.
Yeah.
They acknowledge Owakai is a threat right now, and the fact that they constantly kill him is slowing his transition to a core like Saksa did.
Yeah, yeah. And it honestly doesn't surprise me that Matthew is so good at predicting this Monkey King because Matthew also himself is a big Monkey King player.
Yeah. Oh, C-Smile's going for XSS again, but he has BKB TP. He should be fine right now.
And C-Smile knows this. Although
Sprout.
the TPs are coming in. Picasso, he's looking to show up to this.
But they need Snapfire.
Yeah.
He should be fine. It's good that XSS does this. He's the one that can at least delay this as much as possible.
Right, right. He's what makes the fight dishonest, is by forcing people around like this.
They do know they have a ward in the high ground. The Hawk just scouted him. Are they going to go for the Snapfire combo
the
again?
Up. Here we go.
Primal Roar. Okay, they can cancel his TP this time. At least BKB in time. Mortimer's Kiss is useless right now. And they realize they don't have enough damage, but XXS does not want to wait for the Marcy just in case.
He's actually got him.
Oh, no. He TP'd he took way too long for that. He didn't go far enough. Now they baited him, and actually he's just going to die. The Pango didn't help at all.
It's the Hawks, dude. The Hawks, it scouted his TP.
Oh,
he wasn't in vision otherwise. And also the Tumbler's Toy and Beastmaster.
Which he still has.
He's holding it until 31 minutes. I mean, that just shows you the value of this item. This is one of the best Tier 1 neutral items in the game.
It
when
is.
You're playing one of these Initiator-type heroes.
It enables you so much.
Yeah.
Now he has Blink and Tumbler's Toy.
It gives you reach, as Kyle would say, right? It's like you can Tumbler's Toy and then blink in, and people are not expecting that sort. Like, people play around the positioning, right? They're like, oh, Beast has Blink, so he can't get me here. Well, with the Tumbler's Toy, he actually can.
The pressure Aster must be feeling right now must be immense.
Yeah.
They were winning until now. They have a late game strat. It looks like a good core-to-core, but they just keep losing heroes.
The game is very quickly closing in on them. They are just sitting in their base. When Treant Protector is the only hero out of your base, split pushing, and you have a TB, this hero that's amazing at cutting waves with illusions,
right?
This feels so bad. You know that the gold lead is just mounting more and more, and the core-to-core matchup doesn't matter at all anymore. Not with the gold lead like this.
Can they take an honest fight at all? They do have a lot of team fight resources.
No,
no,
they can't. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not in this Dota patch. I mean, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
If they can catch the backliners, they need to catch Matthew.
They have a blink on the Treant. Pichu, he knows. He has one role this game, which is canceling that Marcy BKB.
Yeah. I think the role of the other heroes is to try to get on this backline Snapfire before he gets the Mortimer's Kisses off, and maybe even before he gets the Gobble Up off.
I think the second one's impossible.
It feels like it. Yeah, it does. It certainly does. But if they take a good enough smoke,
right,
and take a good angle, but they didn't leave their base. They're unwilling to take that risk because if they smoke out, they fight right in front of their base and they die. I mean, that's one of the most devastating things in Dota right now. Like, that's how you go high ground.
Yes.
So a lot of teams just value, like, turtling in their base. It's not as bad as the ho-ho-ha-ha patch, but right now there is a lot of turtling that goes on.
And EG, they learned from their game against Entity. They found the patience they needed in that game as well. Are they just cheering for the last hits?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Bacaz is getting very farmed down here.
He went for the blink as well now. He has the... He's got the strength.
Yeah,
blink?
almost has the full strength point.
Plus Satanic.
Yeah. So he's got a lot of HP and damage to work with.
It's only 34 minutes into the game. This is actually ridiculous. The farm that Marcy has is really high for Marcy.
I mean, not only is he killing pretty much every creep camp off cooldown, but he's also killing heroes in every fight. Marcy carry, when it looks good, it can look really good. But also, the hero can't farm for anything, which he doesn't have a Battle Fury, so it can look pretty bad too.
This smoke looks a little bit better from Aster because now they know they're a little bit spread out. However, EG, they've joined together. Can Aster just force an honest fight? They do have a lot of tools for it. They are thinking their smoke might not be the best one. The enemy still holds high ground near the triangle, and this is what's scary for them.
This is an impossible fight if Aster walks up here. EG is in such a good position to defend this ward.
Yeah, they have Tombstone 2 into the high ground. There's no way you find the enemy triangle. They got to respect that. Aster, you can see them just gritting their teeth because they got to make a move, but they don't have any options. It's going to be EG who initiates first. Okay, this could be bad for them. In fact, it's Whisper who's going to dive first against a Terrorblade. Monet gets a really valuable kill. EG needs to disengage. They quickly run with their tail between their legs back home.
A bit impatient from Whisper, jumping up that high ground there, not respecting the damage that Aster can do, particularly with this TB. It's like, sure, he's got a BKB, but, you know, you don't care about that if you're a Terrorblade. He's already used his blink, you know, he's stuck up there. You're going to slow him with the Scotty.
Right.
XWY, I mean, just instantly pressing the ult and committing there, I think that was definitely the right play, recognizing that, like, you just can't walk up high grounds in Dota right now. And I don't mean like high grounds as in the base. I mean even high grounds around the map if some team is defending a ward. Like it really feels like with the current Dota map, every single high ground that you can walk up also has a ward spot that you can place a ward in. And if you're the team that's already camped there, if the support walks up to try to ward it, they die doing that.
Yep.
And then you can't fight anyway. So that's why Whisper blinks in like that, right? It's because taking a normal angle to walk up one of these high grounds, it never works. No team is stupid enough to fall for that. They're going to have somebody in position to break the smoke. So he blinks on the high ground, and it looks equally stupid, right? But it's because you have to do something that's like abnormal to get up the high ground in Dota right now. And Whisper's clearly, he's feeling antsy. Like he wants to fight. He knows they're winning. He knows if they take pretty much any fight, they're going to win. But not like that. Not like that.
And you can tell Aster's feeling the same kind of tension, right? It's a lower bracket match. Literally, the first match of the series determines who's nervous for the second one.
Exactly.
In Spanish, we say the word is cardíaco, which means like heart. There's like a heartfelt thing.
Right.
It's like the moment...
Palpitations,
yeah. You just feel, you just press the trigger the moment you can.
Oh, yeah. Matthew? I don't know who's killing who here.
I don't know, but what got this BKB? Now with Wukong's command, Balance Strike keeps him in the place.
He's right in the middle.
Matthew, that's really big.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, Matthew has been very effective in all of these fights.
Matthew has Hex as well.
Oh my god.
Boboka's BKB timing was impeccable there.
Yeah, that is... I mean, the Hex will be very important in the next fight for killing the TB.
Right.
Even the Pango. I feel like we haven't seen XWY do much in this game because he's always the first one that EG is focusing.
True.
And he's
kind of squishy.
He's squishy, but now he has an Eon Disc, so it's not as easy for them, even with the Hex.
True. The issue with Pangos is that you get the resistance from going into the fight and shield crashing, right?
Yep.
But your actual HP pool is pretty pathetic. And now they removed your level 20 strength talent, so you actually have no way of surviving the initial fight. Aeon Disc is a necessity for this hero at this point.
It feels like it. It definitely feels like it. And I think XWY's job is very important in these fights. Like when he gets the roll-off, we're seeing the level of impact that he can have. And without it, it's like just all EG, you know? Pakaz just goes crazy in the fight. So, I mean, a couple of blunders here from EG. These 2 deaths have given Aster a little bit of ability to get themselves out on the map. It looks like EG wants to take it back. They're going to 5-man again.
Who just got Ninja Gear? It's the MP. So Aster has a Ninja Gear now. That's going to help a lot with this lane cutting shenanigans.
Yeah, for sure. It gets them out. It gets them out past wards, which is really important. Unfortunately for Aster, there's not exactly... Like sometimes you get a Ninja Gear on, you know, Enigma or something like that, and it feels so good because you can get these amazing initiations. It'd probably be okay for XWY to use it, but, you know, also they have TB. It's, you know, any agile hero's happy to take it. Yeah, let's see what other...
I mean, the Treant would not be that bad with that either.
No.
But we went with Flicker first.
Oh, Flicker's nice on Tree. It means Dust is no longer an issue for you.
Yep. Yeah, he's keeping the Blast Rig. The Pango, I think he's been traumatized a little bit from the Marcy fights.
Yeah.
So he needs the armor from Blast Rig and, of course, the Blind.
Yeah, that's an item. It does feel hard to give up. As EG, they go for a smoke.
Okay, the smoke is trying to get into the enemy triangle before they do, or perhaps Whisper's just running in. He realizes where they are.
Okay,
and he realizes he can backdoor them. Aster also realizes the same thing, which is why they won't go to the high ground. They do have a ward up there. Will they take it in time? They do. They protect the high ground now. They even use the tombstone just to guarantee this ward. Can they hit it? Yeah, they did it.
Yeah, Panda's got it.
Panda took a fair long time for that.
So that secures EG the high ground. They've got the ward now. That's why Aster looked like they were positioning to maybe fight that. They were pinging the ward. They're like, okay,
we can fight this.
Yeah, we're on the low ground, but we have the ward advantage. But now that it gets dewarded, they retreat to another high ground ward.
Right. So, this tree. This tree's a little bit sus, Jenkins. See, Smile goes to the low ground. He can't be in position to be bound to strike, though. That could initiate the fight.
This is like one of those, you watch UFC? One of those fights where like everybody's like cheering for like a knockout because the fighters just keep grappling each other.
Right.
That's kind of what's happening here, where like both sides they're smoking and they want to fight, but they just don't want to walk into the other one, you know what I mean? Although C-Smile, maybe I'm wrong.
XWY was actually the one that was walking in.
Oh, that's true, yeah, that's the high ground ward. EG's camping it.
Yeah. Camp your wards, folks.
XWY
this is the game.
Puts their own ward down, not on a high ground, but it is there. It does give pretty good vision.
Oh no, they figured out they can always rat with that stupid ancient creep.
That is the right play. That is definitely the right play.
Oh, they forced him back, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it is a nature, so it doesn't really matter that much.
True.
So still, there's this weird ring around of Rosie of the Roche pit that's going on. Okay, Pakaz is just going to finally commit for it. He's getting sick of this.
They can get vision in the pit easily, though. This is a very dangerous fight for EG.
Yeah, XWY's got the roll.
They swashbuckle, detects there's someone in the pit for sure, and of course they have the illusion as well.
Yeah. This is an Aghanim Scepter Roche too. This could be very
they activate
impactful.
Exorcism. They've committed, they've ruled down the Pango for now. The Hawks are a nuisance. XWY, he goes to the pit.
Oh, he's stuck!
He got stuck! I don't know if they realize this. He finally got out. He has the Shield Crash CD talent. It's fine. XWY will go for the supports first. They send the Marcy in. Where's the Marcy going? It's for the Monkey King. Pummel Roar, though, on top of this. And they get right out the TB! Monkey King and TB are both down! They got the True Protector! Just turn him into paper! Now the Roche is down. EG might have just taken the team fight they were looking for the whole time.
Well, the patience finally paid off for EG there.
Rolling thunder.
Forcing XWY to use the ult. I mean, even if he jumps in there, EG wasn't even in the pit. They were just kind of baiting it. They just wanted to force Roche not to get the Aegis itself, not to get the Roche on itself, but to force the fight.
But that awkward initiation with rolling thunder,
that does not help. That does not help.
Those 3 seconds.
No. So much of Dota right now is dependent on who starts the fight and how you start the fight. Like who you go on first. Even if they can kill Panda
they
there.
gave Axe to C-Smile. Huh.
Well, I mean, who else? I guess that's the question. Is like the drums on Beast sucks. The Marcy Ags is kind of meh.
Yeah. No, sure. I'll take it.
Undying, I guess. I don't know.
Pretty good,
your 5 position. C-Smile at least like now he can play around something other than his ult.
Oh, Matthew. He wants success. He wants to force the TP. He'll succeed.
Yeah,
but now they know Matthew's not nearby, and he's a big initiator for this fight. Can at least take one rack and just leave. Rolling to the XWY. This is the classic Chinese play. They realize there's one person down, and they just go for it. They have to. They go for C-Small, stuck in the Wukong's command.
He's got a cheese.
He has a cheese, but the Scotty's item is not going to heal enough. Sorib on top of it as the TV's committing. Promoror is engaged. He yields though, and now the overgrowth onto 3. Aster still can't do this. They just want C-Small. Up to the high ground he goes.
He's got the
Force the DB.
He's
Can he
halberding.
kill him. Just kill the DB. Someone actually stop his healing. They hit them. Monet, he's in trouble. He's going to die. They just got baited into this fight. The MP can't DB. They bashed him.
Oh,
dying in.
Panda's
They
in.
actually got the Dream Protector. It's a GG. Aster will do it. I'm sorry, DG will do it. Aster will lose it.
Aster will do it.
Aster
They'll lose.
will
They
lose
will
it.
lose.
Oh, they
Oh,
got
man.
baited into the fight.
That was such a
The
bait.
resources.
Yeah. Going on a DP, man.
I can't believe that happened to poor Monet.
Yeah. Okay, we were
Holy
wrong.
wow.
We were wrong about the TB Marcy. When it's Pakaz playing the Marcy, it is always favoring the Marcy. I mean, the real MVP of that game for me is Matthew.
Wow.
Like, when they have a 20K gold lead, a lot of these plays can happen in a game of Dota 2, you know? But the reason they had that gold lead was all of these, like, really flashy plays from Matthew early. When he got the Aghanim Scepter, catching Baboka out constantly with the predictions, it set them up for such a good game. And even in the fights, like that one fight where they threw Pakaz in and then hit 2 heroes, they took XWY out, and then they ended up killing the Terrorblade as well. It made it so Pakaz had such an amazing game. Like, I mean, the matchup doesn't matter if you're just higher net worth than the enemy carry, right? So yeah, EG, I mean, they looked amazing in this game. I can't even, none of them played bad.
No.
And Panda didn't feed.
He didn't.
And that usually means they lose.
I know.
That's very strange.
Panda's learning that deaths are bad. I mean,
yeah.
Just this performance by them. I also got to say, Aster, they played such a methodical game. The tension was palpable.
Yeah.
And the fact that they get frustrated into this one fight was a very classic, again, SCA and Chinese teams do this all the time. They see one hero out, they think, this is opportunity.
Right.
We have more heroes than them. And the fact that C-Smell lives with cheese and the soul rip, man. I can't believe it was the soul rip that healed him after this guy.
Yeah, it was like, it was one of these situations where it felt like Aster, they were so desperate for opportunities for like the last 15 minutes of the game that they felt like they kind of had to take the jump there.
Right.
Because it's like, okay, this is the one opportunity. The guy that's top trying to kill our Monkey King, that is Matthew, has been such a nuisance in all of the fights. You could understand why it was such a bait to go in there and try to take that fight. Because Matthew was the bane of their existence in that game.
Yeah. And Aster, how do you think you recompose into game number 2? That's a really important one.
Oh, man.
What is the ROTK speech here?
I mean, they gave Monet last pick. He had a perfect game. Like, this is what Aster usually wins with when this happens. So it's really tough. But I would say XXS, he disproportionately had a bad game compared to how he normally plays and how his games normally go. So I would say a little more focus on giving him something that's going to give him a good lane, because he had very little impact in that game, and he usually shines for this team.
Yeah, he does. So maybe just one of those speeches of a reset. That's the word that gets thrown around a lot.
Right, yeah.
Let's not learn from our mistakes because it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
Next game could be their last game in the lower bracket, and they don't want that.
It could.
If there's one person, though, that I think can lift the team spirits up in this moment, would be ROTK.
It's ROTK, yeah. And he did say in an interview in China DPC that is what he considers to be role as a coach, one compared with Lanham that's more of a very in-game centric coach. Like, here's exactly what you do in the game. I think Aster, a couple of their players probably need the mentality boost after that game, but I don't doubt that they can go into game 2 and give us a really good showing. I hope this game goes to 3 series.
Yeah,
I feel like it definitely could. Aster,
I think it should.
Aster's like 6-2 versus this EG roster, like roughly in the last few tournaments. So Aster actually has a really good win rate against them. But after that game, I don't know. I feel like EG will definitely have some confidence going into the next one as well.
Well, maybe EG can take the next one and take it 2-0, but we're all hoping here for Aster. However, we're just 2 people. We need a democracy vote, and that's why we need to include more people. That's why we have a full panel of analysts that will tell you if Aster can take the game number 2.
After a performance like that, you may be hard-pressed to find any Aster advocates on this panel because Evil Genius is firing on all cylinders in this game number 1 and doing it very much in their style. Because on a Marcy, aggressive hero, Matthew balling out of control. First item shard, gets the Aghanim Scepter at like 22 minutes. Scythe of Vice after that. This man is out of control. All of EG is just incredibly on point today.
Yeah, Pakas had a dream game, had this 5k net worth at 10 minutes, which is like, I'm having the perfect game. Marcy is very one dimension carry. If you don't have an amazing lane, you will lose the game because you cannot farm jungle creeps without the battle for it, but he just had the perfect game.
Yeah, I've been told that Marcy does not like having to leave the lane, but it wasn't her problem because the rest of Evil Geniuses was making an ocean of space for her.
I'm really happy to see how that carry Marcy performance went, especially after Shopify's Marcy yesterday, which they picked on 23, which you should never do. EG picked it on 24, so it was okay that it didn't have a traditional partner. It had the solid lane security of Undying, which they exceeded my expectations, by the way. Like, I thought that Undying and Marcy would slightly win the lane, but they actually dumpstered the Furion. And I guess that's because of the gap close potential of this hero on early levels. Furion is pretty exploitable, right? Until he gets like some more levels up. So I think they played that lane very well. On the other hand, the bot lane for Aster are the ones who outperformed Evil Geniuses. I was actually pretty surprised to see Whisper get handled so hard bottom.
Yeah, I think Aster did quite a lot of nice things. I also think their lineup made the game a little easier for themselves. Like every single time EG had to bring many heroes to towers, like bot lane for example, you talked about how Whisper had a bad lane. Yeah, it meant that they had to bring four heroes bot just to take the tower into this Treant armor. And meanwhile, Aster are able to punish it every time by taking other objectives across the map, like they were pushing mid at that time. So they get mid tower. You know, when EG has to go bot to take the tier 2 tower, they take top with Nature's Prophet. They don't even need to commit that many heroes. So I think Aster had like a lot of space by virtue of their lineup.
Yeah, and what ended up happening was just the execution of EG during some crucial fights, because I would say they did go into the mid game pretty even. The Terrorblade had a great game, and the Marcy had a great game. So it's kind of a battle of which carry will be more enabled by their team, and it was most certainly this Marcy by Matthew. I just want to quickly highlight the Snapfire, because the way he played was so cool. So he gets clapped bottom alongside his boy Whisper, right? It's like, damn, how did they come back from this? So he just rushes the shard, doesn't get anything else, and uses that shard to farm up an Ags. So he just goes brown boots into Aghanim Scepter, and then he uses the Gobble Up to toss the Marcy into that. Is this the fight? This is the fight. This is so bad for EG, genuinely. It's like, how do they come back from this? But then look at the Marcy, look at her go. That's the first Gobble Up, and then Marcy just kills everybody. And that is such a cool approach to carry Marcy. Like, I hadn't considered that this could be the combo that they're going for with this hero, but when I saw it in action, I was like, wait, this is actually so genius. And at that point, after that, it didn't really matter that the Beastmaster had a bad game, because he was still doing Beastmaster things. He was pushing side lanes, he was giving vision, he was securing Roche. There was this one cool moment where he blinked in to cancel a smoke, right? And then he died and it looked really bad, but he forced like 3 spells. So.
Yeah, and they stacked the Ancients for him to come back.
Yeah.
But Terrorblade hit your metric Astini. He was also 5k at 10 minutes. Why was he not able to convert? I thought the Scotty was a good idea against the Death Prophet and the Undying, all these heals. Just didn't have enough space because of his mid laner, or what?
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to talk about the carry, but we need to talk about the mid laner.
Okay.
Because so both safe laners win. Who's making the difference is the mid laner. Chris Luck did way more than this Pangolier, and in theory, Pangolier should be such a strong team fighter, but if you're missing your spells, he's suddenly not. Like that Roche fight was just showing that. Okay.
Yeah. A little bit stuck in the pit there.
Yeah, you look at this and you can understand why TB was not so enabled by his team as was the Marcy. It was so much difference in this mid lane. I guess that's what got EG the game.
It was kind of sad to see him fall so behind in net worth, because I think Matthew on his Snapfire was 2k net worth behind this Pango, and that's not what you want out of your mid laner.
Yeah.
And that just kind of brings me back to the point that I was talking about in the pre-show of how I really think that Aster looks bad on XWY, like doesn't really excel from the mid lane, right? When his rotations aren't working and he isn't continuously popping off, I just feel like his lack of experience comes into play here. And because XXS on the Furion had a bad game, because he also got handled on the lane, he wasn't playing as well as he usually does, it felt like this Pango was completely lost, and that's the concern that I have for this team.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate just because I think EG played really nicely in bringing more heroes to fights. Like, for example, when they go bot lane, they sort of try and push up and chase and stuff, and then they just TP heroes in. Like the Beastmaster comes in on that second wave with the roar. You know, suddenly you have kisses raining down. It felt like they were really good at disengaging or not feeding too much into like the initial roll, and then as soon as it ended, they just punished it.
So then how do you feel about this XXS, or rather the first phase Nature's Prophet? Because they had the option, they could have run it carry, decided last pick Terrorblade was a little bit more ideal. You think Nature's Prophet might be a hero that Aster has to reevaluate moving forward?
I think he should pick Enigma on 8. When the draft rolls like this, you have Treant. So you have one hero to enable your carry, that's Treant. Yep. They pick Undying and DP, so they have Undying to enable the DP. They have their position 5 enabling a hero, you have yours. But there is one hero that counters this, is Enigma. Right. You're going to frontline, you're just going to die to Black Hole. That's basically how it works. Oh, I'm fine frontlining, I can heal so much, I have an Undying here, it's going to throw the Thompson. But he Black Soul, and you throw a Thompson on him, what happens? Nothing. So I really feel like this counter on this strategy should be the Enigma, and then they get a pair to play with the Treant, because you cannot ban all of them if you're EG. There's Nature's Prophet, there's Lashrak, there's Primal Beast. So many heroes that get enabled by this Treant that they shouldn't just like force that MP on 8.
You're also maybe losing some flex potential though if you pick the Enigma on 8, because as we see from Evil Geniuses, the Death Prophet can go offlane, it can go mid. So they have a little bit of wiggle room with their draft, but you think Enigma's just that damn strong. Doesn't matter if I can't flex it, pick it on 8.
I'm not so happy with flexing with first pick, because you're just gonna show all your cards when you do your last one, the 23. So basically they pick TB, and it's pretty clear. It's a Prophet offlane, it's a TB carry, it's a Pangolier mid. So you can't hold that flex unless you have a hero that can also be a carry and a position 3, which is super hard. I don't even think another hero exists besides Prophet to do that. Or like maybe we can come up with some weird examples, like Kanka can be a Kanka carry or 3, but it's super weird. My team will do that. We're not here for a reason.
Recommendation.
I'm in the panel for a reason, you know. So I think they shouldn't try to flex that much.
I think the Nature's Prophet is a good hero, and it's a good hero for Aster, and they've performed well with it, so I understand why they first phased it. For me, when I see Undying safe lanes get kills repeatedly in the first few minutes, I feel like, especially if you're Radiant offlane playing into a dire Undying, I feel like there's a little bit of a misplay, because Radiant offlane always has counterplay to heroes like Undying who are crushing you, right? The lane manipulation that you can do as Radiant offlane is so much easier than if you're dire, right? You can drag waves consistently. There's so many shenanigans that you can be up to, so you don't have to kind of face this Undying one-on-one. So I think they miscalculated the strength of the Marcy Undying lane because they tried to play it head-on and they lost. So that's probably where everything went wrong for this lane in particular. But the hero itself, Nature's Prophet, it's a good hero. Every team in this tournament is looking at it. So I wouldn't say Aster should turn away from their NP.
Dude, Pakaz looks totally different. What a glow up for him. Although his hero, Marcy, how are you ranking it? At this time, we did get to see it be last picked, so it did not get counter-picked. But is it viable? Is this the kind of mid-game carry that we saw Shadow Fiend kind of emerge as at this main event?
I really like the hero, and I have liked the hero. I think a lot of people have kind of been turned off it, but I think I've always been in its camp. I think it pairs well with a lot of heroes. Like, you have to look not only at its carry potential, but also the ability to enable others with sidekick. Like, we're just seeing the heroes on EG able to clump up. They have like Soul Rip, sidekick, the Greaves. Like, they're just healing so much. We saw like some really clutch lives in these fights, just because they're able to like buff each other up and play together with the aura on Beastmaster too. Like, she's fit really nicely into that lineup. And I like Mira said, again, I just want to emphasize how cool this Axe Rush was on Matthew. Yeah. It made their lineup work so well.
So how heavily do you have to target maybe Snapfire, Steenie? Is this
you see that you asked for one
ban?
You asked for one Krisluk ban, and I told Snapfire.
You did.
But then I told Snapfire because they play on all roles. So it's basically like, is it a Matthew ban? Is it a Krisluk ban? Which player are banning? And actually, if you ban Snapfire, you're definitely banning Krisluk, because then he cannot flex that many heroes. So then you are 100% sure the DP will be on him earlier on the draft, and you can focus more on countering this DP, counter his lane. So you shouldn't allow EG to have those flexes, and he played like so well on the hero Matthew.
But now I look back, and it's rare that we would have an Evil Geniuses post-game, and we don't talk about Whisper. because usually that's the player of the game and the majority of Evil Genius successes. But this time, Aster did target him in the bans. He ends up getting his hands on the Beastmaster, and he still does work also.
But they did the thing that I don't like about it, that they give him like this aura hero, a summon hero. I don't think that's where he excels at. Like, I mean, they won't, but I hate this like, oh, they won't, so everything's all right. Like, they won't, but I don't like Beastmaster here.
I love the Beastmaster here. I'll fight that, genuinely. I thought it was really good, because the snap combo was not only with the Marcy, it was also with Whisper. Like, you saw top, they did that cute little play where they send him in with the gobble up, and then they like play back, and then they reinitiate again because he has a blink dagger. Like, I think like he was so much pressure on the map too. Like, they had the little cam showing like him pushing the base with the summons. Like, he's just always putting out stuff on the map. Like, I think the vision, like, it's all low-key stuff, right? You're not really seeing it. He's shadow pushing waves. He's giving vision that they don't see. I think they used all of this really well throughout the entire game, and they were able to like give him the stacks and the ancient to like come back. Like, they played around it really nicely.
I agree with Sheep here. I think the Beastmaster was nice. Like, it got handled on lane, so it didn't look as good as Whisper usually does, just because of how much the Terrorblade like punched that guy in the face, right?
Yeah.
But I think that. So the one key moment that I can think of is when he like blinks in aggressively to break a smoke and just throws his body and dies. I thought that was so cool because he's still getting impact out of his death, because not only does
Whisper.
That is Whisper.
He could be a creep.
Okay.
He forces
He
forces metamorphosis. He forces Pangolier roll, but he still has impact because he's a Beastmaster and he has an ancient creep on a side lane, right? They're still pushing a side lane with a creep. So this hero's death, actually, it was good for them. It was actually really good for them. And I think what they valued out of this Beastmaster was the vision game versus the Treant and the Monkey King. Those are two heroes that you need to scout in trees. So which hero does that for you, right? I think that's what they were thinking.
What? Okay, hold on. I want to cut this.
Imagine you throw up in the arenas with a Snapfire.
Guys, relax. Here's one thing to shut you all up because you're all stupid. He had the highest damage in the game as a hero and on buildings. So you're all saying he sucked and did nothing? He literally did the most damage in the entire game.
Who said he sucked?
This man.
I'll never say Whisper sucked. I'm going back to the point that I love to see Whisper on playmakers. Like, you guys are praising how he breaks his smoke. He can break a smoke with any hero.
I mean, that's true.
He's just a god. So I want a better hero at him. Now you're praising also like how they throw him. You can throw a creep, it's also gonna stun. But I'd rather have a Mars opening up an arena to combo with a Snapfire than a Beastmaster.
It was all the things together.
Sorry.
Yeah, multiple factors. Though I'm on board with you, Estini, because no matter what he's doing, I want to see him doing on a flashy hero. Beastmaster's not a flashy hero. I want to see flash. You getting all these damage numbers? I didn't see him do the damage. I want to see big ultimates. I want to see big spells, and I want to see 10 heroes on the board. For game number 2, it's Evil Geniuses versus Team Aster. Draft in just a moment. First phase bans and picks already out. It was Aster with the first pick. They took out the Riki, the Timbersaw. Of course you take out the Timbersaw. Broodmother and Lina banned out. First pick, Treant Protector. And they go back for the DP Undying response. And this time, Aster takes Estini's recommendation. He was a strong advocate for Enigma on 8. And Fog, you're nodding. Looks like you like it too.
I think I just prefer seeing, I said it earlier in the panel too, I just prefer seeing XXS playing team fighters.
Sure.
I think he ended the game, what, 0-6?
0 kills
Nature's
on Nature's Prophet, which is a bit of a yikes. You expect this hero to be very active early on. Like, it just wasn't there. They're playing a bit of a different style of Dota in the previous one. I think it also comes down to Pango being completely shut down, where he wasn't able to get anything done. It was Baboka taking decent amount of farm. You had Nature's Prophet split pushing the other lane. So someone has to do it. Someone has to go in and die, and it was Pango a lot of that time.
I'm a big fan that they're just doing this Death Prophet now. Like, honestly, obviously Chris Luck, Rampage, stuff like that, but I think it's literally the perfect hero for him. This man, it's a bit reckless at times.
Yeah.
I think this just fits him perfectly.
And it's flex also.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just, I love this. I love the opener. Aster definitely trying something completely different though, so we'll see how they end up adapting in a way. I don't want them to pick such a slow lineup. I think that's what we saw the Marcy and we're like, uh-oh, right? Maybe not going to be the best. It may be, but if it's able to sit back and farm because there's a terrible and the game is super slow, he's actually able to match him, and if he gets on top of him, it just eviscerates him. But a lot of that game I felt like was honestly Matthew just playing like an absolute beast on the snap. But
also, Chris Luck has been playing these sacrificial mids a lot of the times, and as you said, sometimes he goes for that extra wave. When a hero like a Death Prophet, and if he has someone else to sit back behind him, use a Soul Rip, it's really working out, because we've seen in the last fight before the game ended how tanky he is on Death Prophet. So you can afford to get that extra wave. You can afford to be a bit more greedy, I would say, with this type of a hero. And is this a replay?
Run it back, baby. I mean, it worked so well that last game. I wouldn't see why not.
This was the first Snapfire from Matthew this tournament, and he played it so well.
I know, right?
Getting that Aghanim Scepter and landing two-man spit outs on people, mostly on Terrorblade or Nature's Prophet, did allow him to just instantly delete one hero and start a fight 4 versus 5.
I like that he went down the selfish, greedy route, right? He had a 4-staff queued up, an immediate shard purchased at the exact 15-minute mark, Ags finished 21. Played like a beast. See if he's able to do the same again. Looks like they are.
On the topic of Beast, it actually gets banned out, so the equation gets changed a little bit. Aster target out Whisper a lot in these bans and pick up the tiny SF.
You asked for the SF.
I did ask for the SF. Yep. I wanted to. I'll prefer, much as how you were enjoying Chris Luck on fast heroes. I feel like Aster also. I want these mid-game carries for Aster.
Yeah,
and it's also flex. It could be the flex pick. Yeah, because it's a good. It's always been a counter to Death Prophet, so you can put it in the safe lane or you can put it in the mid lane and still have the matchup if you want it. Tiny, Enigma, most likely this is going to be their offlane duo to allow Tiny to rotate, and it's been such a strong combo. One of the better ones, I would say, from the offlane, one of the better pairings for Enigma in general, where you toss back Eidolons, they split, Ava, Malefice, so much control, so much damage. It's very difficult to sustain through this.
And I preferred quite a bit more. I mean, Baboka did do some flashy stuff on his Monkey King, but I think I've said it multiple times, when you're playing versus Death Prot, repositioning is so good. Burst damage and repositioning is key. Tiny SF, they give you both. So I like this good amount more than Aster. It's a lot faster paced.
That's true. I didn't think about that, but Requiem is a repositioning spell.
Yeah,
so.
no way. Yeah, I think they're also looking at that last game and even picking a bit more team fight as well, too, right? Because I think EG just were able to kind of just control the entire pace of the game, because every time that Aster wanted to go for a fight, it's just all right, yeah, we have meta, we have roll and stuff like that, but good lord, Death Prophet ulti, Beastmaster, etc. There's just way too much on EG for them to go through, so
do you think they'll go for a pushing hero for Whisper again? They can't get the Beastmaster, but...
He's definitely limited. I mean, they're targeting him completely.
Oh no, I checked the stats before the games. Kunkka, 10% win rate, 1 out of 10 games.
Oh my god.
It's really bad.
Interesting. So it's
even more damage mitigation, sustain. Once you have Death Prophet Undying, we saw how powerful it was in the previous game with the Ghost Ship on top of that. It's a lot, but I don't like Kunkka. I feel like he has... he just doesn't provide you with what other mid laners provide you with. You hit that BKB, maybe you get a Blade Mail, depending how things go. He's okay in the super late game where things get chaotic, you hit level 25, maybe with Aghanim Scepter, with the Shard. So someone needs to, he doesn't scale in terms of damage. It's more about, someone else needs to do damage for Kunkka.
What if it's Pakaz playing it? To lane versus Enigma, right?
Yeah.
I think they're actually flexing this, perhaps. Because I've seen a lot of players talk about it. Gunnar in particular does always talk about that, and we used to see it. We used to see safe lane Kunkka a little bit versus that Enigma, so I actually think this might be a little flexible. Gives them tons of team fight as well, too.
So then what kind of build would you like? Because I
Armlet,
feel like...
Boots of Travel, BKB.
Yep.
So none of the early Aghanim Scepter, none of this water park business.
No.
You
Straight
want
carry.
damage.
Yep.
Okay.
Armlet, BKB, and then, yeah, just like crit, etc. Maybe Halberd if he sees the need for it, if they're like a little behind or something versus SF. But could be totally wrong. Could be getting a completely wrong read about it. But I think they are trying to flex it because they don't want to just reveal the Death Prophet is 100% in the offlane. I think. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but...
Again, a lot of team fight on both of these teams. Team Aster, you have Treant, Shadow Fiend, Enigma, but then again, like we're gonna have a lot of cooldowns, and something similar will probably happen where both teams will be fight ready. They take one fight, and whoever wins the fight takes Roshan, and gonna be controlling the game for 5 minutes.
Evil geniuses want to make sure no easy Roshans come Aster's way. They ban out the Ursa. Aster taking out Illusion carries, the Naga, and the Terrorblade. And EG round things out with a Pango ban.
Okay.
So they're making sure that the SF carry your mid, cover your bases.
Pango would have been, I mean, even though it's like a very similar lineup, there's no Beastmaster this time around, so they don't have that like BKB piercing disable for him and stuff like that. So I would have liked it. Works well with SF.
And
all that minus armor.
I feel like it would do well against Kunkka mid, so maybe that's also gearing up to it being a C-Smile Kunkka. Aster, they need to figure out what to give Monet in this situation. They don't really know what the matchup is. Is offlane Kunkka a thing also? Could Whisper be running it? Or
Whisper can play anything. I think they ran it before. I just feel like you're not getting the most out of Hero.
Yeah, so carrier mid most likely, and then this Death Prophet may be Monet's matchup in the safe lane. Again, Morphling still available. It's one of his favorites.
Bit greedy of a draft, though. Morphling, SF, Enigma, I'd be a little sussed about it just because how slow-paced it can be.
That's true.
And EG, the way that they were dictating pace last game, I don't know.
Also, the other thing is XWY also plays a ton of Tiny, so they could be looking for a support here at the very end.
Team Liquid did run Drow Ranger Morph yesterday, and it worked out. Like, the early game didn't really work out. It was a big comeback.
Should they have won that game, though?
Not really, but they did. I mean, if they want to go, like, try to see if this Shadowfiend is mid and they are looking for a Monet hero, Troll seems fine. Did you suggest Morphling as well?
Yeah, he was saying Morph. I think I'd like Troll a little more.
I mean, what do you want out of Aster, though? They've got burst damage, which you're hoping for against Death Prophet. Maybe lacking a little bit in push. It's basically just like Eidolons. And their team fight's quite good. Black Hole, Overgrowth, Requiem. I think that box is checked.
It's a slow lineup, however you think about it. Okay, this is going to give them a bit more pace, definitely speed. Ember Spirit. So now this Kunkka most likely going to be on the mid lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
EG has options because Kunkka can be on the mid lane. Same goes for Death Prophet.
Yeah.
So this Ember Spirit last pick from Team Aster wasn't really, we gotcha. You know, it wasn't the oomph.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
There's some limited form to disable versus Ember, but I think the lane, I mean, we've seen these Death Prophets literally just crush the matchup. If they do end up putting the DP mid, some weird kind of Kunkka off lane or safe lane. So it could just make it that their lineup is just really slow paced at that, if you don't have an Ember being able to make space around for you. And SF can run into a lot of problems with so much overwhelming team fights. It's like you need BKB, but there's things that pierce through it as well.
Dude, I kind of like offlane Kunkka here. I feel like Snapfire Kunkka against an SF.
I said the Faceless Void in the previous game.
You did?
You know, if you want to have something that goes through magic immunity later on against the Enigma.
It's carry Kunkka, baby!
Carry Kunkka!
I had a feeling, you know, I had this little inkling just because I see the Enigma. Mars does give them that control that they were a little bit lacking. First, the Ember Spirit can be pretty strong versus SF, preventing him from really getting anything. Also, I mean, you can kind of protect people who do get tossed out of position and stuff. You just like blink in and get that arena, get the initiation.
It's a good Snapfire game one more time for Matthew. You have two really good, probably one of the better heroes overall to play with X Mars the spot and with the arena. These heroes, they're gonna die. They really don't have like anything to protect themselves with. So whoever gets caught inside of the arena with the kisses, it's such an easy setup. Overwhelming amount of damage, Tombstone. Both teams, a lot of team fight, but one more time, I'm favoring EG. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Mars as a hero from the off lane, he tends to do a bit slow in terms of like damage in the lane. But like he's also playing into Shadowfiend Treant, so I don't think he's gonna have the easiest time. But I'm feeling EG one more time.
Okay. Let's see if they can replicate another performance. And Pekka's kind of going out of the box quite a bit this series. Marcy and then Kunkka.
And the only thing I am worried for EG is BKB timings. I think when Aster has BKB, there's only Exorcism that really pierces the chair, like Tombstone and stuff like that, but they could run into some issues. But I think I like a carry Kunkka as well, too.
You're getting a lot of new information, a lot of new data as we move forward. It's top 8. It's about time that we get some new heroes. It's not just the Lina Major. And I need to figure out how game number 2 goes down. It's Avo and Jenkins.
Carry Kunkka, offlane Mars. The only teams that I imagine do these weird picks have to be from SA or SCA. There's only 2 of them left, Jenkins.
They're also the only ones that are bringing the win rate up from 0 to
it's
something.
True. Well, because you filtered out the teams that don't work in that region.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, it is a last pick Mars. That's the difference here, is that a lot of the Marses that we've seen, this hero's traditionally been picked in like the first or second phase. This is the perfect game for it. It absolutely trashes SF, as you were saying while we were watching the draft. It's not great against Ember until you get some like, you go for like an Ether Lens or a Yule Scepter to deal with that. But they have other heroes versus the Ember. It's no big deal. It's good against Enigma. It's a good Mars game. Snapfire plus Mars is a devastating lane because you can cookie into Spear. It's going to be a tough SF lane. This is going to go one of 2 ways. Either Mars feeds or SF feeds. There's very little in between with this lane. It's very volatile.
Any lane that has jump like this tends to be that way, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's a melee hero playing against an SF, right? So if you play the lane passive against SF, he triple raises you, you lose the lane.
And it's similar to lanes like the like Lightstealer Viper or something like that, where it's all about the fact of kill potential more than harassment or anything like that.
It is, yeah. It is about it's all about the kill potential. And
Panda, up to the high ground. He did used to play with Akmao, did get a nice little decay. Oh no, it's gonna be enough. Panda, he's coming to the rune. Everyone's stopping Panda from getting to the rune. Now he retreats, but he's already given first blood to Momoka. Good start for Aster. A necessary first blood to get their hopes up.
Man, maybe that was...
Their morale up, not their hopes. That sounds bad.
Panda really believed in himself there, that his hero was just so powerful.
I love he kept going
forward. Because, he's like, I'm undying. Like, I got a 3-man decay. In 10 seconds, I get another one off. I respect it. You got to go for it.
It's like one of those sports anime where like the main character, he's broken 5 tendons and 6 bones, but he's still going to score the winning goal.
It's true. Except he did go down there, so he is not the main character, as we've learned.
Yes, yeah. I mean, in real life, those characters will usually die after the basketball match.
Yeah, they'll be dead long before the match even starts. That would be natural selection there.
Boboka's going to do the cutting lane shenanigans. How do you see this lane of the Undying plus? We talked about the other offlane, right? But Undying plus Kunkka versus Enigma Tiny.
Well, Enigma Tiny is a very powerful lane. I see a lot of teams like favoring this or banning it out if it's a possibility, because you have to toss back into the Enigma stun and the Eidolons. It's enough to kill almost anybody. But the Kunkka, I mean, that's a lane counter. You're going to Tidebringer cleave the Eidolons and have absolutely no problem there. Even if you toss back, like he's just going to turn and cleave and kill all of them. So XXS is basically just looking to get some farm in this lane, which is precisely why they did the lane cutting shenanigans, and probably will continue to do so.
And this is the only lane where the Enigma actually does not play the lane, right? Just ignore it as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this hero generally just kind of farms in front of you, and you can't do much about it in front of his tower. And then eventually he has levels and his stun and his Eidolons, and he kills you. He's a very passive hero until you use this one like breaking point, and then the tossback comes in.
Talk about the final lane. There was some mention of the panel about the Ember versus DP, but how do you see this matchup?
What did the panel say?
It was Tsunami.
You were not listening?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I just heard them say the names.
Right. When it's Tsunami.
Why did you call me out like that? Just talk about the lane, please.
Right. I mean, I think this should be favored towards the Death Prophet. I believe the Spirit Siphon is more than enough to tear through the Flame Guard if you're equal level. And then C-Smile is going to be healing up constantly. And Ember, the way he plays a lane, the way he wins a lane, is by chipping people down. And you obviously cannot do that against a hero that is probably the best lane healer in the game right now.
Sure. It does seem like the DPs, now that they've evolved into Spirit Siphoning creeps, which happens so often now, it feels... Because it used to not be the case, right? You want to always get close to the hero.
Yeah, it's like you want to go for the kill thread and the trading as well, but people realize, like, well, you can trade with the Crypt Swarm and your right-clicks because you have insane range.
Because now it's not percentage-based, so the creeps actually heal you the same amount as the hero as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's more about the healing. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
more about the healing,
It's
yeah.
just about the healing.
This is the whole meta, though. That's why they bring Greaves. That's why Trains is here.
You just don't want to get chipped down. That's it. Every lane is about chipping somebody down, which is why we're seeing bracers on like the safe lane SFs and Slarks. Not that Monet is actually going for that this game. He went for a Bassi, so he's playing to Shadow Rays. But yeah, here we can see C-Smile perfectly fine zoning out XWY here on his Ember Spirit, but both are farming just fine.
Whisper did go for a Bracer, though, which is a rarity these days on strength offlaners. It's usually Wraith Bands.
Yeah, I've noticed Whisper does this. Like, he goes for the really standard Mars build, which is like the Phase Boots Blink. I've seen a lot of other people try Wraith Band Mana Boots. I've seen Guardian Greaves, and you know, obviously after the group stage, not a lot of these builds have been working out.
They go for the play now, which is the Cookie plus
Spear into the
back.
tower. He's into the tower.
With the God's Rebuke, it might just work. Catalyst as well. Monet is going down. One last tower hit. They need the body blocks to work. It's not. The Snapfire has enough range. They get Monet. And now they're going for Trim Protector as well. This is a harder kill to get. No, Pichu against a tree. He's against his brothers. Will that heal him enough? Lead sheet as well. The Curry comes to help out. God's Rebuke, and Pichu will be the second kill of this lane.
These South American teams are just too good at this combo.
Yeah.
These are the Snapfire.
They tip each other. That's so wholesome.
Of course. I mean, the synergy is there. Like, the only way that this happens, that you die with an SF versus with a Treant Protector, is if you get speared into the tower. That's it. And so they found that opportunity. This puts them at a huge lead in this laning phase. And we talked about the volatility. I don't think this gets any better for the SF.
Oh, top lane. They're trying to do the same thing, but instead it's going to be for Panda. And this lane is supposed to be winning, loses their support here. Yeah, sure, a lot of damage for XXS, but Panda's dead, so form of recovery for the Enigma. Let's see if you're right about this lane going poorly in the bottom lane, though. I'm kind of curious. Can they completely capitalize on these 2 kills?
I honestly, I think top here, even like Panda going down, I don't think it's a big deal because
why so?
They were zoning behind the tower, right? It was just about pushing Aster off of the creep wave. That is not a position that you want to be in ever in Dota, is to get pushed between your tier 1 and tier 2. Like, nothing feels worse than that. That is when you're absolutely dominating a lane. So trading an Undying for that is no big deal, especially when it's a hero that wants to refill his mana and HP pool so he can come back and spam decay more.
Okay, that's fair. They did feed the Tombstone too, right?
The Tombstone does suck. That's a lot of gold. But if I'm an Undying there and I die, it's like, okay, I have full mana now, to be sure.
And it's true that the best games for EG tend to be the ones where Panda feeds as well.
I like this build on XXS, by the way. He went for the Buckler first. This is a 33 tactic.
Yes, against Tidebringer.
Yeah, building to have armor on the Eidolons against the Tidebringer.
Ooh, this combo?
Oh, the
Malphite
tossback
under the tower. This Kunkka was too close. There's creeps hitting him as well. Pakad's gonna die. They got a little bit too cocky in this top lane.
They did. And speaking of cocky, Pakad has 2 blades of attack. He did not go for the chainmail, so when he gets tossed into the tower, he's dead.
Oh, he has the face boots though.
Yeah, he just completed the phase.
Oh, he has the. Okay, he went full blade.
He went boots, blade. So very greedy build to counter the Buckler.
I see Matthew to the low gun. He's fine. They even rotated the Ember Spirit actually.
Yeah. I mean, XWY was coming for the rune, so he was just kind of in the area.
Yeah, and C-Smile lost the rune as a result. So it's overall a win for Aster.
Yep.
The fact that top lane goes well is important for them because, yeah, they have an Enigma counter in lane, but in game, what's the strategy against the Enigma?
Good question. I mean, you can, I guess, Snapfire, like, gobble up somebody out of the hole, maybe, or just killing the Enigma first. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty scuffed, right? So
yes,
it's a pretty good Enigma game.
Cookie
the double
gets 2. That's going to work. They don't have silence yet, though, so the Ember's capable of getting away. But XXS does not have any mobility. He's just going to be torn down. They go for the tower as well. Boboka trying to take the creep wave with him, but the catapult's ignoring him. It's already aggro to the tower. And they have C-Smile tanking some tower hits as well. The zombies will help here. The zombies
are actually kind of annoying C-Smile because he wants the creep wave to run up so he can Spirit Siphon it and tank for the catapult.
No, he got the Exo heals. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, he's good. Catapult did die, so I think Aster will protect the mid tower then because the catapult died. So it should be fine. Then again, Treant Protector's pretty low level. Yeah, he's only got 1 point in the living armor, so it's not that much heal. As a pathetic support battle rages on.
Oh, is this the Matthew versus... not Pichu.
Panda. It's not a fair battle.
No, it's 2 supports versus 1 support. It's unfair. Pichu is not... That's not allowed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're all quite pathetic, so nobody will be going down here.
Panda did hit him like 4 times.
Yeah, he did.
Best Undying plays.
Yep. Pichu really needs an adult right now. He's just getting slapped by Panda.
Boboka
dives to the tower.
Boboka actually didn't get detected here, and the Avalanche surprised them. Whisper didn't expect this. Whisper's quite low. Matthew gets tossed back onto Monet. And Monet just has auto attacks now. That should be enough to kill off Matthew.
Whisper has ult, but he doesn't want to commit. He had 3 raise stacks on him. Like a 4th raise there will just kill him. So he was being very careful.
Right. C-Small mid loses the rune once again. This is the 2nd rune he's lost in a row.
Yep.
A little bit difficult for DP to commit rotations if you don't have runes.
It is true. I mean, what can you do? That's the mid lane in this patch is a lot of it is based on this 50-50. You go for a rune, you hope the Gaben that it's there, and sometimes it's just not.
The supports can help you cover, but you have limited amount of supports.
Then the enemy supports are going to help them cover, and it's still a 50-50.
Well, the Cookie Stun actually hits, but he has remnants, right? XWY.
Yes, he does. He does.
He's fine.
And no points in silence for C-Smile. Of course, people don't really level this until, even like level 10, level 11. I've seen people go for the damn Talon before going for the silence before.
Yeah, I feel like you want to tank and force fights more than you want to gank with silence. As talk about tanking, Panda's trying his best to tank these Eidolons, but he's level 3, Enigma's level 6. There's not much chances for him. This early game, once again, is going pretty well for Aster.
Yeah, it is. It is. XXS is doing very well in this top lane. Ooh, as Whisper does not want to commit the ult, because I think if he kills the trees, yeah, sure, he's going to see where Pichu is, but he's not going to kill him with the ult, because the Mars ult kills way more trees than the size of the arena. For some reason, it's like twice the radius of the arena that
because the workers also need to work.
Exactly, exactly.
So
they
build the walls.
They build the walls of the arena with that.
Yeah. Okay, Exorcism used now down bottom. They're coming to push this tower down. This is the strategy against Trient.
Whisper is looking. He's looking for Pichu here. He's not quite finding him. He tried with the spear. Nice little attempt, but
it's just not that worth to hunt on this tree. If you have the Exorcism and you can just tear through this tower. They even commit the Glyph, actually.
DP's looking like a very solid pick both of these games versus Tree and Protector, I gotta say.
It is the EG strategy.
You get such early levels, Tree is just not able to defend the towers.
Oh, that was a good cookie. Once again, I think XWY is a remnant. He's never going to play this aggressively without one.
Pakaz is securing the top rune as I carry Kunkka.
XWY wants to kill Matthew, but he realizes with 3 people.
Oh, Pakaz is there! He was securing the rune!
Well. He set up a torrent. He's baiting it. He's baiting it. Ooh.
Nice try.
That was a well-played remnant by XWY.
It is so goofy to see a carry Kunkka head to the mid lane like that, but it almost worked out.
He has Armlet now.
Yep.
He has both and the torrent.
Yes. Until they've DP silence, it is a little hard to catch the Ember out here. He's pretty free to sleight of fist and remnant away from most of EG's combos.
Hey, now Pakaz, he could be in trouble. They commit the full black hole against him, and that's going to be another kill for Aster. Should be, right? Should be.
Oh, he's
Armlet.
Can he toggle?
Back. Can he toggle properly? Yes, he is
toggling.
The torrent though misses. Pakaz goes into the trees. He needs refuge, and the trees will provide it. Boboka can't find him, and now the rest of EG joins as well from behind. They find XXS. They'll turn this around. The Soul Rip kills him. Boboka is a little bit of no man's land. Pakaz is still dead. Is still alive.
He's taunting it, but Boboka's looking for it.
C-Small decides to tip his carry here.
Pakaz's got to be careful, man.
No, he knows. He's got enough armor. Look at his toggles.
He's playing with such confidence.
He's feeling it.
Boboka's there, though. He's looking, man. He wants to get the free snipe. Panda's in the way, though, of course, tanking for his carry.
That feels really bad. Commit a whole black holes,
yes,
and the Armlet saves him.
Oh, man, it was so close. Armlet is just not a very popular item that you see these days, so they didn't expect the toggles.
Well, I didn't expect the toggle, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I thought he was dead. The DP almost has a Yols as well. This time her lane went much better than last time, though. That should be mentioned. They actually have 3 cores this time, EG, somewhat. They're all weaker than a single Lina.
They are.
Together.
That's right. Well, we'll see if SF can...
Pakaz has not left the jungle, by the way, to no heal. He's still fighting against Boca. Sets of the Torrent plus Mortimer's Kisses. Avalanche will be tanked by the Armlet. Pakaz is still alive. Pakaz is playing a little bit like Ector right now. Wouldn't mind it if he went back home.
Somebody buy this man a salve, dude.
He's just waiting for the shovel.
It's kind of funny because, like, him being such low HP baited Boboka to stick around there, like, hoping that he could catch out the Kunkka. Because, yeah, it's like a high-risk play, obviously, but it's so high reward just get a solo kill on the enemy carry. It's extremely tempting to stick around and try to kill him there.
Yeah, that's what Boboka did.
Yeah,
they're constantly baiting this poor Aster team into making plays that they have, EG has control over.
Right. There's a lot of calculated baits going on, but well, maybe they're not calculated, but they're definitely working out. It's hard to say when you have a player like, C-Smile walking up a high ground or something like that, but with Pakaz, I would say, yeah, he knew he had the toggles.
C-Smile is really the all-hearts player.
Yeah, oh yeah, he is.
On the other side, though, Monet has farmed Mask of Madness. He has the Dragonlance soon to be as well.
Yeah.
When is this timing this game, Jenkins?
I mean, you can show up to take towers with a Dragonlance for sure because you outrange the tower mostly.
Sure.
But usually the BKB, I would say, or like the +1 item after the Dragonlance plus Mask of Madness. But you can casually show up once you have the Dragonlance. It can be a bit risky though because you're squishy, right? You do a lot of damage, but you're squishy.
Exorcism used by C-Smile for the tower now.
And Baboka just being annoying, being a nuisance, cutting the wave. But C-Smile, he can just stand in the trees, no problem. Whisper being here makes this really hard for Aster to fight. He's got a Blink Dagger too, by the way, on the Mars. So he's ready to go.
It's a rough moment for Aster because even with the BKB on SF, right, you can't deal with the arena that well because you're still slow. So you have to walk through the arena to actually hit people and deal with a wall.
Yeah. They are going for a smoke, though, on Pakaz. The black hole didn't work out last time. We'll see if the SF being there makes
the arena might work out, though. Where's your black hole now? They even have a silence just in case. He can't turn this around. Top lane, though.
Top lane, Pakaz.
Requiem of Souls is good enough. That will deal much more damage. Pakaz is dead, too. Overgrowth cancels his TP. Do they have any TP for reinforcements? Or is it just an annoying Overgrowth? It is. Just for annoying the poor Mars. Make their game slower.
So one-for-one trade there. I mean, if you're Aster, you're very happy killing Pakaz.
That was a huge kill.
He's top net worth. The last fight, he did the toggle. It can get to the point where a carry Kunkka feels immortal just because of the HP that he has and the damage reduction from Boat.
Yep.
So to kill him, it honestly gives you the confidence that okay, he's not snowballing. We can deal with him. We just need the SF there, that's all. It was a toss back into Requiem, by the way. That's how they got. That's the combo. Yeah,
that makes sense. It is a good combo. It's just really difficult to execute in a fight.
Right.
In ganks is fine, but in fights, I don't know if they can consistently get that off.
No, with the BKB maybe, and then Tiny needs a blink. It's a
Whisper is a much better target than the Snapfire, but they can settle for anything here. As in the top lane, they also find the Undying. Small kill for Aster. The 5 is fine. He was tanking just ganks for Pakaz.
Yep, that's no big deal for Panda. I don't think he's too upset about that. No. C-Smile counting his lucky stars. He's getting close to that
Panda
BKB.
In my team. Oh my god.
Yeah, thank goodness. Thank goodness. You can have the greediest cores on your team with this guy around.
Panda actually doesn't know what most of the items in the game do because he just never buys them.
Yeah,
he only knows 6 items. Mech, Glimmer, Force.
I know you're joking, but I would actually believe that. I would actually believe that because this man played Viper Abaddon for 2 years just straight. So I could see him just knowing those. I mean, those heroes don't get items if you're 5.
Yeah. At first, it wasn't that he was good at DOTA. He just was really resilient.
Yeah, right.
He was dead inside. He could play Viper 5 for years.
Yep. Yeah, he made me dead on the inside because I had to play against that Viper.
Which is a very different story to Pichu, which kind of came into the scene with Aster when they needed support and surprised everyone with his Snapfire plays. It was much more of a playmaking 5 in general.
Yeah.
His Treant was also something that people highlighted.
It's interesting to see that difference between supports. We've talked about it with Schofield versus Matthew. Schofield runs in and makes a lot of space.
Circus music plays. Right, you're not really sure what's happening.
Yeah. Whereas Matthew is more he'll sit in the trees and he's waiting for the opportunity to make a high skill play himself. As Panda might walk into death here.
He got it.
They got the ward. They don't want him. They don't want to bother with him. They're this is a worthless Undying.
But he tanks so much that sometimes the teammates actually come to help him.
Yeah.
And because your teammates are Chris Luck and Pakaz, you can't really predict when they'll actually help Panda or not.
Right.
Because it's Matthew who makes that call all the time.
Yeah, part of playing Dota is trying to predict your teammates as well as the opponents.
Yes. In the case of SA, they've given up on the first part.
Yeah, I can understand.
Matthew, he's being run down by XWI. Flame Guard still on, and there's a sleight of fist again. Torrent, I don't think should save him. He knows he has to get the cookie. Oh, he avoided the stun. Well done.
Little too low HP. I mean, both teams are just stalling for BKB. XWI almost has his. Chris Luck almost has his as well. Pakaz has his finish because, of course, he's Giga farmed. And the SF Monet, he's also very close to his, so.
Calls back to
C-Smile.
DP. He does have silence now.
No BKB, but he does have Yules.
They had this in the first game, and they realized we're not committing again to this stupid play.
That's good. That's a good adjustment.
Very good. That's really clever. The fact that they know when DP is strong.
ROTK made the right call for his team. That's like, guys, stop focusing the DP, all right?
He actually has a marker, and we gave him a screen. We constantly
DP, and then an X. It always feels like a bait on this patch. This hero heals so much. And if you have Greaves, Yules, like, you can't just Vessel her, right?
And then there's one hero that's enjoyed, or one player that enjoys this is C-Smile.
Oh, yeah.
Baiting enemies is like his thing for years. His Slark mid was all about that.
I thought the Slark mid was going to come out this game against the Ember. I was convinced.
It was a bad Slark game, though.
But giving Whisper the last pick, I mean, this is the time where you can actually pick a Mars and it's going to look good. Yeah. Is in the last pick scenario. Baboka has a blink on Tiny, by the way, so I think that's why he didn't want to go on Panda top. I'm not sure if he had it at that point, but maybe he didn't want to reveal it. But it looks like they're being very patient with the blink reveal. They want... Oh, no, sorry. They got C-Smile with the blink mid, so that was the blink reveal.
Okay, they revealed it, but still, blink dagger on Tiny is a timing.
Yeah, and it's, you know, he's got it decently early.
You're asked how long... Okay, Monet is 200 gold away from his BKB, and that's probably what they smoke around.
Yep, for sure. I don't think EG on the flip side is going to wait for BKB on Whisper. No, they're not. They're going to walk directly into the Roche pit.
Undying plus DP, that's what they do, man.
This is the advantage of having these two heroes together in a game.
For those of you who don't know, Undying spell amps, or damage amps, right?
Right.
On Roche as well, which is why this combo is so utilized on Dire to kill Roche.
Yep. When, Baboka blinked in.
He did. Baboka got an avalanche?
He's
going to die.
Completely alone.
I think he thought the Roche would go down faster.
He was just trying to steal it. That was a...
Somebody just screamed Baboka.
Yep. That was interesting. I mean, once again, it's this idea that like a lot of players are talking about right now, which is the first Roshan doesn't matter, and that people like bait themselves to lose a lot trying to defend it when it's not really necessary. That's like a huge idea that I've heard a lot of people talking about right now. And so what Aster does is they send Baboka in for this like 1 in a million steal. If he gets it, cool, it's a big deal, it's flashy, whatever. But if he dies, you know, he's a Tiny. He's going to respawn by the time Roshan is dead, so it's not really that big of a deal.
Okay, so that's the idea, sure. It's not a big deal losing your Tiny. That's, I guess, why he was alone.
Yeah,
and nobody was even in the vicinity, so they couldn't turn that into a double kill.
I swear to God, in this tournament, we have seen way more like giving up the first Roche than we've ever seen in any tournament of Dota.
And it speeds up the second Roche, so everyone is happy with that. Yeah. The second one's actually valuable.
That's the important one, yeah. It's the extra items.
Once again, we're back to this high ground play where you play around wards. This time it's happened faster than before.
Yep.
But the classic 3-man smoke by Aster doesn't include Monet, and Monet can't TP, unlike XXS last game with the MP.
C-Smile's got an Invis rune. Is he going to walk into a sentry?
He's going to reveal the smoke. But they are not concentrating on him. It's Baka's they're going for. He doesn't have an Aegis though. Is that going to be a bait? Now with the BKBs, Whisper feels useless. They have to retreat, but Aster, they're staying here a little bit too long. Only the Ember for now. Can they still catch him out? The BKBs are about to end. Aster, in the trees, they feel secure. They still do have the overgrowth.
A lot of heroes have Blink Dagger right now. They're all just being very patient, waiting for the enemy team to reveal themselves before they blink in.
Oh, sure, the Trink does have a...
Yeah, Pichu's got a blink. XXS has got a blink. Baboka's got a blink. Whisper's got a blink. Like, all of these heroes are just waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. And neither team is going to bite. But, yeah,
EG, they're biting. Will they bite hard enough? Are they going to bite a bait? We're going to find out. For now, it's on to bark. That bite. All bite, no bark.
They bit the bark, that's right. That is right. So, that's a tier 1. I don't think EG can push the tier 2 off of a simple streak kill.
Okay, that was... He just wanted to check, oh, is this tower still going down? And now, oh, is my life ending? Oh wait, there's a black hole, made to bait the whole time. XXS can't get into the arena. There's the blink finally with the black hole. Catches only 2 supports, they want the cores. That's gonna be enough to send EG packing.
That could have been a much bigger disaster there, yes. I think, for EG, because XXS, he was looking for the 4-man hole, and he almost had it. He barely got his blink canceled, I think, like by the Mars spear, the little trail that it leaves. So he had to walk in and use the hole rather than like blinking in and using the hole, or wait for the blink to come off cooldown.
Mars has shard. Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, he's got the shard. So that could have gone a lot worse. They just lost their supports. Obviously, Aster is going to be very happy with that, though.
There's the replay.
All right, let's see if it got canceled. So this was a great start here from Whisper.
But that avalanche,
that avalanche, like that was so on point. Okay, he just barely missed them. Baboka tried to toss back into the hole, by the way, which would have been very cool.
Yes.
But yeah, Baboka being in the trees there, I mean, he plays so much Monkey King, he's just used to sitting in the trees. That was really good positioning from him. He completely salvaged his Ember Spirit there, who did get caught out without the BKB.
I mean, we talked about playmaking floors earlier. We mentioned Matthew, but I think Baboka is actually the same thing, just in China. Like his Monkey King is tiny as Clocker was known.
He's not a run-in and feed position 4, like some of these other position 4s are, which is a perfectly viable play style.
He was also considered the best 4 in China for a while.
He was considered the best 4 in the world for quite some time there.
When he changed to Borax to
exactly. It was the Monkey King and I think Earth Spirit patch.
Monkey King, Earth Spirit, and Tiny were the 3 things he was known for. Yeah.
And I mean, XXS and Borax, Baboka, like these guys are the greatest bubbies of all time.
It's true. 2016, I think, was when they started playing together.
That's why the last game where the lane went poorly for them is like so out of character.
I meant to say, not 2016.
And Panda is dead. That is a freebie. Not a great hero against the SF. He did go for the drums. I think probably a Force Staff or a Ghost Scepter will work out. Yeah, this is a
build.
This is a build. This is a build. Yeah, I've seen Tundra. I mean, drums, Tundra. Of course, I've seen them do it. But
sure. Yes. Oh, it's an aura? Oh, why haven't you bought it yet?
That's right. It's a cheap aura. It gives his team a bunch of attack speed in the fights. And I think honestly, a lot of the carry-to-carry matchups in Dota right now are determined by like a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of armor, which is why like Shopify is picking like the SF versus the Lina and stuff like that. Is that they're just trying to get these like steroids or like minus steroids, if you want to call them that, to win the matchup. As there's a lot of cheering going on. I'm not sure what for.
Because he just hit a bunch of creeps.
Just the creeps. Yeah, that was. I mean, I can tell you there's a lot of bass in the arena from that ability.
Now, people, you're like, why are they whistling? They're whistling because there's a wave going on, not because there's a smoke.
I think certain abilities are better on land because they have more bass. Like Bat Rider on land is better because every sticky napalm is so bassy in the arena.
You know,
it
true.
Terrifies you.
You know what's good is this card is so uncoordinated with everything that you can never tell it actually was.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
So it's good. It's good. They planned this on purpose. Oh, avalanche, toss. They have a black hole, but they realize there's only 2 supports. They're gonna hold on to it. Still an important kill. No way Matthew actually gets out, right? Oh, he does? The counter initiation for black hole should still be available. He's just waiting for it. They'll have to sacrifice in that arena.
Oh, the toss in.
They went with Pakas, but that was a really, really dangerous toss.
I don't know if that's the hero.
The black hole. They have BKB on Pakas. He's fine. The Enigma now sent back into the Torrent. They need the SF. He's setting up the Regular Soul.
Monet's going back in.
Joins, and XWY wants to fight this with Whisper, with Monet. The damage is overwhelming.
Are they going to 2v4?
Heal back up. Is that going to work? No, the cookies onto the BKB. That's not going to be felt by him. They need a little bit more movement speed. C-Small runs away. Matthew will be the target instead. Now going for an out of mana is poor Ember. Enough for one last TP. Cancelled by the Yule. Up you go. And now down to the grave.
Man, that was kind of an insane call from Aster. Going back in with 2 heroes. I think versus 4. They do get Pakaz. But EG, I mean, they stood their ground as well. They were confident they could take that fight. I mean, they had the BKB on Monet. I think that's why Aster wanted to go in there. It's like, he just wants to utilize this timing that he has. He's top on net worth. But it wasn't enough.
That was a very good call, though. Whoever made that call of going back in on
Is
Aster.
it enough? I don't know. It's 4 for 4.
It seems like the first good fight for them.
It was just kind of a brawl. C-Smile is not dying in this game.
Yeah, but Monet lives. And that's a very important factor
that
in
is.
that brawl.
Pakaz dies, Monet lives. But the thing is, from the era where we saw a lot of carry Kunkka, this did happen. He's not really the carry, you know? And you have 3 semi-carries. That's what you go for if you pick a carry Kunkka. So I don't think dying, if all 3 cores die for EG, then it's really bad. C-Small, by the way, has a full Heaven's Halberd, so that is definitely going to help out with this ranged SF.
Sure. Who's the win condition that you're playing around? Is it just all 3?
Yeah, all 3. I mean, mostly, I would say C-Smile for the next little while. Mars eventually, once he has the refresher and the sheep stick. I love this build, and he's going for it. You have so much disable, so much damage in the late game that Mars actually becomes kind of a carry because it's just so much utility. Like, you cannot survive a double sheep, double arena, double spear. Nobody can. And I love the Octarine with this eventually too, by the way, because then you can spear into Arena.
I mean, we are 27 minutes in.
I know, I'm just saying.
No, I agree with you, because this might be the first game we've casted that's actually kind of even at this point.
Late game Mars is actually something to behold. It just, a lot of the time, the hero's like damn support by the time he gets there, and you never get to those late game items.
Ooh, they caught C-Smile. The Requiem, he activates BKB just in time. C-Smile can actually counter initiative BKB from Monet as well. They have to leave Bubblegum out. Bubblegum will die for this. Monet gets back home. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. The Requiem did get used, unfortunately, so that's one resource you lost, but
oh man,
dead is not that bad.
EG's about to walk into Roche as it's spawning.
No. Oh, did they see it?
Spawns. They didn't see it.
Panda,
they didn't see it. He checked it. He checked it.
Oh, look at this 5. That's what you want from your 5.
You know why he checked that? Because there's so many Dota games where that happens, and then they don't
and it's
check.
Always an SA team as well.
Yes, he's scarred.
He lost the Limamajor with this as well.
Really?
Okay. The Roche Pit is the worst place to fight if you're an SAT.
Yeah.
They constantly lose in the Roche Pit.
The thing is, though, like EG, they realize it's just Baboka that's dead.
Yes.
There's still the black hole on XXS. It just came off cooldown.
And they have Monet, maybe
There's no
BKB.
exorcism. C-Smudge walks right in. He doesn't care. I mean, you do need to keep an eye on this. Like, you don't want to lose it as EG either.
Wraparound?
They don't have abilities, though. Like, they're missing a lot of crucial abilities on EG. This could be a throw.
This could be. Is Aster prepared for the enemy team to throw, though? Because it's so unexpected. Oh, they're just going for Roche, huh?
Yeah, they ping it out. I mean, they know that EG is in there.
Bubblegum? Oh, they send the Mars in.
Oh, the double spear! The double spear!
And they have buybacks, but they're not going to use them. It's XW Wiley's trying to kill off Panda. That's all you can do at night now. BKB utilizing it to its full potential, trying to dizzy them. It's not going to work.
Okay,
wow.
So we were right. EG did throw, but what they did is they threw Whisper in, and then the double spear on the 2 most important targets. The carry,
God.
and then the black hole, the Enigma. It could not have gone better for them.
Oh, this is brutal
for Aster. They did that with no abilities up. Like, all of their important abilities were down, and they just outskilled.
He didn't have Arena, Matt. He didn't have Arena.
No, that was insanity.
Strategically, that is the wrong play most of the time.
Yes, that was...
Matthew? At least Bubblegum will get this kill. It's quite important to get rid of Matthew.
He gets to kill the Ogre Seal Totem, which I think a lot of people don't even realize that does damage.
So it's a good meme, Bubblegum.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's look at the other side, Jenkins. These plays are really hype. We're going to see it now. I mean, his positioning.
I can't believe that. I mean, come on. Into the 2-man torrent. Like, Monet was top net worth.
Oh, wow.
This is not the hero that you want to just die at the start. I mean, it could not have gone better. It could not have gone better given the situation for EG.
But let's look at Aster's side now. Okay, EG, great play. But Aster, you still have a black hole available. You still have the toss into Requiem.
Man, I can't get past, like, XXS had the BKB too.
Yes.
It's like that was the BKB Enigma timing.
He didn't expect it, though.
That's their best timing.
But this hero, he scales well into late game.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Exactly.
And so, I mean...
Aster picked themselves a draft that is never categorically out.
At any point, they can turn the game with a good black hole, and there's nothing that's good at canceling it from EG.
Exactly.
Like Abyssal Blade God's Rebuke or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just not... The counter is not there from EG. They can boat and, like, survive the black hole, but that means Pakas has to not be caught in it, and even then, it does so much damage that it's oftentimes not enough to just have the Kunkka. So, yeah, Aster, they are not out of this yet, for sure. But if EG keeps making plays like that, I don't know what the hell they can do.
Yeah, the morale is difficult to beat, though, because the enemy team is feeling themselves.
Oh, yeah.
And you're doing the opposite.
And you could tell because they're tipping each other, too.
Yeah, this is the one team I've seen that doesn't aggressively tip. It's them and Gaming Gladiators that do the wholesome tipping thing.
They pump each other up.
Yeah.
I respect it. I mean, when you got a tri-core and you're not relying on one guy to carry the game, you got to boost each other's morals.
Morale. I mean, I think they're probably ethical and moral as well.
Right, the ethics of it are very difficult.
They are killing a bunch of people in the game.
They are.
So
the ethics are not good.
unethical.
The ethics are not great. As Whisper looking to kill this tree. In the tree. Oh, almost found him.
That was impressive.
That was a really good blink from Pichu.
He's starting to respect Whisper. Like, this guy's a monster.
Yeah, I gotta get the hell out of there. Okay, nice split pushing going on by XWY down here. Almost gets the tier 2.
He's
Baboka, okay, the split pushing's really good then.
Yes, because C-Smile's not in trouble. Do they have the Requiem? They don't silence immediately. You'll start well from C-Smile. Panda's nearby with a little bit more healing. C-Smile activates the Exorcism. The BKBs are here.
He gets the disarm. There's the hole.
And it's all they needed, one person, right? Overgrowth just in case to catch Panda as well. And now with a jump, C-Smile's still alive. He's getting away. No! Avalanche toss. He's down. Panda 2. There's a good team fight for Aster, and they wasted a lot of resources from EG. EG, they're still in this high ground, but no, they don't think they can turn this.
It depends how much do they value the black hole. They're going to look.
Okay, they do find Pichu at least. It's a support kill.
It's something. It's something. It's a return kill.
But it's still a big kill for Aster.
Yeah, not that important. C-Smile going down is definitely a big deal.
Yeah.
He was feeling almost unkillable. That was his first death of this game. He was 8-1-5. He is 8-1-5. He was 8-0-5 up until that point. So XWY got about 1,500 gold from that single kill. That's a plate mail, Avo. That's a plate mail. He's going for the Shiva's guard.
Love it. Very important this game. You have so much overwhelming physical area damage you can't really avoid easily as Ember.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these heroes don't like to have a guy with Shiva's guard. Breaking the blink daggers, reducing the healing from the DP.
And on die.
Yeah, it's a great pickup.
That's where the Kunkka Ghost Ship really comes into play, though, because there's damage reduction, not healing.
Yeah.
And that gives you a lot of sustain against these kind of items.
True.
The only way to beat the Kunkka Ghost Ship is more damage.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Or you know, you can kite it. You can kite it as well.
True.
Which I suppose Shiva's guard lets you do because it is a slow. I mean, that's like the component that people talk about the least.
Nope. They caught XWY. Is the stun long enough? He avoids the silence just in time. XWY.
He did have BKB if necessary. So that you can see that's where this is where the plate mail comes in the last fight. He gets that kill, he picks up a plate mail, and he barely survives there. Not barely, but it is, you know, about the amount of armor that he had. He did have the BKB, Kaya and Sanj as well, so the stuns are lasting less of a duration. So he's feeling pretty safe making cheeky plays like that, standing on creep waves, says Ember. Pretty good way, I would say, for Aster to take a fight is to have their Ember go in first and just bait a bunch of stuff, and then that's when the black hole can come in, like we saw last time.
He's had a lot of impact as well this game just with the Ember. It's surprising because a hero I think you're not the fan of the Ember, right? Or
no, I like Ember.
Okay, a lot of the panelists have been telling me the Ember feels like, yeah, it's okay, but he's never great.
It's a divisive hero right now. I know there's a lot of people that think it's not that good.
Because it feels not very impactful. Feels a little Queen of Painy where you're like, okay, why is the Ember here?
Yeah, sure. The win rate in pro-level pubs has not been good for quite some time, so I know that's a big reason people are like, yeah, this hero is like overrated. Mid laners just play it because they like to play it. But
yes, it's a fun hero.
I think Ember's pretty good. I think what he offers in the late game with this like Aghanim's refresher build is pretty damn strong.
Okay.
And he is going for that, by the way. He's actually going for the refresher pre-Ags on XWY.
Interesting.
Even before his Shiva's guard, I mean, depending on how much he values the order of his quick buy, but most people put it in the order that they want to buy it.
Is that because he values the double BKB more than the Remnants?
Yeah, probably. That's probably exactly why he values that. I mean, most of the damage on EG is magical, or you're getting stunned, and then that's when the physical damage from the DP is coming in, right? So double BKB, very value here. I don't think you die otherwise, and that's when the Hex is probably going to need to come up from EG if they want to play into a refresher orb on Enigma and on the Ember, which, by the way, Enigma is also going for a refresher next.
He also bought the plate mail, so he's already safe from the physical damage to a degree.
After that last engagement mid, I think he's feeling like, okay, I'm not going to die. I can walk in, I can bait. I just need a double BKB so I can bait for longer. And the game is kind of like closing in, like back to even.
Yeah, it's just about who makes the better play, which is, of course, the best of games.
Yeah.
Who takes the high gun. Well, we see a similar situation as last game where it's all about playing the vision and the wards.
Maybe. I mean, there's pretty good heroes to just get in there on both sides. Like, I feel like Whisper in the last game, he's Beastmaster trying to blink up high grounds. It looks really goofy. But Mars, your arena's so huge that it's a lot more viable to like blink up a high ground and just catch somebody to start the fight. And then for Aster as well, they have the Ember Spirit that can run in, and all they're trying to do is set up for the black hole. So both sides kind of want to go in and create chaos, so that way the counter initiation can come in from their team. So I think this is going to be less of a camp a high ground. I mean, we're going to see it because it's just good in Dota in general, but less like full committal to it.
Okay. And that's what they're doing right now. Baboka, he's leading the smoke. Everyone far behind. He knows. He's keeping his social distance from his team so that he can initiate solo and they can just follow up. No threat for them. Aster I think they've regained themselves. They've recomposed themselves, sorry.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it. And they're being very patient here. They do make their way up to the high ground.
Oh, smoke from EG as well.
Monet breaks the smoke.
They have a ward in the high ground, so they just saw it. And
now
they're going to throw C-Smile in. They use the arena as well. And the Black Hole stops this initiation for now. Wrecking Missile's on top of this. C-Smile's down. Whisper will fall on the same right here. This BKB is not good enough against the physical damage. And now it's going to be 2 cores dead, full-on retreat for EG. Boboka with a tossback catches an Eidolon. It's fine. Panda is already done for. What is happening here? Why is Pakas walking around here? He's been broken. He was trying to go back to base, but he's in trouble. They're going to kill the 3rd core. This is not good for EG. Is the Aster enough to save him? He tries to bash. There's the BKB. Overgrowth on top of that. They were waiting for his BKB the whole time, Jenkins.
Okay, so we finally got the answer to the question. If one team has the ward on the high ground, but then the other team's on the high ground, who wins? It's the team on the high ground.
Yes.
It was just not possible for the other EG heroes to get into that fight.
What a black hole.
And I don't even know if they would want to get into that fight because it was in such a condensed area that the black hole was there. It's like, that's the problem with tossing important heroes in like this. He does hit the stun onto Monet, but this time the Enigma was not there, and he's the important one. I think over Monet, they have Heaven's Halberd for the SF. So I think after that fight, EG is going back to the drawing board, and we need to get this Enigma. And with the SF talent, these buildings are going to go down very quickly.
Yes.
That presence aura, big damage.
They are. And you're starting to lose a little bit of faith of your EG because if one team fight like this goes wrong, you have to think, how do we engage instead?
Yeah, and I think
catching Enigma?
When it comes to team fight versus team fight in the late game, the team with the Enigma is always the one that feels better.
Yep.
Like, you do not care about going late game. That's when the pickoffs need to come in from EG. They've got to catch the Enigma, which means they probably need a sheep stick on somebody soon. Is anybody going for it?
They go for another smoke this time, though, without Pakas as well. As the enemy team is in the Roche, in the pit. They have Exorcism at least. Going for Enigma first.
They found him.
But he doesn't have Black Hole, so he's not the most valuable target anyway.
No, he's not.
Had a second arena, potentially. He actually takes the Roche.
Oh, he took the Aegis. He got the Aegis.
He got the Aegis. Overgrowth, though, was available. Now, how does EG get out? The Avalanche plus the toss is really hurting Whisper, but they do have a gobble up to save him. And in fact, it was actually to attack Boboka, who's forced to BKB TP. Whisper, he showcases. You don't need a carry when you have him in the team.
No. He didn't have mana for the second arena blood, so it looked really goofy. But Monet picked up a cheese, so he didn't have a slot for the Aegis, which means Whisper could just walk in and take it. It was on the ground for a long time there.
The crowd calling, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
And they're going to go down mid. I mean, they have an Aegis. It's not on the most important hero. But they do have one.
I mean, you know, Whisper is gunning for that position.
He's going to get in there.
He has another arena now because he didn't use the second one.
He does, but no BKB, no refresher orb. So I feel like EG does need to be careful, but the last time I said that, they took a very good team fight. So, okay, they're just going to force the fortification and then back, which means next time they push high ground, there won't be a fortification. But EG, from all of that, they're still down a barracks.
Oh, yeah. Ember took the refresher shard, by the way. That's what I was checking.
Okay.
So we now have double spears.
No Aghanims, all right.
No. And the cheese always on the tiny, refresher shard on the Ember.
Yeah, the Aegis was on the ground for quite some time there, but...
His Whisper's too big.
Yeah, and the Ember, XWY had time to jump in and then take the refresher way after the Roche died. I mean, at this point, you have so many items in your inventory as a core that it does feel weird, like microing stuff.
The smoke by Aster Jenkins. This is not expected. They're smoking to the dead lane. They want to toss back to Kunkka. Or maybe toss him in place.
Toss him up. I don't know.
That's not the... Oh, with a black hole onto 2. How did they get it against? They just walked inside of it. That's not what Matthew wanted to do. They got rid of the Aegis. Pakas is now in between 3 cores. BKB now saved perhaps by the arena. They can't hit inside of it. Monet is stuck. But XWY is committing to this. Pakas a little bit too tanky. Got the bash he was looking for. XWY walks away with the Remnant. Nobody's killing Pakas. They got XWY instead.
He's got buyback. He's in.
He is. He plays the Magel play, but it's going to work. Pakas is down. Panda dies too. C-Smile stuck. He's out. Whisper is the last hero standing.
Can he get out? No,
There's going to be a team wipe, Jenkins. They got every single member of EG with that black hole.
Yeah, that was not expected. I mean,
XXS is a...
Yeah, that was, I mean, the Ember...
Don't give him Enigma.
The Ember did buy back there, but that's what he was playing for, right?
Yes.
He goes in, he's got the Aghanim Shard,
Yes.
so when he dies, a Remnant will spawn. He's got all of these items where it's like, EG, they were beating him the entire fight.
Yes.
And he's just not dying. And then when he does die, he spawns the Remnant, he comes back and kills 2 people. It was so disruptive in the fight. It let XXS get a very easy black hole onto Pakaz, which, you know, it looked like a one-man hole, but then Matthew jumped in to try to gobble up because he's got that ether lens, but it still does not have great range. So he got pulled in by XSS, and it made it a 3-man hole.
They have Greaves now to go up to the high ground. Let's see this works out for them. Monet with a presence. Oh, they even covering the trees just in case.
This is really hard for EG to defend. Aster might poke at the throne just to see if they can force a buyback. We'll see if they do it.
They threw a creep inside.
Yeah,
no big
Matthew's
deal.
trying to stall. Okay, so Aster's not going to go for the throne poke play. They're going to back off, secure the jungle.
Go for the, I mean, the Roshan's not going to be up in 4 minutes.
Nope, nope.
Just wait for the next black hole, it seems like.
Yeah, why not? And, oh man, they got a ninja gear for XXS.
Oh no.
That is just about the worst thing that you can have up against you.
EG, what they need to do now is just catch the Enigma every single team fight.
Yep. I think this is probably the best hero in the game to get the ninja gear. I can't really think of one that's better than
In
Enigma.
total?
Yeah,
like
it's
all
like,
the heroes in the game.
I think so. It's like Enigma or Earthshaker. It's got to be one of these like ultra counter initiators. But Earthshaker's just a bad hero. Well, he's not as good as Enigma. Enigma's top tier.
Right, that's fair. So if it was an Earthshaker patch, it would be okay with that one too.
Yeah, for sure. Because, by the way, is building a Rapier next. So they
the
are
only option you have left.
Yeah, EG is in desperate territory.
They know, they've realized they haven't really drafted anything to counter the Enigma Black Hole.
Yeah.
Damage is the best way to counter it.
We'll see if the damage is enough. I mean, there's always the one-shot crit that can happen. There's a lot of armor on Aster, though.
Yep.
There's a lot of effective HP to get through.
What are they going to find here? For now, Paka's playing super safely, as all Aster wants to do seems to be taking the enemy jungle, making sure it's all as warded as possible, reduce the map for EG to farm.
Right. I mean, this is the only lane that does not have a that EG still has a barracks left in. So you know that this lane is going to be constantly pushed in, and one of the only lanes that EG feels safe farming, so why not take this jungle, and then the adjacent lane is no longer safe, right? And it's supposed to be the only safe lane. So this really locks EG in their base. We can see Whisper on the bot lane is like, he's trying to do some lane shoving tactics, but there's only so much that a Mars can do.
They got Ninja Gear themselves, but unfortunately it's not Enigma, it's a Mars.
No, but it's still pretty good on Whisper if he wants to take that, or one of these backline supports, like if they get it on Matthew.
Oh, actually, not a bad idea. For now, it's on nobody.
It's on nobody, yeah. I mean, Whisper...
Oh, Whisper just got it.
Okay,
yeah,
he's taking it. Yeah, because he's prioritizing the initiation rather than like his own survivability. He had the...
Ascetics cap.
Yeah, he had the mini Eon disc, as people like to call it, which makes you tanky. It lets you bait stuff, but that's not the position he's in. The position that he's in is he wants to hit like a 2-man spear, 2-man arena like he hit in that previous fight where they caught the Enigma out. That's the dream scenario here for EG, but...
It's like one of those people that, you know, you win one championship and you relive that over and over again.
Exactly. The varsity guys in high school, I played football, I was almost a pro.
I scored this one touchdown. You won't believe it. Let me explain to you the story. Matt,
I had this bad knee, so, you know, I couldn't go pro.
Matt, shut up. Nobody cares. Can you please ring me up?
Yeah, of course. As Aster, they're looking to ring up Roshan 1 minute until it potentially spawns. So at this point, you may as well kind of wait for it, especially because they have such a good map position right now that they're not giving up.
That base from the Kunkka X makes the whole arena rumble.
Yeah. I think it's, maybe Aster knows what's happening when that comes out.
Yeah, never consider that, actually. Kunkka's weak in land.
He's weak on land. Yeah, that's why he has a 10% win rate.
Does he actually have a 10%
He's got a
win rate?
very bad win rate. Yeah, it's about to go down, it looks like.
I mean, he's the sea captain, not a land captain, right?
That is true. That does make a lot of sense.
And the Bolivian's not playing.
If he was Bolivian, yeah, of course.
I like Aster's patience now. They know that it's up to EG to do something, and they're relishing this moment because they were in this position last game.
Yeah, not a great position to be in this patch. But also, you know, going high ground is not a great position to be in either. It's a very difficult thing to do. And when you get into these late game scenarios, we're closing in on 50 minutes, Avo. Typical like carry-to-carry matchups, they don't matter as much when you get these 60-minute items, the refreshers, the sheeps. It is really just all about who takes the better team fight, who takes the better jump. Even supports become cores in the late game.
Do we have a sheep? Yeah, we do. Okay. Double sheep actually on Whisper.
Yep.
If he has the mana for it.
They're going for it. This is like a full map wraparound.
This is a good attempt.
This is a game-ending fight right here.
For either team.
For either team, yes.
Oh, they TP. They TP the Kunkka.
Wow. Pichu draws a drawing on the map. He knows exactly what's happening.
Pichu is reading
look
them.
Look at the drawing. Look at the minimap.
Yeah, he's reading like a book.
He's reading them. That is...
Oh, no.
That is impressive. That is very impressive. And
I think EG knows they read him, though, because they're out.
They're not. Yeah. It's another one of these standoffs. They see the courier. The tree courier. He's in the pit. It's obvious.
He is. His constant X's, you can see the full X, so you can more or less tell where he's coming from.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You can see the angle. Bit of trigonometry there.
Luckily, Pichu, he graduated top of his class.
That's right.
With a math degree.
Yep. And
so
Matthew also graduated with a math degree. Has the Blink Dagger, going for the Refresher Orb next. We'll see if that can matter. I don't know what he's refreshing. I guess the Mortimer's Kisses. He really feels like they need damage. I could get behind that.
Or double gobble up.
Yeah, I mean,
throw two heroes into the black hole.
You would carry Kunkka, right? It's like he's not the greatest damage dealer.
Oh, now you guys can tell the crowd's not biased. Oh.
Boboka catches Matthew.
Matthew, he's dead. Now with the arena.
Oh, the XXS. That's the hero
trying
they need.
to kill him. They have a second arena. He just refreshed it. Second spear. It's going to work. Yes.
Buyback.
XXS is dead. At the same time, they also killed Whisper. Can EG fight this? XXS just bought back immediately. C-Smile might have overcommitted. And now with the Requiem of Soul, C-Smile. He has to activate. Diego, this activates. They still hit him. He has a heavy time, but he'll back up. They have a black hole the whole time. It's only going to be for C-Smile right now, though. And he survives it. Yold's right afterwards. C-Smile is getting so much time, but he finally falls. The second black hole's ready. They don't even need it. Matthew's already fallen. Everyone's dying to Aster.
Oh, there's the second hole.
And the second hole gets the most valuable carry here. They even use him for the Requiem, I believe, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fall. Aster, a second team wipe almost in a row. This game.
Oh man, C-Smile has to buy back to.
I don't think
kill these creeps in base. I don't think so. I don't think there's any. Okay, because buys back, they're gonna have to do some sort of miracle defense here. There are not two holes anymore.
They aren't.
They've got that going for them. The rapier. They have rapier on Pakaz.
Oh, I don't know if they saw it, but
Aster's actually gonna back off because Roshan is up.
Okay, that's a good idea.
That gives EG a chance.
Yeah.
With the rapier, with the holes being down, I honestly suspect that Aster, it is probably the right move to kill Roche and then wait for the hole. It's 2 minutes. It could be a big mistake for them to go high ground here, though. It's the only way EG can turn the game around is without the black holes being available.
Sure. Yeah.
So this is gonna tell us how confident Aster feels in this game. If they go high ground without the holes, they're feeling confident.
Oh, SF. Okay.
SF has Ags and the Arcane Blink. This is an immense amount of disable and damage. And Refresher as well.
He also has the Requiem in 2 seconds, so he'll have to get ready.
Maybe he's confident enough in the ability of this Requiem with the Refresher that you can fight without the black hole. No, they're not going to.
Why risk it? Why risk it?
I totally agree.
ROTK is probably telling them this. You know, they can't hear him, but they
hear the voice in their heads.
He's screaming at the TV.
Yes. It is the more disciplined play to make is to just keep map control until those holes are up, because you know what, though? If EG can kill XXS like they did in the previous fight, he does not have buyback. The reason he was able to come in there is because they had the outpost and he had buyback. So it was almost a bit of a bait from XXS, but they can't do that this time.
Almost Abyssal. Will you commit? Yeah, there's no point in buyback on Kunkka now that they have Rapier. You might as well buy the full Abyssal.
I honestly buy a second Rapier at this point. No, I guess for the Abyssal. That's going to let him like jump on, well not jump on, but sit on XXS and maybe kill him. But XXS has a Eon Disc, so it's tough. It's not easy to kill him, especially because he can refresh it. It's going to let him get his BKB off and then refresh a second Eon Disc. Things are going to have to go, like the stars are going to have to align for EG in the next fight for them to kill XXS.
This is also the first Eon Disc proc, right? So he hasn't assembled it yet.
Yes.
Which means he can choose when he wants to use that disc.
And Aster has 2 cheeses, by the way. XWY has one, and Baboka has one. So
the amount of obstacles they have.
There's so many obstacles. It's not easy to pick off any of these heroes, honestly. And if they kill Pichu, he's got no buyback. But it's a Treant at this point, you know?
Right.
It could be... You want a bigger kill than that.
I realize I'm cheering for the crowd by accident.
Yeah, that's it. You just get into it. Very animal instinct from you coming out, Avo.
I am an animal, so that makes sense.
Speaking of animals, EG are kind of corralled in the base they are animals. And Aster, it looks like they might make their final ascent here.
The fences built by Aster are finally closing in.
Yep. They're trying to put the animals down with tranquilizers.
The sheepdog is knocking at their door.
Yep.
As sheepdogs do that.
I think so.
It's time for the racks to fall. Aster. Oh, they sense something. Monet's like, this is weird. Why can I hit these for free?
Yeah. Yeah.
Going in and back, doing the double step.
Is EG really going to allow Megas? They could play against Megas in this game.
They're doing from behind.
Oh, this is the final fight. Wrap around.
See, Smiles a tank. There goes Whisper. Whisper with a BKB. He hexed the SF as well, but they haven't found the Enigma yet. XSS holds that black hole. Now the second hex. That might just work, but where's the damage coming from? It's only going for Monet. The black hole's still a threat. Monet will fall. That's only his first life. They're trying to deal with XSS. He gets the black hole off. That's for Whisper only. But Whisper surviving us now with the Requiem of Souls. Whisper finally dies. Bacchus is disintegrated. Only C-Smile left. Second Requiem. Go back home. It's quite close by, and it's going to be Aster taking game number 2, forcing a game 3.
Okay, so
What a series.
Kunkka and Mars's win rate continue to plummet in this tournament. Aster, I loved the SF. I feel like this hero, maybe it's a bit of a discount, Lena, but if you have somebody that's really confident on it, when you get to this late game timing of like the Arcane Blink, we saw the Enigma, like XXS did get caught out there.
Right. And
he doesn't need to hit these crazy big holes because the SF with the Arcane Blink, like this, the disable coming up from Requiem is too much, and the damage. XWY also, his game looked a little strange because he was just going in and causing chaos, but that's absolutely what he needed to do. He's got so much follow-up, right? Like, he can set up for the tiny tossbacks by going in, making these opportunities happen. He can set up for the black hole, that's an obvious one. He can set up for the Treant ult, the overgrowth into all these BKBs does matter a lot. And the Requiem, like, there's a bunch of team fight abilities that he just needs to go in for. So I love the build that he went for as well. Just the fact that he went like pure tank, he didn't go for damage. Refresher before Aghanims. Yeah. That is strange. That is, you would report somebody in your pub for going that because the refresher is supposed to be for the Aghanims. But it was for the BKB, like you mentioned. It was just to survive, just to bait.
And, I mean, it's a whole thread of the black hole that we haven't really seen this tournament because usually you see some sort of cancel for it, which was an important part.
Yes.
An integral part of the draft here.
Right.
There was no trim protector, there was no silencer.
No. It put this immense pressure on EG, in particular Whisper, to Hex, Arena, Spear, Hex, Arena, Spear, the Enigma, who has Eon Disc, double.
He knew that.
And double BKB. It is just an impossible hill to climb, man.
And they didn't climb it. They
no,
fell
they
off
didn't.
it.
There was a tumbling down that hill that happened.
But in a Sisyphean effort, they'll try to climb up again, see if they can push that rock up the hill and beat Aster in game number 3. They still do have one more chance, and I think they can acknowledge the draft was a difficult-to-play draft against the Enigma. So maybe we see some sort of changes. Maybe we see the offlane silencer again. Whisper did used to play that.
I hope not.
Please
That's
don't.
another 10% win rate. Hero.
Yeah, well, but if you combine them all together, they have 50% win rate, and that's all you need because either one team wins, one team loses, right?
I'm just glad we have a game 3. I don't care what happens. I just want it to be epic. I mean, I'm glad we got a game 3. There's been a lot of stomps.
Yes.
This was a good game. This is a great series so far. I want to see a 60-minute game 3. That's what I want.
Well, we'll see if we get a 60-minute game 3, but before that, we'll get a 60-minute analysis from our lovely panelists.
Welcome back to the... And I can't do it. It's not going to be 60 minutes. I wouldn't do that to you guys. But I will give you concrete analysis regardless because, Estini, you predicted it. You were saying, emphasize the Enigma. Get it on 8th pick. Although, were you saying that for Evil Geniuses or Aster? Or just anyone?
For Aster. They had
for
the 8th
Aster.
pick, right?
Yeah.
But Evil Geniuses should steal it because that's the answer either to Treant or Undying. So they should steal the Enigma. They should pick Enigma first. So you see Treant, you answer with Enigma. Enigma is the counter to this hero that's enabled by Treant and Undying. That's all. That's why you pick Enigma, and it's why I hated when Shopify was first picking Enigma in matches that there wasn't either like Undying or Treant. So I guess it's about time that they figure out these interactions. And you also mentioned, like, if I find the MP good, and I'm like, okay, MP is good, but I want the better. And the better is Enigma, and then you can have like either MP, either Lash, either SF, either Primal. All those heroes are enabled by the plus armor from Treant. So you don't need to rush with this MP. You get to see more information with the draft, and this time they went with the SF. I really like the approach Aster had here, but I also like the Kanka as answer to Enigma. I was really happy to see it. I mentioned the Kanka carry, but unfortunately, not enough.
Did not win. I don't know if you were able to hear, but Lacoste crunched the numbers. Kanka had a 10% win rate, 1 win out of 10 picks before this game, and it continues to falter. Mars also not particularly strong. So then why were these their answers, Effie? You saw the Enigma first phase. Sure, the Kanka was good in lane, but it doesn't seem like Evil Geniuses had a good enough strategy to win the game quickly before Enigma gets BKB.
I mean, they had an idea, right? Which was they want to win the lane with this Kunkka, and then when DP inevitably gets black holed, because that's why you pick Enigma versus DP, so you can just black hole her when she runs in. You can like help her out with Rum, and you can also just dish out damage of your own. And a lot of people have theory crafted Kunkka versus Enigma for a long time, and it's cool on paper, but I feel like the issue with picking Kunkka safe lane is if you don't have a harder carry on either your off lane or your mid lane, then you're just going to get outscaled by something like a Shadow Fiend. Like this entire game, I was really concerned for EG when I was just watching Monet's item progression build and grow. And the thing is, it's so hard to fight into SF as a Kunkka as the game goes later on, right? Because there's a lot of other factors to consider. You have to pick one of your 2 cores to kind of tank the black hole. Because when Mars gets this initiation, when he goes in with the arena, he needs a +1, right? He's not going to do enough damage on his own to force this BKB if he doesn't have this DP standing in and exoing, or this Kunkka maybe going in. So there was like this weird decision where like, it's okay, one of our heroes is going to get black holed, but when that happened, they just couldn't really fight back, honestly, as the game went on and on. And I think that was a great performance by Aster. XWY is a completely different beast when he plays Ember Spirit. He looks tier 1 when he plays this hero, so I'm just really impressed with how they handled this game.
Yeah, he looked far more comfortable in this game, number 2 for sure. And I thought that maybe Matthew on the Snapfire sheep would be able to turn it around. Yet again, he gets a very early shard, gets the early scepter, and we saw at that 29-minute mark near the Roche pit, Mars being able to skewer 2 targets into a tree. Many of the analysts backstage were like, oh, okay, it's probably EG 2-0 now.
Bro, that was so hype.
So
the crowd went absolutely fucking wild. Everyone was up on their feet, like, oh my god, the hype in the arena was insane. And it was cool. It was amazing. It was so good. But the problem was that they just had, they fudged the timing around the Enigma BKB.
Yeah.
Because pre that, they had answers to it. Like, I think Chris Luck buying a Yules on DP was insane this game because he was able to just, like, cancel TPs, cancel the black hole, you know, protect himself, protect his team. And I thought that was great. But as soon as this BKB came out, they just completely, like, whiffed it. They were sending, you know, using the Snapple, Gobble Up, to, like, send in a hero, blinking with another hero, all to collapse on, like, this arena they're using, and then they get black hole. You remember that fight, right? Because they're not like understanding that this Enigma has to die. And I don't think the BKB was hidden at that point. I'm not sure. But the point being, they approached that fight also badly from the low ground. They had a cliff ward, which is why I think they were trying to play off. But you're playing from a disadvantage already and setting yourself up to lose that fight.
Yeah, and this is the issue with the Mars versus Enigma interactions, because like if you're a Mars and you're pressing arena, you're bringing your team into this like small enclosed space to try to kill a target. So that's just free reign for Enigma to get a really good black hole of like 2 really primary targets. And it was harder and harder to find the Enigma as the game progressed because a Ninja Gear dropped for him, right? And you don't want this Ninja Geared Enigma who's your highest priority target running around with a BKB blink refresher. It's just, it makes the game so difficult. And I think EG, honestly, with the cards that they had, they impressed me. They did really well. Like the fight around Roche where they cookied in the Mars, I don't think Aster expected them to go in like that because Aster knew their timings were not there, right? Because the arena was on cooldown, the BKB EXO was on cooldown, but for EG to have this confidence to take these plays and look really good with them, like I still feel pretty good about EG's performance in Game 2.
Ultimately, maybe, like you said, Astini, it's a high execution thing to beat an Enigma with all these different factors like the Mars, the Gobble Up. Could just get a silencer. Could just press R.
I don't think it's just a silencer. I think it's looking the draft whole picture, and some things they don't work well together. Like have Kunkka, you have DP, you have Mars. It means the way you do damage to structures, it's DP EXO.
Yeah.
You have Enigma on the other team, and there are two counters to Enigma. One is Aegis, other one's buyback.
Okay.
He's gonna black hole, you come back, you win the game. You just do damage to structures with EXO. You buy back, do you have EXO? You come back of Aegis, do you have EXO? You don't.
True.
So basically, when you bring all into the equation, you basically cannot win this game if Aster plays on the proper way.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think you saw it like when they when Aster approached that high ground cliff ward, they were happy to do that because XSS was playing so well, sitting back, waiting, knowing. And as soon as they all collapsed on all these heroes, like, oh my god, 3-hero arena, oh, you're all black hole because you committed so many heroes in. And late game, they tried to like play with like the Hex on Mars to try and like find him, and they do get a fight like that, but then he just buys back and he still has his black holes. And it was just way too hard for them to play. They also tried, by the way, Snapfire had an ether lens and tried to gobble up people out of the black hole, but the range of the black hole is quite large. I think he ended up actually just like ending up inside of the black hole while trying to save an ally. So that didn't really work as well as I think they hoped.
Yeah, Fog was theory crafting a variety of ways that they could have dealt with it. They could have, Matthew could have theoretically gotten a basher on Snapfire.
Oh, that's pretty
one
big.
idea. The other ideas were a bit more outlandish. Octarine, Abyssal Blade, I believe, was proposed. Not to throw Fog under the bus. I mean, he knew the problem. He knew that BKB Enigma was the be-all, end-all. So even after that fight in the river, things were not really all evil geniuses unless they could always initiate on the Enigma. But like you mentioned, XXS was far and away understanding his role that game, which was, don't find me. I'm going to wait for your initiation, and then I'm going to counter with Black Hole.
You can Wind Waker out of that?
Yeah, so that was the other thing, is that DP got the Yules, but the thing is that DP was always the one getting Black Holed.
Yeah,
so she can react for her own one, but chances are she won't be able to save anyone.
Yeah, and at some point, Stine and I were talking, and we were just like, okay, so maybe they should just let Kunkka get Black Holed next, right? Like, throw him in there, and then DP comes in afterwards, and Kunkka can buy back. And because it's less valuable if the Kunkka dies and buys back than the DP, because DP is dying with Exo, which is really bad. They did that in the bot lane when Whisper had the Aegis after he did that really cool snatch. But it didn't work out, right? So they killed him. I mean, they didn't kill the Kunkka. They got the Mars Aegis, but then SF just comes in and kills everybody. Yeah. So if you're at that stage of the game where there are so many obstacles to overcome and a lot of hurdles and a lot of conditions have to be met for you to win the game, something already got messed up along the way, right? So it's just kind of a G next, we did our best kind of thing from this point on.
Yeah, and we didn't actually get to mention it too much as Aster returned to the arena, while Evil Geniuses actually stayed in their booth, although I continue to suspect that they are doing that because they want to collect their thoughts in the booth rather than walking out, high-fiving all the crowd, and then meditating briefly, then coming back in and high-fiving the crowd again. So they get to collect their thoughts a little bit more here. But we didn't really get to talk too much about the Shadow Fiend. How did you like it as a carry, Sheep? You thought that, I mean, we wanted burst damage. We got it paired up with the Tiny, so this was a good solution against the Death Prophet. And then it seemed like overall, with this Black Hole, they had team fight for days.
Yeah, I liked it. I love the toss back into Requiem. I've seen that a couple times. Mm-hmm. I also really like the fact that, I mean, yeah, he just provides you so much damage, and didn't really seem to. I'm just thinking, because you have a Mars, the entire point of the Mars was to deal with the SF and not let him do damage. Yep. But he went like Refresher, which is really nice, and he's got an Arcane Blink too, so he's just doing magic damage. He doesn't really care about the arena. And I think they had so many problems with the Enigma that SF was sort of allowed to just do what he wanted. You saw as well like some targeting issues. Like there was that fight in the jungle where they got all Black Holed, right? As soon as Mars hits the arena, he has to spear the Ember. He chooses Ember over the SF, which was one of the reasons why he was then able to just explode on top of DP and just instantly kill Chris.
But do you not think that Ember was a high priority target at that point?
Well, that's the thing. I like the SF because I think that killing the SF doesn't solve all your problems. They have so many issues that I think SF is just free to do whatever he wants, and I like that a lot.
And in a way, all of that was kind of facilitated by having that Kunkka on 18, right? Because it was an idea, but then you make this SF a better pick because you know this like carry to carry matchup is going to scale better in your favor anyway. So all of a sudden you're like, okay, we have faith in our Enigma scaling. we have faith in our Shadow Fiend scaling, and they didn't counter pick it on 18 or anything. They just went for an entirely different approach. And yeah, the solutions just weren't there. I guess the idea of the SF really worked out for them because you pick it early because your heroes are going to get banned out anyway after the second phase. It doesn't matter. Like, picking a carry on 15 is the same as picking it on 23. Like, you're going to get countered. It's not an ideal matchup. But the SF didn't really get countered or anything like that, right? They just wanted to snowball these lanes. Like, the Mars was definitely, it's a nice way to deal with SF early on, but then SF just gets a BKB, right? Like, you can counter Mars with BKB, which is why a lot of people just don't like this hero right now.
Yeah, it's also why it does not have a particularly strong win rate at this tournament either, and why many offlaners are hoping that come March 6th that hero will get some love. But right now, they need to figure out what to do with the heroes that are currently good. And also, another thing with the Shadow Fiend is they didn't know that the Kunkka was carry. I think the final phase bans were carry-oriented. So that's just a testament to ROTK's drafting that no matter where this Kunkka goes, the matchup was going to be solid.
I don't think it was solid, or it was supposed to be solid. Enigma lost the lane very ugly.
Sure.
And I just think EG, they didn't play properly how they should play into the Enigma lane, because Kunkka was something like 4k net worth and Enigma was 2.3. And they had Exo, so they just should group up on the safe lane and take the tower out of Enigma, and his game is over. It's something that most teams don't think about it, because it's very unlikely that you take the safe lane first. But like, my team literally played this matchup into Shopify. We did this, we take the tower of Enigma, and like, Enigma could not play the game. So if you are playing the exact same lane, like this Kunkka dying, and you have DP to connect, I'm pretty sure you can just kill Enigma lane and tower, and he won't have a lane, no game, and he won't scale.
But to add on to that also, I don't think that EG played their Kunkka Enigma lane perfectly, because Picaz did die to a tossback under tower. Like, Enigma did get things out of the lane. Like, and then when the laning phase concluded in its entirety, and we saw Enigma go for that black hole play on Kunkka, which he lived through, Enigma is only like 1.3k net worth behind at that point, which isn't your ideal situation, right? You want to take away as much net worth as possible from this hero. But Baboka created situations for XXS to have a better start than he should have.
I guess now we'll have to see how high priority this Enigma will be. It's game number 3. Loser goes home. Winner continues in this tournament and gets even further through this top 8. It's time for game number 3 of Team Aster versus Evil Geniuses. Or South America in this lower bracket. First phase bans, first phase picks. Ricky, Timbersaw, take it every single time. It's the Timbersaw ban. You have to. Lina and Broodmother eliminated. First pick comes from Aster. It's the Treant Protector, and EG take the Bat Rider and Silencer.
They're like, go ahead, pick your Enigma,
Do
fools.
it. I dare you.
Yeah, 3 times in a row, Team Aster does have first pick, and they go with Treant Protector 3 times in a row for a good reason. I mean, this hero has just been amazing in the last couple of months. We'll pick up a Beastmaster, so another Vision hero, but I don't like EG's opening. You will have always this entrance to a fight with the Global Silence, like Lasso into Global Silence follow-up, and you know that you can't really counter-initiate unless there's a BKB, and these two heroes, at least, they don't buy BKBs, so I love this type of a draft that puts a lot of pressure early on. It's also a lot of overtime damage post-BKBs if both of these heroes survive. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, definitely like it. I mean, it's
I know you don't like the Silencer as much as I do.
I know.
That's why I was going to ask you how.
The one thing I'm worried about with Silencer is like you can just get pushed on, and you can use summons are your worst nightmare. So I think that's why they.
Because I'm curious, because like we've been seeing offlane silencer on like Game and Gladiators. Whisper has a long history of playing with it back in the day, but not at this tournament. Primarily, it's been Panda playing it, so it's been a 5-position silencer.
I don't think they're.
This is Panda, right?
This is Panda 5. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna want to go with anything too risky. This is game 3, so you want to go full force, so all in, get the comfortable heroes.
I could potentially, small chance where I see like a world where Matthew plays it just so they can get a better lane matchup versus the Beastmaster, because Beast could just have a really successful lane. Like if they ban the Undying, okay, yeah, I was about to say that, okay. So they do ban the Undying, and I think there's a possibility of like moving this silencer.
Even now with the Clockwork, they are keeping things open, because they can pick melee or they can pick range carry hero in the lane against the Beastmaster, Team Aster. Let's see if they're gonna double down on a team fight. The one thing is also you're playing Silencer into Beastmaster. So Beastmaster's not an aura buy. From time to time we see, this good counter initiate coming from the Guardian Greaves offlaners. Beastmaster's not that hero to dispel global and get into a fight.
He's an overlorder.
He likes to play a lot versus Silencer though. Of course in the lane, you're going to be able to be pretty potent. You'll be able to take advantage of him. Maybe you can go Hawk, or you can go your boar build if you're not versus like a Clockwork, otherwise Clockwork just eats it. And he just gets vision of Silencer, right? So you can always get that like clean initiation if you have vision. So vision could be a big thing. They're going to take the Snapfire this time. They're like, okay, well, Matthew's been bossing it up on this hero. I'm a fan of this.
What's the answer to this first phase Batrider, though? It seems like all these
there's
heroes...
a lot of good heroes left in the pool. There's Pango, there is Puck available, Queen of Pain as well. Yep. 3 of the better heroes, I would say. Also, if they want to play Slark, I think Slark's the 4th one, at least in my book, that works well against Bat on the mid lane.
You have to pick it here, though, right? If you're going to get Slark, you have to pick it right now. And they'll go for the Puck instead. So, wanting this elusive hero. Dude, this silence actually looks even better now. Playing versus Snapfire and Puck, too. Like, this global could actually be pretty potent when they get the initiations on EG.
Which, again, maybe has me wanting them to flex to a higher role than 5, because if the hero's that important, getting some farm on it would be pretty nice to make sure he stays alive in fights.
Yeah.
And also, for what it's worth, you mentioned a handful of mid laners that would go against Bat, and they do pick the Puck.
Back it up, boys.
What's the win rate now? So it's 1 out of 11.
I had some faith, at least in the last one, because it's versus like the Enigma and
but that
stuff
was just
like
in the lane,
But they had to end the game. Yeah, exactly. They had to end the game earlier. They couldn't like stall it out. Aster played really clean, waiting for their BKB timings and stuff, especially on Enigma. That is interesting. But this one, it's more than likely that mid, right? They wanted something probably versus the Puck.
Okay, and then off-lane Batrider then?
That's what it's looking like. I mean, Whisper does love to play it.
Yeah.
Do you want to ban CK here, since you're playing into Beastmaster, Pakaz, also against Treant Protector, so having that dispel. Sounds good. I think they lack some tower damage at the moment. If this Kunkka's, doesn't matter where Kunkka goes. So Kunkka, Batrider, these 2 heroes, they don't deal any tower damage, neither does both supports inside of EG.
Nature's Prophet.
I was about to say NP. I think that could be an option for them. There's a good amount of ways to get on top of him, though, with like the Puck and stuff like that. And if the Snapfire is able to farm like an Aghanims, like we saw Matthew do both games, but probably one of the best range carries that is left.
Yeah, both teams looking for one position.
Instant
Slark.
That's why, they probably have something else that they're thinking about for the matchup, but you have to pick it on that pick there instead of the Puck if you're going to want it.
Yeah, I guess they kind of now can confirm that Batrider's offlane at least, so you can
start
looks
like it.
Picking for your safe lane. And Monet, he's got the Morphling still. We see Naga Siren sometimes against the Batrider.
Naga looks pretty good. I think they'll probably ban it, because they definitely don't have the tools to be able to deal with the Naga once it gets to the later stage. They'll be like, yep, we need to end the game fast again, and we have a Kunkka, so we have no real push.
And now I'm wondering if it's just a game of chicken between these 2 teams picking Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. NP, I would say, for the side of Aster, could run into some difficulties. I don't really think that they should go for that versus Bat and Clockwork. It could be a total nightmare. So
they ban out the CK.
They banned the Void.
They banned the Void.
I wanted to see Void.
I know, you wanted to see it for 3 games.
3 games.
This time makes more sense, obviously, right, versus the Bat and stuff like that. But Naga's in the pool if they do want to go down that route now.
What about some Troll? Their damage is very limited when it comes down to how they can burst and Troll with 3 items. I don't think is going to be killable, at least with these 4 heroes. There's still 1 hero to be picked, but it's very difficult with the living armor.
How's your lane against
I'm scared
that,
about
though?
lane. That's what I'm thinking. They'll just go with range carry, so they'll pick that sniper.
Ooh, a Clockwork can kind of make Sniper's life very unpleasant, though.
This is for the lane, though, right? They're wanting something that can keep the distance versus Batrider. But Sniper, I mean, he has to get boots extremely early.
Yep.
That's probably your first item you buy when you bring your courier, you know, your Wraith Band, whatever, and then you bring your boots immediately. Otherwise, you will likely just get ran down. And now maybe they do push that silencer back to 5 and they run the 4 Clockwork, right? Because now it's like even better as a Clockwork.
It's a strong lane. Clockwork plus Batrider, you trap them inside the cogs. Trent will need to be very careful in this lane. Like one slip up, especially when they hit level 3. This is the big power spike for Clockwork. They might be able to get a return kill in this one with Shrapnel, but this is the type of trades that Evil Geniuses would love to make. And maybe like Batrider, I've seen Whisper one game on a Batrider where he completely popped off. At least the one that I was casting, I'm pretty sure he popped off on most of his Batrider games because Whisper has been amazing so far throughout this tournament. Like even the last 2 years, been so consistent.
Yeah.
Now it just seems like Aster's daring EG. Do you want to get that Nature's Prophet?
What else is even left? What Pakaz heroes are left even? I mean, man plays like everything.
He randomly played a Doom, which I think would be interesting. He's played Lone Druid. Ursa's still available.
No, Ursa is gone.
Oh, Ursa's gone.
They covered their Beastmaster. They have to ban Ursa and them dying.
What about some good old Phantom Assassin? Last game of BO3. You would want to have something that could close the gap, right? Something that can get on top of Sniper as well. You do have Clockwork, you do have Bat, but I feel like carry-to-carry matchup. A lot of these heroes, like the Pike Force Staff, is very valuable, and I feel like Phantom Assassin, Faceless Void, these type of heroes don't struggle against Force Staffs in general.
I can see it. The only worry I have is like early game, there's tons of damage, like Snapfire and Puck can just kill you very, very easy early on. But even versus lane versus Beastmaster, you are good. I like that suggestion.
You know who else likes jumping? It was Marcy. They played it in game 1.
True. Don't have a snap this time to send you in, but
that's true.
Let's see, because he doesn't. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like it though. He looks to be questioning.
Yeah, the cam's on him.
What if I
could go here?
Guys, trust me. 15 seconds left.
Whoa! Man, they are going so outside the box, EG. He's like, no, I do not want to play normal heroes. Give me a Kunkka, give me a Marcy, give me a Sven.
I don't like Sven. I gotta be honest. Into Sniper, into Beastmaster, or you have two of the worst BKB piercing abilities for Sven to play into, I would say. You're not Manta buyer, so later on your BKB comes down to 6 seconds, you get rooted, you get roared, the whole duration is gone.
I'm worried for it.
I'm really worried for it, especially because they have this low win rate hero coming up from the mid lane.
Stop hating on Kunkka. Stop bullying Kunkka.
He's been bullying Kunkka all tournament. Well, I mean, it's
rightfully so.
It's not doing so hot.
It's a difficult game. Like, he is going to struggle killing these heroes. Post BKB, like post global silence, I think they're going to run into damage issues. They need to be able to like delete 1-2 heroes immediately and then take a fight. But still, in terms of scaling, previous game they didn't have anything that goes through magic immunity for Enigma. I feel like they're going to run into same issue here where like Sven's just going to be controlled and not being able to deal damage.
Yeah, they have to, like, their initiations have to be super clean. They have to be like, if they mess up like a couple of these globals, a couple of these Batrider lassos with the jumps getting on Sniper with Sven and stuff like that, yeah, I could see this one being a rough one. And breaking high ground, not the easiest at all. They don't really have much push if they're even able to get there. They're playing versus Treant Protector. A lot of concerns.
All right. Evil Geniuses ride or dying with Sven. And if anyone can do it, it's got to be Pakaz, but the pressure is on. It's time for game number 3. Oppo and Jenkins, take it away.
They are ride or dying, Jenkins, but are they crying? Are they war crying specifically? We're going to find out this game because this Sven pick was a curveball to not just the panel, but us as well.
We threw out about 20 different carries that he could possibly pick, and none of them were Sven.
Yeah.
We were talking about maybe like the Spectre, but it's weak in lane.
We like that Spectre pick. That Spectre seems nice.
I mean, I do like the Sven better in lane against the Beastmaster. Like, I think you're going to do perfectly fine against a Boar build, against the Axis build. I do think EG really lacked a stun. Like a hard stun. They've got Batrider, they've got Clockwork, but these abilities are a little weird. It's not like a point and click stun, right? So it gives them a hero that can like start the fights for them.
What was your argument again in favor of the Sven?
That I think the other 4 EG heroes are pretty good at like 4-manning and doing stuff and making space for a Sven to get fat and farm ancients. But you know, Sniper late game, he does kite a Sven pretty damn hard. The one thing that EG has going for them with regards to that, though, is they have Whisper Batrider, versus a Sniper. This is one of the highest winner heroes in the game versus Sniper because Sniper doesn't like to get jumped. Batrider loves to jump backliners.
See Smile? See Smile, you crazy man. He knows that there's people in the high ground, but he doesn't care. We also have the tidal wave eventually from the Kunkka. So you actually have a couple of good options.
Yeah, that's true for repositioning the old Sniper.
I agree with the point of the 4-man because it feels, if you pick a Kunkka mid and you don't 4-man with his hero, the pick feels like a wasted pick because his late game impact is really lackluster these days.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely felt in the draft that EG needed kind of like a hypercore, at least in terms of damage. Okay, let's see what EG's doing here. Are they going to kill the first wave? They're going to kill the range creep.
So they push into the tower, that's the tactic?
Yes.
And they give all the experience to Whisper as well.
Yeah. Did they?
Oh, no, they didn't. They messed up.
But in any case, this pushes the wave into the tower, which secures them a really good first couple of creep waves. And, you know, Batrider's really awful level 1, so this also sets up Matthew for a good creep cut here.
Also, Sniper sucks at glassing under tower because you essentially depend on headshot.
Yeah.
Actually proccing, or when you want it to.
Right, and I mean, he's a pretty squishy hero too, like Drow Sniper. They don't like to... It's a lot easier to last it under tower as a melee hero. You take way less damage.
Because usually you want to do the one hit before and then one hit after, right? But if the first hit
on
procs
Sniper,
headshot,
yes.
Or
and
the second it doesn't.
And you are correct. He did go headshot first, so that is a problem for him.
Yeah.
As mid lane, the mid lane should be favored. Matthew tried to go for... He can't help himself. He had to go for the courier.
He sees it. It's like, I'm not Ricky. Yeah. I'm not Ricky. He's gone to therapy for this, actually.
Yeah. It's not working. It really is not working.
Or I saw him punching a plushie and I was wondering what was happening to him. It's just ingrained in him at this point.
Yeah, he thought it was a courier. Yeah, resembles an animal, so he's going to hit it.
We had to take all the donkeys away from the arena. We had a whole show prepared with donkeys.
Right. That's, yeah, not with Matthew here. Nope. Maybe if he gets eliminated, you can bring the donkey show back in.
Finally, man.
Yeah.
We worked so hard on that.
They're winning too much. But, yep, let's see.
What do you think of the top lane, though?
I mean, Pakaz should farm pretty nicely up here. And the nice thing about Sven versus Beast is that there's this window where Sven is going to be like level 4, level 5. Beastmaster is going to be a little bit under-leveled. You can leave the Sven to solo against the Beast and just shove out the lane. And then eventually, the mid-rotations possibly come in, Beast gets Roar, and then Sven has to go jungle. But he's perfectly fine jungling, right? He's happy to do that. So I think it's a good matchup for EG up here.
You do go Axes in this lane, though, right? For sure.
Yeah, he has Axes. I think in general in this patch, there's a lot more Axe builds that are happening because you just farm, right? It's like you're guaranteed to farm, whereas if you go the Boar build, you have to pressure them to farm. But with the Axe build, you can just farm while they're farming. You don't have to pressure them at all. And a lot of the time you do actually end up pressuring them anyway because it's a nuke. You just spam nukes on them and they're low HP, so they have to back off.
Talking about the last lane that we missed, which is the mid lane, Kunkka versus Puck. This is a classic matchup. Do you still do the double bracers thing on the Kunkka and just tank all of Puck's spells? That's the tactic?
I think so. I mean, this is supposed to favor Puck, but...
Really? I thought it was always...
Sorry, Kunkka.
Oh, right, okay.
But XWY is doing quite well. We will see if that trajectory continues. I have heard a lot of people complain about Puck that you're so good at securing these water runes that there's not really much that counters the hero. Because you just shove the wave out and then go and get a rune, and you just constantly do that. By the way, huge stacks coming out here from...
Yeah.
That is on the Radiant side, so...
And thanks
Aster,
to this, Panda scouted this.
Yep.
So Panda might die to scout this.
Yeah, that boar's being a little annoying.
Do we have Nature's Grasp on Pichu?
He does.
He does.
But both heroes are quite slow.
Yes, now Leech Seed. And the Beastmaster's coming in with a boar, just leaving the boar to do the job. The slow, pew!
Pichu has Orb of Venom, so this should be a kill.
This should be a kill. One more punch. Panda uses the magic stick. Arcane Curse for the slow. Has the fairy fire.
Nice, because
Panda's not dying today. He's learned.
Yep,
Life is something sweet, and you hold on to it.
Pichu had to back off there because Pakaz was heading over to protect his position 5. Just good carry gameplay.
Bottom is where they actually want the first blood. Baboka has a lot of stacks on him. And the first blood's going to go to Whisper Batrider. Who would have guessed that?
Oh, Monet. They're actually going to die.
Are they going to die? No, there's a TP. That's good, that's good. Matthew has the fairy fire. He's going to die regardless. They got a little bit overzealous there. But first blood still going to Whisper. Pretty big win for them.
I don't know how Whisper always does it with this hero. I feel like Batrider...
He's so good.
He's such a weak laner. Even the other teams that pick Batrider, they don't win the lane and then they go farm Ancient Stacks. Somehow Whisper always seems to be able to get kills. Like, he really just knows his thresholds with this hero. He knows when he needs to go boots first versus like a Null Talisman. And it results in him getting a lot of kills where other people don't get them.
It's because Whisper hates losing. So I've never seen such a crybaby when he loses, okay? Even in Overthrow, he'll cry when he loses, right?
I can attest to that.
Yeah, but he doesn't blame others. What he does is he blames himself. He thinks, I am the worst player in the world. Let me learn how to play better. And this is like when Quinn talked about the fact that he learned how to play the mid lane in the Snare interview, right?
Yeah.
He was talking about the fact that he just really, really optimized those first 2 to 3 minutes.
Yep.
Whisper has done the same thing with Bat.
For sure. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, people started talking about and focusing on the first creep wave a lot more. And we're even seeing it now, like killing the range creep behind the tower. So that way it's not a concern. You don't get that creep denied on the first wave. It's really important because it sets you up to have, you know, your Wraith Band a little bit earlier, which lets you pressure a little bit earlier, which makes you push somebody off a creep wave. Yada yada, this continues onward, and all of a sudden you have this massive gold lead at 10 minutes and an extra item because of this one thing that happened right at the start of the game.
It's true, and this is the start of the game that you practice the most, right? Practicing late game in competitive setting, kind of difficult.
It's very difficult.
But practicing early game, it's the same every time.
I mean, the great thing about practicing early game is you don't need an enemy team to do it. You can just lane practice versus your other dual lane and do it as a team.
Which is why playing against the bots and pubs is fine too.
Yep. People are actually pretty good at laning in pubs. I mean, it depends on what region you're playing. I think for a while there, like NASA was the best region at laning, but now...
except for China. I think China actually has always had that crowd of like... I've always seen Chinese lanes being incredibly, like, to the dot in terms of how specifically they are.
Maybe a few years ago. Now it's Western Europe.
Okay, yeah,
they're the strongest laners for sure.
I mean, China servers kind of dead as well. As they're all playing in C.
Yeah, they're playing that custom game.
And now C. Ooh, C has great laners though.
Do they? I mean, that's the one region I've actually never played in. Is SEA server. Yeah, I played China server.
C has great mid laners. The mid lane is studied to a ridiculous degree.
Yeah, okay. For sure, that's definitely true.
Yeah. I'm not going to comment on it anymore because I think there's some viewers there from C. Whisper, Shrapnel, slow, Orb Venom, hit. Okay. Whisper has the Firefly movement speed bonus though. He's going through the trees, ignores Nature's Grasp. Nice cogs from Matthew. That'll secure his escape.
And he pulls the creep wave. That is so goofy.
I don't know if that was on purpose, but that was
definitely on purpose, dude. I mean, it pulls the lane back when you're tri-laning him. It's very important.
That's incredible he did that while he was being ganked.
I mean, worst case, he goes down to the neutral camp as Baboka walks up the high ground.
He wasn't expecting Panda to rotate here, because that's not a common Panda play. Baboka is trying to cookie to the high ground. Matthew knows no. There's no shrapnel charges left to slow them down. There's too many creeps for the cogs. We'll send them back. And Boboka's being body blocked to oblivion. He dies. In the mid lane, the ghost ship misses. But C-Smile wants to commit with auto attacks, trying to kill a Trimmer there at least. There's a puck helping him out. The Tidebringer will secure this, and he also cleaved onto the puck. XWYS, be careful. There's the tip. There's no more face shift play. He doesn't have a Waning Rift just in time. C-Smile got cocky. He got overzealous.
There's the lasso.
Lasso solo against a sniper. Flamebreak as well. Will he actually get a solo kill? We're just thinking napalm Monet. He's helpless. He's going to burn to a crisp.
That is
wholesome tips from teammates.
That is just Whisper Dota, man.
C-Smile? No.
It feels like, honestly, it feels like a blunder from Aster to give him this Batrider and honestly a completely free game on it. It's really good against the sniper. As we just saw there, there's so much kill threat at all points in the game with the Batrider versus sniper. Whisper almost has his boots of travel. He's going to have them at like 9 minutes as an off-lane bat with no stacks. He has not taken the stacks, by the way, that are in the dire triangle. So these can be left for somebody else. Pakaz can take those.
Or even C-Smile, right?
No, C-Smile doesn't get them. It's going to be Pakaz. Let's be real.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
he'll demand.
Yeah, well, Pakaz is very quiet carry, so he just nods at them.
Yeah.
And they understand they have to give it to him.
For C-Smile, that's his side of the map, so he doesn't want to go there.
Oh, he wants to go into the enemy side?
In the enemy side, yeah. That's where he'll take stacks.
Because that is how he increases his team's map?
That's exactly.
Okay. And C-Smile is an expert at playing those heroes as well. The watch me, take your stacks, try to catch me.
That is actually true. Yeah, it is true. A lot of like these spirit-type players, do that gameplay. Quinn as well.
C-Smile will do this on Venomancer, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he will. And Slark. Yeah.
And Slark, yeah. And there we go. Exactly what we talked about. C-Smile loves taking the enemy side of the map. He's played with Ector for so long, he doesn't even recognize his own side anymore.
Right. That's not his farm.
C-Smile silenced. No, he's fighting back. Last word did trigger on the puck. He needs the ghost ship. Damagers to help him out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Even with a Fairy Fire, they'll catch him with the Illusory Orb. And he'll die. Big win for Aster here.
Yeah,
Killing the enemy temple supporter. Or temple creator.
But biting off a little more than he can chew, but
That's a C-Smile play.
speaking of Chew, Pichu is getting gone on the bot lane. He was trying to get to that bottom tower so he could set up a defense as the, tree and protector. It's a classic, but EG, they were ready for it. They're not going to let him defend the tower. Not that they even want to take it. Their heroes are not good at taking towers, but they don't want to let him set up for the defense.
This is also a classic Thunder Awaken play, where they would go to a side of the map to help X person and then say, what can we do here? And then they take advantage of this, which is why their style feels so oppressive.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, you're right. Pocket has taken
Yeah,
this.
okay, so both sides are taking stacks. XXS also and Beastmaster's taking them.
Who's
So,
more valuable here?
I mean, there's a couple of ways that you could argue this. The Sven, obviously, he's a lot weaker earlier, so getting more net worth on him feels good, but Beastmaster is obviously going to control the tempo of the game a lot more with the Helm Dom too, and I think Beast takes the stacks slower, so you're probably happy with Aster taking these stacks.
I love the way I stack taking Cam.
Yeah, that is
that is
next level, I will say.
They were prepared for this one play that nobody does in the current meta.
They keep getting Pichu when he's trying to set up bot.
Yeah, they know. Whisper just flies in, burns him. Trees don't like fire.
Man, it is just so free for him to play Bat this game. Another hero that Bat has an absolutely incredible win rate against is Tree Protector. I think it's #1 actually. It's so easy to chase him through the trees, and Living Armor doesn't do anything against Bat Rider's damage.
Panda will die to the Mortimer Skisses and lose the orb though. Did you say the other hero that Bat had a huge win rate against was Sniper?
Sniper and Tree, and I think it's okay against Beastmaster. Like since they've removed Necros, like you used to kill yourself on the Necro with the Firefly, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good against Beast. Obviously not so good against Puck. It's very difficult to like get any of Bat's spells on a Puck. But it's also not like Puck dispels Napalm or something like that, right? It's not like an Oracle. And usually the Puck to Bat matchup is like you put the Puck against the Bat mid to survive the lane. That's not how the lanes went this game.
Whisper, they're going on him with this two-man smoke, but Aster feels like it's not working. The crowd congratulates itself for being biased.
Yep.
Great job, guys. We did it.
Very nice.
We attacked the competitive integrity of the tournament. Great job.
I don't know. Oh, Pichu. Oh, he's in the trees. He's in the trees. Whisper's just going to use the lasso.
He's committing to the Tree Protector. Get rid of this support. Perhaps another kill happening as Boboka gets found. Matthew hookshot him immediately. It's the two supports fighting against the enemy support. They even steal his bounty rune. Oh no, adding insult to injury. Boboka dies. Matthew gets a little bit smarter. 6 intelligence. Oh, sorry, Panda gets smarter.
Yeah.
Matthew's already smart enough.
Right, exactly.
Panda needs it.
Yeah. Monet. C-Smile, he's there. He's got the haste.
Oh, use the Rocket Flare for vision to set up this combo. And now the X-Marshal spell will hit him. Do they have cogs? They do. He's stuck inside of them. They won't even push him back. The Sniper's fighting back, but it's not enough damage. He will die. Next one
he's
is the
silenced
Puck.
on Puck.
He's silenced. There's the last one as well. He's gone. Pichu in the trees. Where are you? This poor man can't tank 3 heroes at once. By the time XXS joins, they do get a kill on support, and actually 2 supports, both by XXS. This man cleaned house.
XXS actually has a full Helm of the Overlord.
The stacks, man.
At 13 minutes, Aster is really relying on him to transition this into something good. He's got to have some pretty big impact in the next few fights. I mean, getting a double kill at the end of a disastrous fight for Aster there. Not a bad way to start the game for XXS, but man, EG, they're feeling themselves right now because, like, he's just free farming. He doesn't have to show up to this. His team is already winning the game for him. He could not exist. These are the games he loves to play in, bro. He's always smiling. This is the only time I see him smile, is when he doesn't have to do anything.
I mean, any true carry.
Yeah,
that's the goal of any true carry. I don't have to do anything until minute 60. I got my items.
Yeah, it's the dream.
Let's talk to me about Monet, the other carry on Aster here. Can he?
Oh man, I'm not feeling the Sniper this game. I'm really not. I mean, Sven, he's gonna have the Blink Dagger next item. It's another hero that can get on top of him. The Roar has to come out from XXS onto the Sven, but then the Bat Rider, what do you do against Bat? He's gonna lasso you. He's almost got his BKB on Whisper. He's 8-0-0.
The smoke by Aster might actually work out. C-Smile is not aware of this. He is farming a couple of stacks. C-Smile though, a little bit of game sense, realizes the Puck is here. It is daytime. Should have seen him in time.
That was quite the torrent, I gotta say.
That was a really good game sense by C-Smile.
And we can't blame the whistling because
they weren't doing it.
They weren't doing it. They were too busy chanting. Wow, that was Once again, Yatoro TI-10 vibes right there.
Yeah, but C-Smile has never been known for doing this.
No, that's not what he normally does.
He normally just dies.
He's the one that dies. Yeah, that's right.
His improvement this major has been considerable as a player.
Yeah, which is surprising because he's not been playing. He's just been trying to feed people food.
Yeah, it's true. Or sitting in on people's conversations, their loved ones.
Yes. Man has no social awareness whatsoever.
No, honestly.
But such a lovable guy anyway.
Very, very kind person. He's trying to make you fat though, Jenkins.
I know, it's working.
And so you match with me.
Right, it makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Smoke from EG now. Sven Kunka Sanser. Pakas has Maska Manus Blink. No BKB yet though. It's going to be a trouble for Pakas. If he overcommits, we'll see. Okay, C-Smile already reveals himself.
Yep, naturally. He's got the BKB on C-Smile. He's more than happy to go.
He's baiting.
Yeah.
From behind, I do see Matthew sets down a really deep ward right behind the tower. Sorry, not really deep. A ward right behind the tower.
Deep enough when you're playing against a Treant Protector.
My hyperbole, you know.
Panda's dead.
That's no global silence. They know they can't fight without the global silence.
Yeah, that is important. Puck doesn't want to be global. There's nothing to take off the silence. The Treant ulti is very important, and most importantly, the Mortimer's Kisses. You're always going to cancel that with the global silence. But he's only dead for 10 seconds. It really doesn't matter that much.
X marks the spot. Ghost Ship plus Torrent. Catch Bowoka. There we go. Nice combination to maximize stun time and maximize the time in the Firefly. As they go for the creeps next. Like you said, Jenkins, they're realizing you got to kill these creeps. Perhaps the Beastmaster as well. They flame break him into the cogs. They're trying. Lasso. No. BKB just in the Batman will do the trick. Matthew is dead. Whisper needs to run away before his BKB ends. But it's the first BKB, has plenty of time. Pakas activates the God's Strength, and the tower in the mid lane will fall.
And Whisper still has Lasso. He was able to save it that whole fight because the way Matthew used the cogs there was in such a way that it would bounce XXS on the Beastmaster like out of the tower range almost into his team. So that means that EG, they're still more than happy to take a fight in the next few minutes.
And Aster still hasn't found a moment to just get the one kill, one play, right? They can kill Panda, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's all poking and prodding.
Yep.
No chances of actually initiating. The Puck, we haven't really seen his impact yet.
Yeah, it's
a rarity considering last game for XWY, he popped off on the Ember.
It's his hero too. I mean, he's very good at this hero, but I want to go back to the laning stage. Like, it feels strange in a game of Dota to be playing against a 10-0-0 Batrider at 17 minutes, right? Like, this
is a monster.
This is not normal circumstances to deal with as a mid laner.
And in the back of your mind, you have to consider Pakas is still farming.
Yeah.
C-Smile's constantly baiting you.
Right.
It's a lot of mental pressure for what it is the last game in a loser bracket series.
Yeah.
Sorry, lower bracket series.
And I don't feel like it gets that much easier for Aster as the game goes late. It's not like the TB versus the Marcy where you're confident in a carry-to-carry matchup. I think Sven does fairly well against a Sniper if he has this sort of game.
But you did think that Sniper was going to do better in the late game, so there's a point where he takes over, right?
Yeah, there's a point where he is supposed to have a window, but that window doesn't exist if the other carry has more items than you. That closes all of the windows. That's just how Dota works right now.
No, they turned on the air conditioning now.
That's right, the 1 AC. But, like, the Aster needs to take a really clean fight. That's what they need to do. Take a pick off, come back into the game. They can't just take an honest fight right now. That's never going to work. The Philosopher's Stone definitely helps that the Sniper just picked up. One of the supports will actually get to have items this game.
Probably the Snapfire. If they acknowledge Matthew's strength, right, and Boboka is also a Snapfire spammer, they might go for more impactful items.
Honestly, I would probably put it on Pichu just so he can get to like a Blink Lotus maybe.
Okay.
Because Boboka, he's dealing with the global silence. I don't know what impact he can have. Okay, he does take it. They're going to try to get him to Greaves, which does help him versus the global.
I think Ags can be really impactful. He can jump the silencer with a Beastmaster.
Sure. You don't play as much around the Mortimer's Kiss, and you play around other abilities that can't be global silenced.
Yeah, that's what you do, right? You buy Ags on the Beastmaster, you buy Ags on the Snapfire, jump in with the drums,
with the
kill the
drums.
silencer.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if your Beastmaster died because you went for the worst build in the game, so he's not really your core anymore.
Right, exactly. It's so smart. And then Monet will carry with the Sniper in a very horrible matchup.
Oh, the hook shot finds the Puck in the trees. They got the silence as well. Panda, he was listening.
He was. XWI is just trying to desperately cut creep waves and do shenanigans so they can get some sort of farm in this game, but EG, they're reading them like a book. With the global, in no way of taking it off right now.
Which is interesting because that's exactly what was happening last game for Aster. They were reading all of EG's plays.
Yeah, they were. They were.
These teams are learning from each other.
Yeah, they are. There's a meta progressing within the series.
Those are the best kinds of best of threes.
Silencer, obviously very valuable. At least it looks very valuable right now. When it's not played in the off lane, it looks great, I will say.
I mean, they were second pick and they had to force it Silencer on 7th
to counter the potential Enigma
and
that
it
could
looked
come out.
bad in the game.
It did. Full 5-man smoke from EG here. They've got the Blink Dagger on Whisper, so pretty much any hero they want to kill will die.
It's a Blink BKB, Jenkins.
Yep,
they can't stop him.
No, it's scary. There is nothing to stop him right now. No Lotus Orb, no Lincoln Sphere.
Every ultimate is off cooldown except for the Global Silence. Thank you, Layerth. All the BKBs are ready as well. 50 more seconds till that global. Okay, into the enemy high ground. Could be a little bit dangerous for Pakaz. His second name is Danger. He doesn't care.
Whisper's looking for someone else. They don't want to...
they're committing. They got a much more important target. It's not support, it's the core. It's the Beastmaster right now, sending him back into the ghost ship. Whisper has played with Chris Luck for so long. They know each other.
He knows he's going to miss, so he knocks it back.
Exactly.
He could have lassoed into it. He just wanted to go for the more flashy play. I think he was maybe going to try to lasso him with the high ground there. I like the Pakaz
Chris laughs when he does that.
Yeah?
He goes, hey man, what if you knock him in? And then he laughs, and then Whisper knows what to do.
I like that Pakaz jumped in first there, by the way, because they know the Treant is not a very important kill, or at least it's not worth a lot. So they just send the Sven in first, burst the Treant Protector, and then use the Batrider Blink Dagger timing that, of course, Aster, maybe they could have surmised it was coming out, but they didn't see it yet. So they wanted to use that timing for a more important kill, and I mean, XXS, he's the most farmed core on Aster. There is no better hero to grab right now than him.
The overgrowth on the Treant Protector does end up mattering a lot in these team fights, though, which means that once you kill the Treant early, the options they have of dealing with the Sven are much more limited.
And I think that's especially true because they did not have the global last fight for EG.
Exactly.
So the global can't come out to stop the overgrowth from happening. So killing the tree is very important. I totally agree.
Which is difficult for Aster because who tanks the smokes? It can't be your Snapfire. It definitely can't be your cores. It has to be Treant Protector, but he's also vital to your strategy.
Maybe Puck when XWI gets the Yule Scepter.
That would help.
So that way you can Yules after the phase shift when the global comes out and maybe survive.
What do you think of this build, though? Because he went for Blink before he went Yules or BKB against a Silencer.
Yeah, I mean, this is normally what people do against Silencer because you get it at a timing that's early enough that it's like fine, right? But the other heroes of EG are so strong that he has this Batrider to worry about, this Sven to worry about. So it's just a hard game for XWI to play. It would take some foresight and almost like pessimism to go for the Yule's second item.
Oh, they found him the Rocket Flare. That hook shot misses in the trees. Quick TP. We're fine. Oh, wow.
Oh, that was close.
Matthew.
That was close.
He has a third eye. It's under his cap, Jenkins.
That's what he keeps under there. That's right. Definitely not hair, that's for sure. As Monet desperately trying to farm anything that's available on the map. This is the point where the rest of Aster's cores are relegated to just kind of standing there next to Monet. So it's going to end up being a 1 core versus 3 scenario. That is not a good place to be in when the 1 core that's farming is countered.
Whisper is going to be the one to initiate once again. He's leading. Valencia has so much leeway. He doesn't want to support.
He wants XXS.
He does know
He's
what he
get
wants.
him.
He is. Oh, the BKB throwing some damage. Whisper's in trouble. Primal Roar, they turn this around. Ghost Ship for a little bit more damage. There's a lasso with BKB. Whisper not dead yet. And the BKB and XXS is about to end. As they kill Tremendous in the backlines, they're still trying to finish up XXS, but they lack the damage. Those cogs are going to keep him in place for now, as Pakaz is just going for the supports. XXS could not go back home because of Matthew.
That was a really nice fight split by EG there. Pakaz jumping in the 3 heroes that were to the right.
Whisper's alive.
Yeah, it made it so that Whisper could stay alive because the other heroes of Aster were too distracted by Pakaz jumping in, leaving them for 1,000 damage a hit.
And
I'm exaggerating, it's not 1,000 damage, but it is 500. He does a lot of damage.
I mean, committing God Strength and the BKB against a Treant Protector, you're like, what is happening?
It's worth it, it's worth it.
Hook shot! They caught the sniper in the trees. Oh, he's saved. He's saved and he continues on. quacking the enemy. Mortimer's Kiss is slowing down Whisper. Remember, he has no BKB.
Did you just have a Freudian slip where you said ho ho ha ha?
Yes.
That is the strangest Freudian slip I've ever heard.
That's what I think whenever I see Sniper.
Right.
It's perpetually in my head.
Yeah, it makes sense. We all went through that patch. I can understand the trauma. And speaking of trauma, man, Aster, they are feeling it this game. They finally have the Yules on puck, which means the global is not as much of an issue. They're going to go for a smoke with this.
Okay.
Roche is very low.
It is low. Where's they going with the smoke? They just went into the Roche pit.
Are they going to get this?
Are they keeping it fast enough? They're just Smile coming with the torrent. That's going to get vision. They know the Roche is low, but they can't steal it. Aster got it. Whisper tried to go in with a BKB, but it's a little bit too late. They cut the puck away with a stun. Yules said they're saving him for the last word. Let's have face shift. He doesn't have time to use it. The puck is down. Monet, next target. He's been slowed. The base is playing, and he's back. Age is down. What are they doing for a second life? What's the plan right now?
On Exorcist.
They're going to catch Monet, and he has nowhere to retreat. He's fighting back, but he's not capable of killing this Sven. Wailing on everything he sees. Matthew does not catch a Treant Protector, but it doesn't matter. They don't need a team wipe. He's but a walking tree, Jenkins.
And they didn't even commit the lasso for that, so he's
they
actually going to use it. They are going to get it. It's going to be a team wipe.
Screw the walking tree. Kill all plants.
Oh, man, and no buybacks. They do get the fortification back from
satisfied. He is satisfied.
I mean, good lord, he's 14-0-4. This is not a hero people succeed with on the off lane. You're not supposed to win lane with Batrider.
Oh my god, they're chanting Whisper's name now.
Okay, Aster, they've got like one more good defense in them where they may just call GG.
Really?
But, I mean, it's lower bracket. You probably don't, but like
you play till the end.
It is feeling really dire for them right now after that fight. A full team wipe in Roche when you have Aegis. That Roche steal is like the best thing that they could have hoped for. Walking in it when it's so low that they can take it before EG gets there. And EG had no abilities up, right? Like their global was down. Lasso was on cooldown still until the very end there, which is why he was able to use it on the tree. So it was such a solid timing for Aster. It's pretty much the only thing they could do to come back in the game. Pakaz has a Satanic now, by the way, so killing the Treant Protector is not as important. He can easily dispel that overgrowth.
Oh, Whisper, he smells a tree, man. Is he gonna kill him again?
Yep, he smelled the sap all right.
Oh, God. And he turned him into syrup.
That's right, maple syrup. Delectable stuff.
Of course, the Canadian says that.
Yep, and they're gonna keep pushing. There's no fortification because that was the tier 2. That was a second tier 2 that they take. So they're just gonna go for mid.
Okay, they're just going for the mid tower.
Yep.
Oh, wait, never mind. They already went for it. It's done.
So there's the tier 3 fortification. We have none left on the side of Aster now.
How long does God's Strength have left? Enough.
Plenty of time.
And they can do the X marks the combo, X marks the spot combo.
There's Lasso with an Arcane Room.
She doesn't look like a tree, but he's okay with hitting old women too. Anything old and ancient, he's okay with killing.
That's right.
Just an aegis, this Whisper.
Yep. That's because he's getting peeped a little bit. Doesn't have BKB, or doesn't have Aegis or anything like that, so they save him with the Force Staff, playing it safe. Can you explain to me? Okay, never mind. I was going to say, why does C-Smile... He had the, what's the, not the Tumbler's toy, the tier 3 neutral item. Ogre Seal Totem, he had that in the backpack. He actually hands it to Whisper.
And he has broom handle.
Keeps the broom handle because that's how much they value Whisper's game. Is that he wants this Ogre Seal.
This could be a good initiation. C-Smile activates BKB in time, global silence. How much can this man tank with a BKB? A fair amount. XSS is desperately trying to hit him, but it's not enough. Either Sniper has not enough items. Right now, Pichu is the one to die, and the Stormhammer catches the puck. The puck is healed by the mech. He has the Waiting Rift, a little bit more mobility, but they caught the beast on the Sniper. Sorry.
He got the Sniper.
The third old man of the game.
He has no buyback either.
That beard's way too long. It's time to trim your head away. Monet is down, and Beastmaster will be next. Pakaz has no chill. EG, they know, they're feeling it. They're going for the second lane of Rax now. The GG is called. Aster actually gives up in a lower bracket game, allowing EG to advance onto their next series. No more Chinese representation.
No.
I can't believe it.
I think that there are only 3 tournaments where a Chinese team in history, majors, has not gotten top 6. 3 tournaments, obviously barring the ones where there were the COVID complications. So this is a pretty historical thing that has happened, and it's a South American team, the dream team of SA, eliminating China from this tournament, the first major tournament in Peru, in SA. That is insane.
It is insane.
That is a crazy story. And it was such a stomp. It wasn't like they just eliminated them in some barn burner game. It was.
I mean, the second game and the first game were barn
They were
burners.
great, yes, of course. They made them give up.
Yes.
In the lower bracket.
Yes.
That is how devastating.
A team with RTK as coach. That man has endless morale.
Yeah. That is something else. That is something special. And that means we will have a crowd. We'll have a crowd tomorrow. Avo.
There's a crowd.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully the horn guy though was rooting for Aster.
Oh yeah. I think he's been removed from the premises.
I think so too. Thank you. You know, I know people are not going to celebrate. The crowd is going crazy, but let's celebrate Aster as well as we go for the handshake. This team, they fought so well. They were last hope of China. They had creative strategies. They might have dropped from the winner's bracket, from the upper bracket to lower bracket, then immediately out. But
I mean,
they tried hard and they were strong opponents.
Yeah, I mean, this team has experienced so much mental pressure over the years. Being the team that is known to succeed regionally and then knock LGD out of tournaments and then proceed to not do well, they have proven that curse has been broken. Even this is a great result for them compared to the years before. So obviously they want to go all the way, especially considering their results recently. But still, this is a team that has gone through so much and gotten so much better. They have nothing. They should still be very proud of themselves that they made it this far.
Yes, I would agree. Yes, the final game might not be the most representative of them, but they gave us great games before, and they gave us great games in the whole tournament.
It's also just a testament to how well EG played.
Exactly.
This team is actually looking like the SA Dream Team. It seems to be the only region that the Giga teams succeed in, where you take all the best players, you throw them on one team, and they're owning. So,
but for these Giga teams, we also have a Giga panel, so we're going to go back to them to see what they think about this Game 3.
Let me just savor these sounds for a little bit longer. Peru. Peru. It is amazing energy right now here in Lima, and well-deserved, because Evil Geniuses, they did ride or die with that Sven, but really, I think Whisper was the hero and the player of that game number 3. As the adoring fans, Panda looks spent, man. They look almost surprised by the situation. They're like, damn, that game was easy. They are reveling in it for sure. But what a performance. Estini, Whisper, 10-0 at like 15 minutes. This was what we were hoping for. We said it at the beginning. I want playmaker Whisper. I don't care if he's doing damage on Beastmaster. I want big kill numbers. I want him solo carrying. And goddamn did he do it that game.
Thank you, Whisper. Thank you for the drafter at EG. Thanks, Vintage, Matthew, that they proved the point that I didn't need to argument why Whisper is not like a good guy to break smokes. He can just win you the game. Give him Batrider or Timber, he's gonna win. It's like this famous joke, like, you play against EG, you don't ban Batrider because you can counter it. And then you lose.
And then you lose, but there is no game number 4 that Aster can turn it around. Those sheep, that's it, they're done. But it was a hell of a performance from both teams.
It was, yeah. Maybe not so much on Aster in the third game. I mean, Whisper just dominated so hard. Yes, no, you're right. Aster did put up a good fight. I think we saw like some highs and lows. I think the things we talked about, like FE, you talked about the mid player having, when he has a rougher game, it becomes quite hard. And I think that's good. It's kind of clear what they have to improve on going into like tour number 2 this year. And we saw the highs as well. I think they've been playing absolutely insane. I've really enjoyed watching Baboka play on his +4, just in general. Stellar team.
Stellar team, but the one that came out on top is Evil Geniuses, and one of the players most responsible for that was Matthew, and we've got Avo standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. We're here with Matthew El Gotito. Un aplauso para el grandísimo Matthew, por favor, para el stream en inglés. ¿Cómo se siente jugar en una arena así, Matthew?
No sé, siento que la localidad, la gente me pone los pelos de punta. O sea, mi piel está así como que gallina. Es como que me siento muy emocionado, muy hypeado en realidad. Y creo que lo que más me vacila es que la gente realmente se está portando bien, ¿no? Y es algo muy lindo de ver.
It's an incredible feeling. The hairs are standing up on his skin. It's electrifying, he says, and he just is really happy that people are behaving so well and people are supporting them so much, and he really thanks that. Matthew, vamos a hablar de las partidas. Primera partida, tu Snapfire. Una absoluta locura. Quiero saber, cuando vimos el TV, ¿era la Snapfire el counter del TV o tenías otro plan B?
No, o sea, en realidad fue como que el juego se tornó como... Es que nosotros sabemos que los equipos de China suelen como que tirarse más para el estilo de farmear. Entonces como que vimos que querían hacer eso y sentimos que teníamos mejor late game. Y aparte que el TV no fue BKB, creo que fue BKB de sexto ítem. Entonces fue como que yo simplemente dije, termino mi cetro y podemos matarlos a cada rato. Porque se lo lanzo al TV, a la Marcy o a la DP con BKB y lo mataba. Entonces como que jugamos el Dota de ellos, sabiendo que teníamos una mejor oportunidad en late. Y el TV también creo que cometió un error al no ir BKB, ¿no? Y nos facilitó las cosas.
So he says that again in that game against TB, they actually thought they had better late the whole time. They didn't really consider a counter to him necessarily. In fact, as the game progressed, they knew that the Chinese teams like to play for farm a little bit more, so they tried to play for a better late game to increase their farm and beat the TB. Once they realized that TB was not going BKB early, Monet specifically wasn't going BKB early, which he thinks was a mistake, they decided to go for Axe because they can throw Marcy or ¿cuál el otro héroe?
DP.
Marcy or DP onto him and he would just die. As a result of that, the Agnes became a really, really important part of the strategy, and he knew the BKB came as a sixth item, which he found was a little bit of a mistake, which is why they could destroy him by playing their own game. Era segunda partida. Cuando os dais cuenta de que no tenéis cómo cancelar el Black Hole Enigma, ¿cómo son las comms del equipo cuando os dais cuenta de la importancia de ese héroe?
O sea, fue muy estresante porque ya el análisis previo que tuvimos contra Aster, dijimos que ellos no podían jugar Enigma. Y el primer juego fue como que se lo dejamos, creo que de nervios, creo que no estuvimos mucho al tanto de eso. Y fue como que jugamos el segundo juego contra el Enigma y solamente nuestra mentalidad fue como que, ok, hay que piquear un héroe que le gane la línea al Enigma, que no lo deje sacar nada. Y efectivamente creo que fue estompeado en la línea, pero como te digo, ellos son muy buenos defendiendo su high ground, defendiendo su base. Entonces fue como que el juego se alargó y no teníamos cómo cancelar el Black Hole. Y se volvió un juego muy irritante y creo que al fin y al cabo peleamos mal ya de tanta presión que teníamos y eso fue la gota que derramó el vaso, ¿no? De que no teníamos algo para cancelar el Black Hole, en realidad.
So in the second game, they actually let the Enigma through because in their previous analysis before the game, they thought Aster does not play Enigma. And so when it came through, they kind of slipped up. They realized this, and the Enigma got through. They had to find a solution for it. The solution to them was the Kunkka in the lane. You beat the lane, and lane did go really well for them. The Kunkka absolutely destroyed the Enigma, but Aster's a really good team at defending high ground. They're a really good team at delaying the game. That's exactly what happened. And once the game got delayed enough, the lane didn't matter as much. As a result of that, they realized they didn't have a black hole counter. They didn't have anything to counter the black hole, and they became a really, really frustrating game where it was just all about stopping the Enigma, and they couldn't. But antes de irnos, Matthew, tenemos todo el público aquí. Algo que quieras decir a tus fans ingleses también que están viendo desde casa, a toda esa gente que te apoya. Matthew en este torneo.
Sudamérica, sobre el público y todo eso, y hasta yo sabía que era verdad. Y es como que verlos comportarse así realmente me llena de orgullo. Y nada, agradecerles a todos, ¿no? Realmente por el hype que nos dan, por las emociones, por las vibras. Ahí hasta cuando perdemos nos aplauden y es algo muy lindo de ver.
He says, as he said, he's really proud of the audience, really proud of everyone that's watching him. For a really long time, we didn't get a chance to see a major in South America, and there was a lot of hate going around, not just to South American teams, but also to South American audience members themselves. And he, to some degree, believed it was kind of true. Like, you see other majors and these things have happened, and he didn't want the audience to behave poorly. And what he's seen here has been incredible. They've completely revitalized his spirit. His heart is in the right place now because everyone's supporting them. They're clapping when the good plays happen. And they're clapping when they lose. Nobody has thrown any hate his way. It's just been absolutely beautiful for him. And he's just really proud of his region and really proud to play here. Matthew, muchísimas gracias. Felicidades por la victoria.
Gracias a ustedes.
Cuídate, and we're going to go back to the panel so they can analyze this. Game number 3.
Muchas gracias to Matthew and Avo. Still level-headed despite such an exciting experience that this must be. Has he always been like that, Astini, in high-pressure situations like this? He said he felt the electricity, the hair was raising, it would be impossible not to, but still, he seems he's got his eye focused on the game and most likely focused on Shopify. Rebellion, because that's their next opponent.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion's the story that basically when they were EG, they choose to play against the now EG that was Thunder Predator at the TI. And actually Thunder Predator, which is now EG, won. So it's a hype rematch from that sense. Yeah, and that's also a match that's EG were the team that took them away on the Animajor. It was their first major as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I am to tell the full Matthew story later.
I'm curious.
Okay, so Matthew is the guy that most deserve results in SA. He's the story of SA. He's the proof of resilience, determination. He went to at least 4 or 5 drawbacks. Major slot. It's the first SA slot we ever had.
SG Esports.
Yeah.
Beating Secret. I remember.
He finished 5th place, so he doesn't go to the playoff. The qualifiers with 12 minutes game. His Ursa drop item to taunt, gets blink daggered, and just called GG because lost the items.
Oh no.
But Infamous called them to the team because they realized Matthew was a standing point on that unknown team, and he goes to TI. That's the first TI of his career, first SA team to go to TI. And when they come back from TI, they realize the Brazilians are actually doing super good. Let's do a team with the Brazilians. They do DCSA, the Digital Chaos.
That's right.
But it was super bad. Like even like the structure they had, all the ideas didn't work out. The Brazilian-Peruvian combo. Didn't work out. So this TI, Pain Gaming goes, he had the right idea, playing with Brazilians, but they didn't manage to keep playing with Brazilians. And then he goes to what's going to be the next TI. He starts with Infamous. He plays all major qualifiers with Infamous. They get to qualify to the Dream League. He gets kicked, replaced by Schofield.
Oh no.
That would be his only possibility to go to a major, and that's the TI season that we see Hamburguesa qualifying, his Eagle Boys with Timado. So back with Timado, the guy that brought him to TI. And he finished 3rd place on the qualifier, outstanding performance. And then, okay, we have now a DPC season, very structured, but he does a team that doesn't get the invitation to the closed qualifiers. That's Thunder Predator. They lose the first open qualifier. They lose the second open qualifier for a major. They won the 3rd open qualifier to the major, and by winning the open qualifier, they also stomped the entire closed qualifier. It's 1st place. They go to the major. Oh wait, they don't go because the major is canceled.
That was the Los Angeles major.
It's the Los Angeles major.
The amount of hardships that this dude has had to conquer to make it to this point, and obviously last TI is when we start to see the magic happen, but it's solidifying here on Evil Geniuses, and it really is a super team. This is what everyone has been hoping for out of South America, and hell of a performance in this series. Effie, you have any takeaways from what we witnessed for the past few hours?
I mean, that was awesome. Honestly, I feel like I don't really know how to follow up on that long story, but I'm really glad that Matthew could finally see the results that he deserves. And I don't know. This team is very talented. That was the most disgusting Batrider snowball I've seen in a very long time, and it just feels like every single player on this Evil Geniuses squad is capable of greatness. So I'm just really excited to see what they have in store. I mean, honestly, well played. Well played.
Yeah, I'm over the moon that Evil Geniuses gets to continue moving forward and face off against former Evil Geniuses Shopify Rebellion. But anything, any parting words for Team Aster, Sheepstick? As you know, we saw PSG LGD have new players, get LAN experience, get eliminated. Kind of the same story here, but Aster progress a little bit further.
I guess, I mean, the difference with that stand-in, right, they had to figure out what they wanted from their offlane, but for Aster, they just have their roster here. I think going from such high placements in previous lands to this is probably disappointing, and I'm sure they don't feel too good, but I think they know where they need to build to go forward from here. I think they shouldn't feel bad. I think there's much to learn. I think the most important thing is there's going to be a new patch. You're basically, you know, hopefully you're learning and improving your fundamentals and taking that to the next patch, because everything's going to go friggin' crazy at that point. You know, though it's going to be really fun in a few days' time, guys.
That's true. Every single series that we complete here is that much closer to a new patch, but we're going to savor these moments while we still have them, as Evil Geniuses do eliminate Team Aster, and perhaps we can take a look at the bracket and see where we are, as now, I guess, 7th, 8th has been confirmed. You can see there. But they come back. They were able to prove superior against our most recent TI winners of Tundra. Progress a little bit forward. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, they also got defeated by a Western European team. Entity, 2-0 them in upper bracket. They moved down. They claim the 2-0 against Beast Coast. And that was not the 50-50 crowd situation that I was thinking. I was thinking South America, you know, you cheer evenly, but Estini, it seemed they were heavily favorites for Beast Coast, but now after this series, I think they've adopted Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they're carrying on the SA blood, so I think that's the series they needed to win to prove that they are the best SA team, and now they get all the support in the region. So, yeah.
They also avenged Beast Coast, didn't they? Because Aster are the ones who sent them to lower bracket anyway, and they lose.
Right.
Yeah. So it was kind of revenge for them. Isn't that what they said when they beat Beast Coast? That we're going to win this for them? So pretty wholesome stuff going on here. Unlucky for Aster, you know, but you guys did well. Actually, so Jenkins was telling me this is the 3rd time in Dota history that a Chinese team doesn't finish top 6 at a major. So China as a region, has been looking weaker overall. So I think that they're leaving this feeling
into the major, because they had so many roster changes and old players leaving, that there was just a lot of new people in, new players, new teams. Like, I don't think the quality of Chinese Dota was very high in Tour 1, and now that we have the Div 2 teams that do look pretty good coming up to Div 1, I think it'll be better.
And Estini, you think they're going to finally get close out this grudge match? You think Shopify Rebellion is going to fix whatever happened at TI, or is this just destined to be South America's victory?
It's destined. I just told like 2 drawbacks of Matthew, had 2 more. Seriously, because then he goes to the first season. They have Mingate, they kick him. They have HFN. They win all matches, but it's too late to go to the major. Then with HFN, they go to the major. They lose to Quincy on upper bracket when they're going straight Throne. The Throne gets like 200 HP, that's why they don't move forward. And then, what's the next major? Also cancelled.
Oh, the major replacement.
And
it
was a regional final then. Like, they first place DPC and they get like 3rd in the regionals because they were just tilted. They're like, we qualify, we don't get to play. I don't know what's wrong. And now they deserve.
I just want to tell you guys that EG did something today that old EG, Shopify Rebellion, could not do, which was win with last pick Marcy and win with last pick Sven.
Jesus Christ. Shots fired.
Great.
I'm just saying.
Let's put those 2 ideas head to head then. Let's push it then. Well, we'll save that for the end of the day. For Spirit versus Talon, so stick around for a break.
Welcome back. The Lima major continues. I'm very tall because Tsunami was sitting in this place and nobody changed my camera. There we go. I will just slouch for a little bit. Story of a tall person right here is all good because we're going to watch some good Dota, and I do want to always sit back and relax when I watch Dota, and I think we got a good one coming up for you. It's going to be lower bracket match. It's going to be Talon taking on Team Spirit, and I'm not going to be talking alone because I'm going to sit back and relax while these three people talk, as I'm joined by Winter, Purge, and Astini. Good afternoon. Astini, of course, you were already here, so I'm going to let the other two talk a little bit about this match because I think maybe Winter might be a little bit personally invested in the series.
You bet I am.
How unbiased can you be during the series?
I'll try my best, but there's going to be some part of me that's going to be slightly biased because they are my friends. But at the end of the day, you know, I hope they go far. I'm not gonna lie, you know.
No, I don't expect you to lie. Maybe Purge wants to go for Team Spirit.
I'll lie, no problem.
You don't want to.
No, both of the teams are great. I think they both performed super well. Talon in their last series mega overperformed. I thought maybe not overperformed, but they played super well. I think Makoto impressed me a lot. It just felt like he was just playing with his food the whole game. Gets the puck, messes with the puck. I just have a lot of hope for him.
I have a lot of hope for Talon as well, but I know there's a lot of people that have hope for Spirit as well. And we're gonna talk all about them, but we need to get them on the stage first, so let's bring on Talon. Starting out in the upper bracket, Talon was quickly dropped down by facing Team Liquid in their first upper bracket round. They got 0-2, they looked promising, and all the lessons that they learned, they put into practice when they faced Hellraisers, and they had a clean 2-0. They look solid, the momentum is there, and you can see the smiles on their faces. For sure, they are excited to be taking the stage here to go up against Team Spirit again, because of course Team Spirit coming from the same group. It's all nice though, because when these two teams faced, it was an even series in the group stages. So now is the chance for one of these two to rise above and beyond. And I wonder, Astini, do you feel like the players might have a little bit of pressure being the only one left for their region at this point?
Yeah, definitely. They need to carry Winter's happiness on, and it's a lot of pressure. But I think Talon's the team that can win a best of one. It's a 50-50. They can draw or win a best of two. But a best of three, I think just Team Spirit, they can adapt way more, especially on a LAN event, on a playoff, because it's different when you're playing from the hotel room and when you're playing from an arena. And I really feel Team Spirit experience is gonna win this match for them.
Team Spirit is, of course, a defending, well, not defending TI champs, because that would mean they would win last one, but they are a TI champ. They're almost the exact same roster. Only one change was made after last TI, where they did not do too hot, but they are definitely finding themselves once again, and they are looking to go far. Let's welcome on stage Team Spirit. It is Team Spirit walking towards the booth here as well. And of course, they also started in that upper bracket. Their opponent at that time was Shopify Rebellion. And even though they did get dropped down, they were able to take a game off of that squad. In the lower bracket, they found themselves facing up against their nemesis, former nemesis, PSG LGD. Of course, they have beat them plenty of times on LAN, as we all very well remember. They were able to do the same thing in that lower bracket. Another 2-1 for them, leading them right here. They are top 8 guaranteed, and of course, for both teams, should they win here, top 6 is where they will land, and they want to go, of course, further. And also, they are the last representative of their region. And they did change their roster, as I said. I want to start by talking about that because Purge, we got Laurel coming in instead of Toronto Tokyo. And it seems like Laurel is a very good fit for the squad.
Yeah, he's a really solid fit. His stability has generally been seen as pretty high. His last series was a little bit rockier, but his hero variety is fitting in nicely with the flex picks. Toronto Tokyo kind of played only traditional mid heroes in the Team Spirit's TI run. So Laurel gives him some positives, maybe some downsides. Right now, he's looking like a positive. The team is in better form than they were after they won TI, so I think it's just gonna only gonna be a good thing.
I feel like it's like my take is like some games I feel like he's been like the weakness of their team. Like he doesn't do so well in the laning phase against other like the top mid players, and I feel like it could be very visible today against Mikoto. Mikoto is one of the mid laners that's really good in the laning phase, and I feel like that could be a problem for Team Spirit today.
Yeah, Mikoto has definitely popped off. Mikoto versus Laurel. Do you have a favorite, Astini?
In this sense, Mikoto definitely.
Yeah.
100% Mikoto. Even though I think Team Spirit should win, Mikoto should just do way better than Laurel. I try to not say like Laurel is not a good replacement for Toronto Tokyo because I know he takes a lot of pressure, but how can you replace a TI winner? The team just won TI like just 1 year ago, and you need to replace Toronto Tokyo. I feel he doesn't bring that much of a high skill play of like this cold-blooded play style that Toronto had. It's definitely rough to replace Toronto.
And then with that in mind, you just did say that you were confident that Team Spirit was going to take the series, right?
Yeah.
So if you think Laurel's going to lose mid as hard as you just described, what's the deciding factor that makes you believe Team Spirit can do this one?
Draft overall, they are a team that they adapt really well in best of threes. They can see what are the flaws. If they lose a game, they can totally change the heroes. They can adapt really well. So I believe the side lanes should guarantee them this win. Probably like Yatoro with the best win condition. I feel if you have like Yatoro with a better win condition than 23 Savage, he's just gonna carry the game.
I mean, both these teams don't really like to play Nature's Prophet as a carry. When they ran it, it's always mostly on the off lane on both teams. So I think that's something interesting. Like they have something in common, you know, in the draft.
Yeah. Do they have something that is completely not in common in the draft, where you see like there's heroes that we've seen on both teams that we are not going to see on the other team?
Well, we talked about the mid matchup a little bit already, and I think it's also similar. Laurel's heroes are more passive. They're less like go-in playmaker type heroes. He's playing like Zeus. He's been playing Snapfire.
Tiny though. Tiny is his best hero.
Tiny, yeah. I think his Tiny has been really solid. That's a good example of a go-in and do stuff hero, but I just feel like Puck is more like nuisance type heroes, whereas Laurel is more consistent, stable-ish. But I do agree that Makoto's the better mid laner and does more explosive things for his team, which can really make a big difference in some of these tense moments.
I mean, do you feel like they should try to get his hero early since he's like playing all these like aura carriers, like one neutral heroes?
They get Snapfire all the time.
Yeah, but then it would mean that his lane is going to be harder because his hero is coming out earlier.
That is true. That could cause some issues.
That could cause some issues as well. And with that in mind, do we focus maybe a little bit more on the position 4, maybe on Mira coming in for Team Spirit to help Laurel out if he's going to struggle against Mikoto, Asini?
I think you just let the mid lane lose and you play the two side lanes. So you don't put a lot of priority. There's a match that I watched in this playoffs that just comes to my mind. It was the Shopify against Liquid. They try a kill in a mid DP. They have the Batrider. They fail to get the kill. And you look at the game and it's over. It's literally over. Because you brought two supports mid. They didn't get a kill. Your side lanes die. And the game is over. So instead of trying to win the losing lane, you just keep winning the lanes you're winning, because you cannot win 3 lanes. That's the perfect formula to lose all of them. When you try to win all, you lose all. You should be happy getting away with winning 2 lanes and maybe drawing 1, or like winning 1, drawing 2. You should be happy with that.
I think that's a very, very good point. And if you look at their cores, right, the other 2 cores, Collapse and Yatoro, I would definitely not want them to lose their lanes. I think Lara is a person where I feel like it's okay, like I'm giving him all this like neutral heroes. It's okay if he doesn't get a good start, and I'm going to try to just focus on securing the other 2 side lanes so we have a game.
Now I know Asini likes Team Spirit for this one, and obviously we got a little bit of biased panelists in winter going for Talon here. Purge, do you have a favorite?
I agree with Assini that I feel like Spirit's going to have better draft longevity. They're going to better be able to pivot, but in the same vein, I think that the upper hand that Talon has in the mid lane could kind of just blow the game into a weird place. Because it's very common to draft say like, okay, we're going to have the better draft, but then like some crazy shit happens and you lose mid by too much and now your draft just doesn't work and you're too far behind and you're trying to catch up, but it's hard. Yeah. So I could see Talon winning on that kind of a thing. But if the game is close enough, I feel like Team Spirit's generally going to have the better building blocks to take at least 2 wins here.
I mean, based on the main event games, I remember the game where Lowe was playing, he was laning against NTS. There was one game he was playing he was Pango against the Storm. I feel like even though the matchup is bad for him, but he was losing that lane like way too hard. I feel like the lane shouldn't be that bad. And even in the other lane, he was Tiny and he was playing against Amber. And Tiny should be able to do well against Amber Spirit, but he was also losing that lane. And Mikoto, I would feel like if you put him in skill, if you compare them together, NTS and Mikoto, I feel like they're pretty similar. So I feel like Lara is going to have a very tough day today, and it could be a huge problem in the game if he loses too hard.
We keep circling back to that mid lane, it seems, Harlan. I thought Lara was doing quite well with the team. The growth of this event has shown enough, but my panel is not entirely convinced. So they're focusing more on the side lanes of it all. What kind of playstyle are we expecting for both of these teams? Is it going to be a bloodbath? Is it going to be like a more methodical style of game, you think, Astini?
I guess it's going to be one of the last bloodbaths that we have in the tournament because these two teams, they look for kills all the time. They fight each other. So like I like to see Team Spirit because if you compare to the Bad Boom team that qualified in first place in the region, they're so passive. They just defend their jungle. They just want to farm. And here on Team Spirit, you see more aggressiveness from their side. Maybe that's a change that Lau is more positive in the sense, because Toronto Tokyo, he would also farm and get his items. So you have some guy that's like pushing the team to play faster tempo, and I believe that creates a lot of chaos in the map.
And with us focusing on those sidelines for Spirit, for Talon, I mean, we kind of gloss over the fact that Mikoto was going to win mid, right? Does that mean you got to be extra careful? Like how? Because he's going to win mid, but he's not going to stay mid.
Yeah, I'm glad you actually brought that up. I feel like when I look at their games, I think that their weakness is the safe lane. Because in a lot of the games that they are losing, they actually did really badly in the safe lane, especially the game against Tundra that I remember the most, where they were it was a Ricky and Drow, they were laning against a Monkey King Doom, and they lost the lane so bad, and they couldn't play, and they literally lost the game from that, because the Drow just had no game, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a worry. But I feel like you can address that a little bit with the right picks. You know, those early Treant Protectors, Undyings, things like that. Maybe try not to get too cute with your hero picks, ensure your lanes are stable, and then if you know you're going to win the mid matchup, then that should carry you to victory.
Then do you think that they should, if they win the coin toss, do you think that they should get first pick to try to secure one of those heroes that you mentioned, the Undying, the Treant?
I don't know if it's always that safe to first pick. Maybe Tree is safer than Undying, but yeah, that's an option, I guess.
I got some information on that front as well, because Talon won the coin toss.
What did they go for?
They chose first pick, and then of course Team Spirit chose Dire. Does that change the way we think about how this game is going to go? Because you said earlier, Stini, draft is going to be the decision maker, and oftentimes first pick, and Dire, it seems to be having a very big impact on this tournament so far.
Yeah, not only Dire, but second pick means they can counter the matchups. And I would see when you're Dire, you counter the matchups to scale more, because you can protect your own jungle, and that's the jungle that's nearby Roche. So just pick to outscale and protect your jungle. Maybe a more passive playstyle, but that's how I see it can fit well.
Maybe not the most exciting game then.
But Talon will try to speed it up.
Oh, that's good, because we need some speeding it up. I do like a little bit of a less organized type of game, which I think a lot of people can get on board with. Going into this game on the side of Talon, what do you want to see go well, Purge? Is there any player in particular you got your eyes on to want to step it up or something?
Sure, Shiva. I'll talk about Mikoto for the fourth time.
No,
I think this guy is so good.
Really?
All right. Maybe he has some bad games here and there, but his last series was really impressive to me. I genuinely think that if he gets puck, he's going to smash the game.
Yep.
Maybe that's something you ban in second phase.
They've been first phasing it too, right?
8 pick, a couple of games.
So get Ice Frog, remove it from the game. That's all you can do at this point. It's too strong.
Ban it.
They're gonna have to deal with, because they chose first pick, right? I think the 8 pick is possible that they get a puck there or a Bat Rider. Those are the 2 picks that come to my mind.
And does Team Spirit still need to ban out Brood and Lina, or are we a little less worried for that for some reason, or not?
I think they're going to ban Brood and Lina, but we might see MP out in the pool, but both teams might not prioritize that hero a lot, but we might see a change. And just based on the previous series, they don't really prioritize the hero a lot as a carry. Maybe as an off lane they do.
Okay. I do think it's pretty funny that when we talk about the Spirit, we keep circling back to Laurel. Poor guy. When we talk about Talon, we keep circling back to Mikoto. What about these support duos, guys? Give the support some love, Zestini. Q and Ollie have been great this tournament.
Yeah, they are good more as like space makers. They play very actively on. Just I don't like to see when they pick Elder Titan. I'm the Elder Titan hater here. But
it worked though that game.
I know, and then I hate it double because I'm wrong.
Okay,
I hate
I understand.
hating, and then I hate being wrong, so I'm twice hating them. But on the other hand, I feel like the Team Spirit ones, they're more like the smoke breaker heroes. They control more the macro game of the team, so they control the arrows the team will be playing, and the Talon ones, they're just like running at heroes. It's more like the Dota you like to see, like just running at heroes, getting kills.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit's more this, let's stay calm, let's protect our area, let's, okay, we get kills here with this specific objective. It's more macro-oriented.
I mean, on the other hand, I feel like they both have very similar offlaners. Their offlaners are very polarizing. I feel like in the draft, they tend to get maybe a lot more priority than other teams' offlaners. And they do have a lot of say, in the draft, especially Jebs, because he's the one drafting. And he likes to pick his hero later, and sometimes his hero can be a win condition hero. Not every offlaner gets that in a tournament.
Now going into a little bit of the inside information. Well, it's not inside information. Collapse has not really played Brood, right? He's not really a Brood player.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him play it.
So why would, as Talon, you pick first pick when you know that if you pick second pick, you don't have to ban Brood? Therefore,
you can pick
you get like an advantage.
But I think it's back to what Kevin mentioned earlier. They just want to get like a position 5 because their weakness is they lose their safe lane, right? So you get first pick and you get a very, very solid pos 5 to secure the lane. That solves immediately one of your problems. So you keep everything simple. You keep the game simple.
Keeping the game simple. I like that. Doing simple things well is always a pleasure to watch in Dota 2. As long as there's some kills involved as well, then I am happy. I'm simple human here for sure. And we should be getting into that draft very soon. What are the unorthodox heroes that both teams have eyed, you feel, Estini? Are there any heroes that are not in the meta that are very typical for the team only?
Specifically on that question, I will skip back to the Broodmother and add something on the draft order. I feel Brood is not a good second pick because then the enemy team can pick Naga on 8. And if you're first pick, they will show Naga and you get to counter Naga still. So it's basically, if you're second pick, you get Naga on 8 and they ban all Naga counters.
Okay, we're going to find out if that indeed is going to happen. If we're going to have some Naga in this upcoming game. We are ready for game number 1 between Talon and Team Spirit. Elimination on the line in this series. Of course, winning will grant you top 6 at the Lima Major, and losing will leave you in 7th, 8th place. So let's head into the draft for game 1.
All here to the draft panel for game number 1 between Talon Esports and Team Spirit to determine who gets to continue in this tournament, keeping their tournament hopes alive, and of course building the road towards the international. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Jenkins, and I'm joined by SVG on the panel. Gentlemen.
I've ruined your intro.
Oh, it's
do it again. Let's do it again.
No, it's too late. We've got Dota.
Start from scratch.
Dropped. Dota. Good times. Team Spirit on the dire side, they have themselves the second pick. They've responded with the opening pick on the Nature's Prophet. Talon Esports doing the right thing, SVG, because this hero is super versatile. If he's in the pool, you should just get him every single game, shouldn't you?
That's how I feel. Unless you're going to do this Lina Furion trade. But if Lina gets taken out, I feel like it's Furion's free game. The only other hero we've seen teams really prioritize is the Bat Rider, and I can't even get it out. But they get both. So I think Talon's super happy with this opener. I would much rather have Talon's opener here than Spirit. The one thing you have going for you is we've seen these offlane Primal Beasts just destroy Furion on the lane.
Yeah.
You can really shut down carry Furion with this hero. I would put money on Collapse or Whisper to be the two guys that can do that because they're the killer offlaners, right? They're going to go, they're just going to run at you, get this level 3 to 5 timing, kill Nature's Prophet once or twice, you set him back pretty far, and then those aggressive tower push rotations don't work out so well for you. And especially Enchantress is going to go to the other side lane, potentially shut down the offlane Furion. So to me, this Team Spirit opener is really about, don't want to give Furion a good laning phase, regardless of which side lane he goes to, and then probably make up the map presence somewhere else later.
It's not the first time that they've done this opener, Jenkins, of the Bat Rider with the Nature's Prophet. Team Spirit had to have known that this was coming, and as SVG was mentioning, putting this Primal Beast already in the game does give you those options to try and shut him down as early as possible. What heroes do you want to see paired with him in the lane? This Enchantress presumably goes 5 and then comes to make mid-rotations a little bit later. So who else is going to be in the offlane to make sure that they have that kill duo going?
For Team Spirit, I mean, let's see. A lot should get banned here, so the Rubik is banned out. That would probably be the #1 thing you could run with the Primal. Hoodwink, Mirana, like I'm just looking at these like ranged heroes to pair with it, give some sort of like kill threat. You could run the Enchantress as the 4 as well, and that'd be perfectly fine. One really annoying thing about being Nature's Prophet against Primal is that whenever you get that like really broken leash talent at level 20, Primal can actually just walk in and trample the trees for his teammates to get out of the leash. You can like run through as well, so it really nullifies that hero's like potential as a carry hero. Or you could argue that maybe that's why they might flex this to like an offlane Nature's Prophet, which is what Talon has been mostly doing.
Yeah. Jabs has been pretty much playing carry from the offlane when he plays this. He'll start like an offlaner, he'll build Ags at first, and he's like, all right, time to go AC, time to buy some Daedalus, you know, I need to put in those right clicks.
The Gleipnir comes out,
Jabs is just a 1, 2, and 3 player, all rolled into one dude. He doesn't know what role he's playing until he goes in the game. I don't know if his team knows. He's playing offlane Naga. Is like, are you buying utility this game, Jabs? Sure, guys. Then he has,
you know what?
6 carry items. Like, what the hell's going on?
My boy has 20 majors under his belt now. All right, he's like one of 7 people. He's an old man, you know, and if an old man is like, I want to smoke a cigarette, you know, go for it. You've earned it at this point. That's what he's doing. I want to carry. I want to play offlane Naga.
Okay, promoting
go ahead.
Smoking right now.
Huh?
You're promoting smoking
if
right now.
If you're an old man, if you're 80 years old, do whatever you want. I'm promoting being 80.
So you're
promoting being 80.
If you play enough Dota,
you age
the
quickly.
rules of society no longer apply.
That is correct.
All right. That is not true, by the way, to anybody. Looking back at the game right now, Team Spirit have gone for this Tiny, and I'm kind of surprised that they haven't banned out this Tree and Protector. We've seen as well Talon Esports, when they play Nature's Prophet, they like pairing it with Tree. Then they play Bat Rider, they like having the Tree and Protector as well. And given that you have this kind of push already, it's very surprising, SVG, that they just left it in the pool. If you're Talon, do you not just pick Tree here?
The thing is, they banned the 3 other melee 5s that can potentially be 5s for Talon here. They'll play the Clock and the Tusk on either lane. I think the Undyne is a must ban if you're going to run double melee strength into that safe lane. This Tiny 4 suffers immensely versus Undyne, so I'd rather ban Undyne over Tree here. I would not ban... I mean, you're banning the Clock for the Primal, but I also think Primal is a hero that can play through those matchups because he's going to go the super early BKB. So the Tree's pretty much guaranteed here. The Tree's going to have a very good time versus the double melee lane. And now you're going to have to overcome that with the Primal spell, so you're probably going to pull early waves, try and get to the level 3 timing, and just run him over.
Trample the trees early as well. You can destroy all the trees, which is pretty nice.
But again, if you're looking at the Spirit lineup, Tiny Enchantress, to me, you want to crash the runes with this. You want to go towards the mid lane, snowball that, get some momentum going, which means you want to win the side lanes early or have side laners that are independent in the matchups. That's where Talon can hide where these heroes are going for a little bit longer, sort of mess that game plan up, or get a mid laner that isn't susceptible to the roam. Then Spirit gets locked in these side lanes. That said, these 2 supports for Talon are terrible at crashing the runes. Trine is arguably one of the worst heroes at doing it.
That might be the worst.
Yeah, he wants to stay on the lane. He's pretty bad at fighting in the river. Shaker can be a little slow too, and I don't see Talon contesting this mid lane or fighting the runes, which means you might get a really good pick here later in terms of even 24 here for Laurel.
Yeah, I mean they could run the Tiny mid still. Laurel has played it quite a bit, but into the potential Batrider laning. Like, I know people don't particularly like that matchup for the Tiny. It's one of the few things that can kill him in lane.
I mean, Silencer's kind of juicy here, but I don't know how you're running it or playing it.
So they'll go for
kind of another map. Again, you have to make up some of the map presence here with this Enchantress Tiny duo. I think you have to get some lane shove, you have to get some pick off. You have to deal with Furion and Batrider in terms of how much they're going to push your lanes in and set up a threat, right? Primal Beast is not amazing at reacting to that. He's good if he's proactive shutting you down, but the second if that goes wrong for you, all of a sudden you're losing all your lane pressure and you're very scared on the map. So Zeus kind of designed to deal with that, but Zeus is a double-edged sword as well.
Yeah.
If you're getting run at here.
To be fair, I'm looking at the two supports. You mentioned that like these Talon supports are a little bit clunky, right? And I don't anticipate them being able to get that much distance on top of the Zeus. There is the Batrider, yes, there's Nature's Prophet potentially later who can jump you directly, but there's a large period of the game where if you have any vision of Batrider, you feel good as a Zeus.
Yeah, this is why Spirit bans the TA, is the two supports on Talon. It's like these are not going to come, they're not going to come mid and do much there, especially because you can just jump over the Fissure now with the Heavenly Jump. So they're banning the stuff that will just beat a Zeus in a 1v1, which would, I mean, TA is the big one that people are picking. I don't know if there's anything that's quite as bad as that in terms of matchup for Zeus.
Could also, they still have this mid-Tiny option open because Mira will play for Zeus.
Yep,
and
he will.
The Zeus Primal lane is, that can be a nasty lane.
It's actually pretty good,
a lot of damage. It's surprisingly good. So they do always have that option, which makes this last pick for Talon even that little extra bit harder.
Yeah.
And if you can see their bans, right? Naga, Terrorblade, Talon have a very clear idea of how they want to play this game. Their supports are clunky, but their cores are not. If you start getting a pick off here or there, you collapse the map very fast. Suddenly these Team Spirit supports become liabilities.
What do we think on the side of Team Spirit now? At the very end of the draft, they do prefer leaving Yatoro's hero for last. He plays an extremely diverse pool of heroes. Jenkins, it does feel like they're a little bit light on the physical damage output on the side of Team Spirit. They have a ton of magic burst from two different heroes. Who do you want to see like hit people right now? Because Talon, I think at the end of the draft, they're probably just talking about this. They need what? Push, it feels like? So
I mean,
some DP?
The problem is like a lot of the Spirit kind of like the ranged heroes that you would pick for Yatoro here really suffer against Nature's Prophet. Like a lot, like the Drows and the Linas, like these heroes have really low win rate versus Nature's Prophet. And then Batrider's very good at like jumping on top of them. So you need something that is not going to lose to these two heroes, that is ranged probably to, well, actually, you could be a melee hero. Just melee heroes are kind of dog right now.
I mean, this is the problem with saving your carry for last.
Morphling, maybe?
Almost would have preferred them to save the mid because there's so many carries, man. The Slark's out, the Ursa's out, two double illusion heroes out. These are a lot of the bad answers. They even banned the Faceless Void, which maybe would have been good.
Now SF is out as well because they've just taken it.
SF gets taken.
Okay, so yeah, this shows the lanes. That's SF carry, mid bat, off lane Furion, which I'm sure Team Spirit expected. So something to lane against a Furion plus Earthshaker.
I mean, it could be bat too, right? You can always put this bat in the off lane here.
You could, yeah, you could. And then
put the SF mid carry Furion. I always see like Spectre, Sven, and maybe Sniper, but I'm not huge on the Sniper because I don't think you have enough to just bulwark the front line for him. You also have a Zeus on top of it.
Sniper versus Bat, and then Nature's is
yeah.
pretty rough. Spectre does look really good if they can get out of lanes. Like if Spectre can get items.
Can you play the map with Spectre here? Is Bat just running at you? Is Furion killing your early towers? You lose space? That's what I'm worried about with that hero. It's very slow.
It is slow.
I wouldn't be surprised to just see Yotoro Sven. At least he can shove the waves out. You have a decent matchup versus the Furion and kind of okay versus SF for decent periods of that game if you get ahead. They don't have an Ancient Farmer, too. I think Spirit like to have an Ancient Farmer.
For sure.
There's Drow, but again, you're playing Drow into this Bat Furion double cap close.
How do you feel about CK if you want a hero that's going to be able to lane and get out of the laning phase and fight early
against Shaker and Treant, though, it's so much AoE disable for the ult on CK. Like, I'm leaning towards, like, Morphling because you can turn into the Earthshaker, and it makes, you get the classic Morph Earthshaker combo. It's pretty good against Furion in lane. I'm sure it's fine against Bat in lane, too.
I'm just worried about the speed of Talon. If you go for this Morphling, like Mikoto, whatever he plays mid, he's going to come to your side of the map and just like shove you out of it extremely early in the game.
Yeah, that is true. And Zeus is not the greatest at stopping that. Although Primal Beast is. Primal really likes the early skirmishes, so maybe that makes up for it.
I would just jam Sven, believe in Yotoro Sven. He's going to kill somebody on the map, and then you might be able to run this game over.
How about Bloodseeker? We go some Bloodseeker Zeus combination. We have a decent laning phase.
Old school right there.
Bloodseeker sounds good. Tiny Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Well,
they do go for the Spectre. Okay.
So I was debating between those two. They go the greedier option, but also the option I think makes them feel more comfortable in this game, right? Like the Spectre will kick on at some point. It'll kill the Furion and the Bat on the map. Maybe the early to mid game is a bit rough if you get forced off the lanes. But at some point, this Zeus Spectre is super strong in that mid-late game in terms of the global damage that comes out. You're going to pop a hero and then take the fight 5v4.
It's so easy to take a fight.
Also, the Blade Mail for Spectre is really good this game. Blade Mail's nice for Shadow Fiend, decent versus the Furion. Even the Bat Rider, he has to commit his damage.
Yeah.
You just get like a turnaround Blade Mail kill, maybe take a fight off a single buyback or something. I think they wanted the late game and they wanted the security. I think that's how Team Spirit prefer to play, especially with a Primal Beast who's... A lot of times you run out of steam with the Primal Beast lineups.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, right? From the side of Rebellion, where they were doing really, really well early on, but unfortunately it didn't necessarily stay that way. On the other side, though, for the side of Talon, Jenkins, what do you make of this draft? What do they need to do in the early game in order to give themselves the best shot of containing the Spectre before she really comes online?
I mean, Spectre's laning is pretty weak. You can definitely do well against it in lane, and then Zeus also is not really a hero that likes to run around, get runes, like kill people, secure the early game. Like these heroes like farm, and they're against a Nature's Prophet. So Nature's can always snowball the map, take control of the map, and yeah, Spectre late game definitely hard carries this. Like, in my eyes, if this is a 50-50 game at like 30 minutes, Spirit wins easily. But it's hard to get there. There's a reason people have not been picking Spectre in this tournament. It's the early game.
There is a reason indeed, and the early game has been rough for the Spectre, but if there's anybody on the planet who's going to be able to make the Spectre shine, it's certainly going to be Yotaro. Let's see if Talon is up to the task of dealing with his Spectre, and we find out with our incredible casting duo. We have the lively lyrical and the fierce fear. Gentlemen, take it away.
Fierce Fear, I like that one. Man, how you doing? We're here, we're on the main stage, we got some solid action. We were talking about the draft beforehand. You were feeling like this Bat matchup is going to be the big one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, most Bat matchups are really, really important, but this game, it's more about the supports, because like the rotation from the Shaker, normally a good rotator, but you got the Heavenly Jump now on the Zeus, he can escape. But Bat Rider, he can't really escape an Enchantress gank. He's not going to be able to escape the rotation from a Tiny, so I'm a little afraid for Makoto here, even though he's been putting up great performances.
Right. Are they going to be able to get that help that he needs to make those early rotations like we saw in the last game from Whisper, obviously out of the offlane last time, but we can see how much this hero can completely take over a game. And the other thing to watch for is going to be these global big team fight things going on. Zeus, Spectre, we got Nature's Prophet coming in. A whole lot of action in late game. We're set for a great one.
Yeah, for sure. I think Nature's Prophet is a hero that, like, yeah, it's hard countered a bit by the Spectre here and the Zeus, but it's like this hero gets off to a great start almost every game with the tempo, with the amount of like farm it can produce. It just, just gets gold out of thin air almost just by casting its ult and farming everywhere. So they really need to keep this NP down.
Yeah, make sure that they take care of business in that regard and keep the pressure onto him. See if they can maybe find some of those kills around those early level 6 timings, both from Zeus as well as from Spectre. So will be things to watch for as far as lanes are concerned, most things look like they're going to be what we were anticipating. Down bottom at the moment is Collapse, completely alone down there. And are there any other lanes besides mid in those rotations that you're really worried about for either team? Or do you think that most should break even?
I mean, Collapse is like one of my favorite laners to watch because he's kind of like Whisper in a lot of ways where he just makes things happen. So I definitely want to keep an eye on Collapse's Primal Beast here because I think they really need him to pop off and make things happen because you are playing a lineup with a Spectre, right? So the tempo is going to be all about making space. Zeus is a hero that wants a lot of farm too. So I do believe Collapse needs to get off to a great start here.
All right, Collapse going to need to get to a good start. He's going to be facing off against 23 Savage down there, lowe, as well as Ollie playing on the tree, which did get through to the second phase, which was kind of mind-blowing to me.
Right.
But nonetheless, heading out to their respective lanes and just going to have to deal with the spam of the Bat. Already has that magic stick ready to go on the Zeus, as you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, this bottom lane won't necessarily be easy for them either. They're running a double melee into the tree and Shadow Fiend lane, so they really have their work cut out to, like, try and make something happen here. And it's going to be the based off, like, if you can toss back this SF at some point in the laning stage, will be very pivotal for them.
We'll see if they are going to be able to make that happen. For now, just trying to pull the waves, it looks like, for Mira. Makoto did get brought down pretty low in that mid lane. Laurel keeping that pressure onto the Bat Rider, as well as getting some pretty good CS out of the gates. And then up top, of course, it's going to be this Earthshaker, a notoriously horrific laner that doesn't do anything. And Miposhka probably going to be able to make some bullying happen later.
And that's the beauty of it, right? You pair this Earthshaker, the worst laner, with the best laner in the Nature's Prophet, and you give your Shaker just a game at this point. It's not going to be a really lane where you're looking for kills, but you're going to just get your farm. Shaker's going to want to get to his dagger eventually. If he does go that route, I know there was a meta for a while where you kind of just rush the shard and sit back with the Aetherlands. We haven't seen much Shaker as of late, so we'll have to see what he builds.
Q has those boots ready to go. They feel like they can contest in this lane, not trying to do those pulls. And as we did see down bottom, there was also a pull going on. Collapse ended up getting that one interrupted by Mira and Ollie playing together. And now the lane in a pretty good position for the Primal Beast at this point, who's going to be able to get a couple of CS after a rough first couple waves.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to go for kills in this lane. It's going to be a little difficult for them to win the CS battle, as, I mean, Tiny did get the tree grab. It does help a little bit, but for the most part, like, they just want levels and they want to kill this lane. So we're going to see action around level 3 for this Primal Beast wanting to get aggressive. And Tiny, he wants a point in the toss. He'll probably go the 1-1-1 build. But until then, they're just going to try to get as many levels and farm as possible.
Mira pulls another one here. Seeing if that one can be interrupted by Ollie. Super annoying to do this as the tree, but should be able to redraw aggro afterwards. And keeping that pressure onto that Tiny as Collapse. They'll connect the waves together in a good spot.
Yeah.
Can they go for that kill, though?
I feel like there's not going to be much kill early on in this game unless someone messes up. Like, mid lane, you can get soul killed one way or another if back gets really aggressive, but until Tiny gets a point in toss, unlikely. And the top lane as well, like, what are you going to kill as an NP Shaker lane, right? And there's a Spectre, so it's going to be just a little passive laning stage. Probably around like the 4-minute rune, maybe 6-minute rune, we're going to start seeing this Enchantress get active. In fact, Tiny's thinking about going mid right now, making a play, just kind of observing the jungle here, but looks like he can't really make anything happen. He really needs that level 3 to get a point in toss before something happens for him.
Right. I mean, you're seeing that, though, these very passive lanes, like you're talking about, it's actually favoring Laurel. 21-5. The panel talked a lot about how Makoto might have the advantage here, but just getting a good matchup and, you know, as you mentioned earlier, not having those supports who are capable of rotating and try and put the punish on.
I mean, he's going to try, but, like, he has Heavenly Jump ready, right? Like, even if he fissure blocks him, he's just going to hop over it, so no big deal, as Miposhka will rotate as well, and he's got the better one. He's got the Wildkin. This one hurts. If you can throw him into Laurel, maybe he could do something. But as I say, Makoto won't get a lot of help. He does have a Treant on his team. He is getting that armor, and that will help him a bit with that harass.
And Q makes the move over. Miposhka can do the Hurricane if he wants to keep him out of harm's way. Throws out a fissure to back away, but this is still some good damage onto this Earthshaker. Pulls him back in closer, and Miposhka just trying to give him a bit of a hug. Q starting to drop lower and lower. Don't know if they're going to be able to have that movement speed to run him down here, though. It looks like Q will get away.
Yeah. I mean, he's got boots. He's just playing with them. He's making space, actually, because if you're an Earthshaker, you don't really have a big purpose in the early game, right? You're all about the team fight. You're about getting that Blink Dagger and the Echo Slams. Enchantress, you want to be making rotations. You want to win your lane. So drawing the Enchantress away from the Nature's Prophet, away from the Batrider, is actually quite a good use of his time in this early game.
Well, keeping that Ench from doing more harm somewhere else is certainly going to be a nice little thing. And Q comes back, refills the bottom build for Makoto as Mira trying to contest and keep 23 Savage a little bit away from that wave, but isn't going to be able to. So yeah, again, things looking really good for this Shadow Fiend down bottom. He's having a great game, but so is the Spectre.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Spectre, as the panel mentioned, is going to be a very big problem for their draft. Shaker hates playing versus Spectre. Nature's Prophet doesn't like playing versus Spectre. And the Dagger is also incredibly annoying for the Batrider. And I assume he might go for it. No, he's not even going Blade Mail. He is going for a different build. You're getting an Echo Saber, it looks like.
Oh.
A little different into the Aghanims. He's going to disassemble the Echo into the Ags. I've actually seen that build. It's quite effective, and it's going to make him come online really early. And something we didn't talk a lot about is the global potential of both teams, right? Like you have the Living Armor, you got the NP, but on the other side, you got Zeus Spectre. That's a classic.
I mean, yeah, the Echo Saber is kind of crazy. I like it a lot, though. That seems really neat. Yeah. So if he can get on top of somebody, even just that little slow, I feel like makes a huge difference in terms of trying to get kills.
Yeah, for sure. As we see, this is the 6-minute rune play. This is where I think the game will start getting interesting as we fight for these power runes.
Looks for it. Fissure there onto 2. It's a regen down bottom, but the lasso already used in the TP rotation. The stomp will not stop that kill. So Makoto draws first blood as they're going to chase down Miposhka here too, trying to get away, but the body blocks in from the Treant. A double for this bat.
And boy, did he need it. Like, he was not doing the greatest in the mid lane, but get first blood double kill there. He's at the top of the net worth now. So very, very good start for Makoto here and Talon.
Yeah, and he's trying to get into those boots of travel as quickly as possible. Obviously has that much more value when you have a Nature's Prophet on your team, can be wherever he's at. And we did see that movement in Jabs making the solid play, getting involved early. So we'll probably see a counter move soon from Spirit. They've got their level 6s in just a moment with Yadoro as well as the Thunder God's Wrath. Could make something happen, potentially down bottom.
Yeah, Collapse is really close to level 6 now, so just got his phase boots, he has Windlace. I believe when he's level 6, this is where we're going to see Collapse want to get aggressive with that Zeus ult and potentially the Spectral that is coming as well. I think getting a kill on Shadow Fiend here would be really important for Spirit.
And he's going right at the start, trample out, doing some damage, but the Requiem is there to try and turn their tides. Mira does end up killing off that courier, but they can't do anything else at 23, he's fine.
He did have to skill ultimate though.
Right.
He did not, as a Shadow Fiend player, you don't want to have to get that spell, but he was kind of forced into it. He was saving a skill point. He saw that Collapse was unfortunately not level 6 yet on Collapse, so he didn't get the Pulverize there, but he's not going to be super happy about it as he's just going to go again as he's level 6.
I mean, you don't have an ulti now, but the Fissure's there, and the Pulverize comes out. It's enough for the kill. They have the Thunder God's Wrath to follow. Collapse, making it happen, but will he be punished? Trying to back away. Q, Ollie, they don't have enough damage, and Jab shows up. Collapse is just going to be able to get him out of there. He Quelling Blade the tree from distance, and still, it is going to be a kill on Namira, but the bigger kill is Shadow Fiend dead.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally fine with that, right? That's NP rotating as well to this lane, so Collapse is just making tons of space now, and he's online. I worried about his laning stage, how it would work, is he's just going to go in again.
Collapse, he's just ready to keep running at him. Jabs down to about half HP for a very little commitment on this Primal Beast.
Yeah, he's just toying with him. That's like a 1v3 scenario. He just goes in, and this whole time, Yatoro is just free farming on the Spectre as Jabs left the lane to, you know, join up and meet with his team there to get that one tiny kill, a level 3 tiny kill.
Right, and I guess the difference here, like, of the Echo Saber instead of the Blade Mill, does that signal that Spectres want to get involved more?
Yeah, I mean, basically, they're both pretty good items for getting involved early. Like, we saw the we do get a kill here, but looks like they'll just back out. The whole point of the Radiance build we saw in the past is really slow, you're AFK farming, and it's kind of a big reason why Spectre fell off in the meta for a long time, and we don't even see it that much this tournament. It's just that you need your carries to be aggressive and active quickly. So that's why you see a lot of Blade Mills now, that's why you see the Echo Saber into the Aghanims. They just want to hit their timing as soon as possible.
Well, they've definitely been able to do some of that now. Yadoro might be in a little bit of trouble here. The Thunder God, or rather the Wrath of Nature coming out, but the Haunt and the jump away. Yadoro's down bottom. They are perfectly okay with that.
Free TP scroll. Now he's just going to farm the bottom lane. He's out of trouble. Yeah, he's really happy with that rotation. Like, he's not going to use that ultimate in most cases to get a kill early on. He wants to hit creep, so he's happy. And Collapse now has a TP available if they do want to try and defend top. Otherwise, they might just trade towers here.
Okay. Well, Talon, they have wanted to play a very aggressive type of game with this Nature's Prophet taking down towers. Are they going to go for him? Oh, wow. Okay, Tree is just going to drop. So they move in, find the kill onto the Treant Protector, and, well, get some good damage onto the tower. Great start for Spirit.
They'll get this tower, but, like, this is one of, like, they did second pick Tree, right? But they picked it in the Primal, but we saw one of the big benefits of being Primal versus Tree. He doesn't care about the trees. He just knocks them all down, finds them in there, kills them. Now there's going to be no living armor play here.
Well, a really solid move. Makoto is starting to rotate down there. I don't think he can come into contest to keep this tower alive. But yeah, Team Spirit with this greedy draft, with the Zeus, with the Spectre, things appear to be working somewhat good. Do you feel like Talon need to be playing at like a higher tempo, finding these kills, or do they still have some, like, they're waiting for a couple timings?
I definitely think they need to be finding a kill on preferably the Spectre. This Spectre's been free the entire game. He is absolutely free farming, and we talked about it in the panel. We're going to say it again. Spectre, very good hero with items. Normally doesn't get there, though, but he's having a game where he's going to hit his timings if Talon don't do something about it.
Well, Miposhka, he's going to be found in the jungle here. Wrath of Nature comes out, but all the heals are there. 2 points up in it. Will eventually be brought down, but waste some good time. And as you mentioned, it's still farming for the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Miposhka's very sad about that at all. You bought 3 heroes to kill me, didn't even deward his ward there. He feels like, you know, this is a fine trade for him, yeah. Right. Meanwhile, Spectre just going to hit up the jungle. Does have that Echo Saber completed. Going to be moving into the Aghanim, so disassemble the Echo for the components. And then once that's online, that's when I think Spirit are going to start making more aggressive plays. Until then, they're happy just getting their farm. Also, the BKB on Collapse is probably their biggest timing.
Right, that one you're going to be getting super early now, already more than halfway towards completing it. But likewise, you can see on the side of Talon, they're waiting for a couple of their timings. Nature's Prophet trying to get into his Aghanim Scepter, has just about the gold for 3 components of it. Batrider's trying to get towards a BKB. Shadow Fiend trying to get towards anything. He's Mask of Madness for now. And then, of course, it is going to be the Blink for Q. So they're also going to be hitting a little bit of a later one, but maybe missing out on some opportunities to shut down this Spirit lineup.
Yeah, we haven't seen Makoto make many moves, right? Like, he got that early double kill, got a fast boost to travel, but hasn't really shown up to many of these fights, if any. I just see him stacking Ancients, farming up, so it's very clear that their read on the game is, I get my BKB on Batrider, it will be really strong, and that will be true to an extent, but, like, they're going to be running into a very powerful timing of Team Spirit as well, and I'm a little afraid this may be the wrong read of the game.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it does work out as Team Spirit going to smoke together and head into Makoto's jungle. Do they find him right at the start? Heavenly Jump, the Avalanche, a little bit of distance. Makoto getting away. Do they have enough to kill him? They do. So they bring down one, trying to get out with the rest of their heroes. Precision gank from Spirit and then the escape.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well executed. You wouldn't expect Spirit to be the ones like getting aggressive with their lineup here with the Spectre and the Zeus, but they make use of the Haunt. They kill the Batrider who's going for a farm, and Makoto just, he hasn't had much of a game yet. I'm really afraid that, like, if he continues to, like, do these type of plays, going for the dagger or the BKB right away, he's not going to find any momentum in this game. But I'm not sure what else they can do right now, because Shaker also kind of needs a Blink Dagger, so I guess that's going to be a big timing for them. Shaker is getting close. He's at 1,600 gold, so I want to see him make a move with this Blink Dagger. Until then, I think they don't have a choice but to just farm. Yeah. But they are falling behind very slowly.
Gotta AFK it a little bit, and some scary stuff when you move on in like this with Yadro finding Jab, saving the Ava toss. They don't even go in for the full kill. They're just ganking the wave. And as a couple other heroes show up, they're going to leave behind one, and so Mira will die. Bit of a strange move there, but they end up getting their kill on the side of Talon.
Yeah, they didn't have the damage to kill the Nature's Prophet there at all. It feels like they were just trying to bait them, but he ended up baiting himself just a little too much by going further. So it is a kill, it helps, but not a big one for sure, as they're taking a lot of damage on their mid lane here as Miposhka's been chipping at this. But maybe the damage doesn't matter so much. You do have a tree on your team. This is why this hero is so popular.
Well, that BKB slowed down on the side of Makoto. They almost have it completed on Collapse. And for the moment, Shaker getting down some pretty good wards as Collapse is just going to run away through the jungle here. It feels like these deep wards are going to be a lot of what they try and play around over the next couple of minutes once they get those blinks on Talon.
Yeah, I mean, they will get their blinks online, but you're still playing for Spectre Zeus, right? So it's going to be about the initiation.
And speaking of initiation, they find Makoto here. Tries to get down to the low ground. Does look like he's going to be able to get some separation as Miposhka lassoed, pulled back in, and going to be killed, I think. Miposhka
eventually
still has a lot of heals and trying to walk away. The enchant, the walk away, the heal is just about right. Going to drop the echo. Q's had enough. He's like, get the hell out of here.
I mean, that is his Blink Dagger almost, right? So, but the thing is, he will have his Blink Dagger, but no Echo Slam for a couple minutes, so not the biggest deal, I think. I think him getting the dagger is more important than having the cooldown, because I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do right away, as I think Team Spirit are not really interested in grouping up right now, so you're not going to get those big Echo Slams.
Well, securing that blink for Shaker, and now the potential to play together with the rest of his team a little bit more effectively, as it's a 3,000 gold lead right now for Team Spirit with a late game scaling draft, and Collapse, who's had a really good go of it so far too. In spite of not getting that many kills, it feels like he's been able to just harass and annoy the enemy team a bunch.
Yeah, and they're going to smoke up now with that BKB timing and see if we can make something happen with that.
Taunt, Thunder Gods at the ready. If they find one hero, they will absolutely pop open.
Yeah, it just might be a rotation to maybe push the mid tower if they want. It is a catapult timing. There's a catapult in the mid lane, so maybe they can do something with that. But I was going to say, Talon has like 6 kills right now. Seems like they're ahead 6-4, but 3 of those kills are on Miposhka that really worked for, and the other 2 were on Mira, and they got 1 early game kill. So basically the cores were having a perfect game for Team Spirit.
Yeah, very much giving up a couple of those for not a lot. And Miposhka very happy to continue to throw his life away if it's going to give his teammates the farm that they need. And we saw it, the Aghanim Scepter is done on that Spectre, along with not the Echo Saber, had to do that disassemble that you were talking about.
Yeah.
But they're incredibly strong right now, and they're not really feeling that fussed, it looks like, to make solid moves.
Jabs.
Thunder Gods immediately haunts away. They found him. Jabs, he's going to get blown up, and they were ganking the Spectre at the same time. So dodges one gank, kills another hero.
That is so frustrating. I feel like I see that happen so much. It's like you're trying to kill a Spectre, right? Then all of a sudden, conveniently, haunts and gets a kill elsewhere instead of getting ganked. So very unfortunate things for Talon is they haven't found any footing in this game since the first blood.
No, it has been all Spirit since then. And again, I think some of that has to do with how well Laurel was able to do out of the mid lane. People were anticipating that he was going to have a rough one, but he has definitely shown up here and was able to shut down some of that Bat Rider early.
Yeah,
a good performance up top. Another quick kill. A Shadow Step in, it's too easy.
Yeah, I mean, this is their timing. We talked about it before. Like, once you get the Ags on Spectre, you got the BKB on Primal Beast, you're good to go. They don't really need another timing here, whereas you look at Talon, they're still waiting for some timings here. They do have the Agnums on the Nature's Prophet, but do they have the BKBs ready? And they're going to go again.
And they pop it immediately. Makoto pulled back in. Shadow Step forward. Dodges away from the ulti. Well played to stay away from 23 Savage. They will lose the Tiny there.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, huh? He just Shadow stepped in, went right back out, dodges that supple as Laura will come by and finish the job.
Man. Yeah, and I mean, if Q's not careful, he's also getting punched. He's getting pummeled. They find the Zeus. Can they bring him down? Collapse. Plane intercept. The Heavenly jump to get away, but will end up dying. Nonetheless, Collapse with the Pulverize finds Ollie, and that tree is also dead. 4 for 2, and you can see Miposhka loving what he's seeing. His team is owning right now.
I mean, if you're a Spirit fan, you're loving what you see here because Spirit is running away with this game right now. We really just have to look at, when can 23 participate in this game? Maybe when he gets his BKB, but Makoto also needs his BKB, and they're coming soon. But is it going to be enough? I really think they need to take a team fight on their side of the map, but who's going to initiate for you? It has to be the Shaker, but he's playing for Zeus and Spectre. It's just a hard game.
Yeah, he has really been struggling, it feels like, for Q to find a way into this one. And, it sort of speaks to the other issues that he needs to be able to, find it. Where's the vision that they're going to get as they will just catch and kill Jabs again. Blown up by Laurel, and Q can't come in for the save.
How do you stop this train that is Team Spirit right now? It is so scary. It feels like the man you need to be looking out for is Collapse, right? Because you do have Yatoro, who can come in from anywhere on the map. You got the Zeus, who can come anywhere on the map pretty much with a global presence, but they just need to follow Collapse around, see where he's at on the map, and Collapse is doing a great job of staying off the map, making them scared.
Right. Well, this is going to be an easy pickup here. Mira a little bit out of position, but it is another one of those instances where it's just a support. So Team Spirit lose a hero. They need to find a kill onto Yatoro, though. He has not been touched this game. 4-0-4 on Spectre.
That might hurt if you're tiny, if you're you're close to Blink Dagger.
Oh, yeah.
But he just got the dagger right before he died, so he didn't lose anything for that. So now Collapse was what you're worried about. Now you're worried about a tiny.
Can they do this, though? Oh, wait, the creep wave, it's dead. They ended up taking it out. I thought they glyphed for that one, but no, they just kill the creep wave and overgrowth for nothing.
Just farming. All right, yeah, I mean, they got a lot of roots. I just realized they're playing with a Treant with an NP with Ags.
And a Shadow Step in, finds them, and immediately, how dare you overgrowth me? They move in and destroy that tree. 9-12, but the 7,000 gold lead has really exploded open. And, I mean, Talon, it doesn't feel like they're out of it, but it feels incredibly hard right now.
I'm struggling finding a way for them to make something happen in this game.
Yeah.
Because, like, they don't have damage. Like, even if they do find the Spectre, surely his team is going to be nearby, so Yatoro has to be wildly out of place to make something happen here. But he's tanky. Another benefit of this build, Echo Saber gives you a lot of stats. So does the Aghanims. So he's already sitting at like 2.2k HP. He's got Dispersion nearly maxed out as well. So he's a very, very tanky boy. But they do need to make something happen, and I do like that they're going to smoke it out.
Okay. Seeing if they can find something here now. The smoke and the run at you. It's starting to happen. Q is there.
This is their timing, like the best timing they'll get.
They have some good vision nearby. They're scouting out these heroes. Laurel, though, separating away, and it just feels like they're those couple of seconds behind. If they run in too far, also they're going to get punished so hard. Yeah, they're wisely going to back away. They can't come in and try and take a fight if Spirit is set up and ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like they sniffed that one out. They're just going to patiently wait on their high ground, daring them. Come on, come high ground. I dare you guys.
Right.
Like, they'll be ready, and it won't work out. So it's a good job by Talon to read that. They had to make a play. They tried, but they didn't overextend, as there will be a counter smoke.
Man, I love this Echo Saber build. I want to go try this later. Yeah. This seems like fun. Ollie, his smoke there breaks for a moment. Mira right next to him. They realize he's in the area. Finds him. A root comes out. And the fissure connection, finding this Tiny, starting to buy a little bit of extra space, but you can see with the rest of the team behind, Talon just looks so afraid.
I don't blame them. Like, they're playing against like this Zeus who's getting close to an Aghanims. Spectre's ready to jump. It's not so simple as like you can see a hero and you can confidently just go on them, right? And they don't want to overcommit on like a Tiny, right? Because if they use the lasso or the Echo there, then how do you deal with Collapse? How do you deal with the Spectre at some point? Like, they know the target they have to go on has to be a big one, and they can't just keep getting these support kills.
Right. Yeah, an incredibly difficult game right now for Talon to find their footing, and even though they have some of these heroes that have been really strong in the meta, you've got the Nature's Prophet, the Bat Rider, the Tree, the way that Spirit are sort of being a bulwark in front of them with these pesky supports, it's just worked out very, very well for Team Spirit so far.
Yeah, and I do like their discipline as well. It's like they've hit their timing, they know they're strong, but they also don't want to put themselves in a situation where they can throw that lead. They're not wildly running up high grounds trying to push their advantage. They realize they have full faith in Yatoro to carry this game, so they're fine with the pace of the game.
Right. Might need to see some Silver Edges coming out soon, and a Shadow Step force out the BKB from 23 Savage. God, it's got to be so rough. You pop the Thunder God's Wrath in the Shadow Step, you're down to half HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what you want when you're a Shadow Fiend, right? You got to pressure BKB for essentially nothing there.
Yeah.
And now this could be a timing. Like, Shadow Fiend, no BKB. Instantly smoke up, let's make a play. Because Savage, he doesn't want to fight until that's back up. He can't.
Right. And they still have Haunt to make sure that Collapse can find a good target in these ones by getting some solid vision at the beginning. And you can see Talon, they realize this danger is coming their way. They're all spread out, trying to push out sides of the map and, you know, at least stay somewhat near each other.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get over it. Like, I can't help but feel for Talon. Like, they can't really do anything, and then Spirit knows that they can't do anything, but they're not giving them that fight either. It's just like slowly hemorrhaging out here.
It's like that Austin Powers scene where the steamroller's coming at you and you just look at it, and then Ollie starts to die, tries to get away from the illusion. Does look like he's going to be able to make the escape, but yeah, very few answers. And now you can Shadow Step with the Manta right after, and these supports are going to get blown the hell up.
If Tree didn't die there, right? That was just one Shadow Step, one Zeus ult. Wait until that Manta's online. Wait until the Aghanims is online from Zeus. They're pretty much going to get kills from all the way across the map if they want to with zero commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. And Q, he's trying to get in towards just some Arcane Boots next. Hoping to stay in this one a little bit longer. I was wondering if we're going to see the Shaker try and go in for a shard or something, but Roche still very much alive. Neither of these teams highly prioritizing it. It does feel like with that Manta now, Spirit can go for the Aegis if they win one fight.
Yeah, I mean, with Manta, they'll easily do that. I think the big timing they're waiting for is just going to be maybe just the right fight.
Oh my God, Q, no, Q! Oh, it's very sad. It's very, very sad.
We talked about it, the supports. it wasn't enough damage yet, but once that Ags came out on Zeus, once the Manta's out, both these supports are just dead. I mean, even Shadow Fiend might feel like you have to pop a BKB, so they're just being toyed with at this point.
Damn, dude, that was rough. They are going to be ready in just a second. A sec, a fly, apparently. No. We'll see if they can deal with that one. But yeah, a really very dominant game coming out right now from Team Spirit, as they have not looked back from the early laning stage. And for Talon, like you said, it just doesn't feel like they had, they didn't hit the couple of moments that were there that were sort of set up to find some success trying to gank that Spectre. Or in those moments when they did gank him, it was immediately into a haunt, get to the other side of the map, find a kill elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Talon's lineup was really meant for the momentum, right? And I feel like Makoto was off to a great start, but he wasn't his usual self in this game. He didn't really find any rotations, kind of prioritized his own farm, and that's kind of been the name of the game for Talon right now. They're just trying to get their farm, but here's the bad news. They're getting out-farmed on the other course, right? True. So it's just nothing's really working out for them the way they wanted it to.
Well, no shaker means this could be time to head on in. They're starting to work on Roche a little bit. Still somewhat scary with that Blink Dagger done on Batrider and the BKB, but they're going into it. Yadaro.
He's got a haste on Bat, so this actually could be something really good for them.
Will they throw away this advantage that they've been building up? Makoto steps forward, tries to find one. They have the Avalanche. He didn't get his BKB off, and he's just dead. Makoto explodes the overgrowth, but there's no follow-up. Oh, that was not the way it was supposed to go. Collapse, he pops his BKB. Q is going to die, and now the Haunt comes out. They have to back away. They are in so much trouble. Ollie tries to do what he can, but that's a triple kill for Laurel. And now Jab's just trying to TP out. Does he have enough to get away in time? No! Yadaro takes him down. 4 dead, and Roche very much in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, even Savage tried to turn on Collapse and kill him there at the end. It was really close. He had like a big wand, survive there, and Savage had to BKB TP out of that fight. So he has no BKB, which means this is going to be a free Roche.
And just getting clipped by the Tiny there, and I guess didn't think he needed to pop it right away, but the toss came out and then the pulverize, and it was just all over at that point for Makoto, as they will finish off this Roche now. 11K, 12K gold lead now.
Yeah, he has 1 ultimate orb now. He's going to sell some stuff to get it. Once he gets to the Scotty, you're playing 3 ranged cores.
As you can see that replay now, just absolute devastation.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know when their timing is anymore. That was like that was like perfect. Blink online. Maybe he just needs to press his BKB, I guess. But he had a haste rune, he had a BKB, blink. They need to find, I think, Laurel more than anyone, because he is killable. He does a lot of damage right now, but I'm thinking of heroes, who can you kill if you lasso them? And it's probably him. And, you know, you blink, you miss it. 0 commitment. Just drop some globals onto your supports, and they're dead.
That one hurts. That one hurts a lot, because they didn't even need the Thunder God's Wrath or anything there. They just had some vision. Just trying to D-ward. But yeah, showing really the power of this lineup. I guess the only thing that is sort of weird about the Team Spirit lineup is their high ground. Like, hitting towers itself is not the easiest in the world.
Yeah, I mean, they realize that, and that's why you don't really see them grouping up. This could be a very long game, and I think they're very comfortable with that because of the lineup and how it functions. And they're pretty much going to be like, if this goes ultra late, we're going to win every fight. It's fine. Of course, they would like to win the game as soon as possible, but you can't really do that with Spectre.
Oh, my God. And Jabs just tries to get out of here, has to pop the BKB. Is he going to get out? The illusions, they're chasing him. The Sprout getting away, and he does survive. Holy moly, man.
I feel like every fight Talon is taking, there's literally no spirit hero nearby.
Yeah.
They're just fighting against, like, Manta illusions, a Haunt, some Zeus spells.
And they're losing.
They're losing to just global presence. 0 heroes.
Oh, my
It must
goodness.
feel so bad.
Yeah, and I think that this bullying feels like it's going to continue almost off cooldown. Yeah, we've all been in a pub like this, you know. You can just get found farmed a little bit, but this time it's high ground farmed in a way.
Yeah,
you know, if you don't leave high ground, they just keep killing you outside of it. But now maybe deciding to go up high ground for a little bit here. There is a little bit of time. What, 2.5 minutes on this Aegis?
They're just poking there to, like, making sure someone comes back defending.
Well, and they'll show up for this one for sure. Ollie trying to get away, does get some separation. Makoto got his BKB off. They're going to bring down that tree.
He was 10 gold away from his dagger. Not that I think it might help him, but he does have the Philosopher's Stone, so that is one nice thing for them in this game. So he'll probably still get the income ticks towards that Blink Dagger, but it really comes down to, like, what are these Blink Daggers going to do in this game? So far, we haven't really seen the impact of them. It's a very difficult game to get your Blinks off with the Haunt going off with the Global from the Zeus. So it does help in a way, but what I'm really worried about for Talon is the damage. And I think Jabs is going to have to bring a lot of that at some point. Obviously, Savage is the carry too, but they're just not quite there yet. And it doesn't get much easier either. I think the Silver Edge will be really big, right? But they don't want to fight with the Aegis.
This could be interesting, but Collapse is nearby, and now they'll haunt. Mira about to go down. The Echo Slam. Oh, it got canceled. It's not nearly enough damage. Tried to kill off those illusions, and, well, 23 Savage will pop the ulti. The control's there for a moment. They started to get somewhat low, and the Thunder God's Wrath not enough to kill him in Fountain. So they do hold out. I mean, you still lose your Jabs and your tree, and now it's going to be some damage onto the Tier 2 tower.
Yep. They're just going to farm it up. Scotty's online now. I mean, the one good thing about their push is they do have Enchantress, so Enchantress is taking those creeps and just getting it with the... I mean, Catapult's kind of your best friend in this game, too, because their lineup really does suck at hitting buildings. But it doesn't suck at killing heroes, as we see time and time again. They're just killing Talon.
And just trying to run away, but Makoto, he's not going to survive. Team Spirit just absolutely bullying Talon here in this game number 1. It has not looked particularly close for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Yatoro even gave the respect of actually showing his hero for one of these ganks instead of just using the global presence there.
The rest of the team stuck in the base, and, well, Yatoro, he is going to have Shadow Step back up again in 10 seconds, so he can be here if they need to. And also, you now have Blink Hex done on this Primal Beast. They will send the Courier over, and it looks like it's going to be able to get away from Spectre there.
Perhaps, yeah. Getting bored, maybe? They're kind of a little anxious here of, like, how do we do this? Like, we're playing against tree armor, we have no damage, Clap just wants to kill a hero, but it looks like they just gave up. They're going to just hit it with their supports. Ironically, the best building damage they have.
And 23 Savage dies in his BKB. Can they bring down Yatoro? They drop everything onto him. Q, he doesn't get anything off. Enchant
5 seconds on Aegis
there, and start to get burned, but the lasso's there. The avalanche to try and interrupt. Is he going to be able to get out of there? The Aegis expires. They take him down. Mira now also in some trouble. He does have buyback if they want to buy back and get into this fight, because everybody else is dying. As Q tries to get away, but the Pulverize is going to be there. They get the kill on the Spectre, but it costs them 4.
I mean, that is like dream scenario for them, but it doesn't really help their chances in this game as they do get wiped there. But beautiful timing there by Talon as Makoto.
Oh my god, and now Makoto tries to turn it, and, well, have they gone a bit too far? The Flame Break pushback? No, they have not. There's a Lotus Orb on this Ench to keep Collapse alive, and the funny thing is that they still haven't gotten that Tier 3 tower, but have widened the gap. And Yatoro's, hands off the keyboard. He's cool. He's hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very, like, high risk, high reward play by Yatoro there, knowing his Aegis was going out pretty soon there and continuing to chase in that fight. But really good read by Talon. So, like, they waited for that damage too. Like, they wanted it to expire, and it was, like, perfectly timed there. Yeah. So if they can get a couple more of those, they might be able to see a bit of a comeback here, as the Silver Edge is online, which is a very, very good item this game against the Dispersion. You need that.
Right. No, it's true. And I think that this is sort of the thing that Talon has had to default to at this point. They have to defend high ground, try and get some pullbacks as Jabs. The CP's canceled. Spectre back up very soon. They do have Thunder God's Wrath, and, well, Jabs off to the side. They see him. As soon as Spectre's up again, there it is, and the NP is going to be left to be killed off. Yes, Illusions clean up the job. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunate. It was a good TP cancel, as he did not have either teleport available, so he had to just wait it out there. Unfortunately, right when it got back online, he died.
Yeah. Man. Well, 22,000 gold lead. And there are some things to be said for, you know, as the game gets later and later, it becomes more crazy. You can't rely upon the same types of things that you did before. You know, maybe some positioning matters more, but they're just so far in the lead right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Lasso, pullback, Hex, Zernan wanting to go for it. Do they have the Echo? But they cancel the Blink Dagger. He can't go in. Everybody's gone. Collapse. Have mercy.
I mean, I thought the Earthshaker was on Talon's side, but that Avalanche from the Tiny, catching like 4 heroes there, couldn't even get the BKB off from the Shadow Fiend. Absolutely amazing plays there.
Oh my god, they destroyed him. It was so much damage in just a matter of seconds, and now with nobody left alive, no buybacks, they are going to go for the high ground. Collapse wants to catch here onto Jabs, trying to get away. The Hex is there. He'll have the Pulverize afterwards. The full control from the Dino, and Shadow Step, back off cooldown, goes in for the kill. Clean performance. Yeah, and Team Spirit, there is no answer for these guys.
It's it's a rough one for Talon, but they're going to see some more gameplay just because Team Spirit, they don't have any building damage, so they're going to die a lot from this. They're going to get kills, but they might only lose 1 barracks.
That's kind of funny the way that one ends up working is they really cannot hit buildings that well at all.
And you're playing versus a tree too, right? So the living armor is even more infuriating. If you don't finish a job, it's just going to get full healed. But they will take out the mid set of barracks here and probably just walk out, as Lasso is on cooldown.
Yeah, not much more that they can do there. I mean, yeah, we're 30k gold lead in the lead right now for Team Spirit, and still they're respecting that high ground. I mean, 30k is nothing to a well if you pull them into it.
I mean, but Team Spirit here, they're very surgical this game. Every move they're making is very precise, with a purpose. They're not overstepping their bounds, except for maybe that one Aegis play you can argue. And I think maybe Toro was getting a little bored and wanted to just team fight, so kind of push that one to the edge. But yeah, 30k, I mean 29k gold. No, they got a 1k back, probably from an infield.
Let's go.
Let's go, as they will use that as a time to go smoke out.
And Makoto, he's just trying to get some creeps right now. Does a long wraparound. Mira's over there. They find him right away. 23 Savage down so low. Pops the BKB now, a turn. Connecting onto Mira. Thunder God's Wrath is out also. They have to back away. 23 Savage still very, very strong. They kill off the Tiny, but now he's kind of stuck in no man's land. And in fact, as Collapse runs forward, finds that bat, Makoto tries to get away. He does get some separation still. That is going to be SF dead. Everybody else is dying, and GG is going to be called. Team Spirit dominant in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're, from start to finish, it looked like Talon had a little bit of juice in the early game. Makoto, he lost his lane, but he got a double kill. I feel like he was back and ready to play the game, but I really don't think they used the bat the way they should have. They should have made some rotations, applied more pressure. The panel was completely unanimous on the fact that Spirit's going to win this late game. So you got to make something happen in the early game, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like, it's interesting. You almost wonder what the thought process was of like that, we need one more item, we need, you know, our level 6s, we need BKBs, and it definitely feel like Team Spirit just hit that a little bit quicker. I feel like that's something we've seen a couple of times from these Enches against the NPs, that they sometimes can come online with a little bit more strength early.
Yeah, but they get to find their timing. I mean, the Inch was great, right? Making moves all across the map. I think maybe just Jabs making these defensive rotations, like to the Primal Beast's lane, instead of getting aggressive and trying to make something happen on the map, really slowed them down as well. I think Talon will be kicking themselves a little bit after this one, but it's also very unlikely that they're going to have a game this one-sided going into game number 2.
You can hear the crowd appreciating what they're seeing from the boys there on Team Spirit, getting some love. You know, it's interesting because I remember when Team Spirit won TI-10, afterwards at Arlington, there was a lot of talk about how they felt so great going in front of the crowd finally and getting those accolades and getting it here again. You can see, I mean, look at him, he's going up for the high fives.
Toro's enjoying himself.
He's absolutely loving the crowd. I guess that's a thing. Do you think that that's the type of thing that can make a team play better sometimes, getting hyped up before a crowd?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when I played, I loved going to LANs because like the crowd is always there for you. And my motto was always like, you know, a lot of people choke under the pressure, right? Of a big crowd. And sometimes if you just keep a level head and you're not one of those people that choke in the crowd, you just have better performances and it feels great to have the crowd cheering for you.
Hence the robot meme from earlier.
Exactly.
That's where it all comes from. Well, a really solid performance from Team Spirit in game number one. Let's head on back to the panel, let them break it down.
Thank you, Fair and Lyrical, indeed. We're going to break down this game number one. I have a big smile on my face because I'm very happy that Team Spirit won, but I am mostly happy that Laurel, he had an outstanding game. And in case you weren't here for the pregame, my panel was not convinced that he was going to do anywhere remotely good in that mid lane. And he didn't just do remotely good, he crushed it. Not necessarily the lane, but he crushed the entire game. He did also do very well on the lane. And he was top of net worth, I would say, for almost the entire game, together with Spectre here and there. So,
Cheever, can I take this? I just want to jump in and say that we did not even close to say that he wouldn't do anywhere remotely good. That's an extreme exaggeration. We thought that he is a worse mid player than Makoto, but that game it was completely the opposite. I think Zeus is one of his comfort heroes. I'm going to rank it up now with Tiny. I'm very comfortable with him on those heroes. The downside is that his teammate has to go in, but in that game it worked completely fine. Up against range core, stuff like that. So yeah, Team Spirit played very well. Laurel played excellent. Hopefully he keeps that up.
I hope so too.
I feel like Talon didn't. I don't really feel like there's a lot of like really big glaring mistakes from the game in the game for them. Apart from a couple where they were trying to kill the Spectre. Because Spectre had a free game. There was this one rotation that the Bat Rider made to the top lane, but he, I think it was the Earthshaker. He stunned a little too early. They were smoking up and they couldn't follow up with the lasso, and he just horned and he escaped. That was number one. And the other one is the Roshan fight where the Bat Rider, he was trying to initiate. He didn't pop his BKB. He got stunned by the Tiny, and the fight was over. They lost the fight. They lost Roshan. Like those are the only two things that came to my mind, you know, when I think back of the game. Like apart from that, I felt like everybody kind of did their job. Like I don't see how they could play the game any better. And props to Team Spirit. They definitely played a close to perfect game, but they also had like a way better draft.
I see like this replay that the Zeus, he dies first blood on the mid lane. And it goes with the thing that I was saying that you shouldn't bring numbers to him. So basically, Talon brings the MP and the Shaker. So they bring their entire off lane to the mid lane to get a kill. And Kentor is just there to get the rune. She doesn't get the rune and she just run away. So Spectre has totally free farm on that. I like this idea of let's focus on the Spectre. We don't need to bring numbers. If he dies once, it's fine. And Zeus accomplishes what they want with the draft. That's like closing the map and defending areas. Is a hero that is super rare that you can win a lane against Zeus. He's gonna farm from such a good range that you cannot deny the creeps, and he can help the side lanes with his ultimate once has level 6. So it's a perfect hero on this playstyle that they actually want to play for the side lanes. And you have the mid laner that doesn't have to leave the mid lane to help the side lanes. I think it's the greatest pick they can have for Laurel.
Yeah, Felipe, going back to that point about bringing numbers to get the rune, don't you feel like that's a bit of a result of you having a Shaker, right? Like if you have a Tusk or a Tiny as a position for, because you have a lot of damage as a support, when you're going for that one kill in the river, you don't have to bring more heroes +1 because Earthshaker doesn't bring a lot of damage. That's why when he went in, they felt like, oh, we couldn't kill the Zeus. The MP decides, oh, I'm going to TP in. Then they have to bring a +1 because they don't have enough to kill.
And there's a reason why Shaker is not a meta hero, because Fisher is not enough against Zeus. Zeus has escape. Imagine a Bat Rider mid also has escape. Imagine a Queen of Pain also with escape. Many heroes in the mid lane nowadays have escape, and that's why we don't see Shaker being picked, especially on this first pick option that they have. They show their strategy, so it's so easy that you just counter their strategy. And I think Team Spirit did that amazingly.
Yeah, I think Collapse played really good in almost every single one of these clips he's there. Even if it was like one of his teammates getting punished, he always responds and gets a kill back. He used his BKB, his ultis really, really effectively. Only a couple mistakes there. So across the board, I think Team Spirit played excellent.
Yeah, he was like an opening pick. They opened the draft with Enchantress plus Primal Bliss, and he still got away with a fantastic lane.
Yeah, I think part of that is just that teams are really valuing these like range cores. NP is the most obvious one, right? It was NP first pick. They responded with Primal Beast. They're like, okay, we know this matchup's always going to be good. Later on, they picked the SF. I think in hindsight, it looked like the weirdest pick. Like if you're trying to beat some like Lina other range core, it feels all right. But if you're letting them last pick this like melee diver against you, it just doesn't feel good anymore.
Yeah, you didn't like the Nature's Prophet opener as well, right?
No, I hate Nature's Prophets at opener if it's your first pick, because you're going to show everything you have and the enemy team is just free to counter, so they know it's a Prophet 3. They know it's a SF carry, and they are free to go Spectre. If they had the second pick, it's fine because they have the last choice and they're not showing anything. So here they're just like showing this one-dimensional strategy against a second pick. If it's a good team, they're going to abuse it. It's clear your strategy. So you have 2 right clickers, you have the armor on them, and if you're able to do anything that pierces armor on these 2 heroes, you should win. So you have Zeus, a lot of magical damage, and then you have Spectre with pure damage. So Spectre was such a good pick.
It was a great pick. It was a great pick in this game in particular. This was the 3rd time that Team Spirit picked Spectre. Spectre overall this tournament is not doing great at all. This was the 10th game and there has been only 2 wins. None of those were for Team Spirit until just now. So now 3 wins to Spectre's name. That being said, the Shadow Fiend came for me out of left field completely. 23 Savage has played Shadow Fiend like 4 times in his career, Winter. And this is like the first time in the tournament. How did you feel about that hero?
I feel like their reluctance to put Nature's Prophet on a carry role is something that I don't really feel good about it. If you pick the hero early, you open a draft, sure, you get an MP, but you're always putting him on one role, then it defeats a lot of the reason why you want to open with that hero. Like Asi mentioned, if you open it with one role, and it's better not to just pick it early, just pick some other heroes, or you pick the MP. Let's say you get first pick again, they pick MP, and the 8th pick should be like some aggressive support. You pick the Tiny or the Tusk right away, so you ensure that your draft is more versatile later instead of locking into like MP plus the Bat Rider they did today.
Then there's also Nature's Prophet is, I mean, it was first pick and it was countered, but at the same time, it is one of the hottest picks out of the event so far. And it's a global hero, you're playing against a global lineup. Why wasn't Nature's Prophet able to deal with that a little bit better with the constant pressure that Team Spirit was keeping up, Purge?
I mean, it's difficult. His items kind of got behind. We looked at his items in the late game scenario, and it was just like BKB, Maelstrom, Ags, or something like that. So, like, yeah, he's got some team fight potential, but it just felt like Team Spirit's able to, like, jump in and kill one guy a lot faster. And a lot of that is the stuff that Steve mentioned, the Zeus magic damage, the Spectre pure damage. Zeus has just seemed like a really good mid hero to deal with these ultra range cores. Because most of those heroes, those ultra range cores, like, once you engage them, you're kind of, like, trapped against them. But like Zeus is just, he just pumps so much damage out from range that it puts you in this weird place. So it matched up well against the NP and against the Shadow Fiend. So it was just so much easier for Team Spirit to take fights. And once Talon gets behind, the global that Spirit has takes away their global advantage. Because no matter where Prophet goes, Spectre's ready to jump. Zeus can drop a bunch of damage on it. And he has to also worry about Primal Beast or Tiny being there to combo with any of those heroes. So it just made Collapse's game easier, made Mira's game easier. Team Spirit's lineup was just really, really ideal for what Talon had.
Yeah. The Zeus is too good against their heroes. I feel like the opening draft, the way they set up their draft, like especially the Earthshaker. I know I'm harping a lot on this Earthshaker, but the Earthshaker just doesn't fit with their setup. I feel like they have to change something with draft. If they still want to open with MP, I think I'm fine with that, but they have to change the pick number 8. They might have to consider picking support.
And they need to take care with this MP, because Shiver mentioned really well, it's a global hero against a global lineup, and the hero just changed in the meta. He will always lose to a global lineup. He's not a global hero that on 101, you win the 101. So what you would do as NP in the past, you could go arc it. So you're splitting, a hero shows up, you kill this hero. So it's an Ember, you can catch the Ember splitting, you're gonna kill him. Then you go Vice, you can also get a solo kill on a hero. So you would win with NP in the past, but actual NP is an NP that has Aghanim's, so he's helping the team fight of the team. But 1 versus 1, he always loses now. He cannot catch an Ember, the Ember will catch him, the Clockwork will catch him, the Zeus will catch him, the Spectre will catch him, so it has a lot of flaws if you want to split push against a global lineup.
Yeah, that's they suffered from that, and well, the Shadow Fiend, I kind of feel like, you already know the Zeus is coming, but I guess it comes down to them already knowing, as in Spirit already knowing that where Nature's Prophet and where Bat are going to go, so it doesn't matter that, well, because there's no flexibility for Nature's Prophet, so they had to pick a hero for 23 Savage. They can't pick anything else because he will not play the Bat, he will not play the Prophet, and then you can't really address the Zeus properly either, which I think was, I'm going to do the thing you guys did in the opening panel. I'm circling back to Laurel here, because for me, he was the shining star of this game, and I know the whole team came together. I know Team Spirit played great. But I do want to highlight Laurel a little bit extra, considering the extra hardship we brought him in the opening.
No,
it's only fair.
He definitely played really well. There's no doubt about it. He played superbly. he did his job. Like we obviously flame him a little bit, but like he proved us wrong. But at the end of the day,
He's got big shoes to fill as well.
It's just one game, you know. He has to make sure that he shows up again. He can't afford to have like a bad game if they want to make sure they get through this series. So we'll just have to wait and see what he's gonna do in the second game.
Gonna have to wait and see indeed as we see the players walking back to the booths as the smiles are there, the fans are there. I think Team Spirit is pretty comfortable. I think Ollie might be shaking a little bit as well. He's been in this very situation. It was a round later, I believe, but I believe TI-10. Ollie was on the receiving end of this squad and was left behind on 4th place with IG at the time. And obviously he wants to change the path and the course a little bit, maybe getting a victory out of this, forcing a 3rd game. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, the players got a little bit of a breather before preparing for game number 2. And we're going to get a little bit of a breather as well with reliving some moments earlier in the tournament.
Here, that's
and Talon have done it.
brought a point. They just play on the off lane, so don't pick it. Pick better heroes that's more comfortable for your team overall. Don't go with this support duo like a Shaker or ET. Stop picking weird supports, just pick normal supports.
Pick normal supports, Winter, your friends. They might be eliminated. Any final words for them?
Pick normal supports.
All right, are we going to go to a game 3?
I think it's possible, but Team Spirit's riding really good momentum right now.
They are definitely riding great momentum. Will they continue to do that here in this second game, or will we go to a third? We're going to find out. A draft is right around the corner.
What it takes to push Team Spirit into a third and deciding game. My name is Sneh. I'm joined yet again by Jenkins and SVG. Gentlemen, it's not looking good, Jenkins. It's not looking good. You know why it's not looking good? Tell the viewers at home what the problem is with this opener so far. Why did Talon let the Lina through?
That would be the Lina snare that you're referring to, and they let it through because they went for the Nature's Prophet, which has a very high win rate versus the Lina. You can TP in on her. You can. There's a timing where you're stronger than her, and then you're not. And then the Tiny, you just toss her in. You toss her out of her team and into your team, and that's how you can kind of pseudo-counter her. But other teams, whenever they do try to counter the Lina, they pick 3 more heroes to also counter it.
Yeah. Make 100% sure you have the reach to be able to get on top of this hero. SVG, for the last month and a half or so, I've been preaching the gospel that I personally think Nature's Prophet is the hero. Lina's great. She's amazing.
You think Nature's is the number 1?
I think Nature's Prophet is number 1. It just does so much for the draft. You just pick Nature's Prophet, and no matter what you do, you always have some kind of win condition, no matter where you put it. Could be safe lane, it could be off lane. For Talon, though, they tend not to play it in the safe lane. And personally, when I see Nature's Prophet versus Lina, I want to see the Nature's Prophet go safe. But 23 Savage, not necessarily an aficionado of this hero. Is it time potentially for him to bust this one out and say to Jabs, yo, man, I need this hero if we have any hope of winning this game?
He'll play it. He'll play it. This guy will play anything. Anything that makes him look as good as he knows he is, he's willing to play, you know? Shadow Fiend, that's a swagger hero.
Oh, yeah.
The literal swagger hero.
Fiend.
So maybe that's why he doesn't want to play Prophet. Prophet doesn't have the swagger
Do
that
the taunt.
Shadow Fiend does. I'm not doing
Do the taunt. He's doing it good.
I like this opener, though. I feel like Talon drafting has honestly not been their issue this tournament. Like, I look at a lot of their drafts, and I think they have pretty interesting ideas versus a lot of the meta heroes. They're willing to give them away. They're willing to play versus them. They're willing to play these counters. They're willing to build a draft with some unconventional picks like Omni Knight, like the Shaker we saw last game that a lot of teams aren't playing. And they're willing to try this stuff out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I feel like a lot of times it's just the execution of the game. So when you give away Lina, okay, yeah, you're playing versus Lina. But Talon's not a team that's afraid to play versus the meta. And if you're going to go with an opener, getting the displacement in the Tiny, getting the matchup with the Furion who can shove the waves and out-tempo you, not a bad place to start. But I do think you have to make Lina's game as hard as possible, which means you got to pen a counter pick this hero, honestly.
Yeah.
You have to have 4 to 5 heroes that are doing something in the game that's making Lina's game hard, either ruining her early laning phase so she falls behind, taking over the lanes and the tier 1s early so she has space to use the Maelstrom. Out team fighting her, it could be in terms of you have stronger BKB presence, you have the displacement like you have in a Tiny or a Magnus like this. BKB Pierce, always good versus a hero who's pretty reliant on sitting there in BKB and man fighting you. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but you know, anti-4 staff technology, so she can't get 4 times 4
You need
staff
all of it. That's, that's the sad part.
But if you get all of that together,
yeah,
she's just a really on fire lady with a lot of right clicks.
Yeah,
That's it at the end of the day.
And okay, Shopify, when they played against it, they went Tusk, which lets you get on top of the Lina.
They always go Tusk, yeah.
They went Medallion Blightstone Casual on the Tusk. That's how important it is to just counter the Lina and then crit the entire game. You could see he was like, Lina is missing, Lina is missing. He's pinging Lina. He's telling his team, 5-man focus her in every single fight. And they were doing that, and it was working.
I did like the conceptual idea of a minus armor strat versus Lina, because we're not seeing her traditionally build any high armor items. She tends to be tanky just through the HP, right?
Yeah.
The 3 or 4k HP with the Talon and the Hurricane Pike is enough. But you generally don't want to go AC on this hero because you naturally have the attack speed. It's not that efficient.
Yeah.
So these minus armor strats, that's why we've seen SF come out, for example. The Tusk are pretty nice. You get some high physical burst going. I think Pangolier can do okay versus hero in the late game with Ag's Basher.
Yep.
You have the BKB stun. You have the high physical scale in terms of the single target. There's a reason why Team Spirit's banning TA, for example. Another hero we've seen, you can jump the Lina, get the physical minus armor going through. You can accelerate through the Roshans. These are the types of heroes that you want for Selena. You need to get it consistently through your entire draft to feel confident going against this hero at all stages in the game.
Yeah, especially considering how well she can scale and how easy it is for her to just catch up, right? We've seen this happen time and time again, where even if you have these lanes that do manage to beat her in the laning phase, she goes to jungle, 5 to 10 minutes later she comes out,
and
still
some of
the strongest
that
hero in the map.
That I think doesn't get talked about is, oh, it's Lina, 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 Lina. But okay, but when Lina's out, you're also picking heroes that do similar things to Lina, and to me, a lot of it is Maelstrom. I think Maelstrom is...
I think so. I agree.
This item is a
really
top
good
5 item of the patch, for sure, and almost any carry that can abuse it, rush it, get it early, and do a lot with it, tends to be good in this meta.
Do you think it's Maelstrom or Gleipnir?
I think it's Maelstrom.
I mean, both.
I've
I
been
think
seeing
it's a combination.
heroes, those are some Linas that skipped Gleipnir. They just bought Maelstrom, and they only bought Gleipnir like 40 minutes into the game.
And I think Lina is incredibly good with it because you get the innate attack speed super early that suddenly turns that Maelstrom into an insane farming item, on top of the fact that you can just rush it.
And then it means you don't have to go for her other abilities because she's farming AoE quickly with the Maelstrom, so you can go stats.
The
which gives you
1-1
more
forward stats makes the Maelstrom so good,
exactly.
but it's a combination, right? The Maelstrom is what's enabling the Lina in this meta.
Yeah.
And I think Gleipnir, the Gleipnir it's not super broken, but that item is really good late game. It's an underrated late game item. When BKBs go down in duration, when the fights go long and you get 1 or 2 Gleipnirs off to take a fight, it's really powerful. So I think it's an under-talked about aspect, and I think you look at Furion, he's also a pretty good Maelstrom user.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Yes.
That's where half the damage is coming from, because in a carry-to-carry matchup, it's always going to be like tons of armor versus tons of armor. Even Lina and Natris have good agi gain for int heroes.
Yeah.
Like these heroes,
I mean, Natris is the best stacking in the game.
Natris is,
He's the ultimate body.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why he's so good at Aghanim Scepter.
And his BAT is really good as well.
Yep.
So it means that he already has built-in attack speed for the Gleipnir, basically.
So, SVG, earlier on you were talking about how the Talon team, you don't necessarily think that it's mostly execution that things come down to, right? The draft, they seem to agree, because this draft is very, very similar to the draft they saw in Game 1. Obviously, we replaced the Earthshaker with the Tiny instead, which I think is a lot more meta. It's a lot more clean, right?
Yeah.
You also just have a lot more options. Yeah. And it's just placement versus Lina that we've mentioned earlier. I want to talk about the Team Spirit lineup right now, because they sort of change tacks. Instead of getting Laurel, a hero that he sits back on, deals out the damage from very far away and is hard to close in, he's now the space creator. He's the one that's going in first here, Jenkins. So he's playing this Ember Spirit. How do you feel it fits in with what the draft is doing right now versus what Talon has brought to the table?
I mean, this is probably Laurel's best hero that I've seen. Maybe Leshrac, you could argue, he's popped off more on that hero. But yeah, I don't know. He's really good at Ember Spirit. Whenever you have a Lina, you want other heroes that can just like run in and stun people on her screen, make some space for her. And I also like the idea of picking an Ember. Like, you could pick a hero that runs in for Lina on the mid lane. I don't know, like a DK or something, right? Lina's still going to be happy with that. But a lot of people are countering Lina by picking like a Tricore. Like, basically, it's like, okay, 2 of your carries can't outcarry the Lina, but 3 can, sort of thing. So a hero on the mid lane that is also scaling a little bit and can do the jobs that Lina wants in the game is pretty nice, because then it opens. You're not open to the counters as much with the the Tricore.
I want to see them punish this Ember pick, though. Like, when you 16-17 this Ember and you just show it, you have a mid counter pick here. If you're Talon, you have a Tiny that can roam mid to help him and counter out that. Yeah, there's Huskar, there's Lone Druid. Like, this hero is super susceptible to certain matchups to just run the game over, and suddenly you shift the whole paradigm of the draft to, okay, yeah, you have a Lina draft, but now I have a mid hero that's going to set the pace and crush your Ember, and you can't send him anywhere else, right? Because you already have the Lina locked, and Team Spirit is not a team that generally flexes their cores around. You kind of know what they're playing.
Yeah, you do.
It's an obvious collapse hero. It's an obviously Yotoro hero. The benefit of this Lina is you get Lina, but it locks you in pretty much, because Team Spirit are probably not going to play this hero mid. Oh, it was popular in CIS a little bit, but at this point, I want to see you punish this Ember. Don't let them just get away with this hero.
How do we feel about, early on I was talking about how 23 Savage does not play Nature's Prophet, hasn't played at this tournament. Another hero which Talon hasn't necessarily been using. Mikoto has not played Death Prophet just yet, right? I feel like DP here could be so good. Death Prophet with the Treant Protector, Death Prophet with the Nature's Prophet to push as well, and it's good in lane against Ember.
I don't like DP against Lina.
It's
like it's really rough. Like you want to get closer. By the time you get on top of her Spirit Type, she's killed you. And Hoodwink's really good against it too. I think it would do really well against Ember mid, and maybe you can bank on having a really good early game and getting a Blink Dagger, getting tanky. But they actually go for a DK versus Ember. Okay.
It is one of the heroes that can punish this matchup. You get the early extra denies early, you get ahead in levels.
Yeah.
You get the 6 first, you have very high chance to just kill him with a single rotation and start pressuring the tower. And for most of the game, you don't care about his chip damage. It's a pretty nice matchup. I mean, DK is just super happy in this matchup, but to me, it's more about what you get done. And now you're committing to that push strat, right? Now you have DK on top of the Furion with Living Armor and Sustain on top. Your 5-man ball is getting pretty strong here. Does Team Spirit have a lot to counteract the tower push? Not really, right? It's Ember going there with an enchant creep and maybe a bushwhack. But if you just jump them and take the fight with a nice flank around the tier 1 mid, or you backstab the tier 1 top, you can really accelerate this game. And your scale, DK is one of these heroes who, he's a monster in the late game.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot that out-team fights him, and he can fight Alina.
Yeah.
Like Black Dragon, you can do some work in this game.
I think the best thing about this DK is it fulfills what we wanted from DP, pushes quickly like you all were mentioning, doesn't die necessarily to the Ember Spirit. When the eventual push comes in from the Enchantress after she rotates mid, DK is very resistant to that kind of move happening from the side of Spirit.
You can just stand in
front.
stand
there like, now what? What's happening?
It doesn't do much,
And eventually it gets so tanky that, you're talking about how getting close to Lina sucks for DP because she's dead by the time she gets there. Eventually DK doesn't have to worry about that. Even Lina doesn't output enough damage to kill farmed enough DK in a game like this.
The downside is I do feel like Talon, they're a little overlapped here in terms of they have this push strat going, but it can be a little low damage. I was going to say you have to ban Timbersaw, I think, in this scenario, because that type of hero just punches you way too hard.
Dude, this would be the best Timber game.
But the thing is, Team Spirit are going to get something else here that is a collapse hero that's tanky melee and can frontline some Underlord, some Centaur.
Beast
Beast is actually not as frontline as I thought they were going to go, but he does it in a different way, right? He does it through the vision, and he's going to give him a lot more map presence versus the Furion.
It enables the Lina. Like, Lina loves playing with the BKB Piercing Disable. The Vlad's really helps out. A hero that gives you vision on the map, takes over the map, gives Lina some time to farm her early items. Maelstrom BKB.
Gives you counter push too. Like maybe your idea is, okay, if we don't want to defend the towers versus the Furion DK push, we're just going to go take yours, trade the map, and then play it better with the Beastmaster vision.
23 Savage Slog to end the draft. All right, Jenkins, so this Jab is going to be playing Nature's Prophet yet again.
Yeah.
Slog is the one that's going to be the win condition, it seems, for the side of Talon. Building all the damage items. Is this a decent response in your opinion? Like, we know that you want heroes that can get on top of the Lina, and you were mentioning at the beginning of the draft, you want 3 or 4 heroes that can counter Lina. Has that been done right now for the side of Team Talon?
We will see how the DK and the Nature's Prophet do in the game, because I want to say that Slark is good against Lina, because you can get on top of her. She's got a lot of HP. You can steal a bunch of stats from her. We've not seen it go that way in this tournament.
No.
Slark shows for just a fraction of a second, and she kills him instantly. So I don't know. I don't really believe in the Slark versus the Lina, to be honest. I think Spirit has a really well-rounded draft too.
Okay. SVG, what do you make of this on the side of Team Spirit? What do they have to do? Game 1, they got off to a phenomenal start in the laning phase. Will they be able to accomplish that again in game number 2?
You don't want to fall behind on the beast lane. Especially versus a hero like Slark that in theory is not the strongest laner, is not going to abuse you super hard with a double melee versus the beast. So I think if Collapse gets off to a good start, it's super important because this is a game where I feel like you want to trade the towers early. Furion's going to take towers, the beast takes the towers, but Team Spirit are happy about that because in theory Lina is accelerating as long as she's not dying.
Yeah.
And I think if that happens, they're going to be pretty happy. The wild card here is Laurel's game can be pretty hard. You have the Slark pounces, you have the DK stun, you have Treant and Tiny who can both stun him and lock him down, and his lane is not going to be great because he got counterpicked by the Dragon Knight. If Ember falls behind, I would look to exploit that if you're Talon. Just keep abusing him, make his game hard, and then all of a sudden you're missing a lot of damage on this Team Spirit side.
Well, game number 2 of the draft has been done. We seem to favor Team Spirit's draft. However, the entire game is in the hands of Laurel. To see if he can make this game his, we leave you now in the hands of our wonderful casters, and that is the famous Fear and the lively and lovely Lyrical. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you so much, Snare. Never gets old. Fear, we got another solid one here. Game number 1. Holy schmoly, they just smacked the heck out of him on Spirit. But the panel talked about it. Laurel is going to be the key to this game potentially for them. Do you like the Ember pick? Do you think they countered it enough?
I mean, I think the DK is a safe response. I often see DK do really well, but we don't see DK in the meta for a reason.
Right.
This hero, one wrong move, wrong like team fight, you just don't get your farm, you don't get your items, you feel like you fall off the face of the earth. So I do think it is good response against the Ember. He does have a hard game for him. He can get rooted a lot, pounce. You know, the leash talent's going to come out. He's going to lose his lane. So it's a tough game for Laurel, to say the least. But the good news is the rest of their draft is really good, and he doesn't have to have the best game in this particular game because he's not really the carry.
Right. He is the one that's trying to make those first moves and then follow up afterwards with, like, after the stun, you can get the MP ulti, the Slark on top of somebody to do the damage. Yeah, I like what you're saying there. And I think that the big dynamic will be also, if it does go super duper late, I mean, we've already seen, Tree, or rather Nature's Prophet versus Lina so many different times that it kind of might be that X factor that you need. The tossback's there. Some good hits and the Squirrel. Squirrel gone.
I mean, we talked about Laurel's game being hard. Now his mid opponent gets first blood, so that's really not good news for them. But I did like what they did there. You're going to see this a lot when you see a Treant Protector. They 5-manned the Treant's trees, basically. They're protecting the trees there, because when you go down there, you want to kill the Forester, you want to Quelling Blade it, but they protected it, and even better, they got a kill out of it for their mid laner. So a fantastic start. Exactly what Talon needed for this game number 2.
Yeah, and Makoto already has a full bracer coming out to him now, so we'll have that really high base level of just damage, and Laurel gonna run into some issues on there, because, you know, he can both get stunned into denies in his face. You're gonna have a slight advantage in terms of his actual damage. A lot of good things for Makoto. We'll see how much he can take advantage of it, because this is a matchup where it feels like he can get more exposed a little bit.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, we've seen this matchup once already, and I think it was 9 playing it, and 9 kind of skipped the stun build, went for the Breathe Fire, and I think that was a big mistake by him, whereas Makoto getting the stun, he's just going to secure every range creep and get denies by using the stun, and I think that's a big part of what makes this matchup great, is we just see there, like, he missed them full CS because of that.
Yeah, does not get the last hit either onto that creep that did end up going down. So will be an annoying one to deal with. Down bottom, you've got the Tree Tector facing off against the Hoodwink, and then of course Collapse spamming out those axes against 23 Savage playing on the Slark, which is another one of those heroes that definitely feels like it's been hit or miss.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't been a huge fan of the Slark, and I'm a little worried this game for it, just because it's not a hero that's particularly good versus the Beastmaster in lane. Once the Helm of the Dominator does come online, Slark has no way of dealing with that, right? But they can play aggressive early, maybe get a kill or two on Collapse on the physical hero, but if they can't manage to bring Collapse down pretty early in the laning stage, it's going to get just harder from there.
Yeah, going to be very difficult to deal with this Beastmaster spamming out those axes, and of course eventually, like you're talking about, having that creep. He's already halfway towards the Helm of Iron Will, which is going to keep him that much more survivable, and Mira just keeps on planking with these boots on the Squirrel. So up top, LSA comes out. The sort of consistency with which we've seen Lina, you know, it's oftentimes actually not end up being this off-lane NP facing off against it, though. What do you think about this lane? How's it going to square up for you?
This is, as the metas evolve, this is, I think, the go-to against Lina right now. People want to play this NP against Lina because you do have, like, that base damage advantage. You're not going to get right-clicked very much in the lane because Lina's too busy dealing with, you know, the Treants in the lane. However, you do have Miposhka on this Enchantress, which we have not seen a lot of in this tournament, but he's taking one of the Treants away and then sicking it on Jab, so kind of dealing with it in a way and giving him a better lane.
Yeah, and it's something that they have very highly prioritized, it feels like, on Team Spirit, seen a lot of it consistently picked up. So already out of the mid, you can see Makoto 10-6 versus the 8-2 of that Ember, and he is definitely being already pretty hampered by this, as another deny just right in his face, not even prioritizing the last hits for himself, just wanting to shut out what Laurel's trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, Laurel can't really deny a DK, and with this stun, they're just going to keep racking up those denies, and that is the point of the matchup. Like, they could have punished this Ember harder if they wanted with a Huskar or something, but the good news is when you take a DK, you're still going to win the lane, but you're also guaranteeing you have a stun in the game, right? It's just a very stable counter.
Right.
I just want to make sure he, as we see, more and more denies, yeah. But he wants to get more farm. I would like to see a Midas, honestly. I want to see something that allows his DK to transition into, like, the mid-late game.
Down bottom, you can see spamming out that Leech Seed, healing back up, but the numbers keep on getting higher and higher for that DK. 17 and 11. He's got more denies than the Ember does last hits total. Denies or last hits. So he has been absolutely wrecking him here, as we've kind of seen. But in terms of levels, it's about a half level advantage. See if that makes a difference.
Yep, and then as far as the other lanes are going, it's going to be another slow game, I think, just for the early game. But we do have Q, who is playing Tiny this time, so as opposed to the Earthshaker, which was a much slower hero, I do like him on this hero. It's going to be the same story as last game. Win for the tree grab, won't have that level 3. I think that's when he'll make a rotation. Probably be another one of those games where we see something happen around that 6-minute rune, as both of these mid laners can use a rune to pressure.
Oh, nice timing right there. Miposhka gets the D ward, and that opens up that camp, which is a troll camp. So we'll be able to save that one for later, most likely, once he gets the levels up and enchant and can take that one, start running towards towers.
Yep. Just checking what's going on in the mid lane here. Nothing. Yeah, I mean, we're just chilling and waiting. As top lane, they actually might get Yotaro here.
Yeah, the Rapid comes around. He doesn't have that many places left to go. Slowed down. They do have another toss if they can get in range, but not quite there, and it looks like Q is going to have to give up his chase. So Yotaro gets out of harm's way. Doesn't have that much regen, though. Miposhka is going to have to bring over some tangos for him.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, he has no boots. He gets double tango, should be fine. Going for that no boots build, or maybe he just brought out boots. He is going boots. We often see no boots build on this lane and just Falcon Blade into Maelstrom, just farm it up. And we're seeing Laurel's like realizing how hard the lane is and trying to do some lane cutting here.
Yeah, has to run away. Still not level 3 yet for Q, but could go for a toss play, tossing Makoto on top of him if they want. And Jabs, he's there, catches this Ember Spirit who's trying to get away, but not level 6. The body blocks are insane. And Makoto cleans up with a little bit of help from his friends.
I mean, we talked about Laurel's game, how we're worried for it. Oh boy, it's not looking good for him at this point. He's the lowest net worth core in the game, almost getting surpassed by Hoodwink at this stage of the game. He's having a rough one, and guess what? Catapult's out. DK has ultimate available. The pressure is going to come towards his mid lane now.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the tools that he needs to try and defend against this. Miposhka's moving over to try and buy some extra time, but there are already DK form popped and a couple of treants nearby. They're going to bring in the Pine Cone, which does actually buy a little bit of space and some damage being spammed out by Laurel. Needs to get level 6 on that Ember, but he is still a ways away from it. It's going to pull the wave all the way over to the side, gets a DD rune bottled, and that might be enough to sort of salvage this a little bit. The DD rune should be helpful here. Immediately cuts the tree. Well done. Makoto quick on the mark and even going to glyph the wave now. So they're trying to keep this catapult alive the whole way through, and it looks like they're going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get some good damage, so next time they use DK form, it probably will go down. But more importantly, you're forcing both the supports from Spirit to deal with this. As Ember, he's not going to be able to deal with this pressure. Not even level 6 yet, as you mentioned. So he just needs a bit more time, but he does have a DD. Almost level 6, so there are some positive things for him in this game.
Yeah. I was thinking he was going to use it to try and go for a kill, but Q now finding one. LSA is there, but immediately Yotaro just TP's out, and he's going to be fine. A little bit of all chat afterwards with the voice lines. You love to see that. Feeling very confident still on Team Spirit, in spite of how rough of a game Laurel is having.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good TP out, but at the same time here, they're going to get pressured now by this NP. He's going to hit the tower, and they still have to deal with Makoto in the mid lane, who does have Dragon form in 15 seconds. So this timing from Talon is so much better than last game. Like, they have such an opportunity to make something happen here. While, you know, Laurel is still going to catch up. Lena's just going to be hitting creeps. Beastmaster's going to be hitting creeps. I'd like to see him use it soon, as, I mean, I guess Hod is online, so Collapse can participate soon as well.
Throws out the stun. And now with the avalanche, the toss, that is a dead Mira. Hoodwink goes down. Towers soon to follow. Talon, not wanting to get knocked out without a fight here, are looking really significantly better in game number 2.
I mean, we may have not had much building damage in game number 1, but we've got tons here in game number 2. So I expect all these towers to start falling down pretty soon here.
NP, as we did see, because Jab's been moving around so much, has been a little bit lower on that net worth chart. But with Yotaro moving in, and a chase. Q looking for him, the toss. They just out of range, and Yotaro, he's still hiding away, running his way through those trees, but eventually they're going to find him. stun connects, Treant surround, and, well, Yadaro's dead again. Very solid performance. Actually, it was his first death, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, the other one he TP'd out.
Yeah.
He was kind of like, might as well be dead because he had to just not hit any creeps for a very long time just to come back to die. So he didn't even have a TP scroll. He was gifted one by dying. So I don't know what his play is in this game anymore. I think he has to connect with his Beastmaster at some point because they're going to lose top tower now. And this is going to be a very big snowball effect now for Talon as they're going to get 2 towers in a row. And from there, if they don't get this bottom tower, I think they're going to continuously defend it. And if Beast can't get a foot in this game and start taking towers, this hero's going to fall off. So Talon are looking great right now.
Talon making the moves that they need to, and now they even going to deny that bounty rune with the illusion. Very frustrating for Yadaro, who just wanted to get some extra gold for himself. Yeah, the snowball that you would normally see from this beast, it's just not happening for Collapse right now. And maybe he was thinking that they could get something done with Poposhka, who does have the Dark Troll Summoner. So this is one of those creeps that can definitely start putting the pressure onto towers if left alone for a couple seconds.
I want to see them defend this tier 1. There's nothing better to do on the map. NP ult is available in 3 seconds. They should be able to just mount a defense here, even if it is smoking your DK down. He's close to Dagger. They are making a rotation, so it looks like they do want to defend it.
And Q right there. Avalanche finds him. Mira dead. The Wrath of Nature does so much damage. And Collapse, he's just got to hide away. No chance Aurora does anything. Talon, they very easily defend this tower.
Looks like Talon woke up from game number 1 there. Like, I wanted to see Makoto make some moves, make something happen on the map. He's like, yeah, my bad, guys. Game 1 really showed up here in game number 2 as he's top net worth, has his Blink Dagger by 10 minutes with 2 bracers and a tread. I wouldn't even be sad if he doesn't even go Blink Dagger. I don't think he needs it, but if he does go for it, it makes their pickoff even more scary.
Yeah, he has had a hell of a performance. Like you said, top net worth in this game right now, and does have enough gold just about for it to be completed. See if he decides to bring it out or goes in for one of those scaling items now. He's going to go Blink. So yeah, the kill potential here is going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him either. He's playing with the NP, he's playing with the Slark. He doesn't necessarily have to carry this game. As Spirit feel like they just have to go again. They're going to keep going down here, and I want to see Talon just continuously defend this. They're just in a position where every time this NP ult is up, I feel like Spirit can't fight. Laurel doesn't really bring much to the table right now.
Well, 15 seconds until Wrath of Nature is back up. They will TP out with 1. 23 Savage getting away, and it looks like they are not committed to defending it this time. So hiding away, Ollie still able to get the TP out, but they are going to give up that tower.
Yeah, I mean, they had to bring 4 heroes for it. It looks like they're smoking to kill the Lina, which actually would be a really good trade if they can get this.
Makoto looking, jump, stun. They've got the Avatos after. Can they bring him down all the way? Couple more hits? Yes. Makoto, the hunter right now in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how I wanted them to defend the tower, which would have been good too, but at least they got a trade out of it. They lost their tower, and they got the big carry for Team Spirit here. So, good trade, good trade. I think overall right now, everything's going according to plan for Talon, and they're looking phenomenal right now in this game.
Everything that you could have wanted from them so far. And then the question becomes for Spirit, what's their avenue back into this? Because they haven't really seen any big roar yet. We haven't seen the connection of the Ember together with Beast because of how much he's been hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy road back in, because normally when we see the big comebacks, it's on the back of like some big team fight, right? But what's our team fight for Team Spirit? We don't really have much, right? A Bushwhack perhaps, a really farmed Lina. So they're going to have to play this game pretty slow. They're going to have to get more farm on this Lina, get the BKB online, which is going to be very important, and just kind of like control their area of the map here. I don't think we're going to see many aggressive like rotations in this game, and I do believe Laurel, his job this game is to be annoying and buy time and split push as much as he can and get these lanes out.
And make sure that he doesn't get picked off in the process as well.
Might happen though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy. That's why you pick this DK. Yeah. Spamming out the stuns, finds him on the map. 23 Savage pushes this wave out as Laurel hiding back behind where the tier 1 tower was. Now down bottom, they are getting set up with Ollie and Q nearby. Do have the NPTP incoming, and, well, Mira, he just explodes. They drop down the roar just to run away. Gonna get some good damage out from these creeps, but the Leech Seed, the runaway, Ollie, does he die to this? No, he just gets away. So roar used, no kill gained, and they lose the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, insult to injury there is Laurel actually TP down there thinking there was a fight instead of continuing farm. Oh, he had a Remnant, so that's good. He's not completely stuck there, but All right, yeah, I mean, kind of story this game now. I don't think Spirit can really walk out and make things happen. They're going to lose some heroes naturally just by pushing the lanes out, but they can't group up right now. Lina's not ready. Lina just finished her, her normal toolkit. She is farming really fast, to be fair, but until that BKB's online, she's not going to want to contribute. Miposhka having a completely different game as well. You're just an Enchantress. You're not going to make a big play. So they're just waiting for a timing. I think it's going to have to be on the Lina, and I do believe that Yatoro is unfortunately going to have to play a little differently this game. Like, he's not going to be able to AFK and farm. He's going to have to use his net worth advantage to help the team later on in this game, or they're not going to be able to get out on the map.
Right. You got to believe some of that pressure. There was a movement in towards mid there, which scouted the smoke rotation over, and that gave a little bit of extra safety there to Laurel, who's farming up on the top lane.
I mean, check the triangle. Look what Jabs is doing. He's continuously sending these treants in to try and block these camps, knowing this is like the only safe spot that Yatoro has to farm. So if he can block these camps with the treants, it's going to be super annoying.
And now, heading out from that safe area, Miposhka, he's going to head over this direction too, trying to play with Collapse, see if they can find somebody here. Now, there is the NP in the area. Jabs underneath a ward. It's hard to get the wraparound onto him, though. Mira looking, but he TPs away right before. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the top lane, like Slark, I forgot Savage was in this game.
Right.
He's just like quietly farming away. He's massive, by the way.
Yeah, has had a really, really good time. Already the Diffusal Blade done. They jump in, down bottom, do some damage. The Hoof Stomp's going to be there. Wrath of Nature doing what damage they can. Q is going to fall, and now Makoto starting to get hit by the little rainbows. The damage is there. This Enchantress is completely wrecking the DK. They find another kill, and now Collapse trying to get away from Jabs. The movement over, Mira nearby, trying to kill him off with those treants. They get the overgrowth. The axes from downtown. He's still getting out of there. Collapse looks like he'll escape as the Bushwhack seals his retreat. So a great fight from Spirit there.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about, Yatoro carrying this game, but it's really going to be Miposhka on this Enchantress here, just pretty much solo killing the DK with a boar. So, yeah, I mean, he went the very aggressive build, no points in heal, max Impetus, max Enchant, looking to scale as the Dragonlance is queued up. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Miposhka, probably realizing the situation that their heroes can't really deal with DK right now, trying to play more of like a core style role.
Right, that is the interesting dynamic, right? Because obviously DK love to tank up against all this physical damage. When you start getting those impetus shots out there, it really makes a huge amount of a change in terms of the way the fight's going to get played with that pure damage.
Yep, pure damage does not care about high armor.
Oh my god, and almost blows up 23 Savage right there. 2 hits from an impetus and the Hoodwink ult.
Yeah, what's he doing over there? He's just really pushing his limits, right? All the way in the enemy triangle. As you can see, Spirit have 4 heroes gathered up in the triangle, because this is like the only space on the map where they feel like they can safely farm. But they do have a bit of a timing now. They do have the Helmlet Overlord on Collapse. Maybe they can use that to... I don't know if pushing a tier 2 is the best idea, because they will respond to it, but they kind of have to. They kind of need to make something happen, because Yatoro BKB is completed. This is a timing if I ever saw one, and they're getting out-farmed, so time to make something happen.
I mean, this is an interesting little dynamic, too, because for Talon, they obviously are trying to play right now, farming out the map. They feel like they're in control of this one to some extent, but if you start losing a couple of heroes here and there, suddenly it could start looking very bad and swing the other way, and we've seen what pressure can do to these teams already.
And they're doing it. They grouped up Yatoro, smoking bottom lane, going to try and use their timing here. We'll see if Talon sniff this out.
23 Savage, do they realize they moved the trees out of the triangle so they didn't see that no heroes are there, moving out, finding them, but immediately gets away. That Dark Pack too quick.
Yeah, man, they definitely want that kill, but I think they will settle if they can get the tower.
Okay.
Because they're here with 5 heroes now. We're seeing if Talon want to respond. Looks like they're going to give it up for a Roshan trade, which I do believe actually favors Team Spirit here. I don't think this Roshan is going to do much for them, as I believe Team Spirit isn't looking to fight anyway, so they don't mind splitting the map, getting the outpost control, and just kind of ratting during the whole duration of this first Aegis.
Yeah, they are really comfortable with this one, and well, Talon it's taking them a while to get this Roche, so still more time where Team Spirit can farm up the jungle, take over the outpost, try and reassert themselves before this Aegis gets into the hands there of 23 Savage.
Yeah, and Savage, he's just going to farm till his Aghanims, and I think once he gets Ags, it's going to be very important for Talon to try and use this Aegis, right? And then Spirit's going to be on the opposite end. Like, Talon's going to be the Hunters, and then Team Spirit are just going to be ratting the best they can. But they have pretty good heroes to rat, so I think they should be fine with it, but it's really going to come down to just how you read the game and your map positioning.
Well, Helm of the Overlord, like you said, they were thinking about going in towards mid, but with the Aegis in hand and the Slark showing, it looks like they're not as confident going for that play. The Aghanims is done. That is revealed in mid immediately, as Spirit just going to stack up those Ancients and then go clear through them after. But where are they going to go on Talon now?
Looks like nowhere. They're just going to farm.
All right, that's fair.
NP's farming bot, DK's farming top. They realize they don't have to do anything. I always think, like, the first Aegis is... It's not meaningless. It's just a little bit of gold. It can help you in a team fight. Right. But it's mainly just kind of like buying time and setting up for that second Aegis, which will give you a shard and more of a timing.
Okay, they move in. Gonna pop the ulti. Shadow Dancing. That's dead. Collapse. Yeah. So able to bait out some type of a reaction there and then just find a quick kill onto the Beast. But down bottom, Yatoro makes the move over and trying to get what he can. Is he going to be able to even kill off Mira? He will. Yatoro cleans up Jabs.
He's got to get out. They see him there, Tiny? Nah, all right. So, yeah, that is a trade. I think at this point, this is fine for Spirit. Everything's going pretty well for them. Yatoro is farming. He has crept his way all the way to the top net worth in this game, and we've seen how this story ends when Lina gets too farmed, right? So, I'm very impressed at the comeback, but Yatoro is going to have to TP out of that one. That is a BKB.
So gets back home now. Very long TP. Actually went to the mid-tier 2 tower. Still wants to stay on the map right now. They're going to ping it right away. Now, Makoto has an opening here with this invis. It looks like Collapse is who they're going to go for. And nobody else really quite there yet. Collapse still farming. They should be able to catch up to him now. Walks in range. Spots him there for the moment. The stun comes in. The avalanche, the toss. And with Jabs there, they take down that Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about how good Yatoro's game is, but unfortunately for, like, Collapse and Laurel, they haven't found a recovery from the laning stage, right? And, like, maybe when we get this BKB on Ember, he will have some impact in this game, but for now, he feels very scared to split push. He's not really being that typical Ember that's really annoying and hard to catch. He's just trying to take farm where he can, but I'm just wondering, when can they fight with Laurel? Is it really just going to be that BKB timing? Perhaps, but BKBs are already online for Talon, and there's tons of routes available.
Well, he might just end up going down if he's not careful here. Jabs finds him for a moment. Goes for the Remnant away. Does he try and TP out? I mean, he still has Gleipnir. Can hunt him here.
He used it. He gave up. So it looks like he's safe for now.
Gets out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs is just going a different build. I like how he made the adjustment to this game. I think when you play with the Treant Protector, you don't necessarily need the Ags build because you do already have roots. You might be overlapping a little too hard, or Gleipnir is technically a root item. It's a high DPS one. So he's going for more of like a core build and getting incredibly farmed. And there's like so many cores that you just have to address here on Talon. And it's going to go back to Collapse. Like, Yatoro can get as farmed as he wants, but if Collapse and Laurel aren't stunning heroes, they're just going to get no damage.
Oh my god.
So what he's got to do, he's got to play a bit with fire here.
True. Mira, they find him. The turn with the Bushwhack. They're able to connect now onto the Tiny, and now Yatoro sticks around a little bit longer. Turns with the BKB. Laguna Blade out, but Poshka from downtown. Makoto's there too. They're going to LSA and back away, but the overgrowth, it comes out, and now the connection with the stun is there. Jab shows up, and finally, Yatoro, he's gone a bit too far. He gets punished. Yeah. They find even more potentially. Mira, underneath those trees, throws out the Bushwhack, but the Ava toss and the kill. Talon bring down another couple cores.
Much different game number 2 here as Talon have realized, maybe picking some heroes like Tiny and DK, having some reliable stuns is the way to go here, as they are getting some pickoffs in this game. And Spirit, oh man, like this Lina's getting farmed and more farmed, but like I need to see we're going a Force Staff on Collapse. Okay, I need some type of initiation here from Collapse. I don't know if I've seen a roar this entire game, have we?
No, it has been very, very rough. We have not seen that one at all. I mean, yeah, I feel like, oh my God, Laurel does Remnant back over and actually roots him. Oh, can they get in range? Sprout there, eats his way through, tries to chase, but looks like Laurel's gonna get away.
It kind of feels like Laurel's timing when he's going to be online is going to be perfectly around that nice level 20 talent timing of jabs.
Yeah.
And that might be a little too late for him. So I'm not sure what Spirit is going to wait for in this game, what timing they're looking to achieve, but I think at some point they have their timing. They need to make something happen soon. And it might just be that the Satanic on Lina is what they're waiting for, as he is quite close to it.
Do you think that Talon have been keeping up the type of pressure on objectives that they need to? Because I am seeing this net worth lead stay, around this 6K marker. So for a while, it's felt like, and it's obviously getting better and better and better for Talon as it goes on. But does there come a point where Spirit become a little bit scary eventually?
Maybe. It's going to be like one of those situations where I think they're really just waiting for the Aegis, like the second Aegis. And once they get the second Aegis, or something like a DD rune on Slark, could propel them in the right area with the bottle. I mean, he picked up a DD now, but I don't know if he's going to do much with it, as he's actually going to run high ground. This could be an opening.
Tries to find somebody. Miposhka, he's hiding behind the trees. He realizes he's there. The enchant takes off the DD. Now jumps in very, very far, jumps out, tries to get away. Has he gone too far? LSA, it connects after the Dark Pact. He's suddenly in a ton of trouble, and 23 Savage gives his life away. Oh, that is a scary sight.
Yeah, that's exactly what Team Spirit needed there, and he thought he could live. He has Aghanims, right? I can get in, I can get out, but the perfectly timed Lina stun there just seals his death there, and that is huge. Now they're going to get the tier 1 in the mid lane. They're going to go into the enemy triangle, and more importantly, they're going to try and find another kill here. And if they can get one more kill, that could start the snowball effect here.
Right, so we were talking about, do Talon need to try and push the tempo? When they do eventually do that, they get punished incredibly hard. Now you sort of have some questions coming up. 40 seconds until Roche is capable of respawning. Yadaro's also finished off a Satanic on this Lina.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Talon to press the tempo as a team,
Right.
Savage just kind of just went into 5 heroes by himself there thinking, hey guys, I'm so strong, I have a DD rune. Tries to make something happen with it, but gets punished severely.
Scary stuff as the tier 1 tower goes down, and you can see for Team Spirit, it is all about this Roche now. I mean, Jabs is pushing down this bottom lane, getting what is basically a free tier 2 tower, but that is still giving a lot of space right now for Team Spirit to get set up around where Roche is going to respawn. It looks like they might finally give up this tower. It's a long Roche one, about 90 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think can't be understated. That kill was more than just a kill. They got the Roche advantage, they got the D wards, they got their own wards up there, so now they're in a very comfortable spot. Dire sitting at like a 60% win rate this tournament, mainly because of this one ward that Mapakosha is by right now that gives so much vision around the Roshan pit.
They will take away that Hawk for a moment, and that is one thing that you can do with this Slark that's going to help a lot, is the ability to constantly scout out, all right, are we under vision? Are we safe here? What's going on? But it can also, maybe make you feel safe when you're not. You walk into a vision suddenly and get blown up.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to try and make their way back here, and I think it's really up to Spirit here to keep this vision. Like, they were in place defending this ward earlier, and that's what set up that kill on Savage, right? So they need to continuously stay here and don't let them break this high ground.
Right. Well, there is one sentry over on this side of the map. Can they get any wards down as well? Talon's ward that was up on the top side also is going to expire pretty soon, but it looks like they're trying to find somebody. Jabs thinking Mira is going to be in the area, but Mira TP's back and away. Still protecting this ward.
Yeah, both teams, I think what Talon's trying to do now, they're trying to break the high ground here. But Spirit, we're both smoking up. They might hit each other.
See what they can do. They are right into the pit. Roche is up now. If they realize this, are Talon going to come back and defend? They're just taking it. They're going to take it way too quickly. Yadaro starting to beat it down. 23 Savage off to the side. They think that they're over here, but do they realize that the Aegis is just going down? They're going to miss the opportunity entirely. Talon go forward. They take out that ward, but Aegis already in hand. Now could chase up the high ground if they want, or Team Spirit, they can just make the safe play heading back and away.
Yeah, I think they're going to just cut the mid wave now, maybe the top wave, and they don't really have to go back. So it's going to be up to Talon here to try and force them back by taking this tower. Jabs will do a lot of damage to the building, but I think for Spirit, you just go down mid.
Yeah.
And somebody, it's like a game of chicken right now. Someone's going to have to come back. Whoever has the more building damage is going to be the team that's going to keep going, and the other team's just going to have to come back and defend.
Jabs does have an AC coming out to him right now on the courier, but I mean, this is Lina that you're pushing into. This tier 2 tower going to drop. They're going to send back Laurel to try and defend this. And it looks like Team Spirit, they've got the upper hand now. Man, what a freaking, the smoke movements just missing each other barely.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, they realized after the last fight that they can't just run up there, and I think Talon just didn't expect them to just head into the Roche pit and just take it, but with a beast on your team and the Lina with the Satanic, it was zero commitment. They didn't have to lose any HP, there was no chance of getting bashed, that they could just safely do it, and if Talon did show up, they're already there ready to fight. So just Talon just didn't expect it, where Spirit, they're coming back into this game.
Yeah, suddenly 2,000 gold lead for Team Spirit. Former TI champions trying to take down the last team from Southeast Asia in this tournament, knock them out. We'll see if they have what it takes now. Still, Talon in a good position. They've got strong heroes. They just threw away a life one time on Slark. See if he can stay on target in this one, though.
Man, that would be so sad if just one death is all it takes to swing this entire game. Dota is a very snowball game. I think it's the vision that they were able to acquire is really what's clawing them back into this game. But they're still down. Savage is still incredibly farmed. He does have a gym now. They realize how precious this vision is, so he's going to deward everything that does proc his ultimate. So there's going to be more openings for Talon as they slowly move across the map. That's going to be their way back into this game. And for Spirit, they kind of have to group up really close to each other if they want to do anything on the map right now.
Well, they are starting to do just that and head down to the bottom side of the map. Team Spirit ready to start beating away at this tier 3 tower, and there needs to be a response to this eventually. Jabs can go for some outpush for the moment. Makoto has been very quiet since those early kills. Team Spirit just hasn't given him opportunities to find those pickoffs. They've been really good about spreading the map and making sure nobody's getting taken out of position.
How many Force Staffs do we have? We have 2. Okay, because the reason I mentioned that, the Leash Talent's online for Jabs,
right,
which is really big. Ember hit his BKB timing, right? I don't think they're really going to use that at any point, but in the team fights, if you get sprouted, BKB is not going to help you there, so having these Force Staffs is going to be very, very important. Luckily, he's holding on to his Quelling Blade as well. You do have the Lina stun, and I think just at some point, Miposhka will finish this Dragon Lance into a Force Staff, so they really need to play around these Force Staffs with this talent being online.
Cross smoke movement is going to come out right now, and they're going to run right into him. And 23 Savage, can he get out of there? The stun's still in the way. They're blocking his path. He can't get out. 23 Savage in a world of hurt, but he gets the leap away the last second. That was the verge of death again.
He is playing with fire right now. Twice now running into 5 heroes there. So we get the toss back.
Toss back, big play. Can they get him down? Low, dead. That's Aegis. Q tries to get away. Ogre Steel Tome buying a little bit of extra space there. Jabs under control, and Yadro just turns, starts the fight, wants to bring him down. Can he kill him off in time? No, he's dropping lower and lower. Satanic, it's doing everything. Yadro, he's staying alive barely. He finally is brought down, but Team Spirit, have they almost already won the fight? Makoto now turns his sights onto the side. The buybacks are huge as Collapse, the only one able to escape.
Oh, wow, that was a crazy fight. That actually favored Spirit, I think, in the end there, as we did get 2 buybacks from Talon there. But let's see what they can do with these heroes being dead. That is a full minute now where they will not have the Lina available, and Jabs will probably depush all these lanes, and it's really going to come down to what can they do once all these lanes are shoved out. When Yatoro respawns, will they have a good map positioning where they can just like get another kill?
Right. I mean, that was a pretty wild one in terms of like evenness of trade, but as you're saying, it's the buybacks that really make the difference. And now Talon, they want to try and take advantage of this timing. They have Dragon Form back up in 5 seconds. We'll see if they can get a tower out of this. It seems rough. If you stick around too long, you might get punished.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to respect the fact that even if they get that tower, they don't want to lose a life for it, right? Because I think getting these lanes out is going to be super important. I think there is a timing right now for Team Spirit, if you see the Slark bottom, to make a play on the map if Talon overstayed their welcome in the top lane.
And you can see, respecting that, Talon are backing away together. A couple other things that are coming out soon, though. We've got this Dragon Knight with the Aghanim Scepter going in for the Banta build. Yep. The Moo or Gunner build, depending on who it is that you want to call. But they also got the AC completed now onto this Beastmaster, so they've got that one matched evenly. When it comes to these fights, is it all about the positioning? How much do tossbacks matter? What are you going to be looking for to determine who it is that comes out on top?
I mean, the tossbacks are great, right? So if they can ever toss Lina back, that in theory should be a free team fight win. So if they can make that happen, great. If not, it's just going to always be the initiation. I think the Slark can't really go in first, as we see. If he uses all his leaps and all his spells, he can't really right-click anymore. So I think Mikoto and Q do need to get in there, start the fights with their stuns. And I want Ollie to be very, very patient on this Treant Protector, because he needs to pop this root after the BKB of Lina, maybe force the Satanic early. We saw like later on he used the Satanic, but it was conveniently timed with him being low HP and rooted, so it dispelled the root and got him back in the fight. So if he can use it sooner to like force the Satanic earlier, that could be a really good job by him.
Okay. Yeah, trying to make the plays around this Lina and punish the only 2 dispels that she has right now. And no other heroes really on her team that offer much help besides the 4 staffs on that Beast and the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, the BKB and Satanic are down before you root, but that's very, very patient on the Treant if you can get to that stage, which I don't know if he can.
Well, 35 minutes in and only 6,000 gold into the lead right now for Talon. Buyback statuses are going to be the other thing that you need to watch for. A couple of them are on cooldown for the Tiny as well as for that Nature's Prophet. And it kind of feels like we're again going to be waiting for that Roche fight and see who has the better vision around that area when that time comes.
Yeah, I mean, whoever gets the Roshan is going to be in clear control of this game. So both teams know that. They're going to play around it. They're going to get their vision down. Currently, Spirit are not playing around their vision, but I think they'll make their way back there as Roshan, 35 seconds until it may respawn, so we'll get our timer then. So quite a while until Roche is up.
Yeah. Jabs keeps the pressure on down bottom. Tier 2 towers, there's only the one mid still for Dire, and then the one up top for Talon. And Nature's Prophet is going to become really annoying in these instances because he can keep this lane shoved out and always have one of Spirit that needs to come back to address it. And then maybe that's the moment where you can find a pickoff, particularly as you're talking about with that Sprout Leash's Talon on Jabs.
Yeah, and I think that's where Laurel's job is going to be, dealing with these waves as he is the Ember. And I wouldn't be too opposed to him buying his own Force Staff.
Okay.
That way he can split push without getting that Leash Talon on. Because he doesn't really have protection right now. He's going to want to replace that Culling Blade. He might keep that until his last item slot to replace. But at some point, he is going to need to be able to deal with this Leash on his own because he is doing basically the job of defending versus the NP split push.
Well, the Manta Illusions, this is why this build is so annoying. You can become your own little version of scouting with that Dragon Knight ability. And spams them out again in towards mid. We'll send them out and see what Team Spirit are doing. It's about 20 seconds until Roche. So right now, Team Spirit hold that high ground ward spot. There are a couple other wards on the map in this area for Talon that are keeping vision of the pit, while the bottom lane is very shoved out into the Dire's base.
Yeah, I wanted to put a little spotlight on Mikoto here on the Dragon Knight. I wanted him to scale into the game, have a good game, and he's doing it, right? Most of the time we see this Dragon Knight, he ends up getting a Blink Dagger, hardly gets his BKB, kind of falls off, but he's staying top 3 net worth right now, and this is a hero we don't often get to see with a lot of farm, so it's a little undervalued at how good this hero is with farm. So Mikoto scaling into this game and having a good Dragon Knight game is very much so going to be a problem that Spirit will have to address if they don't get a free Roshan.
Right, and they might just right now as they get ready to send themselves forward. Makoto drops down the fireball, does not have dragon form, well, popped yet, but it is ready to go, so can just walk into the pit if the moment strikes. Roche down to half HP, they keep their vision, throws out the breathe fire, got him right on top of him. 23 Savage walks forward, the Aegis is down, snatches that one away. 23 Savage gets it, the overgrowth after. Does he have Satanic still left? Yadro low on mana, the damage that's coming out is huge. Jabs from the outside, swinging, beating, killing, jabs with the triple. A great fight from Talon.
Absolutely amazing, and this is the benefit of having a farm DK. He just flew into the pit from the outside of the pit. That was absolutely insane. Gave the vision for Savage to be confident to jump in there. At that point, they just committed to who can click this Aegis faster, and 23 Savage, he got it with the fast fingers.
What a huge play right there. That comes out, and now going up to high ground, they have 10k gold lead, simultaneously taking down 2 sets of racks. Now they have buybacks on this Lina, but you're gonna kill your item progression. They did get the cheese and the refresher onto the Ember, so he has those in his inventory.
Even if he buys back, there's no BKB.
Ready.
He can't even do anything if he buys back.
They're gonna need to pass over the refresher shard if they want to do something with that to give him that BKB again, but Mira chased, run at Talon. They're just streaming forward, hero after hero falling, and they're not buying back at this point. This is going to be so much structural damage done, and well, the toss back comes out too. They find Collapse, able to catch him. Talon not wanting to get knocked out here, trying to push this to a game at number 3, and I think they might just be able to do it. Now they do buy back on that Lina. She has everything ready to go again, trying to keep alive this top racks here. They've already given up the other ones. Now turning their sights down at bottom. Talon very close to getting full megas, but will they stick around for it? It looks like they will. They still have that Aegis. They've only lost the Tiny.
I mean, how do they kill this DK? I don't think they have the damage. Ironically, without Enchantress, look how much armor this man has.
I mean, he's a monster. Very truly a monster. Makoto, you wanted him to be big, and well, it doesn't get that much bigger than Ag's DK. As they now head on in, tier 4 towers, Team Spirit just trying to hold out, but their buildings are being sieged, and Makoto, did they finally give them a little bit of respect with Enchantress coming back up? Maybe that is what they're worried about.
Unironically, this Enchantress needs to be alive in these fights to kill this DK. With the living armor, with just the absurd amount of armor this DK has right now, and not only that, just farm 5,000 gold going in for an Aether Lens, actually an Octarine Core. I do like that build as well. Your stun range is absolutely absurd with that level 20 talent as well. He has extra range on his attack as well. He didn't go for the breathe fire damage.
No.
So he just wants to attack from farm.
You know, it's so interesting that Dota is that type of game where the 5,000 bottom net worth Enchantress is still that much of a danger to this giant DK. Supports, you know, it's still relevant. Still relevant at this time. As 24,000 gold lead, and Talon in a completely dominant position here.
Yeah, normally I would be a little afraid for Talon, even in a position like this, because you can't really hit the throne, right? They might delay the game, and this is where you get skewered into the fountain. But luckily, Spirit have no repositioning heroes, so they're not going to get drugged into the fountain as we see time and time again. So this game should be pretty hard for them to lose.
Well, they will get illusion runes there. Makoto still hanging on to his Manta. As you can see, the amount of gold they've been able to get here.
They're smoking in with mid-wave here. I think this is going to be really big. If they use the creeps for vision and get the jump, this could close the game.
Just sending in those DK illusions. Yadro there, stunned. Lincoln's broken. In pretty far. LSA off the mark. 23 trying to control. Oh, look at that overgrowth, though. They run in, find him immediately. The damage, they are falling apart. Yadro tries to get back to the fountain. Collapse. He's going to be left to his own devices. But GG is called. We're going to a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a really great game by Talon at the end there. He was managed to get everything they needed from Makoto this game. We questioned, can Laurel make this happen on the early Ember pick? he could not. I think they need to reassess this as Team Spirit, think about what mid laner they want to pick for this matchup, because I think them not getting any impact from this Ember really hurt them, and I think it wasn't a player's fault. I think he's just put in a really hard spot in the draft.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned it as soon as we saw that Ember come out, and then afterwards we heard SVG talk about it too on the panel, that with that Ember getting picked so early, there were a ton of different options you could have gone for. Lone Druid, you could have gone in for the Huskar. Right. The DK was what they ended up taking, and it felt like it was that perfect answer just to shut down Laurel's game from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But in Talon's credit here, they executed way better in this game number 2. They realized they were playing a bit too slow. They fixed that with not only play with heroes, slicing the Shaker, we got a Tiny, the Nature's Prophet, didn't go for the Ags build, we went for more of a carry build. They played hyper-aggressive, and it was just a very clean game by them.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. And for Team Spirit, you know, this is the type of moment as well where they've been tested, obviously, in so many different instances. On the verge now being eliminated as well. Still getting a little bit of love from the fans there. What do you think they need to sort of go for? I mean, you already talked about the Ember. Was there anything else? Like, does the Lina NP matchup look any type of way to you?
I mean, yeah, I think they're going to really reassess, like, letting NP go through. Like, I think versus the Lina, it had a great impact in the laning stage, right? But it really does go back to the Ember mainly. But I think there will be a different draft, I feel. I feel like both teams are not going to allow this to happen.
Oh, that's something that we can keep our eyes on, definitely, as Jabs played an absolutely solid game. They're coming out now, the crowd giving them a little bit of love as well. 23 Savage, you know, there were a couple of hiccups here and there playing on that Slark, but overall they did end up taking that as one of the last picks overall. There has been sort of a trajectory of moving some of those carry picks to earlier in the draft. Is that something that you think they need to think about going into the next one?
I mean, I think Talon, the way they drafted this game was really good. It was very smart. I think they had an idea. I think when they gave the Lina away, they had the NP response, and I think they should continue to do that. And I'm not so sure. Like, Lina is feeling a bit of like a trap in some of these games where you do get it, but if the other team gets an NP, you kind of feel like you're in a bad spot here. But I think 23 Savage had a really good game. He ended up doing well in the lane where I thought he might struggle, so he overperformed in my opinion in this game, even though he did have like that one silly death. So he's proven that you can give him pretty much any hero he wants. He doesn't like playing the NP, but he'll perform.
Yeah, well, a really, really solid showing right there from the side of Team Spirit and Talon. Spirit in game number 1, Talon game number 2, and now we're going to head on back to the desk as we get ready for game number 3. Let's hear from them.
Thank you, Lyrical and Fear, indeed. And we're going to a third game of this series, and Nature's Prophet was picked first face, and that's something we heavily criticized after game 1, but this time around, Astini, it did end up working out.
First phase, but not first pick.
That's true.
Making the big difference. If you're a second pick, you can always see what the enemy has to offer, and you can counter them on the very last pick. So it's fine, but it's also super fine because against Lina, and it's an offlane Prophet against Lina. You already see the carry you're playing against. That's the flaw in the Lina draft, especially with MP open. MP wins lane against Lina, so it's fine that they just do in the position tree on that very specific case, because it's already against Lina, so easy read.
And that was the interesting thing about the draft, was that Team Spirit banned Brood and Puck, fearing Makoto's Puck. It's excellent. So they opened Lina up to the draft. Now they said, well, we have to take Lina now. And then they got that unfortunate draft disadvantage knowing what the lanes were going to be from the outset. Like by the last pick of Team Spirit, it just didn't, you're like, okay, I know where all these heroes are going. So it gave them a little bit of an advantage that they really carried.
Yeah, but I just feel like the Lina and the other parts, they are like small issues. Like the main issue is that he lost his lane, the Ember lost his lane so hard, you know. They have to figure out how to avoid that from happening again. Drop in a way where maybe pick his hero a bit later, but I mean, we did have a brief discussion earlier about how his heroes is generally like a team hero, so you don't really want to pick it later either. You want to save it and pick it faster, but they have to find some sort of solution to this, you know. They can't afford to let him lose his lane that badly again.
Yeah, we were talking about like the first pick advantage, but in this series, the second pick clearly has an advantage because you get to see the matchups, and this mid matchup is so important. If Mikoto can have a winning lane, seems like he can carry the game. He can open so much space in this early on, taking the tower against the Ember. The Ember has no control of power-up runes. He cannot recover his game. And Kentros is made to collide mid, which is weird, because then you leave Lina alone. So this outplaying the mid was a huge part of the Talon win.
Yeah, I feel like I gotta you
Say
know.
it. Say it, Sheever.
Well, he plays a great Tiny and a great Zeus.
Yeah.
His Ember leaves something to be desired.
You know,
there, for
Shiva,
sure.
at one point, the Dragonite had more denies than the last hit of the
I
Ember.
know, it was rough to watch. I will not lie. It was incredibly rough to watch. And we should highlight Mikoto, rightfully so. He also had one of the fastest Blink Daggers. Not the fastest, but one of the fastest Blink Daggers on his Dragonite ever. So he had a fantastic time, partially because he played really well, of course, but maybe partially because maybe Laurel didn't. It happens that way sometime. Totally okay. One thing that I find very interesting about this game, personally, you know, you got them winning the lanes and then doing well. Talon pushing forward around minute 20. They get an Aegis. You know, they have got a little bit of a lead. But then that lead stays exactly the same for the next like 10 minutes after that.
That's actually a really good point. Like they couldn't really convert with the advantage, and I feel like the way they were playing the map, it was pretty timid at some point. I feel like they had the Aegis, but they're not doing like some smoke to sweep the map to kick Spirit out of the map. They were just like trading farm with them, and they were happy. And then 23 Savage did some random thing, you know, he ran into the enemy and he was never supposed to die there. And then he died, they lost like the map, he gave away 3k advantage back towards the enemy. That was really, really bad, you know.
Yeah, I kind of thought that Spirit was turning it around, Destiny. I'm not gonna lie, I was prepping a little bit for the next series after that point.
Yeah, the high ground defense was really great also on the Talon side. You're always great on high ground defense when you have Tiny, you always have the toss back possibility. Maybe Team Spirit rushed a bit. They should just play more the map, because even when Talon had the advantage, they couldn't farm more than Team Spirit. So when you have the map control, you can like chuckle the enemy team to their base, get more net worth, and then do the perfect push. Maybe they rushed too much.
Yeah, though, it was the toss back on Lina with Aegis into like your melee barracks that made things look really bad. Like Spirit was not ready for that at all. I think Tiny was really showcased as like you really saw the value of this game, and it has been like that for a long time. Like legitimately, like a year or two, that Tiny 4 has been like one of the supports in rotation in every single tournament. But yeah, that match, it looked really solid in the mid and late game, opening opportunities for that. So even though Team Spirit played really well, they were able to come back and ultimately close out the game with their better late game.
Yeah, and with that said as well, I mean, how did Spirit get to be in that position anyway? Like, did someone play other than... Okay, so Laurel didn't really show up the way he was supposed to, but that's surely not the only reason why.
That was it. Your mid player, you are...
Really was... okay.
You don't have a mid hero in the game, you know.
I'm really trying to give this guy some chances here.
Yeah, it's really bad, but to avoid that, I think what Arsini mentioned is, it might work, you know. Just try to focus on getting last pick. If they have the overall last pick, I feel like this is probably not going to happen, because you can just wait for the heroes to come out and then you pick the mid hero later, and you'll probably have a game for Lau, and that will solve the problem.
Could he not like catch up to be like better later on? Like when the turnaround happened, as in when Spirit was ahead and basically going high ground against Talon, was it very bad that he was a little bit behind then, or did he catch up at that point?
I mean, he did catch up, but it wasn't because they played well, you know. It's like Talon fucking up the map. They were like, you want to squeeze them, you know, what are they doing? You know, they're having this lead, but they're not doing anything with it. Then your slug dies, the enemy pushes high ground. Sure, you know, they could have maybe farmed a little bit more.
And him being behind in net worth also really hurts things, because he, like, if they have a bunch of squishy heroes on an enemy team, all he really needs to do is like slight chains, his allies come and kill them. But it's all like tanky heroes that are hard to kill. Dragonite, Slark, even Tiny support. Nature's Prophet can cover himself. So like, yeah, you can set up some slight chain stuff, but like usually you want to be like at a decent net worth, so you can also threaten killing them by yourself. So he could set up like Hoodwink combo or a Roar follow-up or something like that, but he wasn't outputting that much by himself. And the fights that they tended to do really well in was when it would be like Lina gets gone on, Lina gets really low, Satanic keeps him alive, and then all of a sudden Lina's like, oh, I just got 3 kills. So now we've crushed the fight. I just didn't feel that same impact from Laurel, and he just shouldn't have been that quite as far behind in the laning stage.
I feel like we're blaming too much the player, so I'll blame even more. I'm kidding. So I'm blaming the hero, the Ever Spirit hero. I don't like this pick here. It was hard to play the hero, because you have Enchantress draft, you want Enchantress to collide mid and take the enemy tower. Ember is not a lane dominator. He's not this type of hero that's gonna tank tower hits, so Enchantress come in, you have the catapult, you put pressure. Ember, you wanna sit back and use Light of Fist just to protect your tower, just to get some farm, get a rune and rotate. He's good at rotating. He's not good at colliding with Enchantress, and he's also not good at defending his tower, which is usually the strategy that Team Spirit wants. They want to protect their jungle. if you want to protect your jungle, you don't pick Ember Spirit. You pick Zeus, you pick Koro, you pick Kunkka. And also, I love a Kunkka sort of hero because you have a Lina lineup. How Lina wants to play. She wants to sit there and hit the tower, and you want to protect her.
And here we come, Talon taking the stage once again. And while we are looking at Talon, why not also listen to Talon for a little bit?
What's fun about competing for you guys when you know, crowd aside and everything? Do you do it for recognition? Do you do it to prove that you're the best? Is it an internal struggle? What is it that makes you want to play Pro Dota and dedicate your lives to this?
It's like, it's fun when you're playing like a high skill game and everyone know what to do. After that, like, no matter like you're winning or losing, like if everyone's like playing good, then like it's kind of fun.
I mean, just like winning thing, like it's fun if we win in a tournament, and then like we can achieve like, and we can feel like we are the best in the world, especially. Yeah.
Just something to achieve in my life, like win all the tournaments. So I won't feel regret after when I'm quit Dota or MO.
I just try to win because when I win, I feel good. I don't want to feel bad.
Okay. Does it feel bad to lose as well? Yeah. Savage?
I want to be the best carry.
You want to be the best carry?
Yeah.
What if your team fucking sucks, but you're amazing? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
My goal is to be the best.
So, what drives you to want to be above others? Like, when does that competition start? Would you play sports as a kid, for example?
Yeah, I play everything. When I was young, I played basketball, football, swimming.
Were you good?
But I'm not. And then I even guitar, I sing, I do everything. But when I play games, I become good. So
you picked the first thing you were like really good at? Okay. That's a pretty smart thing.
because you continue in the major. SVG, they lost with Lina. I'm not surprised, though, because they picked Nature's Prophet. It's fine. As long as you have Nature's Prophet, you win.
What are you talking about? They didn't lose with Lina. Talon beat the Lina. There's a difference. They concocted a strategy. They executed it, destroyed the Lina strategy, which, honestly, I feel like it was more about December. Just getting eliminated from the game. And I think that was the risk of 16, 17 Ember like that. This is not a hero that's that easy to pick blind when they still have 2 cores to react to, not to mention the core that's on that lane. The second your frontline, your AoE disappears. Beastmaster's okay with Lina in the sense you can play the map, you can split it up, but I feel like when you first phase as Lina, the idea is you build a lineup around her that protects her, lets her do her job. You build 4 staffs, you build armor, the treant's so good, BKB lockdown. The fight is going to come to you because you have the ultimate hero in the game, quote unquote, right? Beastmaster for me is not always doing that. He does it in some ways, but I was surprised they went that direction instead of something like an Underlord or
something
Tide
beefier.
Hunter. Yeah. But that said, I think it was, again, I've been impressed by Talon's drafting this tournament. They are not afraid to give the meta. They have very good ideas versus it. They know how to execute in terms of these lane matchups and what they want to do with them. And that game, they were able to convert on it in terms of the execution going through the mid game. So, looking good for them.
What adjustments do you want to see, Jenkins? Because you were mentioning before Game 2 started that lowe, his best hero is the Ember Spirit, right? Up until that game, he'd only lost twice in his career on that hero. So now up to 3. It's his first loss at the tournament on that hero. Do you want to see them adjust how they play around him? Maybe go back to a position where he's not the one that has to be starting the fights every time?
They could do that, yeah. They, like SVG was mentioning, they can pick collapse something that is going to get in there and make some space for both of the other cores. But I don't know. I feel like, to me, it's like more a credit to how Talon played the game. I think it's really difficult to let a hero like Lina through and then counter it. It requires a lot of like team play. I've heard a lot of people talking about how they think first pick is the superior pick order to get in this patch. And I think it's definitely, it's possibly true, but it's definitely true if you're the superior team. Because there's a lot of heroes that are first pickable that are very difficult to play against if the team that's playing it is really strong, right? Like a good Batrider team is extremely frustrating to play against. A good Broodmother team, a good Lina team.
And that's where I feel like Talon has the edge, because Spirit don't play Brood. Yeah. And I don't think their Furion is that scary either. It's good. Yatoro plays it. It's solid. Collapse can play it, but again, then you're putting Collapse on a kind of non-hero for his role in terms of starting the fights and being that stunner. And
it's the specialists and the specialist teams that are scary.
And so that's where I feel like Talon do have some small edges in this draft, that I feel like they've won a lot of these first phases. Again, I really have the Furion Tusk than the Ench Tiny here. I know Ench Tiny can go to the runes, they can skew mid, you can win silence, you can enchant this Furion Treant and win that lane to some degree, but these games are not really coming down to the lane sweeps, they're coming down to the mid game and who gets to the auras first or who takes over the map via tier 1s first. And I feel like Furion just gives you a huge advantage in that aspect. On top of, you get him here, Spirit don't commit a big Furion anti-core like we've seen in terms of the Primal Beast because it gets banned right after the game 1. They don't get the Batrider because I don't think Spirit's a huge Batrider team either. Yeah. What are you going to get in second phase to deal with this Furion? Because those have been the 2 big answers for a lot of teams.
Yeah, they have.
I feel like Talon got away with murder.
Spectre's banned as well. That's like the one other hero.
They get 3 bans.
That's like, it's like the less meta, equally toxic way to deal with like the Furion, right? It's like it's really difficult to play Furion into Spectre.
I feel like they might just end up in Collapse Mars again.
Mars has not had a good look at this tournament so far. Not doing so well on the main stage either. So I hope that's not the case.
Disagree.
I hope that's not the
I'm
case.
not saying I want to see it, but I feel like they might end up back there just because I don't know a lot of Team Spirit cores where they're super confident either scaling versus the Furion or dealing with the map pressure.
Go Tiny Mag. Then we need to see a Tiny Mag. You toss into Skewer, into the tower. People get confused. It's not that good against Furion, if I'm being completely honest.
Hit themselves in confusion?
Yeah, they do. You lose the lane, but you get kills.
The thing is, you don't even know what lane it's going to. That's also part of
that
the problem.
That is the problem. Yeah.
Well, the Nature's Prophet is definitely your
You can be pretty sure that it's going to be jabs.
100%.
You always have to question it. That's
100%.
the problem. People were saying that with Monet too, though. That's the issue. And then all of a sudden...
Yeah, if I have one rule, it's Dota, is when you think something is impossible, that's exactly when it's going to happen to you.
I mean, it did happen at this tournament where K1 Hector played his first professional game ever on this Nature's Prophet. They picked it up early, and up until that point, they were just putting it off lane, and then indeed they did oh, what a surprise, what a twist. Yeah. So it could happen, but I would be shocked and amazed if that was the case here. Nonetheless, they have the stars to back it up. Team Spirit is taking a very, very long time on this particular ban here. They're thinking through all of their options. I guess they probably know that this is the off-lane tree, but they're like, there's still a possibility. And they have to try and think about banning Tree and Protector, right? If they don't ban it, Talon will probably just pick it up again. It was very successful in getting both games. Game 1, obviously, the support duo was a little bit clunky. In this particular game, how do you all feel about this? Okay, they just banned the Tree, never mind.
I mean, they're still Undying in the pool as well, which Talon really like this hero. They banned Snap. I feel like if you're banning Snap here, you're looking at Undying for sure, right? And this is the hero that Spirit would probably pick up to deal with Tombstone or deal with a team fight at least. Like, maybe you can run the Ench versus the Undying and just crush him on the lane, but we haven't seen that type of gameplay versus hero at this tournament. Maybe the extra Mango Swarm just make his lane too strong. Again, if I'm Talon, I'm thinking about what cores are they going to get for Collapse and for Yatoro that are going to deal with that Furion map. The other one that comes to mind would be Naga. We've seen Yatoro play Naga a bunch. Seems to be a hero people go back to in terms of, okay, you're going to shovel our lanes into us, well, we're going to shove them all back and then maybe outscale you, right? Terrorblade somewhat fits that build. They banned the Zeus, so that Zeus Spectre from game 1 that was giving him, they were kind of cutting off the map pressure at the ankles by just killing you with the pickoff. That's not there.
You get to play a much more free game as this Nature's Prophet. Feels like a very difficult way to go into the second phase here for Team Spirit. Also, to your points earlier when you're talking about what's stronger right now between Direside and having like first pick, you would be interested to know, Jenkins, that of the things that are working in the tournament, right, Direside has 59% win rate, but Dire first pick has 63% win rate. It's the highest thing that we have so far in the tournament. If you're first pick on Dire, you're extremely likely to be able to win out the game.
It doesn't surprise me, honestly.
And they got both.
They got both,
So it's a question of, well, Team Spirit really want these counter picks in. That's what it tells me. Because they're giving up a very high win percentage that when it's that skewed, it probably means that's what's winning. You know, it's not a fluke at this point. So you really need to make those counter picks work.
They have almost completely depleted their reserve time here on the side of Team Spirit just in the banning phase. So when it comes to these picks, they have very little time. So yeah, Undying is gone.
I think that ban was really important because I feel like Spirit is going to commit this Tiny to 4, and if you commit the Tiny 4, which you have to show it here likely, and then you give Undying a Talon on the response, I think you're in a world of pain there. Your team fight's looking rough, the lane's looking rough, so I'm glad that they got that hero out of the pool.
So if they're going to show this Tiny as 4, Jenkins, what do you think they should go for? Or what's who do you want to prioritize right now between Collapse and Raw? Because presumably they're leaving your Toro's pick for the 24 in the total of the draw?
Probably, yeah. I would assume that because... Oh, they took over the
Mag.
All right. Okay.
To be fair, it's game 3, elimination game.
Yeah.
If there's one player who you'll trust on Magnus, it's going to be Collapse.
I'm just so happy to see this. I think this is like... Tiny Mag has such high potential for playmaking that you know that, like you said, they are trying to pull out all the cards here. If they don't... You do lose lane, though, I feel like. It's like one of those things where, like, you get, like, 3 kills in lane, and then a lot of the time, your CS is, like, 20 less than the guy you're laning against.
I mean, what if Talon just do something like a Leshrac here? There's still IO Lesh in the pool. Something like this. You just run this Mag lineup over. This hero kind of gets forgotten about in this matchup because neither team super highly prioritizes it, but if you get something like this that just pushes the tempo, I feel like Mag falls behind, and I don't think Mag is very good versus what a lot of NP does in this meta versus some of the older ones. Like the Cleave, the AoE, this stuff is nice. The BKB Pierce, sure, you're happy. your carry can scale really well. That is a hero that is an anti-Mag carry for sure.
Faceless Void. All right, so they, showing that 23 Savage is going to be in the safe lane with the Void. Off-lane jabs, Nature's Prophet. They can just pair this with anything, I guess. You already know what the lane matchup's going to be against the Magnus. One of the ways that Mag beats you is like repositioning you.
Right, exactly. And also nukes that you can time lock all of the damage. And even if you skewer him into the tower, it's like Void doesn't care. So I honestly, if I'm Spirit, I'm looking at maybe like running the Enchantress versus the Void, because that's a really good matchup. And against Silencer. I would definitely look to put the Enchantress against this safe lane, if possible.
Global Silence now. So I think Talon, the one thing that they were missing prior to these 2 heroes coming out is they didn't have that much team fight. Now that's much less of an issue. You have the big bubble, you have access to the Global Silence. This does feel like one of these games where if he's hovering his finger very close to the R button, it can complicate life very much for Team Spirit. They need a lot of good vision here, SVG.
Honestly, I think you're talking about vision. The one hero that came to mind is Nightstalker Beastmaster. They're going to pick up Terrorblade. I would not be afraid to put Mag mid this game because you have last pick.
Okay.
And put something else versus Void Silencer lane. This lane is absolute ass. It's just completely terrible versus summons. It's completely terrible versus heroes that just force the Void out of the lane.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of those that Collapse is happy to play. Like, he'll play something like a Night Stalker super happily, put the mag mid. Laurel has shown he can play like these Snapfire mids that go Greaves.
Yeah.
You can do mag the same thing. You put the mag mid, you go some Greaves, just play him like a Horn Toss playmaker with some auras. You have Yatoro on Terrorblade to shove the waves out. He's going to get empowered. And then get a hero that destroys his Faceless Void. Because I do not think you want to just play this trade farm game versus Faceless Void Furion with Global on the back of it and try and go late.
Yeah.
I think you have a big window to abuse this if you're Spirit, actually. I think Faceless Void in second phase, don't give him this free mag match.
Right.
There's no reason to do it.
There's a lot of heroes that make Void's lane like so awful. Like Beastmaster if you go the Boar build, Venomancer, which is not that strong of a hero, but you know, Viper. Like anything that just does slow, methodical chip damage will destroy a Void in lane. And Silencer can feed as well against a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, I think you can even play Mag 5 in this game, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you go and destroy this Faceless Void lane so hard, you put Tiny mid, you get a Mag 5, you're going to be happy in this game. I would love to see Night Stalker. I think Night Stalker just auto-wins this game right here, last pick. Unless some crazy mid hero comes out for Talon, which there's not a huge amount left. I mean, they really need a playmaker. They probably want Puck the most here. I think Skywrath Mage ban telegraphs it way too obviously, though, so it's guaranteed ban. Now you're kind of left with one of the spirits. You're back to, Ember, Void.
Yeah.
You could maybe play Tinker, but I don't know if you're bold enough to blind pick it. The only reason I say Tinker is because you did ban Zeus and Spectre and Bat. And now Puck, so it's like kind of interesting all of a sudden.
Out of all of these heroes, he's highly mobile, tempo creating some mid laners. There's only one real out-and-out stun that you're terrified about, right? You don't want to get Avalanche, but you're not that afraid in this particular game. If you play well enough, you shouldn't get caught out all that often, so it feels like there are some options for him to play. They ban out the DP. I think they're going Ember.
Yeah,
that makes me think they're going to ban the Ember. Yeah,
But the other flip side is they can still go Storm. These bans are still very good for Storm Spirit, and then you get your Jump Initiator. Maybe they're not as confident with Storm in this type of game where you have to fight into really tanky heroes, but I think it can be good in terms of playing the map. You have Global to bail them out. We've seen this Silencer Storm combo a bunch this tournament. You just jump, you Vortex. If they go on your Storm, you Global buys them an extra 5 seconds in the fight. Pango would have also been pretty nice, yeah. I don't think that ban's bad at all.
All right, let's see here. We've got 35 seconds in reserve, still 20 seconds on the clock for them. They can consider their options. Of all of these Spirit heroes, is there any potential for a surprise here, Jenkins, that they go for something completely out of left field that we're not really seeing right now? Or do they really need tempo setting from the mid lane that badly that there's no other option? Maybe they can flex this Tusk mid and pick a different support?
I think the only thing that could come out in left field here is, like, I agree with the Tinker. It's actually a pretty good Tinker game. You destroy the TB. I mean, Tiny can kind of gank you mid. You don't really care that much about Enchantress.
The roam to mid.
The roam's a problem.
That's what's scary.
The early game is scary, but if you can
it's pretty greedy.
if you get past the early game, it is really strong.
How much faith do you have?
They just go for the Ember.
Okay.
I think mag mid Night Stalker is brutal. I think it's brutal here, honestly.
The only problem, though, we do know that Team Spirit, yes, they played, Miposhka has played the Centaur in the past, right in the 5 position, but it's Collapse Magnus. There aren't that many player-hero combinations that are that good. You know, the level is too high, so it's like, well, we kind of have to at this point in time. And also, Collapse would probably, if you mess up, imagine being in the same team as Collapse, you play Magnus and you make mistakes. And he's just looking at you like,
bad.
Really, mate?
They have 8 seconds. All right, I'm going to predict a Coddle.
Coddle.
What? So this is putting the Tiny mid,
I see.
which was the other option, right? Now you get to empower Tiny. If he gets to Ags, the damage is absolutely insane, right? And then you get this Mirana to probably help you play the Vision game. It's another hero that can help you get on the Silencer, start on the Faceless Void, and play the team fight that way. I would have preferred the other direction, but I think this is maybe the more conservative approach that they're more comfortable with because you get Collapse on Magnus, you get a pretty strong lane between him and the Mirana. You have a decent chance to just right-click Void out of this lane if you maybe kill Silencer on the side once or twice, something like this. And now your Rune Clash is pretty strong, right? Tusk Silencer are not going to fight you with the runes with Enchantress Mirana.
No way,
So you can play through this Tiny this game. He's going to have a good lane. You should get a lot of runes. You have this Tiny Mirana combo that can make Faceless Void game really hard before he gets to that later BKB. You have a decent chance to snowball here if you're Team Spirit, on top of the fact, I mean, Collapse Magnus.
Yeah,
what
Collapse
else
Magnus.
is there to say?
Lol eliminated PSGLGD the other day on his Tiny. Jenkins, what's your read on the side of Team Talon? What do they need to do to ensure that this game goes as well as game number 2 did for them?
What do they need to do? I mean, they got to use every chrono to get some kills. They don't really have good things to pair with it. I mean, I'm really feeling the Spirit draft, to be honest. Like, I feel like that was a pretty big out draft. I think the way that they kept the Tiny as like the potential flex for the entire thing was it results in the Mirana pick that gives them such a good early game. I think Tiny having all of these runes will absolutely pop off in this game. Void can die to the Tiny Mirana combo. I don't think it's a free Void game at all. So I didn't really answer your question, but I'm really feeling the Spirit draft.
Feeling the Spirit draft is Mr. Jenkins, and of course we are all just feeling the high level of Dota that Team Spirit as well as Talon Esports have presented to us so far. We're going to be witnessing the third and final deciding game, who stays in the major and who gets to go home, unfortunately, in top 8. To find out, we send it over to Fabulous Fear and the Lavish Lyrical. Take it away, gentlemen.
Why, thank you so much. I cannot wait for this game. Fear, Spirit have played more games at this tournament than any other team. They started in the upper bracket 1-3 series. They went down lower bracket, beat LGD 1-3 series. They're doing it again here, and it's Collapse Magnus that they've put all their hopes on. Do you think it's a good game for it?
I mean, it's always a good game for Collapse Magnus. This guy is a beast on the hero. He's been nerfed a bit since TI, and we haven't seen him pull it out, but Mag has been more in the meta. Collapse picking it up. I'm really hyped for it. His laning stage looks pretty solid, and I think, speaking of laning stage, I think this game might be a bloodbath in the laning stage. I feel like there's so much kill threat on every single lane. We've had some pretty passive lanes before, but I think this game should be a lot different.
Well, we'll see if they are able to get off to that hot start, as we are all looking forward to this match. The tree was let through in both previous games. We saw that smoke out at level 1 to try and get the kill, and Makoto was able to start his game with the first blood. This time around, there is no such hero that they're making the early move towards, and it looks like it's just going to be a trade-off of bounty runes, as down bottom at least Yadaro and Mira completely alone. So it looks like they're again going to try and do this combo of running the Enchantress potentially up top. We'll have to see if he can find it his way against Jabs, or if it's actually going to stick down there, because Mira's still in the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to stick with the lanes because Enchantress, one of the strengths of the hero versus the NP, you can steal one of the treants, right? Which will stop NP's last hitting. You can send it back on him. Whereas the Mirana, I think you want to right-click as much as you can. They don't really have great setup for the arrow until later on in this game. But if he does hit an arrow onto the silencer, he can die very easily in the laning stage.
You can see already, need to beware of the potential damage coming out. Q, shards are there. They caught Mira and got leap. Has to take that level 1. That one hurts for the laning stage of Mirana.
Yeah, you never want to get that. I've noticed a lot of players would rather die than get that. So we're going to have to see like if he's really going to regret that choice here. But luckily in this laning stage, like the Mag should be okay for a little bit. I think the job for the Mirana mainly is just to like get Ollie off of Collapse and tank like the right clicks here, so it can be more of like a 1 versus 1.
Okay. You can see already it is becoming the sort of spam of right clicks from Ollie, trying to force back Mira a little bit right there. Collapse was able to get a pretty good block off, actually, and that sets him up for a really good position and trading hits constantly against both the Silencer and that Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, if there could have been an arrow or a Starstorm play there, like, you can put a lot of damage here, so they might be able to mitigate a lot of this damage just by forcing that leap level 1 here. But Mira's still getting some right clicks off. I'm sure it won't be the end of the world. When he gets level 2, he'll get a point, and I'm curious what he's going to go for. Normally you go for the arrow, and you just, like, take out the big camp, but there is no big camp. Starstorm does have a really strong spike if you do get it at that level 3, so get a little 2 points in it, which is what the 5 Miranas have mainly been doing, so I want to keep an eye on what he's going to do, because he doesn't have like the best arrow setup in this lane, is what I'm alluding to.
Yeah, it's not easy to make that sort of assured damage in, and playing together with the Shockwave, maybe they can just spam it out and control the lane a little bit more effectively that way.
Yeah.
As mid, we're sort of keeping our eyes on this one. Last game, it was a pretty heavy stomp. Makoto able to beat down on the Laurel Ember, but this time around with the Tiny, I'm anticipating probably not as rough of a time. This matchup can kind of, be good early for the Tiny, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, this lane is supposed to be Tiny favored. It's definitely more even than the previous matchup where the Ember just, like, he couldn't get a break. But it does look like Makoto is currently winning this matchup, and I think he's just slightly outplaying him here.
Yeah, doing a really good job of it there mid. You can see him pushing in the wave, gets the last hit with the Sleight of Fist, and then continues to pressure that Tiny. So Makoto putting on a good performance so far. He's had a very, very good entire series. As the shards will get thrown out here again. Haven't seen any usage yet of the meta, as he does still have that point saved on the TV.
Yeah, at one point, a kill will break out in one of these lanes here. But I do think this TP at some point will get a point in meta, and I think Jabs might be in a lot of trouble in this lane, whereas how do you kill this Terrorblade? It seems very difficult. He has very high armor, and all they can really offer in this lane is physical damage from the side of Talon.
Yeah, they are not really going to be bringing him down with like a level 1 Ice Shard snowball action. Going to need to sort of instead, I guess, try and maybe go for playing more of the lane, trying to go for some denies or something, but definitely not putting the pressure onto TB as you'd see with some other heroes.
Yeah, and I'm just like closely watching this mid lane, and Makoto's doing a lot of like small things here to like just outplay Laurel in the mid lane. He's 17-6 to 13-4 with Tiny, which is like, this is not how it's supposed to go. This is not how your Tiny Ember matchup should be going. Laurel should be where the Ember CS is, honestly.
Right. Yeah, they picked this also rather early on, but left the flex open because they thought how strong this was going to be for Laurel. But does run into some issues right here. Obviously, there are going to be some great rotation potentials. Yeah. Avalanche Toss with an arrow later on will be really solid. And as you can see, Collapse off to a hot start. 20-2 is the CS for this Magnus. If Mira gets an inkling, she can head off and start farming one of those other lanes potentially.
Yeah, so the mid lane not doing the best, but it's not getting crushed either. It's fine, but the side lanes are like where the story's at here. Like 23 doesn't have the best CS. Mag is free farming. He has the arcane boots queued up, going to continuously spam on Savage here. And then, yeah, the bottom lane too, TB, completely free farm. And the MP only has 12 last hits right now to the 25 of Terrorblade. So that is scary because this TB will get in power later on as well. And this hero can quite easily carry this game.
Yeah, it's a really scary set of events, but yeah, there we go. Move on in, arrow, the stomp, the two supports go in for an easy kill. So Laurel getting some help from his teammates.
Yeah, that feels good, right? Maybe get a little outplayed in the laning stage, get a gank. Doesn't matter anymore. He's top in net worth now. That laning stage advantage just erased entirely as Laurel is back into this game.
Makoto's just sitting there like, guys, come on, help me out here. I was beating him so bad.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a 4-minute, 30-second rune gank. That was kind of like a weird rotation to bring both your supports at 4 minutes, but it was highly effective.
Yeah. And now, up top, Collapse still pushing underneath this tower here and getting some denies right in the face of 23 Savage.
Two warriors.
Oh, it is a massacre. It is a massacre. They're both gone. Mira finding him, and now the arrow, but Collapse, Skewer pulls him pretty far away. Does have Shockwave still. Finds the kill onto Ollie. Mira still hanging on to that Fairy Fire. She's fine. What a rotation. And, well, Q does manage to place a really good shards. Collapse now in some more trouble. He will have a slowdown with the Shockwave, but can he get away in time? With the boots, he's moving pretty fast. They jump forward, don't find a bash, do get the snowball hit, but Skewer back up in a second, can't get away.
They got the bash. I think they actually needed that bash to get that kill because Skewer just came online. But Mito on the bottom lane here, Yatoro level 4, but they're pressuring the tier 1 already with the catapult. So everything seems to be going quite well. Even though you did die on Collapse there, he got the job done. You know, if that was space, they made the Tusk rotate, which means now Yatoro can pressure Limposhka with a siege.
Oh my god, and they're taking so much damage onto this tower with the illusion still staying alive and the catapult too. It's almost all the way gone. So Team Spirit hot out of the gate here in this game number 3, wanting to keep this pressure on to Talon.
Yeah, and I think they'll get that tower quite easily, which is going to be really good for TB's game, because at some point, this NP is going to want to leave the lane. He's going to want to join the fights, he's going to TP in, and then it's going to just be an exposed tower with like 1/4 health. He'll clean it up easily, and that's going to propel his net worth even higher than what it is, and it might be now.
Yeah. Well, Limposhka is going to be brought down right there, and as you said, they do manage to have a lane open now.
I guess he didn't TP that far. He TP'd just to his triangle.
Yeah, so Yatoro can't go for the full commitment down bottom yet. But at least at the early goings, things looking very solid. You taking a look at the net worth, all 3 of them inhabited of the top by the side of Team Spirit, and a Skewer back with the Avalanche. The toss, Laurel making the move and finding the kill. Team Spirit, they are cooking.
Yeah, this game seems to be like a ping pong between the mid laners. Like, game number 1, Makoto didn't really show up. Laurel did. Game number 2, Makoto was there. Now it looks like Laurel's taking control of this game number 3 here.
Well, took a little bit of help from his friends to get him off on a hard start with the Mirana rotation, but now, Laurel can play around with the rest of his team and find these kills potentially. In the meantime, down bottom, they're trying to set up onto Yatoro here. Yeah. They will have level 6 in just a few for Jabs, but with Ollie and Q making the move, and now a dive under 23 Savage, he gets out of harm's way, and they won't be able to go for the full all-in onto TB at least yet.
Top.
Okay, that's a bigger kill if they can get it. 23 Savage.
Oh! He dodged it.
What a dodge! 23 gets away. The skewer pulls him back, so they don't really have the control, but they jump in. Starstorm, Ava, toss. Does he have enough damage? She's trying to get away. 1 second. The time walk was not there.
That was a cool dodge, though. Unfortunately, he did die in the end there, but yeah, he time walk dodged the RP there, but he did go into Spirit to do that, so they were still there and ready with more spells.
And an avalanche. Arrow. Follow up. Ooh, a little bit of a misplay there. Accidentally tossed Collapse instead. And Makoto still willing to stick around here. Does he still stay his bounds, though? I mean,
avalanche in one.
Thinking about it, and no, Makoto does get out. But that's all-time bot for that bottom tier tower to get taken.
Yeah, I mean, they're pressuring the mid lane as well for Yatoro, so I feel like I've seen this story before. Oh, Yatoro might be in trouble here.
Yeah, they TP in with everybody, and with the tag team, it's more than enough damage. Yatoro going to drop. So sticking around a bit too long, back and forth the pendulum swings, and now they're going to pressure the top tower.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was going to be a lot of action in this game based off the heroes, and they are definitely delivering us the action.
Yeah, mass amounts of building damage being done early. And in towards mid, Jabs is now going to try and pressure this one a little bit, but with Mapochka being nearby, forces back those Treants with the Satyr Tormentor. And a smoke to run away.
Yeah, and I'm just checking, like, I think most of this game, people are happy where they're at on the map now. It's going to be a lot of rotations from the mid laners, making something happen. As we see both carries just quietly farming bot lane. I think there's just going to be a lot of action inside the Dire's jungle, because Talon can definitely defend their jungle. But what we're seeing before is like Makoto is having a similar issue that Laurel had in game number 1, is like finding a way to make this Ember rotations.
Well, Laurel, he throws out the avalanche, runs through away from the shards. The snowball will be there for the chase down. And Mapochka trying to do what he can to try and kill off that tower. But now they're fully going to wrap around Mapochka. Still trying to run out. Does he have enough to stay alive? Arrow gets thrown, connects onto the silencer underneath the tower, so no global yet. After they kill off Mapochka, Collapse makes the rotation in, and it looks like that should be the extent of it. Slow down, has RP still, but won't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't even need Makoto right now. Like, there's just their supports ended up killing Laurel with the help of the NP, so supports are having a lot of impact already. Global Science is online, and we haven't seen it quite yet, but Tusk is only level 4. Please tell me he has a tome. Yeah, he has a tome coming out, so that's good. I was going to be like, the supports are doing a lot of damage before Tusk was even level 6 here, so like imagine when that comes online, they're going to be able to pretty much snag up anyone if they have a global silence behind it. And I think they do want to get Yatoro at some point while he's split pushing.
Right, they need to find a way to try and punish that TB. It's interesting though, because they're also prepped and ready. Yatoro farming up, getting that Dragonlance stun, going for the Yasha next, and also can be able to, maybe make some stuff happen there with the Empower. But also, it's a Midas for Faceless Void. 23 Savage wanting to sort of get to that farm himself, but could be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely, when you're playing Void, you're mainly just farming. Sure, your Chronospheres are they're great, but you don't really want to go out of your way to chrono someone. He kind of just wants to farm, so oftentimes we'll either see the Midas or we'll see the Mask of Madness. He's going for more of like the greedy build, which is the Midas rush here, but I think he realizes the state of the game where he just needs to get online to the late game. That's going to need a lot of items there to burst through this TB, so I'm totally fine with the Midas here in this game.
Okay. Well, Collapse has finished off the Blink Dagger is down bottom. They're going to Moonlight Shadow and
11 minutes.
Yeah.
With Arcane Boots, he is very farmed.
Yeah, Magnus is having a good game, but can he get stuff done with that is one of the questions. The wraparound's coming, but they spot him, will find and kill off the silencer, and this should be the Tier 1 tower finally taken. As a haste rune stolen away, Collapse takes that one for himself.
Yep, they're just going to finish that tower off. That was incredibly low from the earlier push. 2,000 gold advantage. They can now maybe link. I mean, this is scary timing for Talon because you got your Blink Daggers online. Like, Tiny's coming very soon. Mag is already online, and they're going to try and make something happen with it.
Snowball out. Moving in, Global there. Mag looking for an angle, wants to find him. Makoto, he's off in the trees. Will try and hunt that man down, but instead they turn their sights on 23 Savage, drops the chrono just to escape. Realized that the mag was coming his way and kept himself alive. Still, that's chrono used, nothing gained.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have, like, I'm looking more at this Faceless Void pick, and it's like, I was mentioning you don't need to use the chrono in the early game, but I was like, when will they ever use it? Looking at their heroes, they don't have much damage for this chronosphere, so I'm not even like upset that he used the chrono there to survive, but this timing from Spirit, it's like, they're online now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like, Talon, they just used their global, like, because Collapse was waiting there to get that skewer in, but he got globaled, so they still have RP available. Blink Dagger done on Tiny. Talon, what are they going to do to respond to this? Is like, I'm very worried for them. They've got a Midas on the Void. NP has a Maelstrom. There's like literally no game on this Ember to speak of. I am very scared for the next 5 minutes for Talon.
Yeah, it could start looking really rough, and you can see there Makoto even forced to just run away from Maposhka and a creep. And not to mention that it's not like Team Spirit don't have that scalability going into the late game too. You've got, Terrorblade with Empower that has a triple stack of Ancients to farm pretty soon. But right now, Team Spirit, they're looking for a fight. And up on the high ground, they did spot Q running away for a moment, but eyes on Ollie, who immediately gets blown up. And now they're looking for more. Can they find anybody else? Collapse. Jumps away. But Q, he's going to be the one that's left behind most likely. They find him there with the shockwave. The arrow actually gets the snowball off. And Q, he is going to be thrown back, brought down. Most likely. Chase,
Slowly.
Mira. Oh, the Virtus Gale! It kept him alive. What? He dropped it down. A little bit of help coming from the Seeds of Serenity on Faceless Void.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy there. Very fortunate to get out alive out of that one, but at the end of the day, you haven't solved the problem of Yatoro free farming the entire map. So
Fair.
That is something that they do need to address there, and these cute little surviving plays are nice as they're TPing to Yatoro. With multiple heroes, it looks like they want to make something happen to this Ember.
Jumps in, get him, RP, caught, dead. All it takes is a second, and now, are they thinking about Roche potentially? No, they're just going to go and clean up these other stacks, it looks like.
I mean, if you're Yatoro there, how happy are you? It's like, hey, my mag TP'd to me, gave me Empower so I can farm faster and a free kill. So,
yeah.
And I was just talking about they need to somehow deal with them. I mean, that was not the way I was expecting.
No, he's definitely getting everything that he wants right now on Yatoro, and 15 minutes in, a 3,000 gold lead. Now, we've seen gold leads like this become a problem. I'm wondering if Talon can try and wait out the fight, maybe try and find some pickoffs or something, but I'm not sure if Spirit are going to give him that opportunity. Makoto, they see him again. Ava, toss, tries to get away. The global used to ensure that he is able to escape. And he will get out, it looks like, but that one definitely hurts.
Yeah, I mean, you're using your global just to make your Ember survive? That's it? Where's the aggressive play going to be at? Makoto just surviving isn't going to change the game for them. He's having the same exact problem that Laro had last game on the Ember Spirit of not being able to make something happen on the map here in the early game. So I'm really racking my brain here trying to find out how this draft is supposed to function for Talon, because I sadly am not seeing a good opening here if Team Spirit doesn't give it to them. So what can they do? Chronosphere is up. They could use that. Maybe the timing they're looking for. Okay, Atos is good. So Gleipnir timing for jabs here could be what they're looking for.
Finding the Atos, Mira connection, Fish Punch for the kill. Now runs away, but Collapse. He finds both of them. Can he get a skewer angle? Tries to find him. Chrono down. Hits onto 3. The damage is not there, but they do keep a couple alive for a little bit. Jabs just ends up falling. 23 Savage. He's got to get the hell out of there. Ollie trying to escape and will be enchanted and killed off to boot. So everybody else tries to get away, and another Chrono, another big ulti used with nothing gained.
I mean, we're seeing the problem with the Chronosphere of this game, right? Where's your damage? I mean, he chronoed the Nature's Prophet there, so I guess that's all your damage gone there. And Ember, nowhere to be found. I don't even think he would have done the damage there. That's why when I was looking at that draft, I was like, are they going to pick an Invoker or something like that? But they just have no damage right now for this Chronosphere, unless Faceless Void is doing it himself, but his net worth is just too low.
And a skewer, pull back. Doing a little bit of taunty plays there with that RP, trying to bait something out of Makoto.
Yeah.
I mean, not that they just bait to run away, I guess. But now, Team Spirit feeling confident. They're ready to head on into the pit.
He does have Meta online now. Manta's online. This is a very, very farmed Terrorblade. Just looking at his net worth now, they just actually don't have damage to kill him. Like, if they chrono him, he just won't die.
Well, Makoto, he's going to be aware that this is going on, and Maposhka going to come try and contest this as well. They do see that there's a sentry ward. Getting lower and lower. Wrath of Nature out. Makoto wants to step forward. The Remnant in and out and finds him immediately down. Snowball afterwards. Good damage through and snatches the Aegis as Yatoro. It is more than enough now for Spirit. They get the kill on Roche, but it's Spirit that get the big kills.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm surprised that Spirit even let them toy with them that much and let it get down to the wire instead of just like kicking them out there, but it worked out for them. They didn't get the Roche kill, but they got 2 kills in exchange, so very much so worth it, as they now have an Aegis on Yatoro here, where his next timing is actually going to be very scary. He's going to have a Scotty fairly soon with an Aegis, and good luck killing this man. I'm still trying my best to figure out where are they going to get the damage to kill Yatoro this game.
Right.
It's going to have to come from jabs in some way. He's going to have to get so incredibly farmed that he can square up against this Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking Wrath of Nature hitting down and this Gleipnir on top of him, a bunch of procs, and I mean, I don't know, maybe he needs to buy a Dagon or something. This game is looking rough.
Right.
The Terrorblade is so incredibly farmed right now, and well, the next couple of minutes, Team Spirit might put a stranglehold on this game, as they do have that Aegis on the Terrorblade ready to push out, take this top tier 2 tower. In towards mid though, Makoto pushes in the wave. Laurel immediately there with the avalanche and the toss. And will throw out a little Wrath of Nature action, but backs away.
So if I'm Talon right now, I think their real comeback into this game is taking an ultra late game. Or by at least level 20 on Faceless Void, get to the talent. He's going to need to get to his Mjolnir pretty soon with that talent, and then Faceless Void is the best late game carry in the game. He will outcarry this Terrorblade to a point.
Well, they will find a couple quick kills here, and now Snowball used. It was a 1-for-1 already, and Q likely to fall as the chase is there. Nowhere left to go for the Tusk. What can they do here?
Oh, okay. He got TP'd up with the Gleipnir, but they have no follow-up on the TB with Aegis, so they give it up.
Yeah. So you're thinking push late game, try and just like let this Midas pay off, and then eventually 23 Savage is the damage.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have damage for the Chrono like from other heroes, right? But Faceless Void is a hero when you do get to that level 20 talents where you are enough damage yourself to kill heroes. So they do need to wait for that timing, and of course Makoto, he's going to come online in the ultra late game as well, have more impact, NP's going to rat. So they just need to really avoid this huge power spike, because they're putting all their net worth pretty much onto this Terrorblade, but you gotta face this Void. If it does go late game, he will kill any core in a 1-to-1 matchup if he has enough farm.
And Mirana gonna try and leap away, not getting out of Makoto's sights there. So they do find another pickoff. And yeah, I guess that's the other thing too, playing on this dire side for Talon, they're always gonna have that slightly easier initiation angle of, you know, maybe dropping a Chronosphere onto a Roche fight or something like that, being able to secure the last hit, get some of those later items that come out from him.
Yeah, in the Faceless Void, if you look at his network, he's creeping up now. Like, this Midas is starting to pay off. He's ahead of the other 2 cores now. Sure, Yatoro is still getting more and more farm, but as long as they get to the point of the game where he is killable, they have a chance in this game.
We'll see if they can make that happen, as that 4K gold lead at 21 minutes is definitely more impactful than it is at 40. See if they can keep up that momentum, or if Team Spirit are going to try and put the clamps on them and shut down this entire map, because that has been what we've tended to see from these teams once they get a decent lead. And now Yatoro having the Scotty done is definitely in strongest hero in the game right now. But Laurel, he gets found there, jumps in, Chrono used, trying to kill off this Tiny, the arrow from downtown. They get the finish. So Laurel will drop, but no Chrono. Let's see what Team Spirit want to do with this.
That was a really big pickoff. Like, they're playing the map extremely well right now. Like, getting these kills is buying time. and time is their friend for sure. And Spirit also know, like, it's weird to say, like, you're playing versus Mag and TB, but I think I do favor Talon's late game here if they do get to that ultra late game. But I see Tiny has also noticed the situation of the game and has picked up a Midas for himself.
Right. You know, you can't beat him, join him.
Right.
So they will have the Midas Tiny, and I mean, that's another thing that we've talked about. Oh, wait a minute. Are they going to try and go high ground here?
There's no chrono.
Oh, that is interesting. Okay. They step on in. Yatoro
He has
already
15
starting to go
seconds
down.
on Aegis.
I mean, this is a very bold move, although there is no Chronosphere. Yeah. So they won't go for it.
They were just forcing him back to the base. It's like they were being really annoying on the side lanes, right? They killed Laurel there. They're just, this move was just with the intention to get him back in the base.
Yeah.
And it worked. The Talon is stuck in their base. I think they need to smoke out of here to get some more map control, if they have any more smokes. I noticed they've been popping them quite frequently, so I don't know if there's any available for them.
Yeah, not the easiest to move out without those, particularly when there's such good vision on the map right now. I feel like for Spirit, although this ward is about to expire by the Roche.
I mean, Spirit left. Like, they actually just let him go out. I think they're just planning going to objective here, as Scotty is online now for the Terrorblade. He is very, very tanky. But can you go high ground?
Well, that is the question. And, you know, 2.5 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning. We'll see what the final timer is at that point. But now starting to head back and join each other in mid. This looks like it's going to be a 5 smoke. And no vision scouting this. Rune immediately finds him. Avatar! Nobody gets the BKB off, and now the turn are able to get away. The global used. Now can they go for any more? Remnant through tons of damage. Talon suddenly blow him up. Mag is gone, and, well, they're completely isolated. Yatoro turns, wants to fight now onto Jabs. Does he have enough? The turn from Aposhka, a couple more hits, and they bring him down. Snowball forward, but the Sunder keeps alive that Terrorblade. They bought back on Mirana to ensure that that went well, but Team Spirit, they take a fight win in the river.
Yeah, I mean, that was very unfortunate. Collapse, unfortunately, RP'd the ground before he blinked, so they didn't have the RP for the Ember there, which could have changed that fight entirely, but it seems that it doesn't really matter that much, as Yatoro is just way too farmed right now. And he's going to use that meta just to go high ground, but there's Chrono.
Jumps in, Makoto's there, trying to burn through him. They already used Sunder earlier. Do they have enough damage to Gleipnir? Meta, he pops, and he explodes! He had nothing! Can they kill off Yatoro? They will bring him down, but still, so much damage out. Laurel will fall. Talon, they take a good fight turn there, and it costs a couple buybacks, but well worth it to kill off that Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy there. They ended up using the Chrono. They did kill the Terrorblade, but we're kind of seeing the net worth just continuously on the rise now as Ember Spirit is getting into this game. And once he gets to that Aghanim's timing, I think this is where he's really going to shine. He kind of spent his early game recovering, but once he gets the Ags, once they have the Chronosphere online, level 20 on the Faceless Void, I actually think this game could be very, very, very scary for Spirit if it continues to go this way. And I think they felt the same way. That's why they tried going to the high ground there.
Right, and you know, Spirit, this is a team that we talked about. They've played a lot of these game threes so far in this tournament. Snowball dodged by Q, looking very cool. But the big thing is, you know, you also think about Talon. They have always looked incredibly good in these late game scenarios. They were also able to take down Hellraisers just the other day, facing off against the other Eastern European team in this entire tournament. Can they eliminate another one? We'll have to watch over these next couple of minutes. And Roche, it's a minute away.
I mean, both these teams are the last hope for their region, right? A lot to play for here.
18-14. And Talon, right now, they hold the vision around Roche in a much superior way.
Yeah, it feels like Spirit has been 5-manning a lot, and Talon's been doing, honestly, a really good job. Makoto, I thought he would die a lot more in doing the split push game, but they haven't been able to find him. So he's getting the lanes out, NP's getting the lanes out, and Spirit are kind of getting stuck together as a 5-man ball and not really hitting anything.
Yeah. No, and you know, you have been still getting some good farm on these heroes in some capacities, but a lot of it's been hoovered up by that Terrorblade, and if he is sort of brought down, If he gets caught in that chrono, that's 18,000 net worth that's not being put to use. They do almost have Greaves completed on Enchantress. It's flying out right now from Apochka, so that's at least one advantage that they're going to have in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timer's starting right now for Talon's like Faceless Void when he gets his BKB, when he gets level 20. He's level 15 right now, finished in Mjolnir, so the damage is almost there. And I think when he's level 20 with BKB, this is when Yatoro will not feel like he's invincible anymore. I guess he already isn't. He did die once, but he will definitely die in one Chrono Sphere if it gets there. And I think that's why they're 5-manning so much right now, just trying to find that one opening, that one team fight win, so they can just go to the high ground here and not play against the late game of Talon.
Is this a situation where you feel like if Talon win a fight, like, and have a couple cores alive and all of Spirit's dead, it's just, it almost becomes impossible for Spirit?
I think so, because like they're just like so reliant on one carrying them, right? They're putting all their net worth on top of this Terrorblade, and they have the best anti-carry in the game in the Faceless Void here. And that's like, you know, kind of like playing like versus Enigma, just black hole him, he dies, there goes all your net worth. So the game plan is very simple for Talon. Just kill Yatoro.
What happens if they can do just that right now? But already the Remnant around. You can see Talon in the area. They break the smoke immediately. Yatoro, he's caught, but they pop the global. Now looking for the chase down. Pop Greaves, back away, global down. Aro, he did use his BKB. So does this give them enough hope to go on in for the Roche Pit? I mean, Chrono's still up. It's hard to make that move.
I think they're going to do it. I think there's no global up. That's pretty big. Ember has to go back and get some mana, but maybe they'll go for a pick off first.
Talon, they show one. He's there for a moment. 23 Savage, Avalanche, RP on to 2. They catch them both. They're all going to die. Talon, they lose their key heroes. And now Team Spirit ready to stream down a lane if they want. They toss in Yatoro, find that kill. What a huge win.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought there for a second Q might snowball save him, but he blinked in right when the RP went down as well, and there was no save to be had there. And I think that was Talon's game plan. It's like, I'll get you a snowball, bro, if you do get RP'd, but unfortunately, that plan did not work out.
And now you've got 20 seconds until that Faceless Void's back up. You can see right here what you're talking about. Q ready to jump in, but immediately gets caught out by Collapse just a little bit quicker. And well, the big question is, do they want to stick around? I mean, they didn't use Chrono, and now Meta's down, now RP is down. Did they go in? Can they go and get Roche still? It feels kind of scary.
I feel like they should have just done that from the beginning after they got that fight instead of the tier 3, but they chose to get a tier 3 instead. Maybe they'll still get it though. Maybe they feel like they're still powerful. There's no meta, there's no RP, but will you be ready in time with Talon as Tusk is still dead?
I mean, they smoke up with 2, Ollie and Makoto, but Faceless Void, he's not with them. He's running over now, but it's dropping down too quickly.
Yeah, they're not ready for this.
Roche, it's dropping. I mean, Yatoro's not taking it that fast. Makoto walks forward, Collapse, looks to the side. They're having trouble finding their way into this fight, and it looks like it's going to be the Aegis in hand for Yatoro. A little bit too slow on Talon to make the move, and now Jabs, he TP'd into this.
He sprouted
himself. The BKB looking for the fight. He's doing some pretty good damage right there. Gleipnir, Manta walks away, but the Walrus Punch, the control, it comes out. They still have that Chrono, almost blows up. The 23 Savage Faceless Void as they all try and back away. Everybody still alive and jumps in, jumps out, trying to bait something out. Can they kill him? I don't know if they have the damage anymore. They get the Sunder, they move in, and that's the Chrono drop, but do they have the damage? They need to kill these heroes off. They're focusing Mirror. They know they can't deal with Yatoro. He has that Aegis as well, trying to kill off the rest of them. Jabs doing what damage he can, but the Demon Zeal, and well, the time dilation, Jabs is killing himself, tries to walk away, Sprout, but no. Collapse ends his life. And Team Spirit, it's still a weird and wonky trade because Laurel went down also. They will manage to TP out with one. Makoto, he remnants away.
Yeah, I mean, he cut the mid wave during that whole duration too, so you have to keep in mind that there's no buyback here on NP, and the tier 3 mid is gone. So if they want to walk down mid lane, they can. There is no Chronos there, and I don't think there's anything that can stop them right now.
It's a dangerous proposition if they want to just go up there. They were punished last time. There's, what, 40 seconds until NP. Does Yatoro feel like he wants to try and put some huge structural damage in right now?
Oh, there's an Ags on Ember. This is the Ags reveal of Ember. Maybe he can make something happen.
Those 5 remnants. They have a Walrus Punch with the blink to try and control Yatoro. Thinking about going, pops the meta, but the pullback Collapse has him. Snowball's going to be there, dodges a lot of that damage. Aghanim still at the ready from this Ember. Remnants through. Some good damage there. Connects for the moment. The ORP able to dodge that one. Makoto, he's got to do so much. He's got to do everything. Finds Collapse, goes for the kill. But at this point, Ember, he's in very far with no more Remnants. Pops that BKB, tries to get away. The Scotty slowdown, but there's the chains and the walk away. And look at you, Yutaro, he's so low, but throws out the Sunder, and that keeps him alive. They somehow managed to hold on to their racks.
I mean, it's the Ag's timing. We saw it. He just got a perfect opportunity. Had buyback as well. He saved the money for it, and he used that Ag's so well.
Yeah.
Like the way he used it to get those kills, and not only just to get the kills, but buy time for his team to respawn. It was perfect.
Well, we didn't have that definitive big fight win for Team Spirit into objectives, so we're still kind of in this holding pattern now. 7K gold lead for Team Spirit. With the Ags now having closer and closer to the level 20 talent, like
yeah, we're getting there.
How much do you think Talon is feeling like they have a chance in this game? How close is this?
I mean, the game is really close. There is a 7K gold advantage and Aegis on Spirit, but I'm afraid they're not going to be able to use this Aegis. It feels like every time they go to the high ground, it definitely feels like one of those games where like it doesn't pay out for them. So they're probably not going to do that again. And at that time, it's going to be like probably the exact timing where we get the level 20 talent on the Faceless Void, and then it's really up to 23 Savage not to get caught.
Okay.
He needs to play very patient, because if he gets jumped on like in that mid-fight and dies without getting spells off, that's how they lose the game. And the way they win the game is they have to get a really good Chronosphere onto the Terrorblade and just burst him. And I think they should have the damage for that very soon here.
Well, the one other thing that they also have in their kit is going to be this Sprout level 20 talent for Nature's Prophet. The mischance is what he went for, did not opt to go for the leash. So when you have this big, bad, bulky Terrorblade just punching away, that can be helpful.
It could be game-changing, only depending on the amount of Force Staffs. There's a couple Force Staffs here. Actually, only one Force Staff, so they don't even have the best protection for Yatoro against this talent.
If he's not able to deal the damage in these fights, that is a whole lot of net worth that's not doing anything. But they spam out now with these illusions. They're going to send forward the Dark Troll Summoner as well. Trying to burn through him. Makoto hoping to hold on. So they're opting to stick around.
Yeah, they want to delay here. Aegis is 37 seconds. They're fully committed to this. They might be able to get this Rags, but can they kill the Terrorblade twice? I'm not sure if they're going to defend this or not.
Makoto trying to decide if they want to make some type of a move. There is still no 23 Savage yet. He is still farming out the jungle, so it looks like this has been a calculated decision by Talon just to give up that lane of Rax in exchange for the Aegis, and it's not even the range Rax.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a good choice, honestly, because if they would have lost that fight there, the game would just be over, I think.
Right.
It's completely over. But losing one Barracks when you have an Ember, not the biggest deal. They do realize they have a strong timing coming up here, and they don't want to miss it, even if it costs them one Barracks.
7,000 gold lead right now, and as these items start building up more and more, it is Laurel opting to go for more of just the right-click damage instead of the Aghanims. Does have the Daedalus in queue, while the rest of Talon, they're smoking up without the Faceless Void. He's right behind him. They're going to go for something here. Ali could be that first point of contact, or Makoto. They see the illusions are there. Good ward up on the high ground, and another one across the river. But they don't have that similar mag-type hero to pull somebody away.
All right, I've been hyping up all game. That level 20 talent is coming soon. And that is the timing, a big timing for 23 this game. Like, let's be real here. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities to kill people in the Chronosphere, only supports, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, now he's getting towards that point of the game where he is going to be incredibly strong, and there's going to be a lot of attention on how he plays the next, like, 15 minutes of this game.
See if he can find those right chronos onto Yadro in the key moments. Third Roche, 2 minutes away from it being completed. This is always how it goes. You get one stomp one way in game number one, a stomp the way that's game number two, and then game number three is just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We don't want it any other way for these game 3 hypes. The nerves, the tension is there. None of these teams want to go home, so they're going to play their hearts out here, and usually in that game number 3, you play a little bit more passive. You don't want to make the big risks, and I think right now, They're going to be running into an engagement here, and this is the moment of truth for Talon here. They have great positioning and a great ward.
Yeah, so much vision in the area. The arrow goes out, they send out some illusions, so that at least will be a good mechanism for scouting all of this. And do they want to go for anything? Maposhka's going for the wraparound, gets a ward for themselves. Still a minute till Roche is capable of respawning, but they find him right away. Miss on the arrow, pops the BKB, tries to get away. Makoto goes in, does some good damage onto one, collapse, but there it is, the Chrono down. Do they have enough damage? The Terrorblade, he's starting to drop. The illusion out, it's gonna kill him off. Just like that, they find Yatoro, get the kill, Laurel the fall. They look for Mira, look for more. They're finding everything. Talon, they take down 3.
As the prophecy foretold, the level 20 talent on Faceless Void, you don't want to be a solo carry against this. You don't. He has to start thinking about buying an Aeon disc now, and that is not where you want to be as a hard carry in this meta.
What a freaking turn. And yeah, I mean, you talked about it the entire game. They had to get massive structural damage done. They got 1 Rax up top. They got the tier 3 tower mid, but they couldn't break that high ground. Now, all is not lost, but when you see this type of a chrono and then a kill, it feels pretty bad for Team Spirit.
I mean, just simple game plan now. Just chrono the TB. Now you have the confidence, you know you can kill him, and as you get more items, it will become easier. And I don't think there's anything that you can really buy from Team Spirit to mitigate this. Maybe an E-Blade and try and save him, but at that point, you just queue up a Nullifier on 23, so MKB is done now for 23, and that was the fight without it. So imagine how fast this TB will drop now.
Right. Well, I know one item, Book of Shadows. That's what they need.
There you go.
I mean, we'll see if they can get to that territory, but for now at least, Talon, the ones that take a huge step back into closing out this series in their favor. 39 minutes in now, and Roche a minute away from respawning. Team Spirit still just trying to get into more and more items. This TB, he's queued up the Sheep Stick next. So feeling like he needs to find a way to catch TB. Maybe that Faceless Void when he jumps in, recast it on him or something?
Right, I mean, that's kind of the name of the game here. Like, this game is all about 23 Savage now, and it's all about Yatoro in different ways. 23 Savage can't get caught and jumped. I think 23's game is a lot easier to play, whereas Yatoro, he has to be that frontliner. He has to be doing damage, and he can't get caught as well. So I guess his idea is, we need to catch 23.
Yeah.
That is the whole job of Spirit. Find 23, this is our win condition. This Void needs to die, because if I get chronoed, we're going to lose the fights.
And that's a fair assessment. Maposhka wants to step forward here, trying to deward some of this stuff. Ollie's there. They take away the obs, but the pullback, and they find him. So a good way to start this fight. Makoto, he shows up, BKB out. Global to try and go for the disengage. 23 Savage waiting to the side, looking and hoping to find a target, but they will not find one. So that was the buyback global from Ollie right before Roche respawns.
And they're going to smoke up immediately on Team Spirit as 5 heroes.
Is this what they've been waiting for? Is this that moment? All they need is one big catch, finding 23 Savage. He's off farming right now, away from the rest of the team, and they will back away, recognizing the danger coming in. They have a smoke coming on Ollie. Wrap around. They smoke. They see it. They see the smoke. Oh, Spirit, they know exactly where they are. Ollie breaks his smoke there. The Moonlight Shadow's going out. 23 Savage shows for a moment, but they find him and then eternally turns away. This ain't TI-10 anymore. That is not a stun. 23 Savage looking for an opening. Laurel's off to the side, but they see him. Yatoro, he's caught the chrono again. They got their man. Can they bring him down in time? They can. Talon finding another one, but immediately they buy back now on this Terrorblade. Mira, he's in a snowball now himself. The rest of Talon trying to back away. The arrow goes out, and Ember very, very low. He's going to go down. They connect again. Mira trying to get away. TP's out, will end up falling. But they're in pretty far, and now the Terrorblade showing up. Can he do this while alone? He doesn't have anything. In a ton of trouble, Yatoro. He did nothing. Dead for 100 seconds. And the path is clear. Talon, they're looking at Roche.
Oh my god. What a turn of events for Talon there. Like, they truly just needed that 20 talent, the Chronosphere, and they just needed to get the TB, and they found it. And it makes you wonder, maybe Collapse should have started with an RP there, because the Horn Toss got BKB'd immediately and put himself in a bad position.
The crowd getting into it right now, feeling the love for Talon as an 8,000 gold lead, but more importantly, no Terrorblade for 70 seconds. And
Poshka gets caught.
they find their man, Jabs there right with them as the Enchantress is going to be brought very, very low. Does get Moonlight Shadow to try and escape. Full HP, still vision onto him, and eventually they kill off the deer.
Yeah, he was perma-rooted, which does give vision through invisibility, and Yatoro's dead for 51 seconds. So that was literally a dieback by him. He was like, his idea of the game wasn't wrong necessarily. He's like, Roche is up, right? There's no Chronosphere. I'm going to get the Aegis, but his team decided to fight instead of back up with him. By the time he joined the party, he was alone.
Well, a frustrating series of events right there, but now you're also looking at the high ground push coming in. Talon taking this tier 3 tower, and I don't know if they're going to stop for much. I mean, Ench is gone for 50. The more important one is Terrorblade, back up in 20 seconds. Can Talon get a couple sets of racks? Collapse looking. They have BKB again ready. They pull him back in. The Ava, the toss, the control. He's down low and dead. They get him once. Can they do it again, though? I mean, tier 3 tower still being hit. Terrorblade a couple seconds away, but that was the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Aegis. He has no buyback, actually, on 23 as well. He completely bought out the Scotty, so that won't be available. So it is these ultra late game situations, but Talon, they're up 20k gold lead. That will not matter at all if 23 Savage does end up dying. The base will just melt.
If they can get him into the fountain as well, that's where you got to be so careful with both the toss back plays and a skewer, horn toss, all the rest of it. It becomes a problem. And suddenly in the fountain, look at that drop off though. My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, Jenkins has been talking about it all week. Just pick Tiny Mag and skewer them all the way back into your fountain. So I'd like to see it actually work out for a game, but we have not seen many of the toss back skewer plays this game at all.
Well, for now, Talon still feeling a bit afraid and hiding off in their side of the map too. They know that all it takes is a couple of seconds, and you know, this giant lead that they built up can be dashed upon the rocks, just like it was for Team Spirit. But you can see, oh my God, and you're talking about it, Terrorblade, he's trying to finish off his Aeon Disc.
He needs it.
I mean, if he can live through the chrono, it changes the game.
It does. Faceless Void is also queuing up an Aeon Disc. Both carries do realize exactly what the type of game this is.
We'll see if they can get to it. It's done. Aeon Disc TB, eat your heart out. So now they have an answer.
This can work. This can work.
Can they bait something out? Can they bait a bad initiation, a bad fight? Because if Chrono's down, they can go for the all-in.
A little surprised he assembled it right away, meaning if they can poke at him and pop it with this Ember ahead of time, that's what they're going to have to do. But they should know, actually. They see the Aeon Disc on the illusions, so I think a Nullifier will be coming soon for 23 once he gets wind of this, as he instantly queues up the Nullifier instead of that Aeon Disc. I think they don't fight until they get finished this Nullifier. Like, this Aeon Disc is too big, the Chrono's too important, and then once he finishes the Nullifier, this Aeon Disc is absolutely worthless.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold expended, and it's mainly right now just to buy some time is what it feels like, as they still need more moments.
Or he's got a refresher, actually, so that's another way you can do it.
Okay.
You can just chrono him twice.
Fair.
That is the duration of the Aeon Disc, so both of these work fine for me. Something that gives him more time to hit.
Crowd getting into it a little bit here, as we are now 45 minutes in. And I think for Spirit, I mean, you're looking for anything that can break the current dynamic. And it might even have to be those, like, you know, tier 5 neutral items at some point. I don't know if you can depend upon that, though. They already have a Nullifier now on that NP.
Oh, NP win it, so that was their strategy. Okay. So he can go for the refresher and still have the Nullifier, even scarier. This is reaching territories where you're not looking at Toro to carry this game anymore. It's just not happening. So now we're going to look at Laurel or something. Like, he's got a Daedalus. He's queuing up the Aghanims. There needs to be another threat on Team Spirit for damage. And Collapse, he's trying his best to get these skewers back, but ever since that nerf, since TI-10, we're not going to see those game-winning skewers without someone getting a BKB off.
Absolutely. No, it's going to need to be sometimes just opening with that straight-up RP. And he is also going in for that refresher. We saw a couple of shots there in the corner of Sunby, the coach, looking on with a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of hope, as they were in a very strong position right now on the side of Talon, but still avenues that Team Spirit could pull this back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if they do manage to finish this Ags on Tiny, they get a good RP, they're going to die in one tree volley as well. This Tiny does hit hard. It's just we haven't seen it yet. And I think it's because he can't go into this chrono, right? So the moment he gets the ability to do damage from a range, he's going to start having a lot more impact in this game.
Right. I mean, he could even kill 23 Savage before he manages to kill off the Terrorblade.
He could, yeah.
The damage right now from this Faceless Void. Okay, BKB down, runs away, looks for more. Makoto hunting, needs to be careful. Avalanche before he ends up getting out of there. But yeah, right now on this Faceless Void, he's still somewhat susceptible too. Scotty's the main survivability item besides BKB.
Right, and then he has no BKB now. His Collapse, he was just going for the poke there, trying to get the BKB. He got it. These create little moments, these little openings where they can make a future play.
We see it now. They are still stuck in their base. Laurel has the gold for the Aghanim Scepter, but obviously you also thinking about buybacks at these clutch moments. And a full Hex stun now, too, on the Terrorblade. Okay, yeah, he sold the Aeon Disc and went for the Hex instead.
Just sold it straight up, yeah. He was like, oh, they got a Nullifier, this is done. Goes for something more aggressive here as they're going to smoke with the Hex available. So this could be really big for them. It's all about initiation at this point.
Jabs caught, Avatos reveals himself for a moment, arrow out, able to dodge that one though. Can they bring down Laurel? Yes indeed, he is gonna die. And can they find any more? Yatoro, they see under fire, keeping him there, but the Hex looking for a turn. Do they have the control after the Hex comes out? No, 23 Savages come in their direction, but Collapse off to the side too. They don't want to commit this chrono unless they know they can get that kill, and Collapse will skewer away. The TP in, BKB, do they drop it right there? Looking for a back, they find the bash. And Collapse, the mag, is brought down too.
And that was a buyback from Laurel as well, thinking there was going to be a big fight there, and they Talon just back on back. They get another kill on the Magnus here. He doesn't want to buy back here, so Laurel going to be even further away from like completing his item. I mean, he's pretty close, I guess, to finishing the Ags, but we saw how fast he melted there.
Right, he actually disassembles and sells his components to get even closer. Doesn't quite have the gold yet. He's about 60 gold away on that Tiny, but also can't get access to the secret shop.
And he needs a stun as well. Like, yeah, this mag does need to hit a RP, a pretty big one for them to have a chance in this game. I guess the Hex on Terrorblade is a good setup as well, and I think Yatoro realizes it as well. It's like, this Hex is fine. At some point in this game, I'm going to need someone else to help me out here because I'm just going to get chronoed and die. So the least I can do before that happens is get some disable off, get some spells off for you guys to do some damage.
I mean, they are so far ahead right now on Talon after those buybacks. 36,000 gold lead. And Talon looking to try and close this one out possibly. That will force out a glyph. Now Roche, a minute and 30 seconds before it respawns. The arrow actually connects now onto Makoto. 4 staff pushing him around, but they don't fully commit. Bunch of remnants every which way, and the Tiny still wanting to finish off that Ags. He does have it bought on the courier, and it's coming over to him, so he will have the Aghanim Scepter delivered.
Yeah. I mean, this could be a moment for them. There is no Aegis at the moment onto the Faceless Void, so if you can manage to jump him, he will die.
They've been waiting this entire time. Solo smoked right now with the ninja gear on Collapse, looking for a moment, looking for an opening. Who do they see? A couple heroes together. He has to find 23 Savage. No! He gets onto a couple of them. Avatar starting to kill him off, doing a ton of damage, and it's 2 already gone. Makoto backing away, jab, trying to escape. They go for the TP out. The skewer through, gets vision, but not enough for the kill. Nonetheless, a big fight win, and Ollie now also in trouble with 23 Savage dead. He does manage to get away, but that is Roche open, 25 seconds away though.
Very unlucky for Team Spirit there, but they will still have a window if they do continuously check this Roche pit where they can get an Aegis on their side while 23 Savage is down. I mean, we were talking about Collapse, how he needed to get an RP in this game, and that was it. That was the one. He hit 23 Savage before he got his BKB off, went directly into Yatoro's Hex, and that's what that needs to happen.
Finds him! Jab, he got himself cooking here. Jab's in trouble, throws out the Avalanche. The Aghanim's damage, very strong. He's still invis. Somebody buy a
buy detection?
And they're gonna get him.
All right.
They find and kill. Look at the gold!
That is so much gold passed over to Laurel, and, well, he's going to buy back now, but Roche, it's up.
Yeah, they see it's up. 23 Savage does not want to buy back, I'm sure of this, but maybe he has to if they want to defend this Roshan.
Oh my God, how have things changed? This game is getting a little bit crazy.
It's getting wild.
Still one of the best items right now for Collapse that he could have gotten, the Ninja Gear on this mag with RP and Refresher.
23 is committed to no buyback as well, as he is going to buy out this Refresher Orb, it looks like.
And this is everything. This is Aghanims. This is Refresher Shard. This is going to be a huge turnaround, but Makoto walks in, Collapse right there. The stun comes out. The control, do they have the damage that they need, though? A couple more hits onto Japs. Japs does not have buyback. They throw out the tree volley. Japs down low, and diebacks for him. But they're trying to move in with the rest of them. They throw out the damage, will kill off Laurel, and no buyback on the Tiny either.
All right, Savage is here now too. He has an Aeon Disc on Savage. He actually did not go Refresher. He has a Refresher recipe in his backpack, but bought out the Aeon Disc instead.
So he's wanting to stay as safe as he can. A Roche random hit ends up bashing him. It's getting lower and lower, waiting for their moment. Where is Collapse? He is off and away. They throw out the arrow.
Got hit by an arrow.
Sees it. Arrow there, snowball immediately. They're trying to break those blink daggers. The snowball connects now onto Roche. Collapse sees his target for just a moment. Yadaro, they're waiting, looking for that moment. Another arrow goes in, able to dodge it with the RP. Aeon Disc immediately. Collapse, he goes in, he gets him again. The Kudo, they try and turn it. Do they have the damage?
The Toro's dead.
It's there. They have more than enough. Give him another chrono. Collapse will fall. And Talon, they come out ahead. Japs is still dead for a minute. What in the hell are we watching?
Late game Dota. These Aeon Discs are clutch. Like, getting him out of that chain stun there for the Void to get off the Chrono to not only pick up the Refresher Shard, by the way, after killing Roche, and getting another Chronosphere while picking up the Aegis and the Cheese. 23 Savage played that brilliantly.
Holy moly. Refresh Aeon Disc. Eat your heart out. Oh, Poshka, he gets caught by a random arrow again on Makoto. But Yadaro wants to move in, finds him. Okay, dead onto one. Can they do any more? Do they have another big control element? 23 Savage, he's not in this fight. Makoto, they turn onto him. Demon Zeal, snowball forward, tries to connect. Manta to get away, but the kick pushes him back in. And there's the Sunder to turn to fight. Do they have the damage that they need? They walk forward, finding him. Yadaro, he's so strong. He's so strong. They buy back now Makoto, but 23 Savage, he shows up. He's got the damage that they need, and no buyback. Terribly gone. Talon, they might have finally done it as they're ready to run them on down. They have a couple more buybacks, but with the Tiny, with the Mirana, I don't think that they have the juice. Talon is way too strong. Almost 40,000 net worth lead as they set their sights onto the tier 4 towers, onto the Ancient. They pop the clip, but there is nothing left. Talon are going to win this game. They're going to eliminate Team Spirit.
And that's it. The game is just over as Talon are going to just take this game away on the back at 23 Savage, making it to that ultra late game on the Faithless Void. Absolutely amazing game for Talon.
Look at them. They're loving it. Absolutely loving it on the coaches. Losing their mind. This crowd's getting into it. And Talon, the Eastern European Slayers, knock out Spirit after knocking out Hellraisers. What a story.
Yeah, I mean, this game was looking really rough from there in the beginning. The panel didn't like the draft from Talon. They really like Spirits, but they showed everyone that if you know how to play your draft, they knew what their timings were. They gave up barracks, right, to even hit their timings to secure this game.
What a freaking turnaround that one was. From almost like 80-ish, 90-ish% chance to win the game to just hold out for that perfect moment. And you talked about it over and over again. The level 20 Talon on Faceless Void. It's deadly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the downside and why we don't see it too frequently of running like this single core strategy where you put all your net worth onto one hero, hoping you can carry the game. Because there's too many anti-carry like strategies out there like this where it just feels like so sad to get Chrono knowing that they can get away with that. Like, you die, you're the only hero that they care about. And once they kill you once and they realize you're mortal, the game is very hard to play.
Well, the crowd definitely giving the love right now to Talon, who will come out of this and guarantee top 6 they're going to have a date with Entity a little bit later on in this tournament, and seeing the love that they're getting from the crowd and happy faces on 23 Savage, a guy that has gotten a lot of crap from the community at various points. He came in and he won this game for his team, for his region, for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, he really did. Everyone on the team, I was just really impressed by like how well they read this game. Like, they understood exactly what their win condition was, and they executed so brilliantly. On the side of Spirit, on the other hand, I thought they played this game pretty well as well. They were just unfortunately put in a position where they kind of had to end the game quickly. They picked the Magnus with the Tiny, something you generally don't do, kind of both space makers. Both these heroes don't really scale that hard into the late game, so they really were playing for a timing. It just got exploited by Talon.
Well, happy faces there, and obviously not the happiest for Team Spirit, but still feeling a lot of the love from everybody else, and getting love from the crowd too. The TI winners, very well respected, as they will end up with the top 8 finish for there. But a very, very impressive showing from Talon. We're going to let the crowd take this one away as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much indeed, Lyrical and Fear. That first 15 minutes of the game, I did not think this game